Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 What kind of place is Kirigakure? During the Warring States period, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara founded the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, the most prosperous region in the shinobi continent. Senju Hashirama became the first Hokage. In a forest outside Kirigakure, Karatachi Yagura lay leisurely on a sturdy tree branch, propping up a book on his bent knee as he flipped through its pages. It was a history book on the shinobi world that he had borrowed from the Kagaya clan library. As he read, he translated the archaic and complex phrases into simpler language for himself. Hashirama Mamadala. Amused by his own antics, Karatachi Yagura chuckled. Seeing how well Konoha's shinobi village system worked, other nations and powerful shinobi followed suit, establishing their own hidden villages. The land of lightning, covered in mountains, formed Kimogakure. The land of earth, much like lightning, created Iwagakure. The land of wind, with nothing but sand, founded Sunagakure. Meanwhile, the land of water, isolated on several islands away from the mainland, saw its first Mizukage, by Akurin, establish Kirigakure. The current year was Konoha year 42, about 1 or 2 years before the Third Shinobi World War. This history book chronicled the major events of Kirigakure since its founding. In his past life, Karatachi Yagura had watched Naruto, the long-running shounen anime that defined his childhood. He knew the general world-building, major plotlines, and the Konoha main cast, along with some key supporting characters. A casual discussion over drinks. Sure, he could talk about it for hours. But when it came to information about villages outside Konoha, the original series barely provided any details. And Kirigakure? That was a complete mess, its timeline was chaotic, and its lore was full of plot holes. Karatachi Yagura scratched his head. If he didn't read up on this world, how could he possibly make sense of his situation? Kirigakure has long enforced a policy of isolation and the infamous blood mist doctrine. As the name suggests, the isolation policy strictly prohibited outsiders from entering and Kirigakure's shinobi from leaving. The blood mist doctrine, however, was far more encompassing. It dictated every aspect of the village's operations. A prime example was the graduation exam of the Shinobi Academy. To pass, students had to kill their own comrades. This policy left an indelible scar on Kirigakure. At first, Karatachi Yagura, like most people, assumed that the blood mist doctrine was something Uchiha Obito had implemented by controlling the Fourth Mizukage Yagura with genjutsu. But why would Obito do that? What grudge did he have against Kirigakure? Oh, right. A very big one. During the Third Shinobi World War, Kirigakure's shinobi sealed the Three-Tails inside Nohara Rin. Their plan. Once Rin returned to Konoha, the Three-Tails would rampage and destroy the village, securing victory for Kirigakure. Nice idea, but reality was harsh. To protect Konoha from the threat inside her, Rin chose to end her own life, throwing herself into Kakashi Hataki's Chidori. A Jinchuriki's death meant the tailed beast inside would vanish. Just like that, Kirigakure's Three-Tails scheme crumbled. But the real tragedy was yet to come. Orchestrated by Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito personally witnessed Rin's death, which pushed him into complete darkness. From there, Obito, once a mere Konoha Chunin, embarked on a path of devastation, corrupting Nagato, using genjutsu to manipulate the Mizukage, launching the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, and even initiating the Fourth Shinobi World War. Sigh. Thinking about the absurdity of it all, Karatachi Yagura let out a deep sigh, feeling the weight of impending doom. Because the person he had transmigrated into wasn't just some random background character. He was that unfortunate guy whom Obito had mind-controlled. Karatachi Yagura cleared his throat. Ahem. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Standing before you is none other than the future Jinchuriki of the Three-Tails, the Fourth Mizukage, Yagura. One of the few in history capable of fully controlling a tailed beast. In the future. Right now, Karatachi Yagura was neither a Jinchuriki nor a Mizukage. He wasn't even a shinobi yet, just a student preparing to enter Kirigakure's Shinobi Academy. As far as he knew, that big turtle, the Three-Tails Isabu, was still swimming peacefully in a lake somewhere in the land of water. And the current Mizukage was the third Mizukage, a character who had only ever been shown in the official timeline and data books. No name. No dates of birth or death. No detailed records of his policies. But one thing was clear, the blood mist doctrine had been implemented under his rule. A few years after Kirigakure was established, with the shinobi world at peace, the first Mizukage, by Akurin, accepted an invitation to the 5 Kage summit hosted by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. During the summit, the third Mizukage served as his bodyguard. After Byakuren's death, the designated successor to the title of second Mizukage was none other than the current third Mizukage. However, an unexpected challenger emerged, the prodigy of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Gungetsu. In the selection battle for Mizukage, Gungetsu emerged victorious and assumed the position of the second Mizukage. Each village had its own system for selecting its kage. For example, in Konoha, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, passed the title to his disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi. While strength played a major role, connections and lineage were equally important. In Kirigakure, however, the process was simple and brutal. Whoever was the strongest became the Mizukage, no matter their background. The reason the third Mizukage had to wait before taking power? He had been beaten down. At the same time, the backgrounds of the second and third Mizukage couldn't have been more different. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Gungetsu, hailed from the prestigious Hozuki clan, one of Kirigakure's most powerful and ancient families. The third Mizukage, on the other hand, was a commoner. He had risen through the ranks purely on talent and had been handpicked by Byakuren as a bodyguard. By all accounts, he should have been the second Mizukage, but fate had other plans. Hozuki Gungetsu took the title instead. Just from reading between the lines, Keratachi Yagura could feel the sheer frustration the third Mizukage must have experienced. Gungetsu followed Hashirama's example, adopting Konoha's systems. The second Hokage established the Shinobi Academy, so he founded one as well. The second Hokage created the Anbu and Cryptanalysis Squad, so he established Kirigakure's equivalents. It wasn't a bad strategy. Tobirama was a genius. Even if you weren't innovative yourself, copying a top student's homework wasn't a bad move. Gungetsu also established the 7 ninja swordsmen, enforced an isolation policy to protect village secrets. During the First Shinobi World War, he led an elite force to attack the Land of Earth, perishing alongside the second Tsuchikage. The third Mizukage then took over, negotiated peace with the third Tsuchikage, and withdrew from the war. Karatachi Yagura turned the page. His expression darkened as he read the first line of the next entry. Upon taking office, the third Mizukage implemented the Blood Mist Doctrine. Chapter 2, What defines the Bloody Mist? From the end of the First Shinobi World War until now, the third Mizukage has been in power for decades. Just like how Inoki succeeded the second Tsuchikage after his death and has remained in power for an exceptionally long time, the third Mizukage is also among the longest-serving kage in the ninja world. But there is one key difference between him and Inoki, his age. The third Mizukage is an entire generation older than Inoki. Karatachi Yagura recalled that during the Warring States period, Inoki and the second Tsuchikage were once intercepted by Uchiha Madara on their way to Kirigakure and were thoroughly humiliated. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Inoki was already in his 70s. Yet back then, he had been just a teenager. Even Madara himself remarked, "Since when does an adult get angry at a child?" But at that time, the third Mizukage was already a grown man, seemingly around the same age as the second Hokage and his entourage. Doing some quick mental calculations, Karatachi Yagura estimated that even if the third Mizukage was only 10 years older than Inoki, that would still place him somewhere around 70 or 80 years old by now. Damn. Karatachi Yagura had seen the third Mizukage before. Just from his appearance, it was clear he was no young man, but this was the first time he had seriously considered his age, and it left him somewhat stunned. His eyes fell back to the first line of the book in front of him, where the words "Bloody Mist" were written prominently. He scowled in disdain. An old monster who has lived for so long and yet never did anything good. Just like those two advisors in Konoha and that damn 5.5th Hokage, exactly the same. If only Hozuki Gungetsu hadn't been so reckless and had stayed in the village, he could have lived longer. Though the policy of isolationism in Kirigakure started with him, it had both pros and cons. The greatest advantage was that it made it incredibly difficult for intelligence about Kirigakure's shinobi to leak outside. Before massive-scale jutsu battles became the norm, intelligence was arguably the most crucial factor in ninja combat. This was the very reason why every village had its own code-breaking unit, to safeguard their own intelligence while deciphering the enemies. How important is intelligence to a shinobi? Extremely. In most battles, success hinges on catching the enemy off guard and using unknown techniques to deliver a decisive strike. Consider a few notable battles from the original Naruto series. When Deidara and Sasori attacked Tsunagakure to capture Gaara, Kankuro pursued them and ended up facing Sasori. However, every puppet Kankuro used had been crafted by Sasori himself, and Sasori knew all their mechanisms inside out. The battle was over before it even began. Kisame, the so-called ultimate shinobi, was once tasked with eliminating teammates who might leak information. Before the Fourth Shinobi War, after being defeated by Might Guy, he chose to commit suicide rather than allow his memories to be extracted. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, infiltrated a Megakure but was killed by Pain's Six Paths, an unfamiliar technique. Yet even as he died, he managed to send a coded message back. If he had known about Pain's 6 bodies and their abilities beforehand, he might not have won, but at the very least, he could have survived. When an enemy knows all of a shinobi's abilities and has preemptively devised countermeasures, that shinobi is as good as dead, unless the power gap is insurmountable. Ahem, getting sidetracked. Back to the Third Mizukage and his Bloody Mist. Though this was just a history book, it outlined the key policies of the Bloody Mist era. At its core, the doctrine was simple: cultivate elite shinobi, eliminate the weak, and reduce overall ninja numbers to cut costs. This principle shaped every Kirigakure shinobi from the moment they entered the academy. Unlike Konoha's system, where students could slack off, skip class, and focus on book learning, Kirigakure's academy rigorously trained students in all aspects of being a ninja: hand seals, weapons, taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu. After 6 years of study, graduation was earned not through exams but by killing 2 of one's own teammates. Even before graduation, students were required to complete a certain number of missions annually, and their hands had to be stained with blood before they could take the final test. Graduating from the academy was only the beginning. Once officially recognized as a Kirigakure shinobi, strict quotas were imposed. Genin, Chunin, and Jonin all had yearly mission requirements. Failing to meet them could result in punishment, demotion, or even execution. As for promotions, Kirigakure never participated in the joint Chunin and Jonin exams with other villages, fearing intelligence leaks. That was the second Mizukage doing. But under the Third Mizukage, Kirigakure's own Chunin and Jonin exams became notorious for their death tolls. Every Jonin in Kirigakure had inevitably shed the blood of their comrades to reach that rank. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of Omegakure, launched an attack against Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konohagakure, citing unfair resource distribution and the need to balance the power of the great nations. Karatachi Yagura clicked his tongue in disbelief. Damn, Omegakure really had the guts to challenge 3 of the 5 great shinobi nations. More impressively, Hanzo didn't even lose. Against Konoha, Hanzo defeated their forces and granted the title of Legendary Sannin to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Imagine that, he beat them and still gave them a fancy title. What a flex. Meanwhile, Kirigakure, isolated on its island, remained untouched by the war. The Third Mizukage continued enforcing his Bloody Mist policies, producing a generation of fearsome shinobi. The new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist became infamous throughout the ninja world. The new 7 ninja swordsmen. Karatachi Yagura figured they had nothing to do with Zabuza. Zabuza was Kakashi's age, probably around 10 years old now, still a brat. Oh, right. A sudden realization struck him, and he clapped his hands. Those guys. The ones who only had a few frames of screen time before Might Guy's dad opened the 8 gates and obliterated them. He couldn't recall exactly how many had died, but he knew that a few were later resurrected by Kabuto's Edo Tensei during the Fourth Shinobi War. After that, the so-called 7 ninja swordsmen never managed to gather all 7 members again. And from the end of the Second Shinobi World War to the present, Kirigakure's history was practically non-existent, just a handful of passing mentions in the records. It was as if the village had gone into a single-player mode, grinding in isolation. Except it hadn't even leveled up properly. The supposedly fearsome 7 ninja swordsmen. They got wiped out by Might Due. And looking at the aftermath, Karatachi Yagura felt a surge of frustration and slammed the book shut with a loud snap. Sure, the Bloody Mist produced powerful shinobi, but Kisame, the tailless-tailed beast, defected. Utakata, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, defected. Zabuza, the demon of the mist, defected. And himself, the Fourth Mizukage and Three-Tails Jinchuriki, mind-controlled by Obito, who wreaked even more havoc on Kirigakure. The Hozuki clan, the Yuki clan with Ice Release, the Kagaya clan with Shikatsumiyaku, all gone. At least Mei Terumi survived. She had the strength and leadership to save Kirigakure. But after Mei, the strongest person in the village was Chojuro. What a joke. Chapter 3, The Keratachi Clan. Picking up the history book, he flipped through it again and again. Unbeknownst to him, as he read, only half of the setting sun remained over the western sea. All right. Karatachi Yagura stretched, feeling a bit drowsy. Immersing myself in studying is such a joy. It's getting late. Time to head back. If I don't, Grandpa's going to scold me again. Rolling up the book and tucking it into his waistband, Yagura leapt effortlessly from the tree, landing lightly on the ground. Using the momentum of his landing, he pushed forward and sprinted towards Kirigakure. Crackle, snap, crackle, snap. Weak lightning released chakra flickered over his body as he controlled it to stimulate his cells, enhancing their activity. This was one of his daily training routines. From the moment he extracted chakra and determined his chakra nature, Yagura had been copying homework. He clearly remembered that, in the original series, the fourth Raikage used this method to stimulate his cells, boosting his physical abilities to gain incredible strength and speed. There were plenty of famous lightning release techniques in Naruto. The most well-known were Sasuke Uchiha's Chidori, the lightning release chakra mode of the third and fourth Raikage, and Darui's black lightning. Comparing these techniques, Yagura decisively borrowed the fourth Raikage's concept. Unlike Chidori, the Raikage's technique enhanced his entire physical body. The piercing attacks that Chidori excelled at. The Raikage's lightning release chakra mode could achieve the same thing. Using descriptions from the original series, Yagura developed his own approach. The Raikage technique required covering the entire body with lightning release chakra to stimulate all cells. In simple terms, the user's entire body was in a state of continuous self-electrocution. If he didn't want to knock himself out with his own chakra, he needed to build up his body's resistance to electricity. Damn, this hurts. Increasing his speed as he rushed toward the village, Yagura gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation of thousands of needles stabbing through his cells from the lightning release stimulation. Raikage, you damn masochist. No wonder you sacrificed an arm just to punch Sasuke in the future. You're not secretly into pain, are you? Meanwhile, far away in Kirigakure, the future fourth Raikage, A, was undergoing the same training under the guidance of his father, the third Raikage. Despite being young, he already had the makings of the muscle-bound powerhouse he would become. Suddenly, A sneezed out of nowhere. Achoo. The third Raikage frowned and barked, "You're getting distracted. Increase the lightning release chakra level." Yes, father. The Keratachi clan was a well-known and prestigious family in Kirigakure. Because of this, their residence was large and located just outside the central ring of Kirigakure. From their doorstep, it was only a short walk to the Mizukage's office. A house with such prime real estate was something Yagura had always envied in his past life but could never afford. But now, after transmigrating, he got to enjoy it for free. Truly, working hard in life couldn't compare to being born in the right place. With a loud bang, he pushed open the front door, grinning as he called out, "Grandpa. I'm home." Smack. A slipper smacked him square in the face. Seeing him, his grandfather's mustache practically bristled with fury. "You brat. Where the hell have you been? Do you know how late it is?" Pulling the slipper off his face, Yagura still smiled. "Ah, come on, Grandpa, don't get so worked up. Stress will make you age faster. I left you a note. I was just outside the village reading." He spoke gently, trying to soothe his grandfather's temper while casually guiding him toward the inner courtyard. At the mention of that note, his grandfather's anger flared up even more. "A note? You wrote in some gibberish only you could understand. I even took it to the cipher division, and they couldn't decode it." Well, of course. The note had been written in Chinese characters, not the numbers or symbols ninja typically used for coded messages. Naturally, the cipher division had no chance of cracking it. Just as Yagura sighed in relief, thinking the matter was over, his grandfather suddenly struck out with a palm to his stomach. Coral palm. Hard coral rapidly sprouted from the impact site, spreading across his body and encasing him completely. By the time he realized what had happened, he was already trapped in a coral prison. Yagura gave a helpless smile and tried struggling a little. Yep. No way out. This was the Keratachi clan's secret technique, coral palm. The chakra-generated coral was incredibly tough. To break free, one needed either immense brute strength or the ability to release chakra externally. Unfortunately, Yagura currently had neither. Even though he had been training since he was 3 years old, he was only 7 now, just 4 years of training. Not every ninja could progress like Naruto Uzumaki or Sasuke Uchiha. He didn't have any hacks. Despite being wrapped up in coral like a cocoon, Yagura continued to smile. "Grandpa, come on, there's no need to go this far. We can talk things through." After all, he knew his grandfather wouldn't actually harm him. At most, he'd be forced to stand outside all night without dinner. His grandfather sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Having a grandson like you is truly a blessing and a curse. He couldn't beat him, scolding didn't work, and even coral palm as punishment seemed ineffective. This kid was completely impervious to reason. His skin was even thicker than that of this old man. Well, of course. Karatachi Yagura chuckled to himself. A little corporal punishment was nothing. Compared to all the nonsense he had to deal with in his past life's workplace, this was a walk in the park. Obviously. You've been calling me smart since I was a kid. Hardened. His fists clenched tight. Damn it, if I'd known that praising you would make you grow wings this tough, I would have accidentally dropped you when you were born. Grandpa waved his hand, dispelling the coral that had been restraining Yagura. It was useless anyway, might as well let it go. The last thing he wanted was for the streets of Kirigakure to be filled with gossip about how the head of the prestigious Keratachi clan got angered to death by his own grandson. Yagura didn't push his luck. He quickly raised both hands in surrender and played the good grandson, massaging his grandfather's back. Thanks for letting me off, Grandpa. Humph. Harder. Did you even eat today? Funny you mention that, I actually haven't. Grandpa nearly choked on his own breath. And why? Pure rage. Sometimes, he seriously suspected that Yagura had been sent by the god of shinobi himself to punish their family. Yes, and no. Setting aside his maddening, thick-skinned personality, Grandpa had no doubt, Yagura was a genius, one rarely seen in their clan's history, perhaps even in all of Kirigakure. The brat really was smart, gritted teeth. His talent for ninjutsu was outstanding, his comprehension exceptional. He started training his chakra at 3 years old, and when he tested his chakra nature with chakra paper, he immediately planned out his future path as a shinobi. Pulling off a few C-rank jutsu was child's play for him. As for the Keratachi clan's secret technique, Coral Palm, he mastered it in less than a month. For comparison, Yagura's father had needed 3 whole months to learn it back in the day, and Grandpa had mocked him endlessly for it. Chapter 4, Teammate, Hozuki Mangetsu. Karatachi Yagura was an only child. His father was a jonin of Kirigakure, and his mother a chunin. Over the years, both of them had been frequently away on missions, leaving the house mostly empty. As a result, only Yagura and his grandfather lived at home. His grandfather had also been a jonin in the past but had retired once he reached an advanced age. One thing the Third Mizukage had done well was allowing shinobi to apply for retirement after turning 50, though whether or not their application would be approved was another matter. That said, the Mizukage himself was still working despite being well past 70 or 80. That kind of dedication was commendable. Truly, a workaholic of the shinobi world. At the dinner table, Yagura did his best to fool around and make his grandfather laugh, but the atmosphere remained heavy. Halfway through the meal, his grandfather set down his chopsticks and said, "Tomorrow, you're starting at the Ninja Academy." "Yeah," Yagura replied nonchalantly. He knew about it already and continued eating without a care in the world. His grandfather's face darkened. "Aren't you the least bit concerned? Do you even know the rules of the academy?" "Of course I do." Yagura thought to himself, "I know them better than anyone." "But, Grandpa, you know what I'm capable of," Yagura said with a grin. "I can use both water release and lightning release, and my taijutsu is solid. I just don't have much talent for genjutsu, so I'll need you to find me a teacher for that. If I can't use it, I at least don't want to fall for it." The underlying message was clear: I'm strong enough, so don't worry. The kids at the academy won't be able to touch me. If he had to face a rampaging Uchiha Obito right now, that would be a death wish. But against a bunch of academy freshmen, Yagura had nothing to fear. The students in Kirigakure's academy might be stronger than the ones in Konoha during its peacetime years, but there was no way they were that much stronger. Not to brag, but if a Sunagakure Chunin were standing in front of him right now, Yagura was confident he could take them down. Why specify a Sunagakure Chunin? Because Sunagakure shinobi were universally acknowledged as weak. They lost to Konoha, then to Iwagakure, then to Omegakure. Next, they'd probably lose to the shinobi of Kusagakure and Takigakure too. Seriously, Sunagakure had absolutely no shame. Bonk. Seeing Yagura looking so smug, like he was about to sprout wings and fly, his grandfather couldn't hold back his frustration any longer. He slammed his chopsticks down and flicked Yagura on the forehead with a sharp snap. Ow. Seriously, do all shinobi in this world have a habit of flicking foreheads? Yagura clutched his reddened forehead, looking up in confusion at his grandfather, who was glaring at him. You little brat. Just because you've learned a couple of tricks, you think you can take on the world? If you die at the academy tomorrow, I won't be surprised in the slightest. I'll just call your parents back and have them make another kid. With his grandfather's saliva practically spraying in his face, Yagura silently used water-release chakra to wash his face clean, then bowed his head. Usually, it was fine to mess around, but this time, he could tell his grandfather was truly angry. His words were harsh, but it was only because he didn't want Yagura to get himself killed due to his arrogance. Over the years, Yagura had been able to live so freely because his grandfather had been working tirelessly behind the scenes, covering for him and making sure his name didn't end up on the radar of Kirigakure's more dangerous figures. I originally planned to tell you this tomorrow after you started school, but seeing you like this, I can't help but worry. His grandfather sighed, then sat back down. Even though I'm retired, I still have a few friends in certain places. Certain places? The Mizukage's office? His grandfather didn't elaborate, simply resting his hand on his empty teacup. Yagura immediately understood. He sat up and quickly poured his grandfather a fresh cup of tea before sitting back down and looking at him attentively, waiting for him to continue. Would something special happen at the academy tomorrow? Had the third Mizukage taken notice of him? Did that old man have a crystal ball for spying, like the third Hokage? Yagura was half curious, half apprehensive. Seeing the thoughtful look in Yagura's eyes, his grandfather was a little surprised. He had thought this brat was so full of himself that he had stopped thinking entirely. Apparently, his brain still worked, he just didn't use it often. You know how the academy works. Every new student is placed into a 3-man squad. That team will remain together for the 6 years of academy training, until one person graduates. Why one person? Because in Kirigakure's academy, one of the requirements to graduate was to kill your 2 teammates. Only by proving they could kill those they had spent 6 years alongside could a shinobi be deemed a true, heartless killer. Yeah, I know. Yagura nodded, quickly catching on to what his grandfather was implying. My teammates are impressive, huh? His grandfather's lips twitched, but he didn't bother correcting Yagura's coarse language. It was crude, but accurate. He cleared his throat and said seriously, your teammates are Hozuki Mangetsu, heir to the Hozuki clan, and Anami Kid, heir to the Anami clan. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Kirigakure, deep within an ancient estate, a voice echoed. My teammate. Karatachi Yagura from the Keratachi clan. Hozuki Mangetsu surfaced from the vast pool in the estate's backyard. Only his head remained visible above the water, his body dissolving into a gelatinous, amorphous form. This was the Hozuki clan's secret technique, the hydrification technique. It allowed the user's body to transform into water, rendering them immune to physical attacks. However, it had one fatal weakness, it was vulnerable to lightning release. Yes, Karatachi Yagura. The Hozuki clan leader, Hozuki Sugetsu, sat at the poolside with a fishing rod in hand, looking utterly relaxed. And Anami Kid, you've known him for years. The 2 of them are your squad mates. Heh. Kid, huh? A sensor type. Sensor types meant weak in direct combat. Just get close and cut them down. Mangetsu chuckled, his expression unreadable. Hope he doesn't start crying when he sees his good teammate. Leisurely swimming to the edge of the pool, he climbed out, not bothering to cover himself as he slowly got dressed. Father, who is this Karatachi Yagura? Someone from the Keratachi clan. Obviously. I meant, what's his strength like? Chakra levels. Weapon usage. Specialties. Chakra nature. Any lightning release. I need intel if I'm going to cut him down. Sugetsu remained unfazed, still fishing. After a long pause, he handed Mangetsu a dossier. Mangetsu tore it open, glancing at the sparse information inside. TCH. That's it. The Karatachi clan is keeping a tight lid on his details. This was all I could get. Sugetsu finally opened his eyes slightly. But if they're hiding this much, he's got something worth hiding. Mangetsu smirked, cracking his knuckles. Guess I'll have to dig out his secrets myself. Don't go overboard. Sugetsu didn't deny it, only warned him. Mangetsu's grin widened. Got it. Chapter 5, Yagura's Ninjutsu Training Manual. Yagura Karatachi had also received his teammates' files from his grandfather. Naturally, he was particularly interested in Hozuki Mangetsu, the prodigy who could wield all 7 of the legendary blades. However, Yagura set the files aside for now, leaving them in his room. He didn't check them right away. Instead, he headed straight to the Keratachi estate's training grounds. His daily training routine wasn't done yet. TCH, men, they only slow down my hand seals. The Keratachi clan was a renowned and prestigious family in Kirigakure. As one of the village's top-ranking noble clans, their estate was not only massive, but the training grounds in the backyard, dedicated solely to their clan members, were absurdly vast. If someone were to build an apartment complex here, they could easily construct a towering multi-story building and rent it out for a fortune. As the young master of the Keratachi clan, Yagura had enjoyed unrestricted access to these expansive training grounds since childhood. At the age of 3 or 4, he had already extracted his chakra and, eager to test his abilities, immediately used a chakra paper to determine his nature affinities. Water, lightning, wind. 3 chakra affinities. Upon discovering this, Yagura locked himself in his room for an entire night, brainstorming the best path for his ninjutsu development. Sure, he was still just a child, but he had seen enough to understand the fundamentals. He might not have first-hand experience, but he had knowledge, plenty of it. After all, the world of Naruto and countless other anime had thoroughly explored the potential of elemental techniques. Yagura's goal was simple: sift through his vast knowledge and extract what would best enhance his strength. It wasn't about stacking every possible ninjutsu onto himself. More jutsu didn't necessarily make a shinobi stronger. Every experienced warrior had their own distinct combat style. Take Jiraiya, for example. Jiraiya possessed a vast arsenal of jutsu and always seemed to pull out new techniques in battle, as if he had an endless supply of trump cards. However, aside from summoning jutsu, his core strengths lay in Lion's Mane jutsu, fire release, and oil release, essentially making him a long-range artillery fighter. This applied to other powerful shinobi as well, such as Hiruzen Sarutobi, Gaara, and Mei Terumi. On the other hand, there was Namikaze Minato. Minato relied on the Flying Thunder God technique for instantaneous movement, closing the distance in an instant to eliminate his enemies with kunai or rasengan. He was an assassin-type fighter, the complete opposite of his master, Jiraiya. Why mention Jiraiya and Minato? Because of rasengan, a ninjutsu that required no hand seals and could be unleashed instantly. Minato used it in tandem with Flying Thunder God, executing a second-stage teleportation to take down his enemies in a flash. Jiraiya, on the other hand, employed giant rasengan as a mid-range, high-impact technique. This highlighted the distinct differences in their combat styles. Of course, this comparison applied to ordinary shinobi. If you happen to possess both Tailed Beast Chakra mode and the ability to activate Susanoo, then, well, you were simply the strongest. None of this mattered to you. Back to our protagonist, Yagura Karatachi. With 3 chakra natures at his disposal, he had far more choices than the average ninja. He didn't have to struggle with deciding whether to become a long-range artillery fighter or a close combat warrior. A well-rounded skill set was the key to becoming a great leader. A great Mizukage. All high-ranking shinobi, especially jonin and above, were proficient in taijutsu to some extent. Hiruzen, for example, had his arsenal of elemental techniques, but he also had the summon Enma to assist him in close combat. For Yagura, lightning release was a no-brainer. Drawing inspiration from the Reikage, he aimed to master a lightning release chakra mode that enhanced offense, defense, and speed all at once. A high-level melee ability required singular focus and extreme dedication. Thunderclap and flash. Boom. A blinding bolt of electricity streaked through the air, accompanied by the sharp gleam of a blade. The training dummy was cleaved cleanly in half. The upper portion slid off slowly, landing on the ground with a dull thud. Yagura straightened, taking a deep breath. He approached the severed dummy and ran his fingers along the smooth, polished cross-section. Satisfied with his progress, he gave a firm nod. Of course, he wasn't just drawing inspiration from Naruto, other anime were fair game too. One technique, in particular, had caught his eye, Thunderclap and Flash, used by Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer. Why? Because it was cool. Also, its raw speed perfectly aligned with Yagura's vision for his lightning release techniques. If only I could figure out the breathing techniques. He had tried countless times to replicate the breathing methods described in the manga. The results? Somewhat effective, but nowhere near what he had hoped for. His body simply didn't possess the superhuman physical traits of a demon slayer. Guess it's just a difference in power systems. With a sigh, Yagura shook his head. Even if he couldn't master breathing techniques, he had successfully replicated Thunderclap and Flash using chakra. He kicked the severed half of the dummy high into the air before lowering into a crouch. Lightning chakra surged through his legs, flowing into every vein and muscle fiber, pushing his body beyond its natural limits. Thunderclap and flash. A flash of steel, a single, precise strike. Then, dozens of rapid, dazzling slashes followed in an instant. Yagura landed, and the dummies remained scattered into countless wooden fragments, tumbling to the ground. Phew. He twirled his short blade skillfully. Unlike the katana used by the Demon Slayer Corps, Yagura had chosen a short blade roughly the length of an adult's forearm, something more suited to his fighting style. That's enough Thunderclap and Flash training for today. As impressive as it looked, the technique placed immense strain on his legs. Twice per session was his limit, any more, and he'd need a medic, followed by a long lecture from his grandfather. With a thought, Yagura dispelled his blade, allowing it to dissolve back into water using water release chakra. Next up, water release training. He intended to develop a long-range artillery fighting style with it. In the original Naruto series, the most impressive water release users were Senju Tobirama, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Hozuki Gungetsu. Compared to these three, others like Mei Terumi, Zabuza, and even Yagura himself as the Fourth Mizukage had far less remarkable showings. After careful consideration, he chose to model his technique after Tobirama's water release, water severing wave. A technique so refined that it could slice through the god tree itself. Water release, water severing wave. A moment later, Yagura found himself staring at a collapsed section of the estate's outer wall. Oh. Too late to run. You little brat. His grandfather stormed in, witnessing the destruction. With a furious shout, he launched a devastating kick, sending Yagura flying through the air. Stop tearing down the house. I'm sorry. Chapter 6, just how many demons does Kirigakure have? Grandfather went too hard on me. TCH. Supporting his aching lower back, Yagura staggered back to his room and collapsed onto his bed. No, wait, he went too hard on my legs. No need to worry about the training grounds. The Keratachi clan had earth release users. A single jutsu and it would be as good as new. Grandfather was just venting. A couple of kicks and he'd be fine. It wasn't the first time the house had been wrecked. Back in his room, Yagura sprawled lazily on his bed, crossing one leg over the other. His gaze landed on a file sitting on the nightstand beside him. Bored, he picked it up and flipped it open. Hozuki Mangetsu. Chakra nature, water and fire. The Hozuki clan can use fire release. His clan's secret technique was the hydrification technique, and he was highly skilled in wielding swords. He was already capable of using B-rank ninjutsu. The photo showed a young boy with white hair and violet eyes. Yagura recognized those eyes. They looked just like those of Hozuki Suigetsu from Sasuke's Taka squad in the original story. Even the name was similar. Though Hozuki Mangetsu had only appeared briefly during the Fourth Great Ninja War after being resurrected by Edo Tensei, Yagura quickly made the connection. This Hozuki Mangetsu was none other than Suigetsu's older brother. A genius swordsman capable of wielding all 7 blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. During the war, while the other resurrected members of the 7 swordsmen were quickly sealed away, Hozuki Mangetsu had fought all the way to the end. It wasn't until Uchiha Itachi cut off the Edo Tensei's control that he was finally released. And he hadn't even wielded a sword. Just by relying on his own abilities, he had surpassed the other members who did have their swords. Great. Another grudge to add to the list against the third Mizukage, or maybe Obito. No, make that 2. Yagura mentally noted this in his growing record of grievances. Previously, when tallying up Kirigakure's talent losses, he had only noted those with significant screen time. Clearly, he had overlooked some. Hozuki Mangetsu was one such oversight. And that led Yagura to another thought, one more member of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had also been revived during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Ringo Emuri. So, make that 2 more names on the list. Flipping past Mangetsu's file, Yagura moved to the next entry. Anami Kid, heir of the Anami clan, possesses the Kekkei Genkai. Rustle. Rustle. Though the sound was almost imperceptible, Yagura still caught the movement outside his window. Who's there? After a long pause, a voice answered, meow. Woof. Yagura's expression twisted. That didn't sound like a cat, nor did it sound like a dog. Could you at least try to sound convincing? Judging by the voice, the intruder was a boy about his age. Yagura relaxed slightly. What do you want? Come out and talk. The other party was surprisingly obedient, but the way he entered was unsettling. A white and violet gelatinous substance slowly oozed through the window, flowing into the room like liquid. Yagura felt his sanity dropping like a status bar in a horror game. Ew. He instinctively took a step back. Once all the liquid had seeped inside, it quickly solidified into a human form. A boy with white hair and violet eyes, someone who looked eerily familiar. Now fully formed, Hozuki Mangetsu casually greeted his future teammate. Hey, good evening, Keratachi Yagura. At that moment, Yagura finally realized who this was. Of all the ways he had imagined meeting Hozuki Mangetsu for the first time, he never expected it to be in his bedroom. Wanna fight? Mangetsu's second sentence cut straight to the point. Yagura, still processing the situation, instinctively responded, in bed. Ninja sprinting, high-speed Live 2D transition effect. Yagura led Mangetsu outside, heading toward a small forest at the village outskirts where he usually trained. This little brat had infiltrated the Keratachi clan estate. Yagura didn't believe for a second that his grandfather, a former Kirigakure jonin, hadn't noticed. Even in retirement, he was still a jonin, after all. Since the old man had allowed Mangetsu in, it meant there was no real danger. Whoosh. 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 The battle had already begun before they even arrived. Both boys sped up as they ran, testing each other's limits. They were both shocked. He can keep up with me. Both had always considered themselves the strongest of their generation in Kirigakure, yet now, they had finally met a worthy rival. Glancing at Mangetsu, who had briefly fallen behind only to immediately catch up, Yagura mused. No wonder he was one of the named geniuses in the original story. This kid's got skills. Still, he didn't believe he would lose. He hadn't even used his lightning release chakra yet. The two arrived at a clearing in the woods. Yagura landed first, his feet touching the ground firmly. Mangetsu followed immediately, standing across from him, eyes burning with excitement. This guy is strong. Having gotten a glimpse of Yagura's abilities, Mangetsu's fighting spirit was fully ignited. Wasting no time, he began weaving hand seals. Water release, wild water wave. Water chakra surged through his body, and he spat a torrent of water toward Yagura. Yagura leapt onto a nearby tree, easily dodging the attack. The jutsu wasn't strong, it wouldn't do much more than soak him. But the ground is covered in water. Yagura's expression darkened as he recalled Kirigakure's secret techniques. The hydrification technique allows Hozuki clan members to instantly move through water. Looks like you know quite a bit about our hydrification technique. Mangetsu smirked, dropping his stance and tilting his head challengingly. Thinking about running. Run. What a joke. This was his first real battle. Losing his debut fight would be too humiliating. Lightning release, taijutsu. A layer of blue lightning chakra crackled around Yagura's body. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself toward Mangetsu in a flash, his right palm striking out. Smack. A lightning-infused strike splashed against a puddle of water, scattering droplets everywhere. Mangetsu's form reassembled behind Yagura, his scalp tingling. If he hadn't reacted fast enough to shift away before Yagura closed in, he would have been paralyzed by that lightning release. Damn it. Of all things, this guy had to be a lightning release user. Water conducted electricity. This was bad. But a fight was a fight, he wasn't backing down now. Chapter 7, Becoming the Boss starts with your first follower. Lightning style. Smack. Just as Yagura was about to press his advantage and secure victory over Mangetsu, the latter suddenly exploded into water. A water clone. Yagura shielded himself from the splashing water, narrowing his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. When did he? The water clone, eroded by the lightning chakra, was already falling apart. Keeping it active any longer would just be a waste of chakra. Mangetsu decisively let go of his clone and launched a new round of attacks, completely unharmed. As Yagura parried the relentless assault, he replayed the battle in his mind. There shouldn't have been any opportunity for Mangetsu to use a water clone. So, from the very beginning, was it a clone from the moment he entered my house? Using a water clone to gather intel. Makes sense. Yagura raised an arm to block a sweeping kick from Mangetsu, but the latter twisted his body, putting more power into his right leg, and sent another heavy kick his way. Blow after blow, the fight continued until Mangetsu's speed finally started to slow. Despite his caution, despite his best efforts to avoid direct contact with lightning chakra, the creeping paralysis in his body was undeniable. Yagura shifted from defense to offense. In a swift motion, he grabbed Mangetsu's wrist and flung him away. Then, with a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward, intercepting Mangetsu midair with a palm crackling with lightning. I lose. Hozuki Mangetsu dissolved into water, reappearing a few feet away, smoothly sheathing his sword before raising his hand in surrender. Yagura blinked. Huh. Mangetsu sighed. What choice do I have, bro? Lightning style completely counters me. He had been all fired up, brimming with confidence, only to be defeated in less than half a chapter. What an embarrassing loss. To be fair, Mangetsu didn't think he was weak. Not everyone could be a reverse attribute master. You're a shinobi from the mist. Why the hell are you using lightning style? Mangetsu gritted his teeth and glared at Yagura in frustration. When he first read Yagura's profile, he hadn't considered the possibility of him being a lightning style user. The report stated Yagura had an affinity for water, wind, and lightning chakra. That meant a 2/3 chance he wouldn't specialize in lightning style. But of course, he did specialize in it. Mangetsu groaned. I should have stepped out with my other foot this morning. Yagura scratched his chin thoughtfully. That's actually a good question. He grinned. But my main focus is water style. Should I have fought you with that instead? Mangetsu, honestly, I'd be okay with that. Wait, so lightning style is just your secondary? Yagura, do your parents even know how ridiculously strong you are? After taking some time to clear out the residual lightning chakra in his body, Mangetsu felt a wave of relief. Damn, it felt good to be free of that paralysis. He stole a glance at Yagura, then quickly looked away, unsure how to deal with the guy who had just made a fool out of him. Yagura, noticing his awkwardness, chuckled. Heading home to sleep. Mangetsu shook his head. I'm still too awake for that. Probably going to read some manga first. Yagura's eyes lit up. Perfect. Let's take a walk and chat. Mangetsu wanted to refuse, but... Why the hell didn't I just say I was going to bed? So, Yagura, what's up with your lightning style? It's different from the usual ones. The lightning style I've seen is always bayu, you know, firing off from a distance. Man, if only I had wind chakra, I could counter it. How strong is your water style? Stronger than your lightning style. You're this powerful, yet there's barely any info on you in my grandfather's records. Why is that? Crap, I can already see my own death in the graduation exam, fried by your lightning style. So many questions. This guy is a total chatterbox. But Yagura patiently answered every single one. After all, this kid had potential. The kind of talent that could become the right-hand man of the future Fourth Mizukage. My lightning style boosts my cellular activity, similar to what the Raikage does in Kirigakure. My grandfather probably hid my information on purpose. I'm too strong to be made public. Water style. I can use B-rank techniques like water formation wall. Wanna test it out? 6 years from now. Who knows? Maybe the third Mizukage will be dead, and the blood mist era will be over. That means you wouldn't have to kill your classmates to graduate. Mangetsu gaped. You really dare to say that out loud? Yagura shrugged. He's an outdated relic from a past era. Like Madara Uchiha, just another old man clinging to power. He should make way for the new generation. And when I become the fourth Mizukage, I'll lead Mangetsu, Mei Terumi, Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza Momochi, Ringo Amuri, and future shinobi like Suigetsu Hozuki, Haku, and Kimimaro to make Kirigakure the strongest village in the world. With his eyes burning with ambition, Yagura turned to Mangetsu and solemnly placed a hand on his shoulder. Mangetsu, what's your dream? Dream. Mangetsu's tiredness vanished in an instant. Clenching his fist, he declared, to become one of the next 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. No, their leader. Yagura smirked. Good. As long as you don't want to be Mizukage, you can have any other position you want. As long as you can keep Kisame and Zabuza in check, of course. His gaze locked onto Mangetsu. When I become the fourth Mizukage, you'll be my 7 ninja swordsman leader. Mangetsu froze. You. The fourth. Yagura raised a brow. You doubt me? Not exactly. Mangetsu mulled it over. Yagura was already this strong at just 7 years old. Given a few more years, maybe it was possible. But that meant, the third Mizukage would have to die before their graduation exam. And even if Yagura used up all 6 years, he'd still only be 13 when taking the title. A 13-year-old Kage. That had never happened before in any of the 5 great villages. Even their clan's pride, Hozuki Gungetsu, was already 30 when he became the second Mizukage. Yagura, how the hell are the rest of us supposed to keep up? Yet, looking into Yagura's determined eyes, Mangetsu couldn't bring himself to say it was impossible. Instead, he found himself excited. Yagura extended his hand, index and middle fingers together, the rest curled in. Mangetsu tilted his head at the gesture before mirroring it. Byung. You don't know. Yagura grinned. It's the seal of reconciliation. Mangetsu's eyes flickered with recognition. The seal of reconciliation, symbolizing that no matter the conflict, shinobi could find understanding. It wasn't common in Kirigakure, but it was a staple in Konoha. Mangetsu chuckled. You're kind of a dork. Still, he extended his fingers and firmly hooked them around Yagura's. The seal of reconciliation formed. Chapter 8, The Power of Dojutsu. Early the next morning. It was the first day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Yagura Karatachi arrived right on time, stepping through the academy gates absent-mindedly. As he walked past groups of new students, their faces a mix of fear, anxiety, and excitement, he only gave them a brief glance. None seemed particularly familiar or remarkable, so he quickly lost interest. He had other things on his mind. For some reason, his grandfather hadn't asked him about Hozuki Mangetsu's visit last night. That was odd. There was no way his grandfather didn't know. Mangetsu had come over to fight him. If things had gone sideways, or if Yagura had been weaker in any way, their duel could have easily turned into a premature version of the bloody graduation exam. Don't tell me. Grandpa and the Hozuki elders made some kind of shady deal. Maybe they're thrilled that the two of us are getting along and decided to just let things develop naturally. Yagura considered this possibility. Kirigakure was home to many clans, some wielding secret techniques, others possessing Kekkei strong enough to rival Konohagakure. The liquefying Hozuki, the ice-wielding Yuki, the bone-controlling Kagaya, the corrosive boil release of the Terumi, and the mysterious darkness release. And then there were 2 clans that Yagura had never seen in the original timeline. The Demon Eye clan, and the Storm-wielding clan. These were Kirigakure's most prominent bloodline clans. In the current political climate, they stood in opposition to the third Mizukage. After all, Hozuki Gungetsu, the second Mizukage, had been taken down by a coup. And soon after taking power, the third Mizukage had pushed the Hozuki clan out of the inner circle, along with any other families that might threaten his rule. This purge extended to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the elite squadron under his direct command. Of the 7, only Hozuki Chirin, wielder of the twin swords, Hiramakarei, came from the Hozuki clan. The rest were selected from obscure families, handpicked for their loyalty to the regime. Chirin's decision to side with the third Mizukage had earned him the title of traitor within his own clan. While none of this was officially recorded in Kirigakure's blood mist policy, the increased oppression of the noble clans was undeniable. Rumors spread among the common folk of the Land of Water, stories painting Kirigakure users as the root of Kirigakure's misfortunes and wars. More immediately, the academy had placed Yagura, Mangetsu, and Anami Kid, three heirs of powerful bloodline clans, into the same team. And by tradition, 6 years later, only one of them would survive. Standing in front of the academy's bulletin board, Yagura scanned the enrollment list and found his assigned class. Mangetsu arrived shortly after. Spotting the familiar green-haired figure in the crowd, he sauntered over with a grin. "Yo. My dear Fourth Mizukage, you're here early." Yesterday, he'd found it awkward to use that title. Today, he wielded it like a joke. Yagura didn't mind and simply nodded. "Morning, my future leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Mangetsu stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Awkward. Awkward. He was done playing. Not in front of familiar faces. Heh. Yagura smirked, silently mocking him, then turned his gaze to the boy standing beside Mangetsu, who was observing them with an unusual expression. He had bright orange hair and jewel-like golden eyes. His ninja gear consisted of a black vest over mesh armor, with weapon pouches secured at his waist and thighs. "Hello." The boy took 2 steps back and introduced himself concisely. "Anami Kid." 3 words. Self-introduction complete. "A little cool, huh?" Yagura blinked, then extended his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yagura Karatachi." Kid said nothing, briefly shaking Yagura's hand before withdrawing and shifting his gaze elsewhere. Mangetsu laughed and stepped between them, blocking Yagura's view. "Don't mind him, he's just like that. Saves his words." Yagura, however, remained intrigued, his eyes lingering on Kid's for a moment longer. This was his first time meeting someone from the Demon Eye clan, a family completely absent from the original timeline. Kirigakure typically fell into 3 categories: elemental combinations like ice release and boil release, specialized bodily abilities like the Kagaya Shikatsumiyaku, and then, the most overpowered category, dojutsu. The only known examples in the original timeline were the Sharingan and the Byakugan. But the Anami clan possessed a dojutsu of their own, Nijigen, the double pupils. Looking closely, Yagura could see that Kid's irises had 2 concentric white rings. According to Kirigakure's official records and his grandfather's accounts, this dojutsu enhanced dynamic vision and countered genjutsu. The improved perception wasn't too surprising, both the Byakugan and Sharingan had similar functions. But detecting illusions. Wasn't Uchiha Obito's control over his original self entirely based on genjutsu? Could this thing actually resist Obito's illusions? That stare was getting a little intense. Kid uncomfortably turned his head, zipped up his high collar, and covered the lower half of his face. Realizing he'd been staring too long, Yagura quickly composed himself. Thick-skinned as ever, he acted as if nothing had happened. Mangetsu, eager to move things along, suggested, "Let's stop standing around. We should head to class." "Yeah. We're all in first year, class 1, Yagura confirmed, leading the way. After walking for a while, Kid suddenly spoke. "You're interested?" "In my eyes." Yagura nodded without hesitation. "Yeah. Very." Kid gave a small nod. And then, his Nijigen activated. In an instant, Yagura's world changed. Everything became sharper, clearer, slower, more transparent. The world within a 360-degree radius unfolded before him, every movement and stillness visible in detail. The flutter of a butterfly's wings, the tremor of a flower as a bee landed on it. The rise and fall of nearby people's chests as they breathed, the shifts in their muscles as they walked, the flow of chakra within their bodies. Scared. Mangetsu, already used to this, cackled at Yagura's dumbfounded expression. "Buffed, ha ha ha. You look like a total newbie. Ha ha ha." Kid, unimpressed, deadpanned, "You reacted the same way the first time." "Yeah, but no one saw it." Mangetsu smirked and arched a teasing brow at Yagura. Yagura ignored him, turning sharply to Kid, his usually calm expression cracking. This can be shared." Why the hell hadn't his grandfather mentioned that? "Normal Nijigen can't," Mangetsu answered smugly. "But Kid's different. He's the first in 100 years to awaken shared vision." Chapter 9, Teachers come in many forms, yet all the same. It's different from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. The Byakugan has a much greater observation range, whereas the Nijigen's range only extends a short distance around the user. However, the Nijigen's dynamic vision far surpasses the Byakugan. I haven't experienced the Byakugan myself, this is just what my grandfather told me. And, the Nijigen of the Anami clan has different talent levels. Hozuki Mangetsu was enthusiastically sharing these obscure facts with Keratachi Yagura, while Anami Kid simply nodded along in acknowledgement. Mangetsu counted on his fingers as he explained, blue pupils have the lowest talent. They only grant transparent vision, basically what you're seeing now. The dynamic vision is incredibly strong. Purple pupils are a step above. They can perceive chakra. Since Genjutsu works by disturbing a person's chakra, any Anami clan member with purple pupils or higher can immediately detect when someone is under a Genjutsu. Yagura nodded in understanding. That made sense. But if such a powerful bloodline limit existed, why had his past self been controlled by Uchiha Obito for so long? If not for Ao obtaining and transplanting a Byakugan during the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure might have remained in the dark all the way until the Fourth Great Ninja War. The original story never mentioned this Dojutsu bloodline in Kirigakure. Had they all been wiped out by Obito or the Third Mizukage? Next, we have him, the only golden-eyed Anami clan member in decades. Anami Keed. That's stupid. Keed, clearly annoyed by Mangetsu's antics, took a step away from the two, avoiding being pointed at. Unfazed, Mangetsu continued with excitement. Within a certain range, he can share his vision with everyone. The only one in the entire Anami clan. Not just one person. Nope. He can share it with a whole group. Mangetsu grinned before adding, that is, if he has enough chakra. A strategic weapon. Yagura studied Keed carefully. No exaggeration, if one could share vision with those eyes, even an average ninja would be able to foresee their opponent's next move, whether they were about to cast a jutsu or execute a taijutsu maneuver. Genjutsu. Completely useless. And for a ninja, if all their movements were predicted and countered by an opponent of similar strength, losing the element of surprise, they would be dead. He's the only golden pupil. Not sure. Keed, always reserved, shook his head. But my family says I'm the most talented in the clan. So probably, yes. Oh. The three of them arrived at classroom 1 and stepped inside. Yagura quickly ran to the second-to-last row by the window and took a seat, prime protagonist seating secured. Mangetsu and Keed sat beside him, forming a row. Several students were already inside, but each sat alone, deliberately keeping their distance from others. Seeing Yagura, Mangetsu, and Keed enter together as a group, many cast curious or surprised glances their way. But the three of them weren't the type to care about other people's opinions. They continued chatting amongst themselves. Before long, the classroom filled up as more students arrived. Yagura looked around thoughtfully at the full classroom. Everyone knows how Kirigakure's graduation exam works, and yet, so many parents still send their kids here. Mangetsu chuckled and countered, what else would the children of a ninja village do if not become ninjas? A nation has villages, and within those villages, ninja villages are granted a certain degree of autonomy. But they are also the country's sole military force. If Kirigakure failed to train strong ninjas to protect the land of water, the feudal lord would simply create a new village and establish a new military force. Most of the major ninja villages had long solidified their power, but there were always exceptions. Orochimaru establishing the Sound Village was a prime example. So, for children born and raised in a ninja village, attending the Ninja Academy was a mandatory 6-year education. Understanding this, Yagura shrugged and casually said, they could always sell ramen instead. Ding-ling-ling-ling. The first class bell rang. The trio stopped their conversation. Yagura scanned the classroom but didn't recognize any familiar faces. Losing interest, he laid his head on the desk. Where were Zabuza Momochi, Mei Terumi, and Kisame Hashigaki now? He wanted to gather all of them already, not really. Bang. The door was violently thrown open. A towering, muscle-bound man stomped in, his aura reminiscent of Marino Ibiki. Seeing him, Yagura sighed even deeper, feeling hopeless about his next few years of school. Not everyone was lucky enough to get an Irika Yumano, or an Irina Jelavic, from Assassination Classroom. The men grabbed a piece of chalk and quickly scrawled 3 characters on the blackboard, Yamanashi Osamu. Sit down and shut up. You useless grunts. Yamanashi Osamu grinned savagely, his tiger-like eyes scanning the room. Any student caught in his gaze either lowered their head or looked away. A jagged scar running beneath one eye made him look even more terrifying. Some of the more timid girls were already in tears. But there were still a few tough ones. Osamu glanced at Yagura, Mangetsu, and Keed, who remained unfazed, as well as a few other students who stubbornly met his gaze. It was easy to tell which of these kids would actually make it to graduation. Of course, those 3 grouped together. No way they were all making it through alive. Bang. He slammed his hand on the blackboard. With a harsh glare, Osamu barked, my name is Yamanashi Osamu. I'm a chunin, and from today onward, I'll be your instructor. My first impression of you all is terrible. The worst class I've ever had. The most pathetic batch of students yet. Yagura. This was way too familiar. Also, old man, how many classes have you actually taught? Now, let's see, what would be a good welcome gift for you brats? Osamu scratched his stubbled chin, eyes shifting deviously. Suddenly, as if remembering something interesting, he smacked his palm and feigned realization. Right. There's a girl taking the graduation exam today. Let's take you lot to witness it firsthand. This was obviously premeditated. A perfect way to scare the fresh recruits. But Yagura's expression grew serious. The Blood Mist's graduation exam. Chapter 10, Terumi Mei, the young girl longing for marriage. Is it possible to apply for early graduation? On their way to the examination grounds, Yagura Karatachi turned to ask Hozuki Mangetsu. If we each apply for early graduation over the next 3 years, one at a time, wouldn't that let us exploit a loophole and avoid having to kill our teammates? Kid gave Yagura a surprised look before shaking his head. Mangetsu was also taken aback for a moment before explaining, that won't work. If even one person in the squad applies for early graduation, the other two must participate in the same special early graduation exam. I see. Absorbing this new information, Yagura looked up to see both of them staring at him with strange expressions. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just, you seem to know a lot, yet somehow not enough, Mangetsu chuckled. You've heard of the Kaim clan but not of Anami, one of the most famous names in all of Kirigakure. You understand the Ninja Academy's graduation system but didn't know about the special process for early applications. Yagura asked in return, is this common knowledge? Mangetsu shrugged. Not exactly something everyone knows, but it's widely understood. He then shot a glance at Kid with a teasing smirk. Besides, Kid's reputation is known throughout the entire village, except, apparently, by you, Yagura. Don't use me as an example, Kid muttered, lowering his gaze, clearly displeased. You're no different. Yagura didn't deny it. His knowledge of Kirigakure mostly came from books and whatever his grandfather told him. Ever since he demonstrated exceptional talent, his grandfather and parents had made a unanimous decision to keep him hidden. No one had asked for his opinion. Their precautions included, but were not limited to, limiting his time outside, requiring him to report his whereabouts before leaving home, ensuring he was always accompanied by hidden guards from the Keratachi clan. Even his training had to be done strictly within the Keratachi family's private grounds. Yagura had no objections. It allowed him to quietly develop his strength without attracting unwanted attention. But as a result, his understanding of the outside world was severely limited. Mangetsu grinned, eager to see Yagura caught off guard again. I bet you haven't heard who applied for early graduation today. Who? Someone capable of applying for early graduation had to be incredibly skilled. Still, even with that expectation, Yagura was startled by the name Mangetsu mentioned. The heiress of the Terumi clan, Terumi Mei. Under Yamanashi Osamu's lead, a group of first-year students who had only just enrolled half an hour ago arrived at the site where their future graduation exam would take place. A circular, enclosed dueling arena. After briefly greeting the two masked shinobi guarding the entrance, Yamanashi stepped inside. But when he turned back, he found that the leading student was hesitating, too scared to move forward, causing the entire group to stall. Get inside, brats. Or I'll cut you down where you stand. Yamanashi roared in anger. Smack. The leading boy was so frightened by Yamanashi's ferocious expression and thunderous voice that his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. His eyes turned red with unshed tears. He wanted to cry. He wanted to run home to his mother. But when he looked up and met Yamanashi's dark, terrifying gaze, he couldn't cry. If he did, he might really die. Hey, come on now. Get up. Before Mangetsu or Kid could react, Yagura had already stepped forward. He reached out and helped the boy to his feet, dusting off his uniform. How'd you manage to trip while walking? Be more careful next time. The boy recognized Yagura, the fearless one who sat by the window and wasn't intimidated by the teachers. Thank you. You're not hurt, right? The boy shook his head vigorously. No. Yagura glanced at Yamanashi, who was glaring at him impatiently. Not wanting to make an enemy of his homeroom teacher on the first day, he quickly stepped up. I'm Yagura Karatachi. I'll lead from here. Stay behind me. That goes for everyone in our class. Kid turned to Mangetsu. Is he always like this? Mangetsu chuckled as he followed the group inside. Well, he is the future Fourth Mizukage. Kid paused, deep in thought. I see. With Yagura taking the lead, the entire class crossed the threshold and entered the dueling arena. In the end, things turned out well. Yamanashi merely shot Yagura a glance and said nothing more before leading the students to their seats in the stands. There was no need for the seasoned Chunin, who had survived the Blood Mist era, to enforce discipline. The chilling atmosphere of the dueling arena was enough to silence the newly enrolled children, who had barely been away from their parents for an hour. Yagura shifted his gaze to the center of the arena, where a girl, who appeared to be 2 years older than him, stood. Her long brown hair partially covered her face, obscuring her expression. She wore a blue shinobi uniform over a mesh undershirt. Though she was about 20 years younger than the bone-melting, heart-devouring woman he remembered, Yagura recognized her instantly. Terumi Mei. You know Terumi Mei? Noticing Yagura's reaction, Mangetsu asked curiously. Yagura nodded. Mangetsu then turned to Keed with a grin. Looks like Mei is more famous than you, Keed. Even Yagura knows her but not you. Maybe it's time for some self-reflection. Keed ignored him, refusing to take the bait. Yagura sighed. Mangetsu, where does your pointless need to compare things come from? Why do you sound like an old man? Because, mentally, I'm 20 years older than you. Yagura tapped his chin thoughtfully before sneaking a glance at Yamanashi. Despite their whispered conversation, their teacher showed no intention of stopping them. Yagura turned back to Mangetsu. Are you familiar with her? Terumi Mei. Both from prestigious Kirigakure clans, they should at least know each other. Mangetsu thought for a moment. Not really. I've met her a few times when my grandfather took me to visit the Terumi clan. Oh. The Terumi clan keep a tight watch over her. There aren't many chances to interact with her. Yagura nodded in understanding. After all, she was a rare shinobi who had inherited both the lava release and boil release bloodline limits from 2 separate clans. A ninja possessing 2 Kekkei Genkai at once, such a thing was unheard of in the entire shinobi world. As if sensing the intense scrutiny on her, Terumi Mei lifted her gaze in their direction. She recognized both Keed and Mangetsu, nodding slightly as a greeting. But the boy sitting next to them, who was he? He was quite good-looking, with fair skin that seemed soft to the touch. Not bad at all. A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. I wonder if he'll be a man who melts easily. Chapter 11, A Kiss That Corrodes to the Bone. By the time the other 7 first-year classes arrived, the spectator stands of the ninja duel arena were filled with a crowd of 6- and 7-year-old children. A masked Kirigakure ninja stepped into the center of the arena. Judging by his stance, he was likely the proctor for this graduation exam. Mei Terumi and her 2 teammates stood in formation, each escorted by a Kirigakure ninja. They formed a loose triangle on the outer edge of the arena center. The exam was about to begin. Now, we commence the Ninja Academy graduation exam for Mei Terumi. The rules are as follows: Mei Terumi and her teammates, Kagaya Seiki and Kazuki Tamaji, will engage in a free-for-all battle. The last one standing will earn early graduation and become a genin. Yagura Karatachi listened and quickly grasped the situation. It wasn't just Mei who had a chance at early graduation, her 2 teammates did as well. If she were to fall in battle, the last surviving member of their team would still qualify to graduate. From the looks of it, Mei's teammates had already formed a private alliance. Both of them kept a wary eye on Mei, barely sparing each other a glance. Moreover, their surnames were noteworthy. Kagaya, Shikatsumiyaku. Yagura tapped his fingers rhythmically on his knee, watching Mei's opponents with keen interest. Kazuki, Dark Release. Both come from bloodline limit clans. Grouping children from prestigious clans into the same team was nothing new. It was the same arrangement that had placed him alongside Mangetsu Hozuki and Keed Onami. No matter who won or lost today, at least 2 clans would suffer the loss of a talented heir. Still, compared to these 2 lesser-known figures, Yagura naturally hoped that Mei would emerge unscathed and graduate successfully. The proctor checked his watch and, seeing the time was right, announced, "Then, let the graduation exam begin." In the next instant, the proctor and 3 assisting examiners vanished from the arena using the body flicker technique. Mei stood motionless, watching her opponents with a calm gaze. Meanwhile, Kagaya Seiki and Kazuki Tamaji moved into position, one in front of the other. Seiki took the lead, speaking in a low voice, "Let's stick to the plan. I'll close the distance, and you cover me with your bloodline limit." Tamaji, the bulkier of the 2, broke into a nervous sweat under Mei's sharp, killing intent-filled stare. He didn't want to die. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Got it. So, you 2 have already made your decision. Mei had given her teammates, her so-called friends of the past 2 years, plenty of time and opportunities. She raised her hands and began forming hand seals. Seiki knew he couldn't allow Mei to complete her jutsu. It had to be a swift battle. He swung his hands forward with force. 10-finger drilling bullets. Shikatsumiyaku, the dead bone pulse. Those who possessed this bloodline limit could weaponize their own bones, which would rapidly regenerate and grow under chakra influence. 10 sharp finger bones fired from Seiki's hands like shuriken, hurtling straight toward Mei at high speed. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Mei completed her final seal, exhaling a dense, corrosive mist that enveloped her entire body. The hardened bone bullets disintegrated upon entering the acid mist, melting into white liquid before they even reached her. This was one of Mei Terumi's two bloodline limits, boil release. The mist thickened as she infused it with more chakra, rapidly expanding toward her opponents. TCH, acid mist. Seiki clicked his tongue and quickly pulled a bone sword from his forearm. He crouched and charged straight at Mei. Tamaji. Why yeah. Tamaji, trembling under Mei's killing intent, hesitated for only a moment before following Seiki's lead. He spread his arms wide, and two small black voids formed in his palms. Mei's chakra-infused mist was drawn into the voids, dissipating at a visible rate. Using dark release to absorb chakra and weaken the acid mist, followed by a close-quarters attack with Shikatsumiyaku. Mei saw through their strategy instantly. It was exactly as she had expected. If she were in their position, facing an opponent with lava release or boil release, she would have devised the same plan. Which was why she had already prepared a countermeasure. As Seiki's bone sword slashed toward her, Mei swiftly sidestepped and ducked, delivering a powerful kick to his stomach to create distance. Water release, water trumpet. Capitalizing on the opening, she leaped backward and shot a pressurized stream of water at Seiki. He dodged with ease, and Tamaji quickly stepped forward, absorbing the water jutsu with dark release. Seiki sneered. What's wrong? Resorting to water release? Running out of chakra already. Mei didn't bother responding to a dead man's words. Earth release, earth flow wall. The moment her hand seals were completed, a solid earthen wall erupted from the ground, cutting Seiki and Tamaji off from each other. What? Neither of them had ever seen Mei use earth release before, and for a brief moment, they hesitated. Their strategy had no countermeasures for this. Not using a jutsu didn't mean she couldn't use it. Mei's chakra nature included water, fire, and earth. Most of the time, her lava release and boil release were enough to handle her enemies. Not giving them any time to react, she unleashed another mist. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Seiki moved quickly to retreat, but at such close range, the acid mist still managed to engulf him. The moment it touched his clothes and skin, they began to melt away, exposing raw, burning flesh. Boom. The earth wall crumbled into blackened mud as its chakra was absorbed by Tamaji. But the sight of Seiki's acid-scorched body drained the color from Tamaji's face. He frantically absorbed more of the mist, trying to create a safe zone. Seiki stumbled backward behind him, his entire body covered in burns. The second he felt he was in a safe zone, his knees buckled, and he collapsed. Pain. It felt like his entire body was being devoured by fire ants. He couldn't move. With Seiki incapacitated, Mei no longer had to worry about close combat. Now, she could rely on her most effective strategy. Jutsu suppression. As Tamaji absorbed more and more mist, his hands trembled. His fingers turned white, then twitched involuntarily. Seiki. Are you okay? His chakra was nearly depleted. If Seiki couldn't fight anymore. Clink. Clink. Seiki tried multiple times to push himself up using his bone sword, but his body refused to cooperate. Their loss had been decided the moment Mei unveiled her earth release. Finally, Tamaji's chakra ran dry. The two black voids in his palms flickered and disappeared. Without dark release suppressing it, the acid mist spread once more. As Mei's silhouette faded into the fog, Tamaji fell to his knees in despair. No, Mei. Please. We're teammates. We've been together for 2 years, The mist swallowed them whole. The exam is over. Mei Terumi is victorious. Not sparing another glance at the fate of her teammates, Mei turned and walked out of the arena. Chapter 12, you must promise not to use lightning release first. Before leaving, Mei Terumi made sure to lower the concentration of the acidic mist lingering in the arena, preventing it from harming the first-year students in the audience. Several proctors swiftly deployed a barrier to shield the students. Don't get the wrong idea, they weren't doing this out of concern for the children's lives. It was for the sake of Kirigakure. They couldn't afford to let this batch of budding shinobi wither away here. If they were going to die, it would be 6 years later, during the graduation exam, only after the real shinobi had been filtered out would the remaining dregs be allowed to perish. As the acidic mist dissipated, the figures of 2 students were revealed. Or rather, what was left of them could hardly be called figures. Describing them as 2 grotesque, blackened lumps of melted clay would be more accurate. In the original timeline, Mei Terumi had only demonstrated her boil release once, during the 5 Kage Summit, when she fought Uchiha Sasuke. Back then, her acidic mist was strong enough to corrode even the skeletal form of Sasuke's Susanoo. Though the Mei Terumi of today was far from the 5th Mizukage she would become, these 2 students' flesh and blood were nowhere near as resilient as the Susanoo's defense. Hiss. Witnessing the grisly aftermath, the trio of Yagura Karatachi, Onami Kid, and Hozuki Mangetsu sucked in a sharp breath. Their reaction was already far more composed than that of an average 7-year-old. All around them, some students vomited on the spot, while others rolled their eyes back and fainted from sheer terror. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Hozuki Mangetsu clutched Yagura's sleeve, dramatically shivering in mock fear. One day, I'll die too. But when that happens, I have to make sure I go out in style. There's no way I'll die like that. Having lived more than 20 years in an era of peace, Yagura still felt queasy looking at this gruesome sight. He averted his gaze. However, thanks to Mangetsu's antics, he managed to recover slightly. Anami Kiid's face was pale. Let's leave. We can still walk on our own. Can we? Kiid nodded lightly. The teachers are probably too busy to care about us right now. Yagura glanced around and spotted their homeroom teacher, Yamamura Osamu, alongside other shinobi, dealing, less than gently, with the many students who weren't taking it well. Let's go. Worst case, all three of them were from prestigious clans. Skipping class was a minor offense. Osamu wouldn't make a fuss over it. As they walked, Yagura was uncharacteristically silent, processing what he had just witnessed and trying to reconcile it with his evolving worldview as a shinobi. It wasn't his first time seeing death. At 4 years old, he had already been forced to take a life with a kunai. Anami Kiid looked just as uneasy. In contrast, Hozuki Mangetsu seemed the least affected. Even after leaving the duel grounds, he continued rambling energetically. Honestly, those two were just idiots. They didn't even bother gathering intel before the fight. What kind of shinobi does that? And they were Mei Terumi's teammates for 2 years. If you have an Earth Release affinity, of course you'll use Earth Release. What's so surprising about that? They hesitated, Mei took advantage of it, and that was the end. That guy from the Kazuki clan got blocked by an Earth-style wall and couldn't follow up. Without him absorbing the acidic mist, the Kagaya kid got melted. And Mei's chakra reserves, insane. She's only 9, but she has way more chakra than her teammates. Boil release versus dark release, it just came down to who ran out of chakra first. Yagura glanced at Kiid, his expression questioning. Kiid understood and shook his head slightly. Mangetsu wasn't this carefree because of his personality. It was because he had grown used to seeing people die. That was a heavy thought to digest. Yagura took a moment before asking, Mangetsu, if you had to fight Mei Terumi, could you make it out alive? Me. Against her. Mangetsu frowned, seriously considering the question. Then, his face fell, as if spelling out the words absolutely not. If it were a direct fight, I'd end up a pile of melted sludge. Worse than jelly. Too disgusting. Yagura chuckled. What about against lightning release? Lightning release is way worse. Mangetsu crossed his arms and answered instantly. Not everyone has boil release or lava release. But lightning release. Anyone can have it. Yagura, a lightning release user himself, flashed a very friendly smile at that remark. But if it were a real battle? Mangetsu suddenly grinned, revealing sharp teeth. I'd have a 90% chance of killing her. Yagura froze. Mangetsu turned away, clearly enjoying the dumbfounded look on Yagura's face. He hummed a tune, smugly satisfied. Yagura wanted to press further, but Kiid interrupted. Where to next? By now, they had already left the duel grounds and were approaching the village. Yagura wasn't ready to part ways with his friends just yet. He rubbed his stomach. Are you guys hungry? Not really. How about ramen? My treat. Nothing strengthens friendship like a bowl of ramen. If one bowl isn't enough, 2 should do the trick. Kiid agreed. I'm in. Ah, sorry. Mangetsu raised both hands in mock apology, smiling. The old man at home wants to see me. I'll have to pass this time. You guys enjoy. I'll treat you next time. Yagura glanced at him and nodded. All right. Next time, it's your treat. Of course. As Yagura and Kiid walked off, Mangetsu sighed, waving them goodbye. Honestly, what would this team do without him? Hey, you can come out now. His tone changed entirely as he addressed the shadow lurking behind him in the alleyway. He wasn't one for politeness toward someone who had been tailing them since they left the duel grounds. If the stalker had shown the slightest hostility, Mangetsu wouldn't have hesitated to keep Yagura and Kiid around for a good old-fashioned group beatdown. Heh. Not bad, Hozuki Mangetsu. A figure stepped out of the darkness, their upper body still shrouded in shadow. Mangetsu easily made out their features, slightly taller than him, dark-skinned, lean build. None of that mattered. What mattered was that he had no idea who this guy was. And you are? Mangetsu narrowed his eyes. Why are you following us? The stranger grinned, baring sharp teeth. One hand rested on the hilt of a blade strapped to his back. The name's Momochi Zabuza. Remember it well, because I'm the one sending you to hell. Never heard of him. But he looked like trouble. Mangetsu immediately tensed. He had learned his lesson from Yagura, never take an unknown opponent lightly. Especially one this confident. Don't tell me, another lightning release user. Is Kirigakure just crawling with them now? Knowing his clan's weakness was one thing. Using lightning release was another. But someone who both knew the Hozuki clan's weakness and wielded lightning release. Now that was terrifying. Chapter 13, black-skinned, black-haired, spiky head, remember the name, Momochi Zabuza. Boom. Momochi Zabuza stomped the ground and launched himself forward, blade drawn, charging straight at Hozuki Mangetsu. This random guy attacked without warning. But Mangetsu had never been the type to back down from a fight. The usual playful expression on his face vanished as he swiftly drew his own blade to meet the attack head-on. Clang. Two sharp, standard-issue Kirigakure swords clashed in a shower of sparks. Mangetsu was shocked to realize that this unknown brat was actually overpowering him in sheer strength. Zabuza let out a chilling laugh. The genius of the Hozuki clan. You're not as strong as the rumors say. Smack. Mangetsu lifted a foot and kicked Zabuza's sword hand with full force. Zabuza grimaced in pain as his grip loosened, his blade kicked upwards. Mangetsu immediately seized the offensive, thrusting his sword straight at Zabuza's heart with lethal precision. Against an opponent who wanted to kill him and dared to insult the Hozuki clan, Mangetsu had no intention of holding back. Smack. Zabuza mimicked the move, spinning midair and lashing out with a sweeping kick that knocked Mangetsu's blade off course. At the same time, he twisted his body to evade the misaligned strike. Wind release, pressure strike. Still airborne, Zabuza formed a seal with his hands while gripping his sword, his wrist rotating as he swung down with a blade coated in a wind chakra shell. Wind release instead of lightning release. Mangetsu thought to himself as he sidestepped the strike. Slash. An invisible wind blade left a shallow cut on his face, causing water to spray from the wound. Perfect. Mangetsu landed with his left foot on the newly formed puddle, springing into the air as three water pillars shot toward Zabuza. Damn. Zabuza barely managed to dodge the incoming attack, knowing that fighting a Hozuki in water was a death sentence. The moment his feet touched the ground, he immediately retreated. Don't even think about running. Mangetsu's eyes flashed with fury as he pursued. Hydrification secret technique, Great Water Arm. Now that he was sure Zabuza wasn't a lightning release user, Mangetsu stopped holding back. His right arm swelled grotesquely, thick cords of muscle twisting unnaturally across its surface, far beyond what a boy his age should possess. Zabuza braced his sword in front of him to block, but Mangetsu's liquefied body simply phased through the blade. Boom. A devastating punch slammed into Zabuza's abdomen. Ugh. Zabuza's body curled inward from the force as he was sent flying, tumbling violently across the ground. Reacting swiftly, he drove his sword into the earth to halt his momentum, dragging himself to a stop just before skidding off completely. Crouching, he panted heavily, eyes locked onto Mangetsu with burning determination. He was strong. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Zabuza rose to his feet, blade in hand, ready to continue. His intent was clear, come at me again. Mangetsu actually found himself impressed. And from Zabuza, he could sense a familiar hunger, the thirst to grow stronger, to fight powerful opponents and sharpen himself through battle. Shaking his hand, the grotesque enhancements of the hydrification technique shrank back to normal. Mangetsu coldly eyed Zabuza. You don't know lightning release. If you're relying on just a sword, you won't be able to hurt me. So what? Zabuza didn't back down an inch. Maintaining a liquefied body takes chakra. How long can you keep it up? Sorry, I can keep it up forever. Is this guy an idiot? Did he not gather intel before walking into his own death? Mangetsu gave Zabuza a strange look before sighing and gripping his sword once more. In that case, I'll just have to cut you down. Without another word, he accelerated forward. Whoosh, slash. Zabuza's hands darted into his pouch, flinging 6 shuriken directly at Mangetsu. Not even worth dodging. Mangetsu didn't bother avoiding them, letting the shuriken pass through his liquefied body, leaving behind superficial wounds that instantly leaked water. His speed didn't slow. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Zabuza, slashing down with his sword. Zabuza, having discarded his own sword, met the attack with a kunai drawn from his pouch, intercepting the blade head-on. Mangetsu noted that without using his great water arm technique, his raw strength was indeed inferior to this guy. Rah! Zabuza forcefully knocked Mangetsu's sword away and hurled 3 kunai in quick succession. The kunai pierced through Mangetsu's body. As expected, he dissolved into water and melted into the ground. Vanished. Swish. The next moment, Mangetsu reappeared directly behind Zabuza. Not giving him even a fraction of a second to react, he slashed down at his neck. At the exact moment the water shifted, Zabuza instinctively sensed the attack. Without thinking, his body reacted, raising his kunai just in time to block the descending blade. TCH. Mangetsu clicked his tongue in annoyance. And then he noticed, Zabuza's hand was back in his ninja pouch. Again. More kunai and shuriken. How long was this guy going to keep up these dull tactics? Remember this well, in the afterlife. Mangetsu once again activated his great water arm, the sheer pressure of his growing strength forcing Zabuza's hands to tremble as he struggled to hold his kunai steady. His grip was beginning to crack. To hell with you. Zabuza roared, flinging his last kunai straight at Mangetsu. Mangetsu's eyes widened. It wasn't just a kunai. Attached to it was a slip of paper. A large, unmistakable character was written on it, explode. An explosive tag. Where the hell did this guy get an explosive tag? These things weren't cheap. While noble clans like the Hozuki could afford them easily, they were considered a luxury for ordinary shinobi. And he had never heard of any noble clan named Momochi. Use the body flicker to escape. No time. Mangetsu immediately disengaged, but it was too late. The kunai, carrying the explosive tag, embedded itself in his body. Zabuza grinned wickedly, hands forming a seal. Burn. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. Flames and black smoke engulfed Mangetsu completely. Lowering his trembling right hand, Zabuza scoffed with pride. So much for the so-called genius of the Hozuki clan. In the end, he still fell before him. As the smoke cleared, Zabuza narrowed his eyes. Something was emerging from the fading black mist. At first, he thought it was Mangetsu's liquefied body reforming, but no. That wasn't water. It was pink. A solid mass with multiple protrusions. Wait. Zabuza tensed, kunai at the ready. Who's there? All right, let's calm down. Geez, Mangetsu, you're so cold. That pink solid mass had a name, Coral. A gentle hand brushed off the coral, revealing a familiar face. With a smile, the newcomer introduced himself. I'm Karatachi Yagura, future Fourth Mizukage. Yagura tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow at Zabuza. So, tell me, Momochi Zabuza, do you plan on assassinating me now? Chapter 14, Comrade. Momochi Zabuza. The men who could take on Indra and Azura, go toe-to-toe with the sixth Hokage, and leave the monstrous strength of Haruno Sakura, frozen in place, the most outstanding battle record in the entire Naruto series. Karatachi Yagura clenched his fist, feeling an itch in his palm. He hadn't expected to run into this man so soon. It was worth mentioning that before defecting from Kirigakure, Momochi Zabuza had attempted to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, him. But at the end of the day, Zabuza was just an elite jonin. To assassinate the fourth Mizukage, he would have had to overcome not just a perfect Three-Tails Jinchuriki but also the ever-present Uchiha Obito in the shadows. Like hell that could have succeeded. He failed and defected from Kirigakure. The rest of the story was well known, picking up Haku on the roadside, later encountering Team 7 and Kakashi in the Land of Waves. Zabuza's expression was a mix of tension and disbelief, as taut as the bandages around his neck. He stared at the figure before him. The tension came from the undeniable strength of Karatachi Yagura. The disbelief. Well, what the hell was this guy talking about? Fourth Mizukage. Did he think this was Konoha, where every brat went around playing Hokage make-believe? Hey! What are you doing back here? Hozuki Mangetsu's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. He had been careless, too confident. He had let his guard down and gotten ambushed by an explosive tag. And worst of all, Karatachi Yagura had witnessed the whole thing. And even saved him. Just moments ago, Yagura had flashed in front of him, plucking the explosive tag off the kunai. Coral then rose from the ground, blocking the ensuing blast. Tisk, TSK, TSK. If I hadn't come, you might have been done for. Yagura turned to Mangetsu with a gloating grin. Overestimating yourself is a bad habit, Mangetsu. Did they really think he hadn't noticed someone tailing them? But since Mangetsu wanted to go solo, Yagura had gone along with it, leading Keed and the others away before circling back for a surprise counterattack. I had it under control. You interfered unnecessarily. Sure. Indulging Mangetsu's pride, Yagura let it slide. Then, he turned his gaze back to Zabuza. You're strong. Zabuza lifted his kunai, eyes burning with battle intent. Fight me. Ah. Yagura sighed. This felt like taking advantage of someone. Zabuza had just fought Mangetsu, so he wasn't in peak condition, neither physically nor in chakra reserves. But looking at him now. Sigh, I guess you're not going to calm down unless I knock you down first. Water chakra rapidly gathered and condensed in Yagura's palm, forming a short water blade. Didn't bring my sword, so this will have to do. He twirled the blade once, smiling. Let's have a little spar. A weapon. Zabuza's wariness deepened. He gripped his kunai tighter and began forming hand seals. No seals. He can precisely control his chakra and condense it into a blade just like that. The level of chakra control needed for this was immense. As expected, he was strong. Humph, sharp eyes, Zabuza. Yagura tucked the water blade at his waist, lowering his stance. His right foot slid back, pressing into the ground. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with air. Focus. Lightning release. With a sudden burst of crackling blue chakra, Yagura's presence shifted dramatically. Lightning flash. The ground beneath him shattered with a boom. A streak of blinding speed. Neither Mangetsu nor Zabuza could track his movement. Checkmate. A voice, cold as ice, whispered into Zabuza's ear. Gulp. Mangetsu's eyes widened in shock, swallowing hard. During their last spar, Yagura had only used lightning release to enhance his body. He hadn't seen this technique before. But now, this lightning flash swordplay was clearly an evolution, an advanced form of that enhancement. He had been holding back. Mangetsu imagined himself in Zabuza's place and realized he'd fare even worse. Sparks crackled. The water blade, surging with lightning release, stopped just a hair's breadth from Zabuza's throat. Instinctively, Zabuza raised his kunai to block, but the blade sliced through it effortlessly, the broken tip clattering to the ground. His pupils remained locked on where Yagura had stood just moments ago. And then, as realization struck, his body trembled. Even though he was undoubtedly among the strongest of his generation, he was still just an 8-year-old child. Now, facing the very real threat of death, his legs shook involuntarily. No. He had lost. This guy could have killed me without effort. Taking in Zabuza's fear, Yagura chuckled softly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he reversed his grip, pulling the blade away from Zabuza's throat. In the next instant, the lightning-infused water blade dissolved with a splash, sending droplets tingling against Zabuza's skin. The residual static made him shudder. Zabuza instinctively checked his limbs and touched his throat. He was alive. Noticing his reaction, Yagura clasped his hands behind his back and took 2 steps away, smiling. I have no grudge against you. Why would I kill you? He had only meant to give Zabuza a little scare, any more would have been too much. Leaving a childhood trauma wouldn't be very courteous. Quite the opposite, actually. I like you, Momochi Zabuza. Yagura lightly patted Zabuza's shoulder. Only to realize something awkward, he had to reach up to do it. Mangetsu was around his height, but Zabuza was taller. Keeping his expression steady, Yagura continued, Zabuza, is your dream to join the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Mangetsu, who had been ready to mock Yagura's height, suddenly froze. Wait. That line sounded oddly familiar. A dream. Zabuza scoffed, tucking away his broken kunai. He stared sharply at Yagura. I just want to get stronger. I will defeat you. Stronger. To challenge and surpass the strongest, until he stood at the very top. Not bad. Keep it up. Yagura smiled, neither affirming nor denying Zabuza's resolve. My dream is to become the 4th Mizukage and end the era of the Bloody Mist. Mangetsu's dream is to lead the 7 ninja swordsmen. Keed's dream, at least for now, is to join them. Right, Keed. Silent until now, Keed stiffly nodded, avoiding eye contact. Fine. You're a social menace, I have social anxiety. If you say it's my dream, then sure. Satisfied, Yagura turned back to Zabuza, extending his hand with a smile. Join my 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza. I'll give you the executioner's blade. What do you say? Chapter 15, eyes bigger than one's bowl. The broken sword, executioner's blade, the weapon that, in the original timeline, would one day belong to Zabuza. Without hesitation or reservation, Yagura promised this very sword, currently in Biwa Juzo's possession, to Zabuza. Zabuza had never expected things to take this turn. Just moments ago, he had scoffed at the absurdity of Yagura talking about dreams in the hidden mist. But then he heard those 4 words, executioner's blade, and his heart skipped a beat. The mockery and disdain in his eyes faded, replaced by disbelief and anticipation. If he could obtain the executioner's blade and become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, then he would be among the strongest in Kirigakure, second only to the Mizukage. Zabuza lifted his head, looking intently at Yagura. His tone, however, remained coldly amused. Heh. If you're trying to win me over, you've succeeded. What do you need me to do? Yagura shrugged. Simple. Just like Mangetsu and Keed, become one of my 7 ninja swordsmen. Do what a ninja is supposed to do. Right, Keed. Keed. That name, spoken so casually. Mangetsu couldn't help but glance at Anami, Keed in curiosity. With all three of them suddenly looking at him, Keed silently pulled up his high collar to cover the lower half of his face and lowered his gaze to the ants crawling on the ground. It wasn't a big deal. The conversation between him and Yagura had been much the same as the one just now with Zabuza. The only difference was that Yagura had promised him the long sword, sewing needle. And for some reason, after that, Yagura just started calling him Keed. Too familiar. Too fast. He wasn't used to it. Seeing Keed nod in agreement, "Wait, what?" Yagura smiled in satisfaction and counted on his fingers. Mangetsu has the twin swords, Hiramakari, Keed has the long sword, sewing needle, and Zabuza, you'll have the broken sword, executioner's blade. Halfway to assembling his own 7 ninja swordsmen. If Hozuki Suigetsu's goal in the future was to collect all 7 blades, then Yagura's goal was to gather all 7 swordsmen. That left 4 more. Yagura tapped his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Have you guys heard of Ringo Emuri and Hoshigaki Kisame?" "Who?" Mangetsu and Keed exchanged looks, confirming they were equally clueless, then shook their heads in unison. Zabuza frowned. "Never heard of them. They're not on my list of opponents." Yagura scratched his head in disappointment. "Damn, never heard of them. That makes things tricky. Kirigakure is big, finding them won't be easy." If Yagura actually remembered their names and wanted to seek them out. Zabuza's gaze darkened. "Are they strong?" "Oh, definitely strong. They'll be your comrades in the future." Yagura explained, "Ringo Emuri wields the thunder swords, Kiba, and Hoshigaki Kisame carries the great sword, same Hada. Both are stronger than you." Seeing the look in Zabuza's eyes, Yagura slyly added, "For now." Zabuza's battle-hungry grin widened. "Heh. I'm looking forward to it." Nearby, Mangetsu leaned over to Keed and whispered. "I don't know why, but I get the feeling Yagura just picked us up, then immediately set his sights on Zabuza. And now, barely 2 seconds after roping Zabuza in, he's already thinking about someone else. Total player energy. This kind of guy. Definitely not to be trusted." Hearing Mangetsu's comment, Keed couldn't quite put it into words, but he agreed completely. "Same vibe." He added, "Not just one, he's thinking about 2 more people." Yagura. A player. Impossible. He was just asking out of curiosity. If they didn't know, then fine. Besides, they might show up like Zabuza did, voluntarily. "All right, that's settled." Yagura cheerfully invited Zabuza, "Want to grab some ramen?" Mangetsu's buying. Mangetsu's head snapped up, utterly baffled. "Why am I buying? Didn't you say last time that you'd cover the next ramen outing?" "What?" "Ugh, fine. But why does this guy get a free meal too?" Seeing Mangetsu flustered, and getting a free meal out of it, Zabuza had no complaints. "Sure." Yagura grinned. "Nice. Let's go." "Wait. I never agreed to this." Mangetsu reached out in protest, but Yagura ignored him completely. Keed patted Mangetsu's shoulder. "Don't mind." Smooth transition to the ramen shop. They lifted the Norin curtain at the entrance. Not that it mattered, at their height, they could walk in without touching it. On the way there, Yagura had asked Zabuza about his preferences. Now, seated, he raised 2 fingers and called out, "Boss." 2 bowls of miso ramen. The shopkeeper, a burly man with a scarred face, frowned. "Brats. You got money? No credit here." Keed followed in behind. "The guy behind me's paying." Mangetsu slumped into his seat, looking miserable. "Clear broth for me." As a Hozuki clan member, he couldn't handle overly rich foods. Don't ask why. The answer was disgusting. The shopkeeper took one look at Mangetsu and went to prepare the order. 4 bowls, coming up. Noticing the shift in attitude, Yagura propped his chin up and teased, "The Hozuki name sure carries weight." Mangetsu smirked proudly. "Of course. Just hope someone here knows how to appreciate it." The Hozuki clan was the most prestigious in Kirigakure, after all. Yagura let it slide with a chuckle and watched as 4 bundles of noodles were dropped into the boiling pot. Glancing at Zabuza, he noticed the boy staring at the rising steam. "Zabuza, you're still in the academy, right?" Zabuza snapped out of it, moving his hand away from his stomach. "Yeah. 2nd year. So he's a year older than me. No wonder he's taller." Yagura sized him up. "What possessed you to challenge Mangetsu?" Zabuza smirked. "I'd heard the Hozuki heir was a genius. Now that I'm enrolled, of course I had to test that claim." "You know any lightning release?" "No." "Then what the hell were you thinking?" Yagura rolled his eyes, then grinned mischievously. "No big deal. Next time, charge your sword, and as long as you land a hit, you win. Zabuza blinked. That's an option. Of course. Yagura nodded sagely. Keed made a thoughtful noise. Mangetsu's whole body bristled. You're the devil, Yagura. Keed, why do you look like you're taking notes? Keed wiped his expression clean. You're imagining things. The ramen arrived. 4 pairs of chopsticks snapped apart in unison. All right, let's eat. Yagura stirred his noodles before taking a bite. Not bad. He wondered how it compared to Ichiraku ramen in Konoha. One day, he'd have to find out. Chapter 16, the number 7, a staple in anime. Slurp, slurp. Blowing on the noodles to cool them down, then slurping them up. Even if the 7th Hokage himself showed up, eating ramen required this ritual. Gotta admit, the owner might be an ass, but he sure knows how to cook. No wonder this shop has managed to stay open in the mist-drenched, not-so-thriving business district of Kirigakure. A few bites in, and the damp, clammy feeling from the ever-present mist faded from their bodies. Yagura had asked Zabuza a few questions, getting a general idea of his background. Nothing too complicated, born into a civilian family, chakra affinities in water and wind, self-taught in both ninjutsu and kenjutsu, and honing his skills through endless fights. Zabuza even kept a little black book listing all the notable shinobi in the village. Given his decision to challenge Mangetsu one-on-one, Yagura figured this notebook was basically a death list. Mind if I take a look? Go ahead. Zabuza casually pulled it out and tossed it onto the table, focusing back on his noodles. Yagura picked it up while Anami keyed and Mangetsu leaned in curiously to see who made the list. Flipping open the first page. Third Mizukage. Mangetsu let out a whistle. Damn, starting off heavy. Even Anami keyed was a bit stunned. You really wrote that down? Yagura squinted. Your handwriting is atrocious. Puffed. Zabuza nearly choked, spraying noodles everywhere. The hell's it to you, bastard? Mangetsu, now aware of this detail, doubled over laughing. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, is this even writing? It's like chicken scratch. Anami keyed activated his dojutsu, then deactivated it. Confirmed, barely readable. With effort, Yagura managed to decipher Third Mizukage from the scribbles. The rest gave him a headache. Whatever. Most of the intel Zabuza had gathered was probably unreliable anyway. Better to just look at the sketches and names. He turned the page. After the Mizukage came the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In other words, right below the Kage were these elite jonin. Kirigakure had no other Kage-level ninja. By comparison, Konoha had not only the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but also the legendary Sannin. No point comparing. That village was a magnet for overpowered freaks. Yagura refocused on the notebook. Beheading blade wielder, Juzo Biwa, next page. Lightning blades wielder, Raiga Kurosuke. Sewing needle wielder, Kushimaru Kuriere. Explosive blade wielder, Jinpachi Munashi. Blunt sword wielder, Jinin Akabino. Same hata wielder, Fuguki Suikezen. Twin swords wielder, Hozuki Chirin. The first 6 names were familiar. Yagura could match the faces to his memory. But this twin swords user. Wait, Hozuki. Yagura glanced at Mangetsu in confusion. If he remembered correctly, the Hozuki clan didn't have a good relationship with the 3rd Mizukage. Yet the 3rd still allowed a Hozuki to be part of his personal elite unit. TCH. Mangetsu's expression twisted with disgust and contempt. Not wanting to delve into family disgrace, he simply stated. That guy betrayed the Hozuki clan for the swords. A traitor. Anami keyed gave a slight nod. Agreed. I see. Yagura nodded in understanding and turned a few more pages. The strongest was at the top, and the weakest at the bottom, including academy students like Mangetsu, Anami keyed, and even Mei Terumi. But no sign of Ringo Emuri or Hashigaki Kisame. Closing the book, Yagura then flipped back to the 7 ninja swordsmen's page. Do you know much about the current 7 swordsmen, Mangetsu? Mangetsu snapped his fingers. Oh, you're asking the right person. I've memorized everything about them. Solid intel. Reliable intel. All right. Yagura pulled a pen from Zabuza's chest pocket, ready to add notes to the book. As a clan heir, his handwriting was naturally much neater than Zabuza's. Zabuza scowled but didn't argue. Still, the occasional side-eye gave away his frustration. Mangetsu spoke at a measured pace, giving Yagura time to write. Juzo Biwa, the beheading blade wielder, probably the most normal one in the group. Strength-wise, he ranks lower mid-tier among them. Before getting the blade, he was just a chunin. Orphan. The 3rd Mizukage funded his ninja training. Raiga Kurosuke, the lightning blades wielder, I think he's strong. I forget. But the dude is weird. Loves giving enemies flashy funerals. Got noticed by the Mizukage during his academy graduation. Kushimaru Kuriere and Jinpachi Munashi, the sewing needle and explosive blade users. They're partners. Mid-tier strength, but easily the most ruthless of the bunch. Highest mission success and kill count. Killed tons of students during their academy exam, caught the third Mizukage's eye. Jinin Akabino, the blunt sword user. Top-tier strength. My grandpa said he's the best in taijutsu among the 7. Oldest member, most experienced, first to be recruited by the Mizukage. Fuguki Suikeisen, the great sword wielder. Without his sword, he's low mid-tier, but same hata is a special weapon. With it, he ranks high mid, trusted by the Mizukage, serves as the head of Kirigakure's ANBU. And lastly, Hozuki Chirin, the twin swords wielder. Mid-tier. That's it. Swish, writing sounds for transition. Much easier to read than your chicken scratch, huh? Zabuza had no comeback. He refused to answer. Yagura studied the 2 drastically different handwritings in the notebook, nodding in satisfaction. After some thought, he added a final note. All personally groomed and promoted by the 3rd Mizukage from childhood to chunin level. No surprise there. A personal elite unit naturally had to be composed of trusted individuals. In a way, Yagura realized he was doing something similar now. With a final stroke of his pen, he set it down. At that exact moment, the ramen shop's door slid open, and a loud, boisterous voice filled the room. Oi, boss. The usual. 1 bowl of ramen, 2 cups of sake, and 3 chicken skewers. A small, scruffy old man with a large nose and a goatee swaggered in and plopped down beside Yagura. Yagura immediately noticed the strange weapon on his back, an axe with a hammer at the other end. The old man propped an arm on the counter and barked, "Got any sake?" The owner flinched. "Why yes, right away, sir." "Sir?" "Bah. I've been coming here for ages. No need to be so formal." "Oh, of course." The owner quickly abandoned his relaxed posture, jumping up to fetch the drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The moment he got his hands on the sake, the old man chugged it down, wiping his mouth with a satisfied sigh. Ah. Now that's the best part of finishing a mission. This is the essence of manliness. Yagura and the others, staring. After several drinks, the old man finally noticed the kids beside him. Just a bunch of brats. Still, he was in a good mood. Swirling his bottle, he grinned. "What's up, kiddos? Want a drink? Good taste." Then, without warning, he downed another gulp and burst out laughing. "Ha. Come back when you're little, bits grow in. Ha ha ha. Nah, scratch that, you little punks probably won't even survive your graduation exam. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 17, Your blade is sharp, but mine is no duller. The old man's arrogant laughter, his utter disregard for them, was grating to the ears. But considering who he might be, it was only natural that he wouldn't take a few academy brats seriously. The peculiar blade strapped to his back, if Yagura wasn't mistaken, that had to be the blunt blade, Kabutawari. Your Jinin Akabino. Hearing his name, Jinin raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ha. His gaze swept over Yagura like he was staring at a clueless country bumpkin. "Do you even need to ask, kid? What, you want to see for yourself how sharp Kabutawari really is?" Despite being called a blade, Kabutawari was actually a combination of a hammer and a short axe. It was said to be capable of breaking through any defense. Yagura studied Kabutawari closely. Even without experiencing it firsthand, he could tell the axe blade was dangerously sharp. Under the table, his right hand twitched in anticipation as he clenched his fingers tightly. Then, with a solemn expression, he spoke, "If possible, I'd like to test whether Kabutawari is truly as fearsome as the rumors say, Jinin-senpai." "Hey!" Mangetsu suddenly appeared behind Yagura, gripping his shoulder and pulling him back with a horrified expression. "Are you insane?" Sure, he acknowledged that Yagura was strong. But this man was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 7 strongest shinobi in Kirigakure beneath the Mizukage himself. At least, according to the village's official rankings. No matter how much of a prodigy Yagura was, there was no way he could be a match for one of them. Besides, the 7 swordsmen were infamous for their brutality. They weren't the type to hold back just because their opponent was a kid. Yagura gently removed Mangetsu's hand and smiled. "Relax, Mangetsu. I know what I'm doing." Then, his eyes gleamed with battle intent as he fixed his gaze on Jinin. From the moment he arrived in this world and learned of his identity, he had never slacked in his training for even a single day. He had already sparred with numerous members of the Karatachi clan back home, winning some fights, losing others. Even the clan's elder had acknowledged him as the most gifted Karatachi in their history. But no matter how strong his clanmates were, they were still family. They would always hold back, even if only a little. Now, Mangetsu and Zabuza were no longer suitable opponents for him. The two of them, hey! What the hell? And now, by chance, he had encountered one of the 7 swordsmen. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He wanted to know exactly where he stood. Interesting. Jinan was slightly drunk, but not enough to dull his instincts. His years of battle experience told him this kid wasn't ordinary. What's your name? Karatachi Yagura. Yagura, a good name. Jinan nodded slightly, committing the name to memory before shifting his gaze to Mangetsu. Mangetsu still wasn't convinced. As his eyes met Jinan's, he hesitated before stepping forward hesitantly. Jinan-sama, I'm Hozuki Mangetsu. This guy doesn't know his place, please forgive him. Enough with the nonsense. Jinan waved him off dismissively, not giving any special treatment to the Hozuki name. Hozuki Mangetsu. I've heard of you. They say you're the most talented of your generation. Looking at you now, though, I have my doubts. Mangetsu stiffened. Zabuza, who had been silent, snorted in amusement and turned his head away, refusing to look at the fool making a scene. Even the usually reserved Anami did the same. Mangetsu fell silent. Slowly, his gaze shifted to Yagura, his eyes filled with desire. He wanted to know, too. How strong was Yagura? Just how big was the gap between them? With Mangetsu finally shutting up, Jinan stroked his scruffy goatee, intrigued as he continued studying Yagura. What a monster. He was just a kid, and yet his chakra levels were already higher than most chunin. Not only that, but his chakra had an unsettling quality to it. What the hell? Was his mother teaching him how to refine chakra while he was still in the womb? Jinan trusted his battle instincts. He had never been wrong before. He chuckled darkly. All right then, I'll humor you with a single exchange. Let's take this outside. Yagura immediately jumped off his chair, eager to move before Jinan could change his mind. The ramen shop owner panicked and hurried after them. Lord Jinan, please don't fight in front of my shop. Relax, it's just one move. If anything gets broken, that brat'll pay for it. The Hozuki clan isn't short on money. Mangetsu blinked. Huh. Did he just get volunteered to cover damages? Was this guy even human? Just one move, huh? Yagura quickly ran through his available techniques in his mind. The strongest, and most fitting, option was obvious. He placed a hand on Zabuza's sheathed sword. Lend me your blade for a second, Zabuza. Zabuza said nothing but instinctively stepped back, allowing Yagura to take the weapon. Thanks, man. A casual phrase, spoken naturally. Zabuza just scoffed and looked away. As Jinan lazily took his position, Yagura focused all his attention on him. His presence was intimidating. Kicking at the dirt beneath his feet, Jinan casually picked his ear and said, Come on, kid. Show me if you've got anything that can even make me itch. Yagura made no immediate move. His eyes flicked past Jinan, toward the still-strapped Kabuto-wari. Jinan smirked, immediately guessing what he was thinking. You think I need Kabuto-wari to handle a brat like you? If I used it, my comrades would drown me in their spit from the shame. So he was being underestimated. In that case, I'll make you use Kabuto-wari. Lightning release. With that declaration, chakra surged through Yagura's body, electricity crackling over his skin as he bent his knees and planted his right foot firmly on the ground. His grip tightened around the hilt. Boom. He unleashed even more chakra, forcing his body to its very limits. Lightning exploded beneath his feet, scorching the earth as his muscles tensed in preparation. Against a true elite, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Yagura held nothing back. Mangetsu, Zabuza, and Kid watched in stunned silence. Compared to this, the sparring match against Zabuza had been nothing more than child's play. For the first time, Jinan's casual demeanor shifted. He was getting excited. Yagura exhaled deeply. Then, he moved. A blinding streak of steel and lightning surged forward, too fast for the naked eye to track. Chapter 18, Try and you die. On the sidelines. Did you two see it clearly? Anami asked considerately. Mangetsu and Zabuza both nodded in response. Yagura's speed was like a thunderclap, whether sprinting, drawing his blade, or sheathing it, every action began and ended in an instant. Yet, Jinan Akabino was even faster. Even at such speeds, he effortlessly dodged Yagura's strikes. Both Mangetsu and Zabuza imagined themselves in Yagura's position. Even with Onami-keyed support in reading Yagura's movements, their bodies wouldn't be able to keep up. The gap in strength was too vast. Despite their rivalry, both of them found themselves thinking the exact same thing. 2 or 3 years. Yagura knew and admitted that there was still a considerable gap between him and a jonin, but it won't take that long. Sensing Yagura's chakra surging once more, Jinin Akabino was genuinely surprised. He still had energy left. Hey. We agreed on just one move. This is still the same move. Jinin Akabino hadn't even unsheathed his blunt sword yet. Unwilling to concede, Yagura stepped back, gathering his strength once more. Lightning crackled around him with even greater intensity as he murmured. Thunderclap and flash. The same move again. Jinin Akabino felt slightly bored. To Mangetsu and the others, Yagura moved at godlike speeds, but to him, it was just normal shinobi speed. Of course, his standard of normal was quite different. As Yagura's blade came slashing horizontally, Jinin Akabino finally moved. Without even preparing, he effortlessly leaped high into the air, dodging Yagura's reckless charge entirely. From behind, Yagura's low growl sounded. Triple strike. Boom. Yagura compressed his recovery and acceleration time to the absolute limit. The moment his first attack missed, he immediately lunged toward Jinin Akabino, who was still midair. He can attack this fast again. Not bad. A little faster this time. Jinin Akabino silently praised Yagura's growth but stopped merely evading. Hand seals, water clone jutsu. A mass of water separated from his body, rapidly forming a human shape. In the next instant, Jinin Akabino used his own clone as a stepping stone, propelling himself even higher. So he created a foothold midair. Yagura's blade cut straight through the clone, slicing it in half. He landed atop a rooftop, eyes darting around in search of his target. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. As the dark silhouette expanded, Yagura realized too late. He snapped his head upward. Jinin Akabino was falling toward him, leg raised high. Ha ha ha. What are you looking at, kid? Boom. Sensing the incoming danger, Yagura instinctively activated his lightning release and leaped away just in time. Jinin Akabino's foot crashed down, shattering the rooftop tiles and plunging straight through the building. A sharp glint flashed through Yagura's eyes. Without hesitation, he followed, flipping into the hole and landing on the ceiling, upside down, staring down at Jinin Akabino with unwavering determination. The confined space gave him the perfect battleground. Jinin Akabino dusted off his clothes, completely unfazed by the unfavorable setting. He looked up with a provocative grin. Come on, kid. Show me how fast you can really go. Quadruple strike. 4 strikes were the maximum he had practiced. Ignoring the searing pain throughout his body, Yagura pushed forward yet again. Jinin Akabino slammed his foot into the wooden floor, breaking off a thick plank and wielding it as a makeshift weapon to block the attack head-on. Quintuple strike. The plank split in half. Jinin Akabino gripped both halves, crossing them in front of him as Yagura's next slash came down. Boom. The plank shattered once more, but Jinin Akabino had managed to deflect the blow, using the impact to shift his position. Yagura landed and quickly turned to face him again. A shudder ran through his right leg. His leg had momentarily given out. Though he swiftly adjusted his posture, both he and everyone watching realized the truth. The next strike would be his last. SSSHHH. Thunderclap and flash, 6-fold strike. He can still move. Mangetsu and the others were stunned. Watching Yagura charge at him for the 6th time, Jinin Akabino burst into laughter, exhilarated. By now, the wooden planks in his hands had been reduced to mere fragments, useless as weapons. Clang. In a flash of lightning, blade clashed against axe. Yagura had finally forced Jinin Akabino to draw blunt sword. Fast. Very fast. He had reached the speed of an average jonin. Jinin Akabino effortlessly caught Yagura's strike with one hand, his voice booming, but with that strength. You're not even worthy of sharpening my axe. Yagura gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of force into his grip. Yet the battle axe remained unmoving, solid as a mountain. The difference in power was overwhelming, he couldn't shake it. Was this the end? Feeling the resistance weaken, Jinin Akabino smirked and exhaled sharply. Kid, watch closely. This is how you use a blade. Boom. Switching from defense to offense, Jinin Akabino applied just enough pressure, forcing Yagura's sword back against his own chest. If his blade broke now, blunt sword would cut straight through his body. And if Jinin Akabino had used his other hand, the one holding the hammer, the outcome would have been certain. Sparks erupted where the lightning-coated blade met the unrelenting axe. Yagura's legs trembled in a low crouch. His hands quivered, losing strength. Not good, his hands were going numb. He couldn't let this continue. Yagura channeled lightning release into his left hand, pressing it against the axe blade. Coral palm. In an instant, rapidly growing coral spread across the blade, pushing it away and creating a brief gap between their weapons. Jinin Akabino frowned slightly and exerted force, the coral shattered on contact. But in that split second, Yagura had already withdrawn. That's better. Jinin Akabino nodded approvingly, sheathing blunt sword with a smirk. If this were the battlefield, you'd have died 1,000 times over. He wasn't wrong. Yagura lowered his head, silently acknowledging the truth. He had managed to draw blunt sword, but Jinin Akabino hadn't even used his hammer. His speed might have been impressive, but to Jinin Akabino, it was just average. And strength? That gap was even wider. Damn, a complete defeat. The exhaustion caught up to him. As soon as he released his lightning release chakra mode, his body collapsed. He barely registered the feeling of landing on something soft, like water. Mangetsu had used the jutsu to catch him mid-fall. Hey. You okay? Mangetsu's worried expression would have been amusing under different circumstances. If Yagura could speak, he'd tease him. But right now, every cell in his body was rebelling against him. Damn it. Don't close your eyes. Stay awake. Shut up. Jinin Akabino glanced over and remarked nonchalantly, just chakra exhaustion. No need to scream like someone's dying. You lot, take him to the hospital. As they hurried to comply, he added one last thing. Make it quick. Chapter 19, Waking Up to an Unfamiliar Ceiling. MMM. The strong smell of hospital disinfectant filled the air. Why does my house smell like this? Did someone get hurt? As consciousness gradually returned from the darkness, before even opening his eyes, Yagura's sense of smell was the first to register something unusual. This wasn't a normal awakening after a night's sleep. Next came his hearing. Saito, that brat's been unconscious for over a day. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Kokitsu-sama, your grandson is suffering from extreme physical exhaustion, compounded by prolonged exposure to lightning release chakra, which overstimulated his cells. It's natural that his recovery is taking longer. He's not going to die just like that, is he? Grandson. Your grandson is merely fatigued. He'll wake up after some rest. There's no life-threatening danger. A familiar voice, his grandfather. The other voice, a pleasant-sounding young woman, was unfamiliar. From what Yagura could gather, she was most likely a doctor, a medical nin. And judging by the state of his body, he was definitely in rough shape. His entire body screamed in protest, completely refusing to move. It felt as if not a single muscle in his body was listening to him. Even opening his eyes or moving a finger was a struggle. Case closed. The one in need of medical attention was himself. That's fine, then. So that means, he's in a shinobi hospital. His memories before passing out slowly resurfaced. Yagura recalled his so-called great achievement. He had single-handedly challenged one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Jinin Akabino, and forced himself past his limits to unleash a 6-fold thunderclap and flash. Despite all that, he still suffered a crushing defeat, collapsing unconscious in front of an entire crowd with absolutely no dignity left. Damn it. Another black mark on his record. Thinking back on it all, Yagura wasn't even worried about his injuries. What truly concerned him was how he'd be mocked by Mangetsu's lackeys for this embarrassing moment. How was he supposed to maintain his authority as their leader now? Ah, hell. He had overestimated himself. He had underestimated the consequences of pushing his limits. He thought the worst-case scenario would be collapsing on the spot. He hadn't expected to completely black out. With immense effort, he pried open his eyelids, which felt glued together, and silently stared at the unfamiliar white ceiling above. The flickering hospital light overhead buzzed erratically. Lying in a stark white hospital bed, unable to move, the blanket felt as heavy as a crushing weight pinning him down. Ah, hell. For the first time, Yagura truly understood what it meant to be completely drained of strength. His entire body was wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages, and judging by the cool sensation on his skin, they were likely treated with plenty of herbal medicine. Kokitsu must have pulled out all the stops for his recovery. There was no escaping the scolding he'd get when he got back home. Acting tough. Getting arrogant. You learned a few tricks and suddenly thought you could take on an elite jonin. Yagura watched the flickering light above, deep in reflection over his reckless actions. Yet, deep down, he didn't regret it. Jinin Akabino was different from his usual sparring partners. Even if he had a chance to redo everything, Yagura knew he would still make the same choice. This battle had taught him exactly where he fell short compared to a true jonin. In terms of taijutsu, his speed might be impressive, but to an elite jonin, it was still lacking. His strength was a weakness, something he needed to work on improving. As for ninjutsu, he hadn't had the chance to properly test it this time. He'd need to find someone to spar with later. But the most glaring issue was his chakra reserves. Just maintaining lightning release mode for a short while had already pushed both his chakra and stamina to the brink. Physical endurance and chakra capacity, both were fundamental limitations. Improving his body would require years of relentless training. Chakra, too, would have to be cultivated over time. There were no shortcuts. After all, he was only 7 years old. Unlike those absurd novels he had read in his previous life, where protagonists shocked the third Hokage at 4, tamed the Akatsuki at 7, ought Madara at 10, and defeated the Otsutsuki at 12. Yeah, no. That wasn't happening. Those guys were all cheating. Where was his cheat ability? His thoughts drifted further, and an image of the Three-Tails, Isabu, the massive turtle, surfaced in his mind. If he became a Jinchuriki, then chakra would no longer be a concern. A Jinchuriki's body also healed far faster thanks to their tailed beast's chakra. At least, that was the case for Naruto Uzumaki. Alright. Decision made. He would become the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Now, the real question was, how the hell was he going to convince his grandfather to let him do it? Meanwhile, in a forest outside Kirigakure. Clang. Blade clashed against blade. Two standard-issue swords met midair in a fierce collision. Mangetsu and Zabuza both kicked off and landed at a distance after their initial strike. Then, almost simultaneously, they lunged at each other once more. Blades flashed continuously at the heart of the battleground. Mangetsu had been trained in the traditional swordsmanship of the Hozuki clan, each move carrying precision and discipline. Zabuza, on the other hand, had developed his swordsmanship through experience. Rather than a structured style, his techniques were purely instinctual, adapting on the fly. In terms of technique, Mangetsu had the upper hand. But in raw power and speed, Zabuza was stronger. Relying on his refined technique, Mangetsu had been expertly deflecting Zabuza's attacks. Then, spotting an opening, he suddenly twisted his blade, forcing Zabuza's sword into a parallel position against the ground. Thanks to Anami Kiid's shared vision ability, Zabuza detected the shift in Mangetsu's muscles immediately. Just as Mangetsu reached for Zabuza's exposed hilt, Zabuza suddenly shifted in the same direction, using the momentum to escape Mangetsu's control. Quickly pulling back his sword, Zabuza struck with the hilt, slamming it into Mangetsu's reaching hand while his blade left a shallow cut on Mangetsu's other hand. Mangetsu clicked his tongue and retreated a few steps. TCH. Zabuza let out a breathless laugh. Looks like I win this round. Mangetsu sneered. Don't get cocky. That makes it 3-3. Not for long. I'll be up 4-3 soon. Keep dreaming. Anami Kiid, exhausted, slumped against a tree. Let's take a break. I'm out of chakra. Both Mangetsu and Zabuza turned their attention to him. Are you serious, Kiid? It's only been 30 minutes. Kiid sighed, ignoring them. He wasn't built for this. He was just a fragile sensory nin. Mangetsu tossed his sword to Kiid. No chakra. Then train your taijutsu. Join in. Kiid groaned. And you? I have my own training to do. Mangetsu stepped aside, forming a hand seal. Water release. A blade of water began to take shape in his hands. Chapter 20, A Sage's Dream is a Good Excuse. After waking up, Yagura spent a week recovering in the hospital. During that time, his grandfather scolded him thoroughly, the trio of Mangetsu came to visit, and even his parents, who were often away on missions, made time to return home. His father, Karatachi Natsuhiko, had a personality much like Yagura's. After confirming his son was fine, he wasted no time in mocking him relentlessly. His mother, Karatachi Hayori, was the very definition of an angelic mother, but even she lost her temper upon seeing the state Yagura had gotten himself into. Even Yagura's father didn't take his side this time, pretending not to see his son's silent pleas for help. Serves you right, you little brat. Yagura had no way to defend himself. He could only nod and nod, yes, he was wrong, yes, he would never do it again, then agree to all the new rules his grandfather and mother set for him. With a sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes, he was temporarily let off the hook. His parents couldn't stay for long. After only 2 nights, they set out once again for a mission on the borders of the Land of Water. Yagura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. Finally, they're gone. During his hospital stay, another person also came to visit him. Jinin Akabino. But the visit was brief. Jinin seemed to have come just to confirm that Yagura was neither dead nor crippled. Once that was established, he left. The whole visit lasted maybe 5 minutes at most. Aish. Finally home. The moment Yagura stepped into his familiar living room, he flopped down onto his soft couch. The couch's plush texture was completely at odds with the rest of the room's decor. In fact, it stuck out like a sore thumb. Because Yagura had bought it himself. His grandfather sat stiffly on his traditional wooden sofa, pouring a cup of tea before handing it to Yagura. Drink. Thanks, Grandpa. Yagura blew on the tea, cooling the surface before taking a small sip. Then, casually, he asked. Grandpa, why couldn't Mom and Dad stay longer? Is the situation at the border really that tense? His grandfather, well aware that dismissing Yagura with a simple, kids shouldn't ask too many questions, wouldn't work, simply ignored the question and sipped his tea in silence. So that means yes, huh? Yagura shrugged, taking his grandfather's silence as confirmation. He still remembered, within a few years, the Third Great Ninja War would break out. The catalyst would be Sasori of the Red Sand assassinating the Third Kazekage. But as long as the root causes of the war remained unresolved, even without Sasori's actions, the war was inevitable. Setting down his cup, Yagura looked his grandfather straight in the eye. His serious expression made his grandfather's heart skip a beat. What's this brat planning now? I'd better swallow my tea first, just in case I end up spitting it out. Yagura didn't dive straight to the point, he didn't want to startle his grandfather. Grandpa, our village's tailed beasts, the Three-Tails and Six-Tails, where are their Jinchuriki right now? You forgot about Mangetsu and the others. His grandfather knew all about Yagura's ambitions, proclaiming that he would become the Fourth Mizukage, then using his strength to win over Mangetsu and the others by promising them positions among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The ninja assigned to watch over Yagura had reported everything back to his grandfather. So when Yagura suddenly asked about the Jinchuriki, his grandfather assumed that his next target was to persuade them as well. Yagura took a moment to figure out how his grandfather had managed to connect this to Mangetsu and couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't show it on his face, though, and simply waited for his grandfather to continue. But you're going to be disappointed, his grandfather said. Strictly speaking, Kirigakure doesn't have a proper Jinchuriki right now. He continued, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki has been chosen, but he's still a child. The village decided to wait a few more years before sealing the beast inside him. Ah, Utakata. That makes sense. Yagura nodded to himself. That guy was indeed younger than him. As for the Three-Tails, there's no designated Jinchuriki yet. Right now, it's being guarded by the village's elite ninja. His grandfather glanced at him. I told you this before when you asked about the village's tailed beasts. Did you forget? Nope. Yagura's firm gaze made that clear. And at the mention of the Three-Tails, his eyes burned with an intense, barely concealed desire. His grandfather could sense where this was going. Yagura sat up straight, his voice unwavering. Grandpa, I want to become the Jinchuriki of the Three-Tails. That was the real reason he had sat down for tea with his grandfather. His grandfather nearly slammed the table in anger, ready to yell, absolutely not. But he was too old for that kind of outburst. He took a steady sip of tea instead. After a few moments of silence, he said, Yagura. Yagura nodded. How about we talk about the tense situation at the border instead? 6. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki, huh? His grandfather seriously considered the possibility. So far, Yagura had charted his own path in training, making every major decision himself. And he had never once been wrong. No one in the ninja world understood Yagura's full strength and abilities better than his grandfather. The Keratachi clan's Coral Palm, a lightning release chakra signature similar to the Raikage, that lightning technique called Thunderclap and Flash, and Yagura's unique approach to water release. If not for his limited chakra reserves, his water release techniques would already be a deadly trump card. Is it because of your chakra? His grandfather asked, immediately guessing Yagura's reasoning. Yagura hesitated for a moment. Not entirely. Being a Jinchuriki would give me near-limitless chakra, sure, but more importantly, it would raise my overall potential. You think controlling a tailed beast is that easy? His grandfather frowned, displeased by Yagura's optimism. History was littered with cases of Jinchuriki losing control, leading to widespread destruction. And those Jinchuriki usually died. It's not exactly easy, Yagura admitted, placing a hand on the table. But I can do it. His grandfather remained silent. If you want proof, Yagura continued, I know the Three-Tails name. He grinned. It's Isabu. And the Six-Tails is called Seiken. The Sage of Six Paths told me in a dream. The conversation ended on a friendly note. His grandfather, however, had the strong urge to smack him. Why did his son and daughter-in-law have to leave so soon? If they were still here, Yagura would be getting a solid 3-way beating. I'll speak to the Third Mizukage about it. The village has been looking for a suitable Jinchuriki. His grandfather put on his coat and headed for the door. Don't get your hopes up. He might not agree. Yagura, already familiar with the Third Mizukage's temperament, simply responded, got it. Chapter 21, The Third Mizukage. At the heart of Kirigakure, within the Mizukage Tower. Inside the Mizukage's office, the two most powerful figures in the entire village were present, the Third Mizukage and Elder Ginshur. Mizukage-sama, here is this quarter's financial report for Kirigakure. Elder Ginshur was in charge of the village's administration. Simply put, anything unrelated to direct military operations fell under his jurisdiction. The Third Mizukage took the stack of reports handed to him and flipped through the pages. That was fast. You've worked hard, Elder. Ginshur gave a brief smile. No trouble at all. It's my duty. The Third Mizukage lowered his head, scanning the village's financial records for the quarter. The deeper he read, the more his already wrinkled face grew solemn. As he reviewed the figures, he questioned each issue one by one. Why is our revenue still so low? There's only a 4% increase from last quarter. I recall that, excluding Border Patrol and the ANBU, we have over 10,000 operational shinobi. Elder Ginshur responded, Mizukage-sama, the number of available commissions in the Land of Water is limited. No matter how many shinobi we deploy, if there are no missions to take, it makes no difference. Hearing this, the Third Mizukage felt a weight settle in his chest. Having lived in the Land of Water for decades, he knew full well how poor the nation was. Unlike Konohagakure and other major shinobi villages on the continent, which could occasionally accept missions from neighboring countries, Kirigakure was separated from the mainland by a vast ocean. Distance alone made it difficult and inconvenient to secure outside commissions. On top of that, Kirigakure had long maintained a strict isolationist policy. Nearly all mission commissions came from within the country itself. Another problem was that the Land of Water's government did not permit Kirigakure to involve itself in domestic affairs. Yet, high-profile assassinations and political missions, tasks typically assigned S-rank and A-rank bounties, were precisely the most lucrative ones. Now, the core issue was that Kirigakure's internal mission supply was running dry. This revenue stream was one of the village's primary sources of income. As for the others, the Third Mizukage flipped to the next few pages, scanning the detailed income reports. Personal tax revenue was declining. He didn't even need to ask Elder Ginshur why. He already knew the reason. This income source had been shrinking for some time now. And the root cause? The blood mist. Ever since the time of the first Mizukage, Kirigakure had enforced a strict authoritarian rule. But the blood mist era had taken this to an extreme. Under such oppressive conditions, the people of Kirigakure had little desire to raise families. The mortality rate was high, and those who wished to leave, despite the village's isolationist policies and the risk of border patrols catching them, were willing to take the chance. The original intent behind the Third Mizukage's blood mist policy was to cultivate an elite shinobi force and reduce financial strain. Any other benefits that came with it were merely secondary. The fundamental reason: a lack of money. Since implementing the blood mist policy, the number of active shinobi had indeed decreased, and individual combat ability had improved. But Kirigakure had only grown poorer. With fewer people, not only did personal tax revenue drop, but agricultural and fishing taxes also declined. Commercial tax revenue. Even worse. After reviewing income, he turned to expenditures. On paper, Kirigakure's overall spending had been steadily decreasing. Naturally, as a shinobi village, the bulk of its expenses went toward paying its shinobi and maintaining their equipment. Kirigakure's shinobi stipends were the second highest among the 5 great shinobi villages, second only to Konoha. They were undeniably high. After all, when you demand that your shinobi put their lives on the line, you can't expect them to do it for free. The Third Mizukage still had his pride. So, even though Kirigakure was as destitute as Sunagakure, not a single ryo had been cut from the shinobi stipends. However, with the overall number of shinobi decreasing, this expense was naturally shrinking. Yet, the secret expenditures, the ones the Third Mizukage knew all too well, had not diminished in the slightest. If anything, they had been increasing. Meanwhile, hidden revenues were drying up. That bastard. Fuguki. The Third Mizukage narrowed his eyes. It's time to issue him a warning. His greed had grown unchecked. Fuguki referred to Fuguki Suikezen, the leader of Kirigakure's ANBU and a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Most of the village's covert, unspeakable dealings passed through his hands. Setting aside the infuriating financial reports, the Third Mizukage let out a long, weary sigh. The old saying was right, money troubles even the mightiest warrior. Even he, a living relic from the Warring States era, the Mizukage who stood at the pinnacle of Kirigakure's hierarchy, could not conjure wealth from thin air. Not every kage was like the Fourth Kazekage. Beneath the financial reports lay another document, one from the Shinobi Academy. The Third Mizukage casually picked it up, glancing through this year's student evaluations. The Academy's principal was one of his own people and knew exactly what he prioritized. Thus, the most crucial information was placed at the very beginning. The top students, ranked by both talent and ability. Karatachi Yagura, strength, chunin level, not yet jonin. Potential. Hozuki Mangetsu, strength, chunin. Potential, elite jonin. The third Mizukage barely skimmed the rest before flipping to the individual student records. A 7-year-old on the verge of becoming a jonin. Another 7-year-old already at chunin level. His thoughts drifted to the little girl from the Terumi clan, Mei, whom he had recently approved for early graduation. The third Mizukage wasn't sure whether to feel pleased or troubled. On one hand, after decades, the blood mist policy was finally yielding results. Just from Yagura, Mangetsu, and Mei alone, the next generation of Kirigakure would undoubtedly be formidable. But on the other hand, all three of them came from powerful bloodline clans. And yet another Hozuki. Knock, knock. The third Mizukage's voice was steady. Enter. The door opened, and an elderly man stepped in. Seeing both the Mizukage and Elder Ginchur, he greeted them respectfully. Mizukage-sama. Elder Ginchur. The third Mizukage glanced up, surprised at the visitor. Keratachi. What brings you here today? Sit, have some tea. Elder Ginchur cast a curious look at the clan head. Unlike the Hozuki clan, the Keratachi clan did not have an openly antagonistic relationship with the Mizukage. Still, to avoid suspicion, the clan leader rarely visited the Mizukage's tower outside of official matters. After some idle conversation, Keratachi finally revealed his true purpose. The third Mizukage and Elder Ginchur exchanged glances. You want to offer your grandson as the host for the Three-Tails? Yes. Chapter 22, The Third and Fourth, Part 1. The third Mizukage flipped the hourglass on his desk, continuing to review Yagura's file as he deliberated over this critical decision. Age slows the mind, dulling efficiency. To counter this, the third Mizukage had developed a habit, keeping an hourglass on his desk. Whenever he faced a difficult decision, he would flip it over, giving himself a set amount of time to think. Elder Ginchur remained seated, motionless and silent, as if he had dozed off. Grain by grain, the sand trickled down, accumulating at the bottom. Until the last grain fell. The third Mizukage set the file aside and rubbed the bridge of his nose, still undecided. Elder, what's your opinion? Ninja affairs are not for me to decide, Mizukage. Elder Ginchur spoke without hesitation, fully aware of the limits of his authority. However, if you ask for my perspective, if the Three-Tails finds a suitable Jinchuriki, we can eliminate the cost of maintaining the Three-Tails sealing unit. The Three-Tails was not freely swimming in the lakes of the Land of Water. No shinobi village would tolerate or allow a tailed beast or its Jinchuriki to roam unrestrained. Too much freedom invited disaster. If a Jinchuriki were to get reckless and end up captured, both them and the tailed beast, by another village, there would be no one to blame but themselves. Thus, without a Jinchuriki to contain it, the Three-Tails was under strict surveillance. Kirigakure couldn't afford to let it simply swim away into the ocean. If they lost track of the Three-Tails and it drifted out to sea, who would they even complain to? Currently, Kirigakure had stationed several hundred shinobi near the lake where the Three-Tails was confined, maintaining a vast sealing barrier around it. Sealing tags weren't cheap. And the tags required for containing the Three-Tails weren't measured in single sheets, they were used in bulk. The costs were astronomical. Unsustainable. And why did they have to buy them? Because Kirigakure lacked strong sealing techniques. When it came to Jinchuriki development, they were far behind the other four great villages. Right now, Kirigakure and the Three-Tails were locked in an uneasy truce, so long as neither disturbed the other, no disasters would occur. But still, the hundreds of shinobi stationed at the lake, sealers and combat units alike, were consuming resources without contributing anything in return. And it wasn't a small expense. The same situation applied to the Six-Tails. The third Mizukage reopened the financial records, flipping to the page detailing the expenses of the tailed beast sealing units. The staggering figures at the bottom of the page tipped the scales of his decision. In another 2 years, that child, Utakata, would be ready, his body and chakra would have adapted enough to serve as the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. The financial drain would at least have an end in sight. If the Karatachi clan's child proved capable, then the Three-Tails could be sealed immediately. Freeing up manpower and resources, while gaining 2 controllable Jinchuriki in preparation for the next great ninja war, this would be a significant advantage. The third Mizukage tapped his fingers against the desk. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the office. Kirigakure's Anbu. The masked shinobi knelt respectfully. Mizukage-sama, your orders. Go to the Keratachi residence. Bring Keratachi Yagura to me, I want to personally assess whether he is suited to become a Jinchuriki. Yes, Mizukage-sama. No hesitation. No doubt. The Anbu under the third Mizukage operated differently from those under Hoshigaki Fuguki. These shinobi answered only to the Mizukage, executing orders with absolute efficiency, disregarding their own lives if necessary. In an instant, the three Anbu vanished. It seemed the child had potential. Elder Ginshur chuckled. Excellent, Mizukage. If the Three-Tails gets a proper Jinchuriki, our financial burden will be significantly reduced, freeing up resources for more pressing matters. The third Mizukage gave a non-committal grunt. Ginshur wasn't bothered by the lack of enthusiasm, his old comrade had always been this cold. Decades of working together had made their dynamic clear. Construction, agriculture, so many departments are coming to me for funding. But the treasury is what it is, I have nothing left to give them, so I simply avoid them. The third Mizukage remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Elder, I have other plans for that money. Ginshur's smile stiffened, his tone dropping. I see. Very well. He didn't ask where the funds were going. As Kirigakure's financial overseer, he already knew. The third Mizukage was preparing for war. Most of the money had already been funneled to procure weapons and supplies. Yagura hadn't expected to meet the Mizukage so suddenly. His grandfather, the Keratachi clan elder, instinctively positioned himself in front of Yagura, eyeing the three Anbu warily. Only Yagura. Yes. These are the Mizukage's direct orders. We are merely following instructions, Elder Kokitsu. Please do not make this difficult for us. Kokitsu's expression darkened. He turned to gauge Yagura's reaction, only to find the boy staring at the Anbu's masks with curiosity. The elder's irritation flared. With a loud bang, he smacked Yagura on the head. Show some seriousness, boy. Ow, Grandpa. Yagura rubbed his head and ducked past his grandfather, stepping up to the Anbu. Relax, Grandpa. Our clan has no grudge against the Mizukage. It's just a meeting, not an execution. Compared to clans like the Hozuki or the Kagaya, the Keratachi clan had a relatively amicable relationship with the third Mizukage. Yagura highly doubted the Mizukage would lower himself to scheming against a mere child. It wasn't like he had money to steal. Or a beauty to kidnap. Who knows? Maybe he'll take a liking to me, and I'll get to eat a Mizukage tier meal. The three Anbu. Their masks concealed their expressions, but they were undoubtedly speechless. This kid really had guts. Even they had never had the privilege of dining at the Mizukage's table. No wonder Kokitsu had seemed so exasperated when talking about his grandson earlier. Problem child. Kokitsu let out a sigh, too drained to be angry. You little brat. Yagura's words weren't entirely wrong. There was no real danger in visiting the Mizukage. Resigned, he waved his hand. Permission granted. Yagura cheered and patted the Anbu with the cat mask. All right, let's go. For the first time, the Anbu completely lost their composure beneath their masks. Why did this kid seem so excited? Chapter 23, The Third and Fourth Mizukage, Part 2. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Mizukage's office was eerily quiet. The third Mizukage was attending to paperwork while Elder Ginshur sat with his eyes closed, resting. The return of the Anbu team had caused quite a stir, something the third Mizukage immediately took note of. His sharp gaze swept over the three returning Anbu. It should have been 4 of them, yet only 3 stood before him. His brows furrowed in displeasure. Where is he? The cat-masked Anbu hesitated slightly before responding, his voice lacking the usual cold detachment expected of an Anbu. Keratachi Yagura, he's following behind us. Realizing the unsteadiness in his tone, the Anbu immediately clamped his mouth shut and lowered his head. The third Mizukage's frown deepened. Just as he was about to reprimand them, a faint but distinct chakra signature appeared outside the door. Fong. A child's voice. The third Mizukage raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting toward the shadow cast on the door. Outside, Yagura retracted his lightning-release chakra, panting slightly as he stood before the half-open door. The plaque on the wall, displaying the words, Mizukage's office, in simple yet imposing characters, made his heart race with excitement and tension. He stepped inside. Originally, Yagura had planned to act composed and take in the room's layout. But the moment he entered, his gaze was involuntarily drawn straight to the old man sitting behind the desk. This was nothing like the younger, squinting face he remembered from the anime's first 5 Kage summit. 40 years had passed since that meeting. The face beneath the Mizukage hat was aged and weary. His Mizukage robe draped loosely over his shoulders as if his frame could no longer support its weight. But his eyes were sharper than anyone Yagura had ever seen. Piercing, probing, locking onto him with unwavering focus. So this was the third Mizukage. Yagura felt a mix of nervousness, excitement, curiosity, and even a bit of confusion as he met the Mizukage's gaze head-on. The reaction surprised the third Mizukage. This boy, he's no ordinary child. For a few seconds, silence filled the room, neither side making a move. Finally, the third Mizukage broke the silence, crossing his hands atop his desk. You are Karatachi Yagura. Yagura straightened up, his own attempt at seriousness feeling unnatural. Yes, third Mizukage. The Mizukage gave a small nod. You kept up with the Anbu's pace on your own. He hadn't been escorted, he had followed behind and still arrived at the same time. Though a bit hard to believe, the Mizukage wanted confirmation. His gaze shifted to the three Anbu standing silently at the side. They gave a subtle nod. The third Mizukage's deep, unreadable eyes bore into Yagura, making it impossible to tell what the old man was thinking. For the first time, Yagura felt something unfamiliar, true uncertainty. Not even the day he first arrived in this world had he felt such an overwhelming sense of the unknown. Tap. 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 His body tensed involuntarily, beads of sweat forming and sliding down his temple. Seeing his reaction, the three Anbu exchanged glances, all having the same thought, so he's not actually a monster. After all, they had just witnessed a 7-year-old matching the speed of Anbu-level Jonin. That alone was enough to shake them to their core. A 7-year-old keeping pace with Anbu. Who the hell would believe that? The tense atmosphere stretched on. Ha! Yagura let out a slow breath, swallowing back the overly formal response he had planned to give. Damn it. Why am I acting nervous? If the others found out I gave such a stiff, proper response, how would I keep my reputation as the boss? With his usual shameless confidence, Yagura pushed forward, stepping closer to the Mizukage's desk. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Standing before the Mizukage, he lifted his head and met the old man's deep, probing gaze. And then, he did something that left everyone in the room utterly speechless. Yar, third Mizukage, Yagura said, grinning unapologetically. As expected, our village's Anbu are far superior to regular shinobi. It was tough keeping up with them. He tilted his head playfully. Say, third Mizukage, this seat of yours. You've been in it for decades now. His smirk widened. I'd like to sit in it too. What do you think? Will you save me a spot in the future? The three Anbu and Elder Ginshur felt their minds explode like 6 billion paper bombs going off simultaneously. This kid, did he just say what I think he said? Did he just casually tell the third Mizukage he wants his seat? This wasn't Konohagakure, where the third Hokage would simply ruffle a kid's hair and say, work hard and maybe one day you'll be Hokage. This was Kirigakure. Interesting. If an adult shinobi had said something like that, the third Mizukage would have ordered their execution on the spot. But this was just a 7-year-old boy. There was no point in taking a child's words seriously. Though mildly displeased, the Mizukage let out a faint chuckle. So you call me, third Mizukage, do you, Karatachi's brat? Yagura, seeing that he hadn't been immediately punished, grew bolder. Blue hair, purple eyes. My name's Yagura, remember it. What nonsense. Are all kids in Kirigakure like this now? The Mizukage felt the weight of a generational gap. He couldn't keep up. But he had no time to argue with a child. Cutting straight to the point, he asked. Do you know why I summoned you? The Three-Tails Jinchuriki. His confident answer made the Mizukage raise an eyebrow. You understand what that means. For the village, a tailed beast is a weapon of war. And only by sealing it within a Jinchuriki can that weapon be controlled and used properly. Yagura clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with determination. For me, the tailed beast means power. If I can master that power, I will become stronger. Not only did he understand, but he understood too well. It was like turning in a test worth 100 points but scoring 150. For the first time, the Mizukage was genuinely intrigued. You wish to master the power of a tailed beast. Big words for someone so small. In history, only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have truly succeeded. Yet the Mizukage couldn't deny it, he felt something about this kid. Something electric. An itch, like 1,000 ants crawling under his skin. If only this brat had been born a few years earlier. He could already sense the looming Third Great Ninja War. With a few more years, Yagura could have been a major force for Kirigakure. 1 week. I'll have the sealing squad prepare for the tailed beast's transfer. No hesitation. Whether Yagura succeeded or not, the Three-Tails would be a valuable asset. The Mizukage smirked at the small, audacious brat before him. Try not to die, Fourth Mizukage. So soon. Yagura barely had time to process it. But this was good. Meeting the old man's gaze, his grin widened. You too, third Mizukage, old man. Chapter 24, Sealing the Three-Tails, Part 1, First Encounter with the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. A week passed in the blink of an eye. News that the Three-Tails Jinchuriki had finally been found spread like wildfire through the streets of Kirigakure. Never underestimate a ninja. When it comes to gathering intelligence, shinobi are absolute professionals. Even though the Third Mizukage had tried to keep it under wraps and didn't officially release the information, the massive mobilization of ninja toward the northern part of the Land of Water made it impossible to hide. Almost the entire sealing corps was deployed. Such a large-scale operation couldn't go unnoticed. What could possibly require such a huge deployment of shinobi in the north? If it were an enemy invasion, the sealing corps wouldn't be involved. Most Chunin and higher-ranked mist ninja knew that the Three-Tails was sealed in the northern region of the Land of Water. Putting the pieces together, there was only one logical conclusion. There was only one truth. The village was preparing to seal the Three-Tails. And this time, instead of simply imprisoning it in the lake, they were planning to transfer it into a Jinchuriki. Mangetsu and his two friends picked up on the rumors through their own channels. Wanting to know more, they headed to the library to brush up on their knowledge of the Three-Tails, tailed beasts, and Jinchuriki. Zabuza closed his book with a sigh. After absorbing a mountain of new information from scratch, his heavy eyelids were already starting to droop. Tossing the book aside, he tried to wake himself up with a new topic. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we last saw Yagura. He's not dead, is he? Mangetsu glared at him. Hey. He should be alive, Onami Kid replied, still focused on his book. Among the three of them, he was the studious type. Mangetsu chuckled and took a sip of water, suppressing his urge to fight Zabuza on the spot. He flipped his palm over and asked. How do you know? I ran into him 2 days ago. Where? At the market, running errands. Question mark. Zabuza tilted his head, puzzled. Why would two young masters like you need to run errands at the market? He had always assumed only kids from small, ordinary families, like himself, had to do such things. It's nothing special, Kid replied. It looked like Yagura was being punished by his family. Punished? Not surprising. Hey. Mangetsu waved them closer and whispered, do you think Yagura knows about this? About the whole Jinchuriki thing? Zabuza shot him a look of pure disdain. Did your brain fall into a toilet and get flushed? Of course he knows. There's no way he wouldn't. Mangetsu nearly exploded. You're the brainless one. Shoo. Kid pointed at the sign on the bookshelf beside them, silence in the library. TCH. Mangetsu scowled. Zabuza smirked. Kid sighed, already exhausted from dealing with them. Changing the subject, he said. According to my family, the sealing ritual is happening this afternoon. Mangetsu nodded. Yeah. A lot of people from my clan were mobilized for it today. I wanted to go see what a tailed beast sealing looks like, but the old man wouldn't let me. Plus. He trailed off but subtly motioned toward the ceiling. There were ninja watching him. Monitoring his every move. Kid gave him a serious nod, then glanced upward as well. Mangetsu's eyes widened. You too? Kid, yeah. Same boat. Zabuza looked around, then burst into laughter. Ha. Pathetic. I bet there are enough of them up there to start a few rounds. Mangetsu didn't deny the possibility. Folding his arms, he grumbled, anyway, my house felt like a haunted mansion this morning, completely empty. Zabuza chuckled. A haunted house, huh? Well, it is the Hozuki residence. Fits the theme. You didn't have to use that awful pun to assassinate me. Mangetsu shivered exaggeratedly. I think I just froze solid. Northern Land of Water, Lake. Also known as the Three-Tails supersized swimming pool. Unaware that his three friends were still thinking about him, Yagura was crouching by the lakeshore, waiting for the sealing corps to finish their preparations. From where he stood, the lake stretched endlessly in all directions. There was no shore in sight. On the water's surface, countless ninja darted back and forth. The sealing corps worked on undoing the existing barrier and preparing the new one. Meanwhile, combat units set up traps designed to weaken the Three-Tails. They actually put a sealing barrier over this entire lake. Yagura turned to the 6 ninja beside him, clicking his tongue in amazement. Damn, the Three-Tails really scored big in the real estate game. Got himself a whole mansion in the Land of Water, rent-free. The 6 ninja. Yagura kept going. Have you guys bought houses in Kirigakure? How big are they? Expensive? Does your salary even cover it? The 6 ninja. I mean, you should be able to afford one, right? Surely the village pays you well. If even high-ranking ninja like you guys can't buy a home, what does that say about Kirigakure's future? Ignoring the awkward silence, Yagura smirked and twisted the knife. After all, you are the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Severing Sword, Juzo Biwa. The Thunder Swords, Kurosuke Raiga. The Sewing Needle, Kuriarer Kushimaru. The explosive blade, Munashi Jinpachi. The twin swords, Hozuki Chirin. And, of course, a familiar face. The blunt sword, Jinin Akabino. Only one person was missing, the great sword, Fuguki Suikeisen. Munashi Jinpachi, always quick-tempered, snapped, "Shut your damn mouth, brat. You're giving me a headache." Courier Kushimaru, wearing a masked Anbu helmet, muttered ominously. "This kid's mouth should be sewn shut." "No need," Yagura quipped. "I'll do it myself." With a grin, he mimed zipping his lips. Juzo Biwa glanced at him and scoffed. "How disgraceful. Have kids in Kirigakure always been this weak?" "Who knows?" Kurosuke Raiga mused. "But if this brat dies later, I'm not attending his funeral." Standing in the back, Jinin Akabino remained silent, listening but not commenting. Hozuki Chirin, the quietest of the group, simply focused on his assigned task, protecting and monitoring Yagura. Yagura fell silent, gazing at the still, unbroken surface of the lake. In just a few hours, this place would erupt into one of the bloodiest battles Kirigakure had seen in years. The shift in atmosphere unsettled even the rowdiest of the swordsmen. Except for Chirin, the natural introvert, the rest of them were itching for action. Munashi Jinpachi swept his gaze across the group and growled, "Where the hell is that fat Suikeisen? Did he oversleep?" A real possibility. "He got called away by the Mizukage," Juzo Biwa said, spitting into the grass. "Maybe his dirty little secrets finally caught up with him." "Ha ha ha. Oh, now that I'd love to see," Kurosuke Raiga grinned. "A proper lightning funeral might even burn off some of his fat." And speaking of missing people, where was Hoshigaki Kisame right now? As Yagura stared at the Three-Tails lakefront mansion, his thoughts drifted to places unknown. Chapter 25, Sealing the Three-Tails, 2, Operation. Time passed little by little. As the sun moved past its peak, it gradually descended toward the west. At the center of the lake, an Anbu shinobi from the Onami clan squinted up at the sun, gauging its position before calling out to a nearby comrade. "It's 2 p.m. H1, time to send the signal." The Anbu shinobi, designated as H1, gave a nod, then retrieved a signal flare from his backpack and launched it into the sky. Bayou. A streak of light shot up from the center of the lake. Bang. Signal. Yagura felt the atmosphere around him shift dramatically. The 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist standing beside him gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for battle. Even Kage-level shinobi couldn't afford to underestimate a tailed beast, let alone elite jonin like them. As the first flare exploded, sensory teams stationed around the perimeter immediately followed the plan, launching their own signal flares in succession. The operation to seal the Three-Tails had begun. A battle of 1,000 mist shinobi versus a tailed beast. It wasn't just the 7 ninja swordsmen, every shinobi present tensed, readying themselves for combat. "Kid, you'd better pay close attention. The monster that's about to be sealed inside you, well, let's just say it's not something you see every day." The one issuing this gentle warning was Kushimaru Courier. "In a moment, we, the 7 ninja swordsmen, will be on the front lines. We won't be able to protect you." Yagura knew that this so-called protection was really just surveillance. He smiled at his acquaintance and asked pointedly, "Then who's going to protect me?" He put extra emphasis on the word. What a dull kid. No trace of a child's innocence at all. Kushimaru didn't bother arguing. Instead, he turned around and barked, "Z1. Take a squad and keep an eye on this kid." Standing behind them was a squad of nearly 100 shinobi, each wearing the signature masks of the Anbu. Yagura was certain that these weren't just any Anbu, these were the elite of the elite. The designated Anbu shinobi stepped forward. "Hi." Kushimaru, not one to sugarcoat things, cast a cold glance at Yagura and warned. "We don't want to knock the Three-Tails down only to find our Jinchuriki missing." Jinpachi Munashi scoffed. "Kushimaru, quit wasting time with that brat. The sealing team is about to break the barrier. I don't need you to tell me that." Seated on the grass, Yagura rested his chin on his knee, his gaze distant as he stared into the lake. Isabu. On the surface of lake. The sealing team, hundreds of shinobi, had already taken their positions. The first step of the operation, breaking the existing seal that currently trapped the Three-Tails and forcing it to emerge. At the sight of the signal flare, the sealing team moved in perfect unison, forming hand seals. Rat, monkey, dog, ram. Seal, release. A massive, intricate, blood-red sealing array shimmered into visibility across the lake's surface. It had previously been hidden, but now, it rose rapidly into the air, its structure unraveling from the center outward. At the same time, a dark shadow beneath the central part of the lake began to emerge, growing larger and larger. Every squad had at least one member equipped with a communication radio. A tense voice crackled through the earpieces. "Massive chakra signature detected. Coordinates. All units, retreat immediately. The tailed beast is surfacing. Seconds later, an earth-shaking roar erupted from beneath the water. Roar. A towering column of water blasted skyward along with the deafening howl. A colossal beast, the size of a mountain, burst forth from the depths, sending tidal waves surging across the lake. Yagura wasn't sure if the shinobi in the affected area had managed to retreat in time. Some might have already lost their lives before the battle had even begun. As the wave settled, the full form of the Three-Tails was finally exposed to the open air, and to the eyes of every shinobi present. It resembled a massive turtle, its entire body clad in a spiked, gray-blue shell. Only its head and underbelly were exposed, while four thick, sturdy limbs kept it firmly planted on the water's surface. Three enormous, armored tails lashed the air behind it. This was the Three-Tails. Seeing the legendary beast before him, Yagura felt cold sweat form in his palm. The beast's single exposed eye scanned the multitude of tiny insects before it. It had been sealed inside a Jinchuriki before. The moment the barrier broke, the Three-Tails understood, these humans intended to imprison it once more. That would never happen again. Roar. Fury surged through the tailed beast. It roared in defiance, gathering a massive sphere of water in front of its mouth, nearly half its own body size. Hiding in mist technique. As the Three-Tails charged its attack, the mist shinobi sprang into action according to plan. A thick fog enveloped the battlefield, shrouding the shinobi from the beast's sight. Communication HQ, Ice Release Unit. Prepare for combat. The second phase of the sealing operation, immobilizing the Three-Tails, was about to commence. At the very front of the formation stood the Ice Release Unit. Leading them was Yuki Murasaki, the current clan head of the Yuki clan. As her name suggested, she had striking short purple hair. Understood. With a flicker, she relocated directly in front of the Three-Tails, standing tall and unfazed, a confident smile on her face. Her hands flew through hand seals, chakra surging around her. Roar. The Three-Tails unleashed a devastating water cannon toward the mist forces. Ice Release. The other Ice Release users didn't move, Murasaki alone stepped forward to handle the attack. With sharp focus, her eyes narrowed. Her chakra surged, and the temperature around her plummeted. With a single step onto the lake's surface, ice spread out from beneath her feet, rapidly freezing the water. Invisible ice particles condensed from the surrounding mist. Frozen sky. A frigid gale surged forward, colliding with the water cannon. The freezing wind rapidly encased the massive attack in solid ice, neutralizing its momentum before it could strike. The frozen sphere crashed into the lake, harmless. Murasaki's feet electrified the mist shinobi. They had witnessed it firsthand, this monster was not invincible. Ha! Even as the clan leader, expending such a massive amount of chakra was exhausting. But she refused to show weakness. Instead, she raised a hand and commanded. Ice Release Unit. Show this big turtle what it's like to be unable to move. Without hesitation, the shinobi synchronized their hand seals. Ice Release. Hundreds of ice blue beams shot toward the Three-Tails. Thick ice rapidly formed where they struck, encasing its limbs and tails. The once mighty beast found itself immobilized, bound in layers of glacial restraints. The Three-Tails roared in frustration. But the shinobi had no intention of stopping now. Chapter 26, Sealing the Three-Tails, 3, The Art of the Water Mirror. Step 2, Sealing the Three-Tails, complete. Battle Squad, move out. At the command, the 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen vanished in an instant. So fast. The moment the order was transmitted over the radio, all 6 had already moved. Yagura only truly registered their disappearance after seeing them vanish before his eyes. By the time he caught sight of them again, they were already charging toward the Three-Tails, their backs quickly distancing from the shoreline where he stood. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Lightning style, Thunderstrike. Lava style. Ice style, Thousand Ice Senbon. Every available ninja, save those out on missions, had been deployed by the Third Mizukage. Over 1,000 mist ninja had arrived. Fire, wind, and lightning-style jutsu poured down like a torrential storm, combining with various bloodline limit techniques, crashing against the Three-Tails without hesitation. Water-style and earth-style users hurled explosive tags, giant windmill shuriken, flash bombs, every kind of offensive tool they had. Pinned down and unable to dodge, the Three-Tails roared in pain and fury as the barrage struck the exposed parts of its body beyond the ice layer. Pull. Yes. It's working. Keep attacking. Don't let it escape. Kurierare Kushimaru was the first among the 7 ninja swordsmen to reach the battlefield. With his lanky frame, he weaved through the Three-Tails' massive limbs, landing smoothly on the lake's surface after setting his trap. With a sharp pull of his longsword, Nuabari, the steel wire threaded through its hilt tightened. Longsword technique, Earth Spider. The ultra-durable wire rose to the surface, forming a crosshatch beneath the Three-Tails' four legs. With a swift yank, the steel mesh constricted, cutting through the ice and tightening around the beast's limbs, binding them in place. Hiramakarei, unseal. Hozuki Chirin leaped high into the air, the bandages unraveling from his massive twin-bladed sword, Hiramakarei. A chakra construct materialized and crashed onto the Three-Tails' tails. Following closely behind, Juzo Biwa and Jinin Akabino swung their blades down on two other tails. Standing at a distance, Kurosuke Raiga drove his twin lightning blades into the lake, unleashing a surge of chakra stronger than any other lightning-style user present. Lightning blade technique, Thunder Gate. Twin bolts of lightning shot into the sky, turning the overcast clouds pitch black. Within moments. Boom. Two enormous lightning bolts crashed down, striking the Three-Tails directly. The Three-Tails howled in agony, thrashing wildly and shattering the remnants of the ice restraining it. The colossal beast then leaped high into the air, curling its massive body into a tight wheel shape. A technique that would later be officially named Yagura's Leaping Bullet Shell Tower. The beast slammed down onto the lake's surface, its immense body spinning at high speed as it barreled straight into the ranks of Mist Ninja. Aya. Scatter. Don't group together. With Mist Ninja encircling it on all sides, there was no escape. Wherever it rolled, it left devastation in its wake. Fire Style, Great Flame Bombs. 3 Mist Ninja from the Firestyle Combat Division coordinated their attack, predicting the Three-Tails' trajectory and launching massive waves of fire at the incoming beast. Their timing was perfect. The flames struck head-on. But the Three-Tails' rapid spinning generated intense wind pressure, while the water surrounding its body dampened the flames, reducing their effectiveness. The fire jutsu barely left a mark on its tough shell. It's not working. Fire style is ineffective. And worse, the Three-Tails was heading straight for them. The 3 Mist Ninja immediately ceased their attack and scattered. Perfect timing. All you pesky little embers, get out of my way. Munashi Jinpachi stood his ground, directly facing the charging Three-Tails. Explosive blade technique, bursting devastation. Swinging his blade, the explosive blade, Shibuki, he unfurled a scroll lined with countless explosive tags, forming a massive trap in the beast's path. The Three-Tails, unable to discern its surroundings mid-roll, crashed straight into the deadly net. Jinpachi had already severed the scroll section, leaping far back to avoid the blast radius. Foolish beast, he sneered, forming a hand seal. Detonate. Boom. 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 Thousands of explosive tags erupted in a continuous chain of deafening explosions, sending massive shockwaves across the lake. Jinpachi retreated to join his comrades. That should slow it down. We'll see. Juzo Biwa scowled at the Three-Tails, his executioner's blade having chipped during their earlier clash. Clicking his tongue, he muttered, "Damn thing's shell is tough." Jinin Akabino cackled. Ha ha ha. Juzo, there's no blood for your sword to regenerate from. The explosions gradually subsided, leaving behind a thick mist over the battlefield. Silence fell upon the vast lake, despite the presence of 1,000 ninja and one colossal-tailed beast. Then, the radio crackled, massive chakra detected. Stay on guard. The Three-Tails is still standing. Wind-style unit, clear the mist. Understood. Wind-style users raised a gust to disperse the lingering water vapor. Wind-style, storm blast. As the mist cleared, the Three-Tails' battered but unyielding form emerged. It's still standing. Worse yet, a massive chakra sphere was forming in front of its mouth. Damn. It's a tailed beast ball. Stop it now. Lava style. Nearly 100 members of the Terumi clan spewed thick, acidic yellow liquid toward the Three-Tails. But the water in front of the beast surged, forming first a towering water wall. Then, it shifted, taking on the form of a reflective, mirror-like surface. What the? From afar, Yagura shot to his feet in shock. The art of the water mirror. An unknown jutsu. Behind Yagura, the ANBU operative designated H1, assigned to guard him, turned his gaze to the heart of the battlefield. The same number of ninja, mirrored. The same lava jutsu, mirrored. Every ninja and jutsu reflected in the water mirror was perfectly duplicated. And then launched back at them. 2 identical torrents of acid collided midair, neutralizing each other completely, before splashing harmlessly into the lake. What? As the Mist Ninja reeled from the shock of the water mirror, the Three-Tails tailed beast ball was complete. And fired. Chapter 27, Sealing the Three-Tails, 4, Collapse. The tailed beast ball shot forth from the Three-Tails, hurtling straight toward the Mist Ninja gathered before it. A massive chakra sphere, nearly as large as the beast itself, bore down on them with unstoppable force. For the Mist Ninja caught in its trajectory, the sheer, oppressive presence of death was something only they could truly comprehend. Snapping out of their initial panic, the Mist Ninja, along with the command center, let out a desperate, ear-splitting cry, "Scatter! Now! Dark Release Unit! Follow orders and get into position." Naturally, when forming their battle plan, the Mist had prepared for the possibility of facing a tailed beast ball. Unlike the Konoha shinobi who had to hastily react to the sudden Nine-Tails attack years ago, suffering devastating losses, the Mist Village had come fully prepared, from the Third Mizukage down to the lowest-ranking ninja. More than 20 Dark Release users swiftly moved into position, taking up their stances along the trajectory of the attack. Dark Release, Absorption Void. Rat, Hare, Rooster. Their hands wove through the seals in rapid succession. Between their palms, spiraling vortexes of absorption formed, greedily sucking in the chakra composing the tailed beast ball. Before their eyes, the massive sphere began to shrink. Seconds later, a short, stocky ninja wearing sunglasses suddenly collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. "I can't. There's too much chakra. If I absorb any more, I'll die." He was the first to fall, but not the last. One by one, the other Dark Release users also reached their limits. As soon as they hit their threshold, they ceased their absorption techniques immediately. Absorbing too much chakra wasn't just dangerous, it was fatal. If their bodies went beyond their limits, they'd become nothing more than walking chakra bombs. The tailed beast ball pressed onward. The Dark Release users, bloated with excessive chakra, found themselves barely able to move. Support ninjas rushed to their side, quickly carrying the incapacitated absorption users away from the battlefield. Ahead of the attack, several Mist Ninja had yet to escape. And the chakra absorbed by the Dark Release users had only lessened the ball's power slightly. Mist Village Command Center. The sensory unit had formed a water sphere in the center of the command tent, using it as a medium for battlefield surveillance. A bulging distortion on the sphere, which had been stabilizing after its initial fluctuations, suddenly expanded, once, twice, 3 times over. The distortion swelled so much that it was nearly splitting into 2 separate water spheres. Sweat dripped from the forehead of the lead sensory ninja. All ninja near F16, E15, retreat immediately. The tailed beast ball is going to explode. Boom. The explosion was unimaginably violent, far more devastating than any previous attacks. A blinding red flare erupted over the lake, illuminating the battlefield in an ominous glow. The shockwave alone was enough to send many outlying ninjas flying. As for those caught in the center of the blast, there was no chance they could have survived unscathed. Even from a distance, with the deafening explosion drowning out all other sounds, Yagura could swear he heard the dying screams and agonized wails of his comrades. His gaze darkened as he stared at the lingering glow of the blast. So sealing the Three-Tails really can't be done without bloodshed. People will die. Don't be naive, kid. The masked ANBU operative, codenamed H1, spoke with clear irritation at Yagura's words. That blast alone erased 76 chakra signatures. 76 dead. Since the battle began, we've lost a total of 193 ninjas. Keep that number in your head. Yagura hesitated, then turned to look at him in surprise. You're a sensor type. H1 said nothing further. He simply stood straight, eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead. Yagura clicked his tongue. TCH, acting all high and mighty. Battlefield. Wind release, fire release, lightning release, lava release, ice release, explosive tags, kenjutsu, every kind of jutsu and weaponry imaginable was being hurled at the Three-Tails. Attacks came from every direction, preventing it from using its water mirror technique to counteract them. Waves surged as the beast stomped across the lake, its powerful tail sweeping through the ranks of attacking shinobi. It retaliated with water cannons, creating waves to defend itself. Secret technique, Coral Bloom. Dance of the Seedling Fern. The Kagaya and Keratachi clans launched a combined assault. Coral formations erupted from beneath the Three-Tails, interwoven with razor-sharp bones, lifting the beast high above the water's surface. With its feet off the lake, it could no longer utilize the water for defense. The next wave of jutsu adjusted their trajectories, striking the exposed creature with full force. The Three-Tails roared in agony, struggling wildly as it crushed the bone forest and coral formations beneath its massive weight. The moment it landed back on the water's surface, another colossal chakra surge gathered at its mouth. Another tailed beast ball, a Mist Ninja shouted in horror. Do not falter. Keep attacking. That's an order. The Three-Tails is weakening. Some ninjas hesitated, instinctively backing away. The command center's voice rang through the communication lines. The tailed beast ball is powerful, but its weakness is that it takes time to charge. Attack now. This is our chance. A deafening blast rang out. Jinin Akabino swung his blast sword, detonating an explosion to counter an incoming tail swipe, only to curse as he saw no visible damage. Damn it. This giant turtle's skin is absurdly thick. Munashi Jinpachi slashed at the beast but barely left a scratch. Enough. Just collapse already. Most of the mist ninja held their ground, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Some were blocked by sweeping tails and surging waves, but many found their mark, hammering the beast continuously. High above the battlefield. Storm Release Unit. It's time for the finishing move. Got it, X. Thunder rumbled. 3 Storm Release Shinobi formed a triangle in the sky as the clouds churned violently around them. Storm Release, Gigantic Cloud Manifestation. Boom. 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 3 colossal figures, each over 10 meters tall, descended from the sky, formed entirely of cloud-like energy. Head, body, and tail, the Three-Tails was pinned beneath their crushing weight. Caught completely off guard, the Three-Tails was slammed into the lake, its massive form half-submerged. At the same time, the unstable tailed beast ball before its mouth detonated. Three-Tails Isabu watched, helpless, as the unstable chakra mass erupted in its face. Another explosion. Another defeat. Another seal about to be placed upon it by these wretched humans. It was utterly miserable. Boom. The sky-reaching water column from the explosion rose to the height of the 3 storm-release giants. Hozuki Chirin reflexively shielded his eyes from the falling water, his chakra-reinforced body absorbing the impact. Release the technique, their squad leader commanded. Understood. The towering storm giants dissipated. Yagura squinted through the mist, staring at the motionless Three-Tails emerging from the water. It's finally over. And just like that, the battlefield fell silent. Chapter 28, Sealing the Three-Tails, complete. After a while, voices echoed across the lake. Relieved, damn. I'm still alive. Irritated, that damn turtle's hide is thick. My lava release couldn't even melt a bit of its skin. Now relaxed enough to crack a dark joke, enough already. Our taijutsu squad was basically giving that beast a pedicure. I almost got squashed to death. Mizukage-sama. At the command center, the chief strategist reported back to the Third Mizukage. The Three-Tails has been subdued and is no longer able to move. We can begin the Jinchuriki sealing process. The Third Mizukage, a sensory-type ninja, had already sensed the weakened state of the Three-Tails long before the report came in. At the same time, he could precisely detect the casualty count among the Kirigakure forces. His expression remained indifferent as he issued the command. Commence the sealing of the Three-Tails. Understood. With orders dispatched from the command center, the combat units of Kirigakure began an orderly retreat. In their place, the sealing team took over, swiftly forming a circle around the Three-Tails and setting up the sealing array. Over the radio, a directive came through. Code H1 of the ANBU, watching over the restrained Yagura, spoke up. Kid. Don't even think about running. Do I look like I'm trying to run? Ease up on the paranoia, will you? Yagura sighed, dusting off his pants as he stood up, glancing at the ANBU assigned to guard him. I'm not going anywhere. So, what happens next? You don't need to do anything. Just sit still and accept the sealing. The ANBU had no intention of being polite. As he spoke, he stepped forward, reaching to restrain Yagura. Yagura instinctively stepped back, raising his hands. Is that really necessary? I can walk on my own. The ANBU remained expressionless. You don't have a choice. In an instant, 2 ANBU members appeared behind Yagura, each performing a jutsu to restrain him. Water release, water prison jutsu. A sphere of water materialized, trapping Yagura entirely. With no means to resist, Yagura resigned himself to his predicament, even taking a moment to reflect on how Hatake Kakashi must have felt when he was caught in a water prison before. A free lesson in experience. Yagura, his eyes dull and emotionless, stared at the ANBU outside the prison, convincing himself that this situation was, in some twisted way, a win. Except, it wasn't. Being bound, unable to move, while the pressure of the water bore down on his body, it wasn't pleasant at all. A normal person wouldn't be able to move a muscle, let alone break free from such a technique. Keep an eye on him. After all the effort it took to subdue the Three-Tails, if this Jinchuriki brat escapes, it'll all be for nothing. Code H1 gave a strict order to the other ANBU. Yagura, unamused, exhaled a string of bubbles. Were these guys dense or something? When had he ever shown any intention of running? He was a perfectly decent person, all right. Not that it mattered to the ANBU. To them, good or bad, child or adult, their mission was to transport him safely under zero-risk conditions. Water release, water whip. 4 ANBU extended water tendrils into the water prison. Though Yagura couldn't see them, he could feel his limbs being bound by the water whips. Wait, something felt off. No, this was really off. Yagura, glub glub glub. What the hell? You're taking this way too far. The 4 Anbu maintaining the water whips kept their chakra flowing, while the 2 who had cast the water prison withdrew their hands, regaining their mobility. Move out. The 4 Anbu lifted the water prison and began transporting it towards the Three-Tails, surrounded by a protective formation of over 20 additional Anbu. Yagura, now witnessing firsthand that a water prison could function as a mobile containment unit, found himself both impressed and deeply annoyed. If only he wasn't the one inside it. Oh well. Might as well chalk this up as another life experience. At least these guys would have an amusing story to tell someday about how they had once restrained the future Fourth Mizukage. Resigned to his fate, Yagura relaxed inside the mobile water prison, quietly awaiting his arrival at the sealing site. As they approached, he grew increasingly aware of the sheer size of the Three-Tails. If he had to compare, his entire height was probably no taller than one of its toes. Jinchuriki, Yagura, delivered. Code H1 led the group, handing him over to the leader of the sealing team. Understood. The sealing squad leader nodded, glancing at the small boy trapped within the water prison. So, this is the Jinchuriki. The 4 Anbu released their water whips, and with no chakra left to sustain it, the water prison collapsed. Yagura shook out his drenched hair, forcing a smile. I don't suppose you'd let me change into dry clothes first. The sealing squad leader grinned. Kid, we could arrange for a fire release jutsu instead. I'll pass. His soaked clothes were unbearable, so he figured he might as well take them off. Knowing that he'd soon have a sealing mark on his stomach, just like Naruto, he pulled off his shirt and tossed it aside. Turning his gaze to the motionless Three-Tails nearby, Yagura clenched his fists and asked. When do we begin? Surprised by his lack of fear or resistance, the sealing team exchanged glances. Since their Jinchuriki was cooperative, it saved them a lot of trouble. The sealing squad leader exhaled a puff of smoke and gave Yagura an approving look before smiling. Right now. The Three-Tails lay defeated, unable to resist. The sealing team was ready, and the Jinchuriki was compliant. Everything was in place. Yagura was guided onto the ceremonial platform and lay down. 3-seal formation. Pain. A palm struck his abdomen, igniting a searing heat as the sealing marks spread across his skin like molten iron. Yagura winced, instinctively trying to curl up, but the Anbu restrained his limbs with water whips, leaving him unable to move. With the sealing formation in place, the squad leader withdrew his hand, the chakra dispersing from his fingers. The Jinchuriki seal is complete. Begin the transfer. Yagura gasped for air, glancing down. The intricate seal on his stomach resembled a 3-bladed pinwheel. Before he could process it further, the sealing team activated their jutsu. Seal. A surge of chakra was extracted from the Three-Tails and channeled into Yagura's body through the seal on his stomach. His body instantly felt unbearably heavy. An overwhelming mass of chakra, far beyond his own, flooded into him. He couldn't move. He had no strength. As the world around him faded to white, his consciousness flickered. When Yagura came to, he found himself in a different space. Towering walls surrounded him on 3 sides, stretching so high that the ceiling was beyond sight. Beneath his feet, the water barely covered his toes. Before him, in the dim shadows, loomed a massive iron gate. Beyond it, the Three-Tails, an enormous gray-shelled turtle, watched him with blood-red eyes. Gulp. Yagura took an uneasy step back. Even knowing this was his mindscape, even knowing the Three-Tails was locked behind that gate, being stared down by such a colossal beast was nerve-wracking. Steeling himself, Yagura stepped forward and waved. Yo, Three-Tails. Long time no see. Raising an eyebrow, he added, not sure if time even exists for you in here, but, good afternoon. Chapter 29, Isabu. Even though he had mentally prepared himself for this possibility, seeing the massive sealed gate and the Jinchuriki before him made Isabu finally accept reality. This was real, not a dream. After so many years, he had once again been sealed inside a human. And this time, it was a human child. Barring any unexpected incidents, given human lifespans, at worst, he would be stuck inside this child for decades. Depressing. Yagura waited for Isabu to make the first move. But Isabu didn't seem interested in engaging with him at all. After taking a glance at the Jinchuriki's face, he simply lowered his eyelids. Yagura, huh? Was this the legendary half-lidded gaze? Did tailed beasts do that too? Or was it just his imagination? Why did Isabu look so resigned? Almost like he was sulking. Could it be that Isabu was socially anxious? He actually seemed easier to talk to than that Sundra fox. Social anxiety. Didn't matter. Keratachi Yagura was best at talking his way into things, whether it was people or tailed beasts. Now that he was able to enter the mental space and see Isabu face to face, this was the perfect opportunity to communicate directly. He wasn't going to let it go to waste. Knowing that Isabu couldn't escape the seal, Yagura braced himself and moved closer, gripping the bars of the cage. Hey. Hello. Moshi Moshi. And Yasio. Isabu could more or less understand that the boy was greeting him, but was this kid dropped on his head as a baby? Why aren't you answering me? Yagura leaned forward and knocked on the bars of the cell. Don't tell me you're asleep. Do turtles sleep with their eyes open? Isabu finally spoke, his voice deep and rumbling. I'm not a turtle. Oh, so you're awake. That means we can talk properly. Yagura grinned, thumping his chest confidently. He looked up and met Isabu's eyes. Let's start with introductions. I'm Karatachi Yagura. I'm 7 years old, I like gaming, diving, and good food. I don't like fish with too many bones. My dream is to become the Fourth Mizukage and unify the world. Isabu. Yep, definitely a human child. And an extremely noisy one. All he wanted was peace and quiet. But inside this Jinchuriki, that didn't seem possible. Yagura watched, dumbfounded, as Isabu sluggishly turned his massive body around and flopped down, facing away from him. What was this? Refusing to accept new messages. Was this how tailed beasts normally acted? Yagura was thoroughly confused. Isabu, your buddies Shikaku and Kurama aren't like this at all. You should learn from them. How am I supposed to use Naruto's methods if you don't act like Naruto's tailed beast? Isabu looked as if he had actually fallen asleep. Realizing that not all tailed beasts were the same, Yagura sighed. If Shikaku and Kurama were tsunderas, then Isabu was more like a Buddhist monk. And incredibly socially withdrawn. Not only did he refuse to talk to his Jinchuriki, but he didn't even seem interested in escaping from him. Well, fine. At least he was quieter than Shikaku and Kurama. Yagura awkwardly ruffled his own hair, then knocked on the bars again. Don't put me on mute. I need your power to achieve my goal. Not my problem. Isabu closed his eyes, intending to sleep for a few days first. If only someone could hit him over the head and put him into hibernation for a few decades, that would be even better. Isabu. Hearing his true name, Isabu froze mid-snore. Then, just as he had hoped, someone did hit him over the head, metaphorically speaking, with a wake-up call that left him reeling. In an instant, Isabu turned around with surprising agility, his single large eye locking onto Yagura. You. How do you know that name? Finally, a reaction. Seeing that his plan worked, Yagura smirked and put his hands on his hips. First of all, don't call me you. Ah, never mind, that joke's overused. He waved a hand dismissively, deliberately ignoring Isabu's urgent expression. Grinning, he said, call me by my name. I'm Yagura. And I'll call you Isabu. Sound good? Answer my question first. If the other tailed beasts saw Isabu now, they would be stunned. The one who was always at the bottom of the food chain among them, the easiest to talk to, was actually the serious. But Isabu had every reason to be. Aside from Shikaku, who always bragged about himself, only the Sage of Six Paths and the other tailed beasts knew their real names. For centuries, the ninja world had only referred to them by their tails, 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. Simple and easy to remember. Isabu leaned in closer, his massive form looming over Yagura beyond the bars. How do you know the name Isabu? His sudden approach made Yagura gulp. He stared into the massive eye in front of him. Gulp. You're not gonna eat me, right? Isabu frowned. I don't eat humans. Tailed beasts don't eat humans. And this is the mental space. Yagura wasn't sure how, but he could tell Isabu was annoyed just from his expression. Still, they were finally talking. That was progress. Placing a hand on his chest, Yagura lowered his head slightly, his voice softening as if speaking to an old friend. Because in my past life, I was your Jinchuriki, Isabu. I even fought alongside the other tailed beasts and their hosts. Your name is Isabu, 6 tails is Seiken, 9 tails is Kurama, 4 tails is Son Goku. I forgot the rest. Isabu narrowed his eye. Past life. But Yagura hadn't just guessed his name, he also got the others right. Seeing Isabu's reaction, Yagura pressed on. That's right. I was reincarnated to save the world. In my past life, I was your Jinchuriki, Isabu. Save the world. Isabu's eye nearly popped out. But Yagura's next words shook him to his core. In my past life, Madara Uchiha didn't die. He planned to capture all 9-tailed beasts and seal them inside the demonic statue of the Outer Path to summon the 10 tails. Isabu. Madara Uchiha. The Outer Path. The 10 tails. Any one of those names was enough to make a tailed beast tremble. If the 10 tails is revived, you know what will happen to the world. Yagura sighed, sitting down cross-legged as if catching up with an old friend. Last time, we had it rough. Madara put me under a genjutsu, you got sealed into the statue, and I died. Then I was reanimated to fight for him. It sucked. Isabu processed this, then frowned. But humans don't live past 100 years. Even Madara should be long dead. He is. That's why he's hiding underground, using someone else to carry out his plan. Yagura's expression darkened. Once they gather all the tailed beasts, they'll use the Rinnegan's Rinne rebirth to revive him. Rinnegan. He awakened it after fighting Hashirama Senju. Too much information. Isabu's brain overloaded. Yagura leaned forward, meeting Isabu's eye seriously. That's why I need your power to get stronger, fast. Isabu, you don't want to be sealed into the statue again, do you? Chapter 30, Creating a Pre-Pain Hokage World. A long silence stretched in the shared mental space between Yagura and Isabu. Both were deep in thought. It seemed that the fragile mind of the tailed beast had been frightened. But even if given another chance, Yagura would still make the same decision. He could have followed Naruto and Killer Bee's path, slowly building a bond with his tailed beast, gradually mastering its power, and eventually becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. But that was far too slow. Who knew how long it would take for Isabu to open up? The guy was practically a shut-in. Leveraging his knowledge of the future, Yagura had planned from the very beginning to spoil the plot for Isabu, convincing the beast that he was a reincarnated soul who had lived through everything before. After all, this world was already bizarre enough. With techniques like Edo Tensei and Rinne rebirth in play, claiming to be reincarnated was hardly a stretch. By setting up a common enemy and shared objectives, he could ensure their interests aligned and foster cooperation. The bond could come later. Are you telling the truth? After a long pause, Isabu finally spoke. He couldn't find any flaws in Yagura's words. But a sliver of doubt remained. What if, just what if? He understood all too well that if their opponent was really Uchiha Madara, even if Yagura gained his power, he would still be no match for him. Every word is true. Yagura nodded firmly and decided to up the ante. Right now, Madara has already given his Rinnegan to a ninja named Uzumaki Nagato. If his plan succeeds, Nagato will serve as his enforcer, collecting all 9-tailed beasts and using the Rinne rebirth to bring Madara back to life. In a few years, they will begin taking action. Yagura kept his explanation concise, omitting certain details and subtly shifting the narrative. In reality, Akatsuki's early actions were about recruiting rogue ninjas and taking on missions for funding. The actual capture of the tailed beasts, the part Isabu feared the most, was still 20 years away. For Isabu, today was the most exhausting day of his existence as a tailed beast. First, he was overwhelmed and sealed away inside a tiny human's body. Then, from that tiny human's mouth, he learned a series of terrible truths that threatened all tailed beasts. And worst of all, this tiny human was clearly after his body, not like that, and his power. Tailed beasts weren't the smartest creatures, but Isabu could still tell exactly what Yagura wanted. Do you even understand how strong Uchiha Madara is? Isabu fixed his gaze on Yagura. Of course. Even the strongest of you, the 9-tails, was once nothing more than his summoned beast. Even though this wasn't exactly the time for laughter, Isabu still felt a hint of amusement at the 9-tails' embarrassing history. Even if you master my power, you still won't be a match for Madara. We don't need to fight him. As if that was even an option. If Uchiha Madara was revived, the world would be done for. After the Pain arc, the Hokage era effectively ended. In the Fourth Shinobi War, from the moment Edo Madara was summoned and started humiliating the 5 Kage, the entire Naruto power scale spiraled into insanity. From the very beginning, Yagura's goal had never been to fight that man. He wouldn't allow the power levels to escalate to such absurd heights. His mission was to shape a world that remained within the power scale of the pre-Pain era. If things escalated beyond that, Yagura might as well take his hands off the keyboard and let Naruto and Sasuke handle the mess. Because after that point, Konoha had Naruto and Sasuke as walking cheat codes. No matter how strong Kirigakure became, it would always be relegated to second place, serving as Konoha's backdrop. So, Yagura's gaze darkened. All we need to do is take down his proxies and destroy the Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Nagato, Kabuto Yakushi. And the mastermind behind it all, Black Zetsu. If those 4 were eliminated, then no matter how much planning Madara had done in life, he was dead. What was he going to do, crawl out of the afterlife himself? Isabu's eyes widened as a new train of thought opened up to him. Right. They couldn't defeat Madara. But his proxies. They were definitely beatable. If they took them out before Madara could be revived, problem solved. All right. Though he couldn't be sure Yagura's words were entirely trustworthy, Isabu wasn't willing to take the risk. After pondering for a long time, he finally nodded in agreement. What if it was true? Being sealed inside the demonic statue of the outer path and transformed into the Ten-Tails would be far worse than being a Jinchuriki. Even if he was being deceived, it would only be for a few decades. Compared to the nightmare of the Ten-Tails and Madara, that was nothing. At this point, his best option seemed to be trusting this little Jinchuriki and making sure he got stronger so that he wouldn't be captured by Madara's proxies. Yagura's face lit up. You're agreeing to cooperate? Isabu. Cooperate sounds nicer. Isabu had originally intended to say, I'll let you use my power. But hearing Yagura's phrasing, he decided to change his words. Fine. We can cooperate. What's your name again? Yagura. Karatachi Yagura. Yagura. Yes. Seeing how excited Yagura was just from hearing his name, Isabu suddenly felt an odd urge to smile. I'll give you a portion of my chakra first. Try to get a feel for it. A sphere of chakra appeared before Isabu, hovering gently in the air. It wasn't a tailed beast bomb. Unlike that destructive force, this chakra ball was stable and refined. Yagura's eyes gleamed as he watched the small orb of chakra slowly descend toward him. He reached out to catch it. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt an overwhelming surge. This small sphere contained several times more chakra than his entire body. Excited, he asked, How do I use this, Isabu? Isabu glanced at him, but chose not to answer. Instead, he simply said, Someone's calling you outside. I'm going to sleep. See you next time. Huh. After everything that had happened today, even a tailed beast needed rest. And when faced with difficulties, sleeping was always the best solution. Before Yagura could react, the chakra orb surged forward, sinking into his body uncontrollably. Shit. A massive influx of chakra overwhelmed him, making him feel as if his body was about to fall apart. His eyes nearly rolled back. He barely had time to curse Isabu for not giving him any preparation before his consciousness was forcibly expelled from the mental space. Faintly, he began to hear voices from the outside world once again. Chapter 31, The Perfect Jinchuriki. The head of the Keratachi clan raised his hand, his expression grave as he observed his grandson, now enveloped in coral and the tailed beast cloak. Nearby, the leader of the Hozuki clan raised his right hand in the shape of a finger gun. The moment Yagura showed any signs of losing control, he would unleash the Hozuki clan's most formidable technique, water release, water iron cannon. Hey, is your grandson okay? The seal was just put in place, and it's already loosening. It's hard to say that it's not a problem. The old Keratachi patriarch cursed inwardly. That brat had talked such a big game before this, and now, the moment things got real, he was already embarrassing himself. Yagura. In reality, there was no issue at all. The two elderly men were simply overreacting. Yagura was merely in the process of absorbing Isabu's chakra. He lacked the strength to open his eyes, speak, or move. He could hear everything happening around him, including his own grandfather striking him with a coral palm just moments ago. He couldn't move. Damn, getting hit by his own clan's coral palm really didn't feel great. Could he get rid of all this coral? The moment that thought surfaced in his mind, the two clan leaders watched as the tailed beast cloak gradually peeled away from Yagura, taking the coral along with it. Only for another layer of the cloak to form instantly. The old Keratachi patriarch clicked his tongue. Take it easy on him. I know. I won't kill him. The Hozuki leader took aim at Yagura. Water release, water iron cannon. Boom. The two old men were about to get serious. Lying on the bed, Yagura had no choice but to stop slowly digesting Isabu's chakra. His mind snapped back into focus, and he forced his body to move. Pushing down with the tailed beast cloak on his back, he shattered the bed beneath him and used the momentum to leap to the ceiling, barely avoiding the Hozuki leader's water bullet. In the blink of an eye, his grandfather lunged at him again, this time midair, his palm striking out. No words, no warning, just straight up trying to kill him. Yagura hurriedly raised his own palm to meet the attack. Coral palm. Asterisk. As they clashed, his grandfather landed on the ground, his palm now covered in coral. But instead of anger, his face showed surprise. Yagura's eyes were clear and sharp, no sign of being consumed by the tailed beast's wild instincts. Wait, stop. The Hozuki leader also sensed something unusual. He gave a nod, his eyes locked onto Yagura in disbelief. Could it be? Seeing them hesitate, Yagura seized the moment to explain, Grandpas, calm down. Let's talk this through. My mind is clear, I haven't been taken over by Isabu. The tension hung in the air for a long moment. The Keratachi patriarch exchanged a look with the Hozuki leader before speaking. I have a question. If you can answer it, I'll believe you're still that brat Yagura. Yagura nodded. Go ahead, Grandpa. The fish in my artificial lake at home. Yagura instantly blurted out, "I gave them to the kitchen auntie to grill a few days ago." He froze mid-sentence. Because he suddenly realized, his grandfather never actually had proof that he did that. And besides, the fact that he could speak normally should have been proof enough that he wasn't controlled by the tailed beast. Shit. He got played. With a reluctant scowl, Yagura climbed down from the ceiling, his small eyes filled with resentment as he stared at his grandfather. The old man, despite being the victim of Yagura's grilled fish theft, simply laughed. "You brat." The Hozuki leader cleared his throat and got back to business. "Yagura, do you feel anything off?" "Off? You mean the whole thing where Isabu should be fighting me for control?" The Hozuki leader nodded. Yagura grinned and shook his head confidently. "Nope. Turns out, Isabu is surprisingly easy to talk to. We had a little chat, came to an understanding, and it agreed to let me use its chakra. I just need time to fully absorb and control it." As he spoke, he demonstrated, dismissing the coral palm residue along with the portion of the tailed beast cloak on his hand. "See? I'm in tailed beast cloak mode, but I haven't lost my reason." The Hozuki leader's expression twisted in shock, before he suddenly grinned and elbowed the Keratachi patriarch. Hey, your grandson is something else. In the history of the ninja world, only 2 shinobi have ever fully controlled a tailed beast, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. And now, his grandson might be the third. Or if they ignored those 2 legendary figures, he would be the first. The Keratachi patriarch's inner shock was no less than the Hozuki leader's, but he managed to keep his expression under control. "This needs to be reported. I'll go inform the people outside to stand down. You get Yagura ready." The Hozuki leader then left the wooden house. "Yagura, can you freely retract your tailed beast cloak?" "No." Yagura denied it outright. The reason was simple, he had too much chakra inside him right now. What Isabu had given him was probably just a tiny fraction of its chakra, but for Yagura, it was enough to fill him to the brim, overflowing, even. Like trying to pour an entire ocean into a single cup. Forget it, no big deal. The Keratachi patriarch waved it off. For someone who had just become a Jinchuriki, being able to maintain control while using the tailed beast's chakra was already unprecedented. Asking for more would just be greedy. A short while later, the Hozuki leader returned. "I've sent the Anbu to inform the Third Mizukage about Yagura's situation. We can leave now, to meet the Mizukage." Meeting the Mizukage. Yagura grinned. He was curious to see how those old geezers would react. Meanwhile, in the Mizukage's office. A sand timer was flipped, marking the passage of time as the grains trickled down. "Seal the tailed beast inside a Konoha ninja." The Third Mizukage skimmed through the proposal document on his desk. "Then bring them to Konoha, undo the seal, and let the tailed beast rampage inside the village. To prevent suicide, carve a sealing formula onto their heart." Elder Genshur, who also had a copy of the document, commented, "Too risky." Fuguki. The Third Mizukage raised his gaze toward the men before him, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the head of Kirigakure's Anbu, Fuguki Suikezen. "This plan, did you come up with it?" Fuguki, his broad, grinning face full of amusement, chuckled. "Yes, Mizukage-sama. If this plan succeeds, Konoha will suffer tremendous losses." The Third Mizukage tapped the desk. "I asked, did you come up with this plan?" Fuguki froze. The Mizukage knew him well. This man was cunning and greedy, always scrambling for the smallest scraps of profit. But he didn't have the guts or vision for a plan of this scale. And none of his subordinates were capable of it, either. If this plan fails, we might lose a tailed beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are not Senju Hashirama. They won't simply hold a 5-kage summit and redistribute it back to us. Mizukage-sama, I. Under the Mizukage's scrutinizing gaze, Fuguki broke into a cold sweat and immediately blurted out the truth. The proposal didn't come from me, Mizukage-sama. I just thought it had a high chance of success, so I reported it. And if the tailed beast is sealed away by Konoha, how do you recover it? Fuguki was drenched in sweat. Do your job properly. Why yes, Mizukage-sama. I understand. Leave. Why yes. Excuse me. Chapter 32, The Tailed Beast's Plan to Destroy Konoha. Fuguki Suikezen staggered out on trembling legs. Elder Genshur set down the proposal he had been reviewing. Mizukage is Fuguki. The Third Mizukage immediately understood what Genshur was implying. Are you suggesting that, because I reprimanded him yesterday for skimming too much off the Anbu's funds, he's now trying to atone by submitting this proposal? Yes. The Third Mizukage folded his hands under his chin and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That doesn't make sense. If Fuguki was truly trying to turn over a new leaf, he wouldn't resort to such an extreme method to prove himself. After decades in the ninja world, the third Mizukage knew that no scenario was impossible. Keep a close watch on Fuguki. If anything seems off, report to me immediately. Also, investigate the ninja who submitted this proposal to him. Find out who's really behind it. The Anbu under his direct command responded, understood. Was this Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo plotting to steal one of Kirigakure's tailed beasts for themselves? Or was another village trying to use Kirigakure's beast to create an opportunity, then launch a surprise attack on Konoha to trigger a war? Whether it was about the tailed beast or an assault on Konoha, there were too many people in the ninja world with motives for either. Trying to deduce the mastermind out of thin air would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Besides, the third Mizukage had to admit, the proposal was highly tempting. Konoha had been the dominant force for too long, with all other villages forced into the background. For decades, he had implemented the Bloody Mist policy, sacrificing countless lives, yet Kirigakure still remained at the bottom, barely keeping pace with Tsunagakure. Before he stepped down, he desperately wanted to achieve something that would elevate Kirigakure, to prove he was more capable than Hozuki Gangetsu. The third Mizukage glanced at the proposal on his desk and placed it in his drawer. Then, after a moment of thought, he retrieved it and positioned it prominently at the front of his desk. Elder Genshur observed this in silence. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Enter. Yagura stepped forward, twisted the doorknob, and entered, his eyes immediately locking onto the third Mizukage. Just from that brief eye contact, Yagura instinctively straightened up. Mizukage-sama. The one he had been waiting for had arrived, and, more importantly, was still rational. The third Mizukage's gaze remained fixed on the translucent blue chakra layer surrounding Yagura. Yondaime, is that the tailed beast cloak? Yondaime. Who? Yagura blinked in confusion before nodding stiffly. Yes, the tailed beast cloak. You've mastered it. Not completely. I still can't retract it at will. He had tried multiple times on the way here. He could suppress it to an extent, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only reduce it little by little. Find an open space and burn off the excess chakra. If the cup is overflowing, and there's no way to stop the flow, then the only option is to empty it. Yagura's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it's done. That meant he could now wield and control the tailed beast's chakra. Receiving a definitive answer, the third Mizukage felt his pulse quicken with excitement. The Anbu reports hadn't been exaggerated, Yagura could indeed harness the power of the tailed beast. The third Mizukage waved a hand, signaling the two men accompanying Yagura to leave. He wanted to speak with Yagura privately. The two, one from the Kaja clan and the other the Hozuki clan leader, exchanged confused glances before awkwardly retreating and closing the door behind them. Did Mizukage-sama just call Yagura? Neither of them could believe their ears. Yet after exchanging another look, they confirmed that they had indeed heard the same three words. I must be going deaf. I wish I were deaf. The third Mizukage gestured toward the empty space in front of his desk. Sit. Understanding the unspoken command, Yagura dragged a chair over and sat across from him. Like a nervous job interview candidate, he sat stiffly, feeling like he was sitting on a bed of needles. Unable to maintain eye contact with the Mizukage for long, his gaze wandered around the room, until it landed on the document placed at the edge of the desk. The tailed beast's plan to destroy Konoha. What's this? Take a look. It was submitted by one of my subordinates. Elder Genshur's brows lifted slightly in surprise. Was the Mizukage seriously considering this? Yagura, given permission, had little choice but to comply. He picked up the document and began reading. 1 page for the cover, 2 for the proposal, 1 for the conclusion, 4 pages in total. Even before finishing the summary, Yagura sensed something was off. His expression darkened as he continued reading. By the time he was done, he exhaled sharply in shock. This was exactly what had been done to Nohara Rin. A wave of dread washed over him, and he blurted out, "Who came up with this?" His reaction took the third Mizukage by surprise. The leader of Kirigakure's Anbu. Fuguki Suikezen. Correct. The third Mizukage smirked. You seem unusually rattled, Yondaime. Every hair on Yagura's body stood on end. Thinking quickly, he forced out a response. Because the Three-Tails is under my protection. Not just Fuguki, even you can't touch him. Kirigakure has another tailed beast, the third Mizukage reminded him. We can use the 6 tails. That single statement almost made Yagura slip up. Taking several seconds to compose himself, he cautiously asked. Mizukage-sama, are you seriously considering this plan? I'm still considering it. Ignoring Fuguki and the unknown mastermind behind the plan, the proposal itself remained an option. The risk was high, but so was the potential reward. The third Mizukage wasn't one to back down simply because something was dangerous. If he had been, he wouldn't have implemented the Bloody Mist policy. If this could severely wound Konoha, if it could force Konoha to cede territory and grant Kirigakure a foothold on the mainland, then even if the Three-Tails or the Six-Tails were lost in the process, the Mizukage wouldn't consider it a loss. Land was the foundation of national power. Generally, the larger a nation's territory, the stronger it was. I oppose it. As the fourth Mizukage, Yagura met the third Mizukage's gaze solemnly and tossed the proposal into the trash. The Mizukage's expression remained unchanged. Give me one good reason. Yagura knew the Mizukage wasn't asking for a list of the plan's flaws. The man had ruled for decades, he had already calculated the risks. If he wanted to sway him, he needed a variable the Mizukage hadn't accounted for. And he had only one. The revelation left both the Mizukage and Elder Genshin momentarily stunned. I can help the Six-Tails Jinchuriki fully master the tailed beast's power, just like I did. Chapter 33, the men known as the Third Mizukage. The Mizukage's office fell into silence. The Third Mizukage had quit smoking a long time ago. But his mouth was dry, and after exhausting his mind all day, he found himself craving a cigarette for the first time in years. A perfect Jinchuriki, was such a thing truly replicable? The Third Mizukage had always assumed that Yagura's ability to control a tailed beast's chakra stemmed purely from his innate talent. But now, it seemed that might not be the case. Still, the Mizukage had no intention of becoming a Jinchuriki himself, nor did he press Yagura for details on how one could mass-produce perfect Jinchuriki. All that mattered were the results. If Yagura could truly achieve this, then in the next Great War, a fully controlled Jinchuriki would be far more valuable than any other strategy they had in place. Like the Three-Tails, the Six-Tails has been without a Jinchuriki for some time. We found a suitable candidate for the Six-Tails, but he's still too young. The sealing process carries significant risks at his current age. Our research into sealing techniques has been slow. Compared to other villages, our ability to utilize tailed beasts has always been inefficient. I won't pry into how you control a tailed beast's chakra. But if you're confident that, when the time comes, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki can undergo the sealing process safely, I want you to guide him. There was no further mention of the plan to unleash a tailed beast on Konoha. Which meant, for now, the Mizukage had set that plan aside. Yagura was inwardly thrilled. He nodded eagerly. Understood. The third Mizukage studied Yagura's earnest expression and spoke again. Yagura, I know you're intelligent and naturally gifted as a shinobi. After a pause, he added sincerely, had you been born a few years earlier, you would have been strong enough to defeat me and take this seat for yourself. In Kirigakure, the Mizukage was always the strongest shinobi in the village. The third Mizukage truly believed that if Yagura fully mastered the Three-Tails power, he would become the most formidable Mizukage yet. That was why, just moments ago, he had jokingly referred to Yagura as the fourth Mizukage. While the words carried some humor, his recognition of Yagura's potential was entirely genuine. Yagura was stunned. Given what he knew of the third Mizukage, this came as a complete surprise. Because of his past conflicts with Gangetsu Hozuki, the Mizukage seat had always been a taboo subject for him. And now, he was openly acknowledging that Yagura could take that position. Yagura was still young, his thoughts were written all over his face. The third Mizukage wasn't irritated by his reaction. He idly toyed with the hourglass on his desk and murmured, I'm getting old. In the shinobi world, where the average life expectancy barely reached 30, the third Mizukage had lived long enough. He knew his own condition well, his body wouldn't last much longer. Holding this position meant considering not only Kirigakure's present but also its future. Yagura's expression shifted slightly. Unable to hold back, he asked. Is there really no one in the village stronger than you? Heh. If there were, this old man would have been forced into retirement long ago. How ironic. He had enforced the blood mist policy to cultivate elite shinobi. Yet after decades, Kirigakure's strongest fighters were still just the 7 ninja swordsmen. Not a single one had emerged strong enough to stand alongside the Kage of other villages. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the truth was undeniable, his blood mist policy had failed. He had been meant to succeed the second Mizukage, but Gangetsu Hozuki had defeated him and seized the position instead. That loss had left him obsessed with the title of Mizukage. He despised the Hozuki clan and the other noble families who possessed powerful bloodline limits, born superior to ordinary shinobi. After taking power, he suppressed the noble clans and elevated common-born shinobi instead. Now, 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen hailed from civilian backgrounds. Kirigakure lacked the funds to sustain a large standing army, and his radical enforcement of the blood mist policy had aligned with the village's economic constraints. It had also earned Kirigakure a fearsome reputation. But while the outside world feared the bloody mist, within the village, the truth was clear to its leadership, Kirigakure was weakening year by year. Declining revenues, a shrinking shinobi force, dwindling population, his vision of an elite force had never materialized. It had become a vicious cycle. Rather than growing stronger, Kirigakure was only growing poorer and weaker. Day by day, as the village's decline played out before his eyes, his conviction wavered. He had clung to this position for so long that he now stood at the edge of death's door, yet Kirigakure remained the same. Doubt crept in. Was he truly suited for this position? Had his policies been the right choice? His blood mist policy had exacted a heavy toll, claiming countless lives and internal strife, yet Kirigakure remained on the same level as Tsunegakure, struggling to compete even with Iwagakure, let alone dream of catching up to Konoha. That was why, when the Third Tsuchikage reached out, he had chosen to quietly prepare for the Third Shinobi World War. If Kirigakure did not prove its strength through war, the village's future would be grim, and he himself would die a disgraced Mizukage. That was something he would never accept. Here, Yagura, have some water. The elder advisor, Ginshur, pushed a disposable cup filled with water toward Yagura. Yagura reached out and took it. Oh, thank you, elder. You too, Lord Mizukage. Have some water. The third Mizukage snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Thank you. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. Ginshur sat back, seemingly unbothered by the world, and returned to his work. The Mizukage took a shallow sip of water, his gaze falling once more on Yagura. There was both regret and relief in his heart. At last, he had found a worthy successor. If he could train this boy properly and ensure a smooth transition of power, then half of his duty as Mizukage would be complete. Perhaps then, when he finally passed on, he could face Lord Byakuren with some semblance of dignity. First Mizukage, Byakuren. Though Yagura was a Karatachi. At least he was only a Karatachi. Sensing the slight shift in the Mizukage demeanor, Yagura quietly sipped his water, reassessing the men before him. Most of his knowledge of the third Mizukage had come from the blood mist policy and from Gungetsu Hozuki's bitter criticisms. But now, speaking with him directly, Yagura could see that, despite everything, the Mizukage's actions had always been for the village. It seemed that way, at least. Lord Mizukage, why did you implement the blood mist policy? You're still young. One day, you'll understand. Yagura pressed further. How do you know I won't understand if you don't tell me? The Mizukage studied him for a long moment, then asked. When you become the fourth Mizukage, will you abolish the blood mist policy? Yagura's answer was firm. Of course. Chapter 34, the Chunin exams are essential for the shinobi world. To Yagura, the blood mist policy was utterly reprehensible, he could see no benefits to it whatsoever. Because of this, he harbored deep prejudice against the one responsible for enforcing it, the third Mizukage. However, after interacting with the men, Yagura realized that the third Mizukage was neither an idiot nor someone under Uchiha Madara's control. So why did he push forward with the blood mist policy? From what Yagura had gathered so far, the Mizukage's motive was simple: he despised the Hozuki clan, and by extension, all of the major clans within Kirigakure. Yet, this alone wasn't enough to justify the implementation of such a brutal policy. Logically speaking, after so many years, had the blood mist policy actually suppressed the influence of the major clans? Not really. Children born into these clans still had more resources than civilian shinobi, benefiting from structured training and upbringing. Not to mention their bloodline-based Kekkei Genkai and inherited secret techniques. When two graduates, one from a clan and one from a civilian background, entered the real world as shinobi, the survival rate disparity was obvious. To counterbalance this, the academy formed squads that mixed major clan heirs together, as seen with Yagura, Mangetsu, and Kide's three-man team. But at best, this was only a secondary objective. The real reason was: Kirigakure is not Konoha, nor is it Kimogakure. The village doesn't have the funds to sustain a standing force of 20 to 30,000 shinobi. Perhaps elderly men simply enjoyed discussing national affairs with the younger generation. Even after Yagura openly rejected his policies and vowed to overturn them once he took power, the third Mizukage wasn't angry. For reasons unknown, the Mizukage patiently explained his rationale, speaking in a way that a child could understand. The situation you'll face when you take over is exactly this: the village has no money. Maintaining a certain number of shinobi requires funding. We cannot afford to be careless with who we train and keep. I understand that the blood mist policy isn't ideal, but it is the most suitable choice for Kirigakure. These are things your grandfather should have told you, yet it seems he never did. Being a Kage wasn't just about strength. Even Uzumaki Naruto, the seventh Hokage, who was arguably the strongest shinobi in history, was swamped with administrative duties after assuming office. He worked himself to exhaustion. He even had to send a shadow clone to his own daughter's birthday party. Halfway through, the clone dispelled, and the cake in his hands fell to the ground, ruined. The third Mizukage had enforced the blood mist policy for decades. There had to be multiple layers of reasoning behind it. As Yagura's eyes gradually cleared with understanding, the Mizukage nodded in approval. If a student could be taught, and they understood the lesson, then there was hope. At present, the leaders of the other 4 great villages had all been in power for over a decade. If Kirigakure's next Mizukage was an ignorant fool, the village might very well be sold out without even realizing it. If there were better candidates, the 3rd Mizukage wouldn't have chosen a child as the future 4th Mizukage. But there was no one else. In mere seconds, countless thoughts flashed through his mind before he settled his gaze on Yagura. Yagura, I have a few questions for you. Yagura straightened up, ready for the challenge. Go ahead. Why does Kirigakure receive so few commissions from other nations? Yagura blinked. It felt like he was back in a history exam. This was his forte. He had read the village's history books multiple times. Structuring an essay response. A humanities student's bread and butter. After carefully considering his wording, Yagura smoothly replied. Kirigakure follows a closed-door policy, so it can only take commissions from within its own country. Most commissions go to a nation's own village to sustain its economy. Additionally, Kirigakure is too far away. The mainland villages are much closer. Even when foreign clients seek services outside their own country, Kirigakure is rarely the first choice. Not bad. The 3rd Mizukage nodded in approval. Our village's shinobi are strong, but given these conditions, we realize that the problem lies in how little the outside world knows about our capabilities. Yagura understood this all too well. Even in the 21st century, many excellent films and products fail due to poor marketing. You need better publicity. The Mizukage continued, to attract more commissions, Kirigakure needs to increase its visibility. What would you suggest? Boosting the village's reputation. If it were any other policy question, Yagura might have needed time to think. But he had already seen the correct answer to this one. Smirking with confidence, he suggested, how about participating in the joint Chunin exams with other villages? Elder Genshire's hand slipped, and his brush left a long, crooked line across his document. That scroll was going to need rewriting. But that was the least of his concerns. Having previously been listening absent-mindedly, the elder snapped to attention, turning to Yagura in shock. The 3rd Mizukage fell silent, contemplating the proposal. Finally, he countered. That would contradict Kirigakure's closed-door policy. Our shinobi's abilities would be exposed. Yagura was speechless. You want exposure but also secrecy. Isn't that like trying to be a prostitute while insisting on a chastity plaque? The Mizukage's expression darkened instantly. Black lines formed on his forehead at the crude analogy, but he had to admit, the logic was sound. Lord Mizukage. Elder Genshire finally spoke up. I believe it's worth considering. He was the one who managed the village's finances. Did the Mizukage have any idea how hard it had been to keep the village afloat these past years? If the Chunin exams could genuinely increase Kirigakure's visibility and attract commissions, it was a golden opportunity. The Mizukage found it amusing to see the usually composed elder losing his cool. Genshire was usually so reserved. But he knew the elder had been struggling with Kirigakure's financial woes for too long. Frankly, he himself was exhausted by it. Elder, this isn't a small matter. It requires thorough discussion. You're right. Genshire sat back down, mumbling, we'd need to negotiate with the other Kage about the timing and location. Kirigakure has never participated in a joint Chunin exam before, this would be an unprecedented move. The Mizukage sighed. You're already discussing the logistics. We haven't even decided if we're participating yet. Looking over at Yagura, who was brimming with anticipation, the Mizukage raised an eyebrow. You want to take part? Absolutely. The Chunin exams were essential to the world of shinobi. Just as the West could never lose Jerusalem. Yagura nodded fervently. If you're concerned about exposing our shinobi skills, why not just send a single 3-man team? And, of course, I want one of those spots. We could also use this as an opportunity to gather intel on the other villages. Kirigakure's isolation was a double-edged sword. Just as the outside world knew nothing about Kirigakure's shinobi, Kirigakure knew nothing about them. Especially Konoha. With war looming, gathering intelligence on Konoha's shinobi could be a huge advantage. And all they had to sacrifice was the information of 3 of their own. A tempting deal. The 3rd Mizukage quietly weighed the possibilities. Chapter 35, using the Mizukage to find someone. The 3rd Mizukage turned his hourglass over once again, falling into silent contemplation. Yagura sat in his seat, half nervous, half expectant, quietly awaiting the Mizukage's decision. During this time, Elder Genshire pulled Yagura over to sit beside him on the couch. Patting the back of Yagura's hand, Elder Genshire gave him a kind nod. Don't worry, there's an 80% chance it'll work out. Understanding the reassurance behind the elder's gaze, Yagura accepted the cup of water handed to him and nodded in gratitude. You will participate in the Chunin exams. The 3rd Mizukage finally spoke, his hawk-like sharp eyes locking onto Yagura. Aside from yourself, you may recommend one other person. It worked. Yagura suppressed the urge to pump his fist in excitement and began frantically searching his mind for someone suitable to take the exam with him. A 3-man squad was required for the Chunin exams. One spot was filled by him, meaning he needed 2 teammates. And now, the Third Mizukage had granted him the right to choose one of them. Yagura's first thought was his 3 closest friends. However, after careful consideration, he had to painfully rule them all out. Mangetsu was a no-go. The fact that he bore the Hozuki surname would definitely not pass the Mizukage scrutiny. Keed and Zabuza, while talented, were still lacking in strength to take the Chunin exams at this time. After much deliberation, Yagura thought of someone he had met only once. He enunciated each syllable clearly, Terumi Mei. No. The Third Mizukage instantly rejected the choice. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. He had expected Yagura to pick Hozuki Mangetsu, or perhaps Zabuza or Keed. Yet Yagura had chosen Terumi Mei, someone he wasn't even familiar with. Why? Yagura was dumbfounded, staring at the Mizukage in disbelief. The latter, however, did not leave him guessing and provided an explanation. Terumi Mei possesses 2 Kekkei Genkai. That information must not be exposed. Choose someone else. Yagura was speechless. Seeing the look in Yagura's eyes, as if calling him a hypocrite, the Third Mizukage remained unbothered. He simply stated, if you can't decide, I will choose both of your teammates for you. Wait, let me think. Give me another moment. Damn it, he had wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Terumi Mei, but that plan was crushed immediately. Faced with the Mizukage threat, Yagura quickened his mental search, rummaging through his memory for any other potential candidates. Among the future mist ninja he knew, all the strong ones were currently off limits. However, there were still others, those he knew of but had yet to locate or meet in person. Ringo Emuri. How about her? The Third Mizukage remained expressionless but asked, who? It wasn't surprising that he didn't recognize the name. At this point in time, Ringo Emuri was not yet the future prodigy of lightning release in Kirigakure. She was just another faceless Anbu member among many. Ah. Yagura realized the issue and awkwardly scratched his head. He actually had no idea where Ringo Emuri was or what she was doing right now. He had even asked Mangetsu and Keed about her before but got no useful information. The Anbu under the Mizukage quickly gathered Ringo Emuri's file and placed it on the desk. As Mizukage, was there any ninja's file he couldn't obtain? Yagura watched the file with nervous anticipation. He wasn't sure how strong Ringo Emuri was at the moment. But based on her future reputation, she had to be good. Ringo Emuri, 11 years old. A brief glance was enough for the Mizukage to sense her potential. He carefully read through the full file, family background, ninja experience, skill assessments, mission records, social interactions, and more. After finishing, the Mizukage tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Seeing this reaction, Elder Ginshur could already tell that Ringo Emuri was promising. Setting down the file, the Mizukage looked at Yagura again and said, she will do. There was no hesitation in his decision. Yagura cheered internally and eagerly asked, what about the third teammate? You have another candidate. The Mizukage raised an eyebrow. Another genius, perhaps. Why didn't he know about this one? Yes, I do. Mangetsu and Keed weren't viable options. And where better to find someone than directly from the Mizukage? Mangetsu and Keed, sneeze. Not wanting to give the Mizukage a chance to refuse, Yagura quickly revealed his final pick, Hoshigaki Kisame. As before, the Anbu swiftly retrieved Kisame's file and presented it to the Mizukage within a minute. The Mizukage skimmed through it and dropped a harsh reality on Yagura, he's already a chunin. Ah, oh. Like a deflated balloon, Yagura's dream of assembling an all-star squad to dominate the chunin exams was crushed. Unfazed, the Mizukage stacked Kisame's file atop Ringo Emuri's and stated. For Kirigakure's first participation in the joint chunin exams, your third teammate won't be weak. Yagura pressed on, who is it? Would it be another future mist ninja he had forgotten about? I'll keep it a secret for now, ha ha ha. The Mizukage chuckled, clearly in a good mood. It's getting late. Go deal with your tailed beast cloak first. Also, your friends will probably come looking for you soon. Friends. Mangetsu and the others. Yagura suddenly remembered, he still hadn't told them about becoming a Jinchuriki. Alright, I'll get going then. Satisfied with his gains, Yagura took his leave, closing the door behind him. Halfway down the hall, he suddenly turned back and poked his head into the office again. The Mizukage frowned. What is it now? Yagura had almost forgotten something important. His expression turned serious. Mizukage-sama, look into the person who submitted the tailed beast plan to Fuguki Suikeisen. Was it someone controlled by Uchiha Madara's genjutsu? Or a white zetsu. Understood. He didn't have the means to investigate it himself, so he had to rely on the Mizukage. After confirming the Mizukage had truly taken note of the matter, Yagura finally left for real. The Mizukage ran his hand over the 2 files on his desk and asked, "Elder, when is the next Chunin exam?" Elder Genshur smiled knowingly. After working together for decades, they understood each other's thoughts with just a glance. The Chunin exams are held twice a year. The next one is in June, hosted by Sunagakure. The Mizukage smirked. Sunagakure in June, those two sure know how to pick a place. If nothing changes, the following exam will be in December, hosted by Konoha. The Mizukage tapped his fingers again and ordered, "Bring Hoshigaki Kisame to me." Immediately. Chapter 36, The Power of a Jinchuriki. Unaware that the third Mizukage had summoned the long-awaited Hoshigaki Kisame after his departure, Yagura made his way home, keeping a low profile. The tailed beast cloak around him was too conspicuous, so he moved cautiously through the village before diving straight into his training ground. He sat cross-legged under the shade of a tree, closed his eyes, and entered the mental realm where Isabu resided. The sky of the mental realm was tinged with a faint purple hue, the surroundings empty and vast, with water just deep enough to submerge his feet. Taking a few steps forward, Yagura approached the massive figure ahead. "Oi, Isabu. You there?" "Awake," he called out, eyes narrowing. "How are you even sleeping at this hour? At your age, you shouldn't even be able to sleep this much." Isabu opened one eye, clearly exasperated. "What do you want now?" Yagura, completely unfazed, responded naturally, "I need you to teach me something." "Which something?" "You know, that. The one that lets you copy any attack and send it right back. Super cool, totally broken, and, bang, just like that." Yagura's excitement was palpable. "The water mirror technique. Teach me." He wasn't just interested in Isabu's chakra, this technique had also caught his eye. Isabu refused outright. "No." Yagura's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at himself. "Excuse me. I am the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Teach me." Even if you were the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, the answer would still be no. "Why?" "I want to sleep." Isabu had already gone through enough drama for one day, far too much for a tailed beast's liking. Working overtime? Not a chance. Sleeping, lazing around, literally, and swimming were his greatest joys. Swimming and idling were already off the table. No one was going to rob him of his sleep as well. Seeing Isabu about to close his eyes again, Yagura quickly stopped him. Wait. Fine. Forget the water mirror technique. I just have one more question, and then I'll leave you alone." Isabu sighed, eager to get this over with. "Ask. How do I get rid of this tailed beast cloak?" The third Mizukage had given him instructions, but Yagura wanted to confirm with Isabu. After all, he wasn't about to put his full trust in that old man with a questionable reputation. "And, why is my chakra blue? Every other Jinchuriki's chakra is red. Can it be gold instead?" "One question, huh? Just use up more chakra until it's depleted. I may have given you a little too much at once." Isabu paused for a moment before answering the other question. "I don't know about the others, I haven't seen them in a long time. But my chakra is this color." "You don't like it?" Yagura shook his head vigorously. No. I love it. Looks great. Definitely not sending it back for a refund." Say what you will, but while it might not be as flashy as Naruto's golden glow, it was far better looking than the usual red-tailed beast cloak. A light, sky-blue shroud wrapped around him, not as twisted as other Jinchuriki's red cloaks, nor as blazing as Naruto's golden flames. It felt as gentle as water. Yagura, a true believer in aesthetics, was very pleased. Seeing that Yagura had nothing else to ask, Isabu closed his eyes and promptly kicked him out of the mental realm. It was past 3 already, sleep came first. Returning to reality, Yagura let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Isabu was unique, to say the least. For a moment, Yagura struggled to find the right words to describe him. Oh well, I'll put the water mirror technique aside for now. He still wanted to learn it, but if Isabu refused to teach him, there wasn't much he could do. Besides, Isabu had already given him plenty. First, I need to get used to Isabu's chakra. Sustainability was key, using everything at once would be short-sighted. Dusting himself off, he stood up. And what better way to burn through chakra than practicing water release? It wasn't just because water release techniques consumed more chakra than lightning release. Compared to Kurama and Shikaku, Isabu was practically the ideal tailed beast. Since becoming the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura had felt his mastery over water release's nature transformation improve dramatically. But feeling it was one thing, now, he had to test it. Water release, water wall. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. Before, Yagura wouldn't have dared to use ninjutsu so recklessly. His chakra reserves had always been too small, just one water release technique could deplete nearly half of it. But now, his body was overflowing with Isabu's chakra. No matter how many water release techniques he used, he felt no strain. Water surged, flooding the training ground. A massive water dragon rose, twisting through the air. Yagura formed another seal, summoning a second water dragon that lunged forward, its jaws snapping at the first. The first dragon moved swiftly, dodging the incoming attack before whipping its head around and colliding violently. Twin dragons clashed, sending waves crashing down in all directions. Yagura watched them battle, eyes gleaming with excitement. His intuition was right, water release was now as natural as breathing. Perfect. Now, it was time to try the technique. Water release, water severing wave. Before, compressing water into a high-pressure jet required immense effort. But now, it felt effortless, almost as if the technique wanted to be used. Like a mutual understanding, a perfect synchronization between user and jutsu. A high-speed jet of water shot out, slicing through the two water dragons locked in battle, splitting them in half. It was like slaying dragons, visually spectacular. To avoid accidentally demolishing the area, Yagura redirected the jet upward, sending it soaring into the sky. It tore through the clouds. Lowering his hand, he clenched his fist and grinned. Yeah. He'd finally mastered it. This technique was difficult because it required not only nature transformation, turning chakra into water release, but also shape transformation, compressing it into a fine, high-speed stream. And the real challenge lay in maintaining both transformations simultaneously. Yagura was confident that even without Isabu's boost, he would have mastered it eventually. But now, he had a cheat code, instant mastery. And Isabu's chakra played a massive role in that. Even after using so many chakra-intensive techniques, his body wasn't showing any signs of depletion. His chakra reserves were still plentiful. In other words, his blue bar was long. Yagura could barely contain his excitement. Even though he had been training his chakra since the age of 3, it had only been 3.5 years. He never lacked ideas for new jutsu, and with the wealth of resources from the Keratachi clan, training was never an issue. But chakra shortage had always been his Achilles heel. Now, Yagura just wanted to shout at the top of his lungs, Isabu is amazing. Isabu. Not just the water-severing wave. Yagura had plenty more water release ideas he wanted to test. His heart pounded with excitement. With Isabu around, he could experiment freely without worrying about running out of chakra. Maybe even develop an enhanced version of the water prison technique. Before the Chunin exams, he would refine these techniques to perfection. Taking the championship would be a breeze. I should rename Water Severing Wave. If I keep this name, and I ever run into Tobirama Senju, he might charge me a licensing fee. All your jutsu are my inventions. Consider yourself warned. Tobirama Senju. What should I call it instead? High-pressure water cannon. No, too plain. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, three's a crowd, but I'm the only one getting hurt. Unfortunately, Yagura had absolutely no talent when it came to naming techniques. Since he hadn't yet crossed paths with the second Hokage, he decided to put that matter on hold for now. Maybe inspiration would strike him another day. For now, it was best to focus on bringing his current ideas to life. He had lightning release, water release, and wind release. In Yagura's mind, he had already developed his lightning release techniques to a satisfactory level. Lightning release taijutsu combined with his thunderclap and flash technique gave him confidence in his close combat abilities. Even the weakness he had shown in his fight against Jinin Akabino, his lack of raw strength, had been compensated for after becoming a Jinchuriki. Going forward, he could continue using lightning release to enhance his physical capabilities. Besides, he was still in his growth phase. He could get stronger, probably. So there wasn't much room left to develop lightning release. All he needed was consistent training. As for wind release, honestly, Yagura hadn't yet figured out how he wanted to use it. For now, his combat strategy was simple, close range with lightning release, long range with water release. If he were to develop wind release, its role would have to be in mid to close range combat. That much was clear, but Yagura lacked inspiration. There were 3 notable wind release users in Naruto, Temari from Sunigakure, the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, and the pseudo-fifth Hokage, Danzo Shimura. Yet none of their wind release techniques appealed to him as a reference. Outside of Naruto, he considered other anime characters who wielded wind-based abilities, but he hadn't settled on anyone worth emulating. So for now, wind release would have to wait. He'd focus on mastering water and lightning release first. The basic water release jutsu, like water barrier and water dragon bullet, are no problem. I've successfully learned water severing wave, so I just need to refine it further. It was time to try something new. Water release, water prison jutsu. His target was a wooden training post. The surrounding water surged upward, forming a spherical prison that completely engulfed it. The water prison jutsu was unique compared to other techniques. It was one of the few that relied on a special mechanic. Anyone trapped inside was rendered completely immobile. During the Land of Waves mission in the original story, Kakashi Hatake had been restrained by Zabuza's water prison jutsu and was only freed thanks to Naruto and Sasuke's intervention. Yagura had personally experienced being trapped inside one before. The jutsu worked by exerting immense water pressure on the body, preventing movement. However, this required an extraordinarily high level of water pressure to be effective. That was why the technique had a major drawback. The user needed to keep their hand submerged in the water sphere to maintain control. Being trapped inside meant complete paralysis, with even the slightest movement becoming impossible. That was when Yagura had a thought. What if the water pressure was increased even further? Could it outright crush a person? Similar to Gaara's sand-binding coffin and sand burial. With that in mind, he channeled a large amount of chakra, increasing the density and pressure of the water molecules inside the sphere. The pressure mounted rapidly. The wooden post inside reached its limit, and with no resistance left, it was silently crushed into dust. Now then, what should I call this technique? Boom. Releasing the jutsu, the water prison exploded outward. What remained of the wooden post had been reduced to particles too fine to see with the naked eye. After using several techniques in succession, Yagura's chakra reserves were depleted. The tailed beast cloak that had been covering him faded away, retracting into his body. Water dripped from his soaked clothing. Seeing that his technique was feasible, Yagura was deep in thought. He muttered to himself, water-binding coffin. Water burial. Gaara's gonna want royalties for that. Or wait, no, I should be the one asking him for royalties. Chronologically speaking, Yagura had come up with it first. Young Patriarch Yagura. A ninja from the Keratachi clan appeared, entering the training ground. Your friends have come to visit. The Patriarch has invited them to the main hall. Mangetsu and the others. Realizing he hadn't seen them in a while, Yagura nodded. Got it. Let them know I'll be there soon. But first, he needed a change of clothes. In the tea room, the three guests sat formally on their knees at the table. Yagura's house, his responsibility. After sending his grandfather to rest, he pulled out a large bottle of soda from the fridge. Is soda okay? Mangetsu immediately grumbled, could you at least show some respect for this expensive tea room your grandpa had built? This is not the place for soda. All right then. Yagura, ever the contrarian, put the soda back and retrieved another bottle. Lemon tea. This guy was clearly messing around. Mangetsu, deciding not to engage, swallowed his complaints and resigned himself. Fine. At least it's still tea. Yagura nodded in satisfaction and poured each of them a cup. How's your week been? Mangetsu shot him a deadpan look. Shouldn't we be asking you that? Hey, what's the deal with you suddenly becoming a Jinchuriki? Zabuza and Ki turned serious, staring at Yagura. Oh, that. Lifting his shirt slightly, Yagura tapped the ceiling formula on his stomach. It was a sudden decision. The third Mizukage picked me out and kept it hush-hush. Mangetsu clenched his teeth. I knew it. Damn that third Mizukage. Forcing you into this. They didn't know the full details. Yagura just stuck out his tongue playfully. Might as well blame the old man, his reputation was already terrible anyway. Zabuza asked, are you all right? No problems. Yagura waved his hand dismissively. Relax. The Three-Tails is actually pretty easy to get along with. We're already close. Isabu. It sounded absurd, but given the current situation, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger. Yagura took a sip of his tea and changed the subject. How have you guys been? Mangetsu answered concisely, academy in the morning, training in the afternoon, food break, then more training. Yagura raised an eyebrow. All three of you, together. Obviously. You organized it. Of course. Mangetsu smirked, clearly pleased with himself. These two are hopeless alone, one's a mute, the other's a loner. Without me, they'd never train together. Yagura clicked his tongue in amusement. Didn't you and Zabuza used to hate each other? Not fighting anymore. Mangetsu reluctantly admitted, it's manageable. Zabuza scoffed, tch. I only put up with this jellyfish because of you. Yagura, seeing their dynamic, chuckled. Well, well. So peaceful. Chapter 38, The Progress of Companions. The unexpected words caught everyone off guard. Mangetsu and Zabuza froze, momentarily speechless. Keed frowned in thought before asking, "Are you serious?" Zabuza immediately erupted. "How the hell could that be? Use your damn brain, idiot." "That's terrifying," Mangetsu shuddered, breaking into goosebumps like he had seen a ghost. "I'd sooner believe that Zabuza sleeps with his sword than with a woman." "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" "Exactly what I said." "You damn." "Enough," Yagura cut in, smiling warningly. "Keep going, and it's going to get dangerous. This world is beautiful, yet you're so aggressive. Not good. TCH. Giving Yagura some face, Zabuza decided not to argue with the rotten jellyfish, Mangetsu. Less talking, more fighting. If words aren't enough, settle it with your blades, Yagura suggested, eager to see how much they had improved from training together. Mangetsu, Zabuza, and Keed, while not the type to defy limits like true prodigies, were undoubtedly geniuses compared to ordinary shinobi. In the training grounds, Mangetsu and Zabuza clashed midair once again, their blades grazing each other in a blur. Landing and quickly turning, Mangetsu fixed his gaze on Zabuza. A thin line of water trickled down his face from a fresh cut. In contrast, his own attack had failed to land. Adjusting his grip on his sword, Mangetsu cursed internally. That bastard Zabuza. It's not just brute force, his technique has improved too. He wasn't sure if scars made a man look cool. But one thing was clear, among the three of them, Zabuza was improving the fastest. Mangetsu hesitated before lunging again. But Zabuza didn't move. Instead, he shot him a meaningful glance. Mangetsu smirked. Now that was an interesting idea. Yagura, watching their sudden pause and unusual cooperation, instinctively sensed something was off. At that moment, Keed, who had silently moved behind Yagura, struck. Fire release, flame jet. They had all been holding back a grudge. This was the perfect opportunity to test the gap between them. You bastards. No honor at all. Realizing it a second too late, Yagura quickly leaped back and formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water surged up, blocking the flames. Using fire release against water release wasn't the best idea. Seeing his flames fizzle, Keed clicked his tongue and stopped, his pupils contracting in surprise. Damn, your hand seals are fast. Yagura grinned. Of course. Hand seals are a fundamental skill I train every day. A sudden mist rolled in from behind, shrouding the entire battlefield in white. As Yagura landed, his surroundings vanished into an eerie fog. Could this be? Zabuza's deep voice echoed from all directions. Water release, hidden mist technique. This. Yagura scanned the dense mist, excited. Zabuza's silent killing technique. He's already developing it. Not the best time to lose focus. Mangetsu appeared above him in a flash, laughing as he brought his sword down with full force. Yagura dodged, flipping midair and kicking the blade away, only to realize something was off. A water blade. The sword shattered on impact, reforming into liquid before Mangetsu conjured another short water blade with his free hand, slashing sideways. ZZZZT. A crackling sound filled the air. Forced into lightning release mode, Yagura boosted his speed to narrowly evade the strike. Grinning, he called out, "Damn, you guys were holding back." Despite his failed sneak attack, Mangetsu wasn't discouraged. Spinning his water blade, he smirked. "I picked this up from you. How does it feel to be hit with your own move?" Yagura raised an eyebrow. "Oh. So that's why it looked familiar. Copying techniques?" "Even so, perfecting it within a week." Genuinely impressed, he praised, "Not bad, Mangetsu." A gust of wind cut through the mist. Ha! Zabuza dropped from above, his sword arcing down. Yagura glanced up and swiftly sidestepped. "Sorry, Zabuza. You need to work on your speed." "Damn it. I can see it." Thanks to Keed's shared vision, Zabuza could track Yagura's movements, predicting his every step. But even though his eyes followed, his body couldn't keep up. "Zabuza. Don't rush, attack together." Mangetsu called. "Worry about yourself first, Mangetsu." Once the fight truly began, Yagura prioritized taking out the strongest opponent with the clearest weakness, Mangetsu. In a flash, his lightning release enhanced speed propelled him forward, palm crackling with energy. Mangetsu anticipated the attack, his vision allowing him to react the moment Yagura moved. He used water step to retreat just in time. Seizing the opening, Zabuza struck while Yagura's attack was still in motion. Now this timing. Yagura dodged Zabuza's relentless strikes, attempting to counter, but every move was predicted and blocked with precision. Damn, fighting against Keed's eyes is annoying. It felt like facing a mind reader. Zabuza, however, had it even worse. To keep up with Yagura's insane speed, he was pushing himself beyond his physical limits, forcing his body to match what his eyes saw. But lightning release-enhanced speed wasn't something that could be overcome by sheer will alone. Barely managing to keep up for a few steps, he reached Yagura's position, only for his strength to falter mid-swing, causing his attack to slow just a fraction. Got you. Yagura capitalized on the delay, jumping and delivering a powerful double kick to Zabuza's chest. Though Zabuza blocked with his arms, the force sent him flying back. While still airborne, he hurled shuriken to slow Yagura's pursuit. A sharp bayou cut through the air. A water bullet shot from the side, forcing Yagura to halt and dodge. The bullet struck a rock, leaving a small crater. Water release, water gun. Mangetsu formed finger guns, firing rapid water bullets. Round 2. Providing cover fire for Zabuza to recover. Zabuza couldn't match Yagura in close combat, getting pinned would be his loss. Water release, water barrier. Twin water walls rose to block both the bullets and Zabuza's renewed charge. Before Zabuza could react, Yagura burst through the water, his foot crackling with lightning as he sent another powerful kick straight at him. A blade flashed. Yagura, wasting no time, leaned in to finish him off. Chapter 39, Konoha's response. Coral Palm. Mangetsu and Kid shouted in unison, Zabuza. After a prolonged battle, Yagura finally seized the opportunity. His palm landed squarely on Zabuza's chest. Coral rapidly spread across his body, instantly immobilizing him. Zabuza had always been wary of this secret technique. He knew that if he got caught, it would be a nightmare to deal with. From the beginning of the fight, he had been on guard against Yagura's hands, dodging every strike. But exhaustion had taken its toll. His movements slowed just enough for Yagura to land a direct hit. In an instant, Zabuza was wrapped up like a tightly bound package, unable to move. Damn it, this technique works way too fast. Cursing internally, he struggled with all his might, but the coral refused to budge. Damn it. Yagura landed gracefully, pivoting on his heel as he sheathed his water blade at his waist. Lightning release, thunderclap and flash. Seeing that Yagura hadn't even broken a sweat and was preparing to finish him off in one move, Mangetsu knew things were getting dire. He abandoned his plan to rescue Zabuza and instantly flickered away. Yagura's blade struck nothing but air. But the moment he touched down, he adjusted his stance and launched another strike. Thunderclap and flash, double strike. Like a bolt of lightning, Yagura closed the distance between himself and Anami Kid in the blink of an eye. Instead of slashing, he smacked him with the flat of his blade. The combination of water and lightning chakra coursed through Kid's body, paralyzing him. Yagura wasted no time. Coral Palm. Kid, eliminated. Mangetsu reappeared behind Yagura with a wry smile. So I wasn't the first target. If he had been, Yagura wouldn't have switched targets so decisively. That's another one down. Next. Yagura grinned, his blade pointing at Mangetsu. What's your plan? Can I surrender? Mangetsu raised his hands without hesitation, grinning. Ninjas aren't samurai. There's no shame in admitting defeat. The water blade crackled with electricity, and his two teammates were already down for the count. With an easygoing smile, he said. Let me off the hook, yeah. Yagura stepped closer, his grin widening in a way that, to Mangetsu, looked downright demonic. If you're still this afraid of lightning release, you won't last long. Your weakness is too obvious, Mangetsu. Yeah, I'll be sure to train hard when I get back. No need to wait. Let's do it now. With a powerful stomp, Yagura lunged forward and drove his electrified water blade straight into Mangetsu's chest. Water conducts electricity. The outcome was obvious. Zabuza and Kid exchanged looks, both pretending they hadn't seen or heard Mangetsu's pitiful screams. Yagura held back just enough, stopping his lightning chakra output after a few seconds. He caught Mangetsu as he slumped forward, barely standing. Mangetsu could swear he saw his soul leaving his mouth. Goodbye, cruel world. If he had another life to live, he'd make damn sure not to befriend anyone who used lightning release. A few days later. With the confirmation that Yagura posed no risk of a tailed beast rampage, the Third Mizukage allowed him to return to the ninja academy. Upon re-entering, Yagura realized something horrifying: the academy was packed with theoretical lessons. Math, physics, and more. Detailed calculations on shuriken trajectories, air resistance, velocity changes, it was endless. Is this seriously what a 7-year-old is supposed to learn? Yet, when he saw Mangetsu and the others breezing through the material, he suddenly felt like there was an insurmountable barrier between himself and this world. Thankfully, salvation arrived in the form of a direct order from the Third Mizukage. Yagura was to graduate early and participate in the upcoming Chunin exams hosted by multiple villages. Lifesaver. Yagura practically cheered. Finally, he could escape the hell of academic overachievement. And it wasn't just his small circle that found this news shocking. The entire Kirigakure and even the wider shinobi world were stunned. Kirigakure participating in the joint Chunin exams hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure, along with several minor villages. Ooh! The same Kirigakure that had been isolating itself for years. When the official request landed on the desk of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he read it 3 times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. If his face could glitch, it would've. But Sarutobi was a seasoned leader. He quickly composed himself. Kirigakure's envoy, this is a significant matter. We will need time to deliberate. One of Konoha's advisors, Hamura Mitokado, added, please, make yourself comfortable at the guest house for now. The diplomat representing Kirigakure nodded in understanding, bowed respectfully, and left. As the doors closed, silence fell over the Hokage's office. Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a few puffs to clear his mind. Hamura asked, the next Chunin exam is in December, correct? Yes, Kohara Udatane confirmed. So far, Sunagakure, Takigakure, Omegakure, and Kizugakure have all confirmed their participation. But why would Kirigakure suddenly want to join? Could there be ulterior motives? They've been secretive for so long, we barely have intelligence on them. With Kumogakure and Iwagakure stirring up trouble, we can't rule out the possibility of Kirigakure making a move. We should reject their participation. Agreed. They're probably trying to spy on Konoha. The two advisors continued their debate, their voices buzzing like annoying mosquitoes in Sarutobi's ears. He remained expressionless, studying the document closely. This wasn't just a request to participate. Kirigakure had even provided a list of their genin and their profiles. It was clear, they were determined to take part. Even Konoha, as the host, had yet to finalize its own list of participants. Hamura and Koharu weren't entirely wrong. Kirigakure's isolationist policy made it nearly impossible to gather intelligence on them. Over his decades as Hokage, Sarutobi had tried, but the risk outweighed the reward. Any ninja discovered within the Land of Water was relentlessly hunted. Few ever made it out alive. Those who did rarely brought back anything useful. Given their dwindling military and economic power, Kirigakure shouldn't be making moves on the mainland. Unless. Has something changed with the Mizukage? Sarutobi muttered. For decades, he had never met the men, yet he understood him well, a stubborn and reclusive leader. Would he suddenly change course? Sarutobi rested his chin on his hands, tapping his fingers in thought. How are our own genin candidates? Koharu hesitated before responding, exceptionally talented. Even your son, Asuma, has applied. Konoha will shine this year. Hiruzen smiled at the mention of his son. I understand your concerns. But instead of rejecting Kirigakure outright, I want to assess their strength firsthand. Konoha had nothing to fear. Let Kirigakure send their best. Konoha's young generation wouldn't lose to anyone. Chapter 40, the Chunin exam underway. The first to receive this news was the host village, Konohagakure. Then came Sunagakure, followed by various other shinobi villages, each receiving the same message one after another. Iwagakure. Intelligence from Konoha, along with an invitation from Kirigakure to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, was placed on the desk of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. After reading through the documents, Anoki let out a snort of disdain, tossing the papers onto his desk. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, he scoffed. Has the third Mizukage gone senile? Kirigakure has fallen so low that they now bow to Konoha. Tsuchikage-sama. When it came to official matters, Kitsuchi maintained a respectful tone towards his father. I believe that Kirigakure's unexpected participation in the Chunin exams is a strategic move to gather intelligence on Konoha before the next war. Apart from Anoki himself, the two people in the room were among his most trusted subordinates. Because of this, Kitsuchi dared to mention war so openly. I'm not that old yet, Kitsuchi. Anoki shot a sideways glance at his son, who was 4 times his size, and asked. Think again. What other motive could Kirigakure have for joining the Chunin exams? Well. Kitsuchi scratched his head, struggling for an answer. I can't think of anything. Use your brain. How hard is it to figure out? Honestly. After berating his son, Anoki sighed inwardly, though his expression remained unreadable. He then explained. Kirigakure has been declining for years. If they continue like this, the 5 great shinobi villages will soon become 4. This wasn't mere speculation. No matter how isolated Kirigakure had been, its top-tier shinobi should have at least made a name for themselves in the shinobi world. The third Kazekage was widely recognized as the strongest Kazekage in history, possessing the magnet release bloodline limit and still in his prime. Aside from the Kazekage, Sunagakure still had formidable fighters like Chiyo and Ebizo. But in Kirigakure, the only shinobi who could stand on equal footing with the other Kage over the past few decades was the Third Mizukage. Unlike the Third Kazekage, however, the Third Mizukage already had one foot in the grave. Sensei. The third person in the room, Akaiwa, clasped his fists and bowed. I don't understand. Isn't Kirigakure known as the village of the Bloody Mist? The Bloody Mist? Ha! Anoki sneered, cutting Akaiwa off. Sounds terrifying, doesn't it? Listen carefully, Akaiwa, never be deceived by appearances. To Anoki, Kirigakure had already fallen beneath Sunagakure in terms of strength. Akaiwa nodded. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. Kitsuchi then asked, how should we respond to Kirigakure? Ignore them. That was the plan. But just as Anoki was about to voice his decision, his gaze fell on his most promising disciple. At just 12 years old, Akaiwa already stood over 160 centimeters tall. His well-developed muscles, visible even beneath his simple white short-sleeved ninja uniform, were testament to his strength. After a moment of contemplation, Anoki suddenly smirked. Akaiwa, do you want to test the strength of Konoha's shinobi? The question was unexpected. Both Akaiwa and Kitsuchi were momentarily stunned. But then Akaiwa's eyes lit up with excitement. I'd love to. Kitsuchi quickly interjected, Tsuchikage-sama, Akaiwa is already a chunin. Idiot. Anoki nearly leaped from his chair in frustration. Just make some adjustments to the records before submitting them to Konoha. It's that simple. He had already seen through the Third Mizukage's intentions. It was clear that the genin Kirigakure would send to the exams wouldn't be weak. Kirigakure wasn't just participating, they were showing off their strength to the entire shinobi world. And conveniently, Iwagakure had its own genius to display. Not long after, Iwagakure announced its participation in the joint chunin exams. At the same time, Konoha formally welcomed both Iwagakure and Kirigakure to the competition. The news shook the entire shinobi world. As various factions kept their eyes on the last of the 5 great shinobi villages, Kumogakure finally made its stance clear. As always, Kumogakure would not be participating in the joint chunin exams. The announcement was like a bucket of cold water dumped over the excited masses. But before long, both Kirigakure and Iwagakure released their lists of participating genin, rekindling interest in the upcoming exams. For frequent exam participants like Konoha and Sunagakure, their candidates were relatively easy to gather intelligence on. Among Konoha's participants, one name stood out, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. Iwagakure made a bold move, sending a total of 51 participants, including the third Tsuchikage's disciple, Akaiwa. In terms of sheer numbers, this placed them between Sunagakure's 27 participants and Konoha's 81, securing Iwagakure's reputation as the third strongest village. But when the world saw Kirigakure's participant list, their reactions were all the same. It was the equivalent of an old man staring blankly at his phone in the subway. Kirigakure had sent only 3 candidates. Even some minor villages had sent more. The shinobi world erupted in mockery, ridiculing Kirigakure for losing all dignity by sending so few participants. Yet Kirigakure made no response, retreating into its usual silence. Kirigakure. Yagura breezed through his graduation exam at the academy, easily earning his Kirigakure headband. As soon as he stepped out of the exam room, 2 Anbu appeared before him. All right, I know the drill. But hold on a second, no need to rush. Dodging their grasp, Yagura stepped back, tying his headband around his right arm instead of his forehead. Wearing it on my head just seals away my good looks. Don't you think? The 3 Anbu remained silent, having already discussed how to deal with this annoyingly sociable brat. Maintain absolute cold indifference. Do not engage. You guys are no fun. Shrugging, Yagura got to the point. So, what does the old man want this time? You'll find out when we get there. Same answer as always. Are you guys NPCs? Sarcasm, ineffective. Sighing, Yagura followed them once again to the Mizukage's office. Inside, the third Mizukage and Elder Genji were already waiting. Yagura greeted them with a nod before turning his attention to the 2 unfamiliar faces in the room. Hello. A boy with silver white hair, streaked with hints of blue, nodded. Makumo, your teammate. Second time meeting, pleased to work with you. Second time. When did we meet? I was at the Three-Tails sealing ritual. Isabu. Yagura, oh. You actually reacted. Isabu. As Makumo's words proved true, Yagura turned to the other teammate, a sharp-eyed girl with dark red twin ponytails. I'm Ringo Emuri. With a confident grin, she said, I've heard a lot about you, Keratachi Yagura. Let's see if you live up to the rumors. Chapter 41, S-Rank Mission. Finally, he came face to face with the person he had been longing to meet, Ringo Emuri. It was just a little awkward. After all, whatever the Anbu had told her about him couldn't have been anything good. Yagura was self-aware enough to know that much. So, Ringo Emiri was in the Anbu. Just like Yamato in his youth, a shinobi hidden in the shadows rather than standing in the light. No wonder Mangetsu and the others had never heard of her. Hello, Ringo-san. Just call me by my name. Her sharp, lively eyes blinked once before she casually waved her hand, correcting him. Yagura-chan. Her gaze lingered mischievously on the top of his head, exaggerating the playful emphasis on chan. All right, Emiri. Yagura smiled as if nothing had happened. So, what did the Anbu say about me? He would remember this. One day, he'd make sure to settle the score with those Anbu. I can't say. Ringo Emiri had been strictly warned to keep her mouth shut, especially in front of the subject himself. Oh, really? Yagura pouted. Fine, then. If you ever fall for someone, don't expect me to help you pursue him. Ringo Emiri's expression stiffened. She had heard the rumors, this Three-Tails Jinchuriki was a bit eccentric. Not difficult to get along with, but also not easy to deal with. Makumo, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke seriously. Emiri-san, I'm sure you must be quite popular with men. You too. Ringo Emiri smirked nonchalantly. Her smile carried an untamed energy, revealing a hint of sharp canine teeth. Any man who wants to conquer me must first win over my blade. Cough. The third Mizukage cleared his throat, signaling the end of idle chatter. Time to get to the point. Mizukage-sama, when are we heading to Konoha? Yagura asked. We should arrive a little early, right? It had already been more than half a month since Kirigakure had submitted the application to participate in the Chunin exams and received Konoha's approval to send both Kirigakure and Iwagakure representatives. Which meant there was only about a month left until the end of December, the scheduled date of the exams. Make your preparations. We leave this afternoon. The timing surprised Yagura. That soon. You have a mission to complete on the way. Ignoring Yagura's reaction, the third Mizukage continued. An S-rank mission to test your abilities and teamwork. Once the mission is complete, you will proceed directly to Konoha. S-rank. Makumo was visibly shocked. Ringo Emiri's normally composed expression faltered as well upon hearing the mission's rank. Their reaction was understandable. Ninja missions were ranked from lowest to highest, D, C, B, A, and S. Genin and Chunin primarily took on D, C, and B rank missions, with the toughest opponents usually being other Chunin. A rank and S rank missions, however, were typically reserved for Jonin. Take, for example, the well-known Land of Waves mission. When Naruto's team first accepted it, it was classified as a C-rank mission because the bridge builder had only reported threats from a wealthy merchant and his hired samurai. However, after encountering two of Zabuza's subordinates, Kakashi immediately pointed out that the mission had escalated to B rank. And when Zabuza himself appeared, the mission's difficulty skyrocketed straight to S rank. An S-rank mission came with a bounty of at least 10 million ryo, which meant the enemies they would face were likely to be as formidable as the infamous Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Momochi himself. In other words, they, as mere genin, were expected to face at least one Jonin-level opponent. Yagura clenched his fists. Before becoming a Jinchuriki, he had already been capable of holding his own against a Jonin. Now, as the Three-Tails host, his power hadn't exactly doubled, but if he faced someone like Jinin Akabino again, he was confident he could make the men suffer. The real question was, what were Ringo Emiri's and Makumo's capabilities? The third Mizukage studied their reactions before calmly stating. If you can't complete an S-rank mission, you might as well forget about going to Konoha. No need to embarrass yourselves. You do realize we could die, right? Makumo was visibly concerned. A genin squad should have at least one jonin overseeing the mission. Mizukage-sama, are we really going alone? There will be a jonin supervising you. Yagura raised an eyebrow. Supervising, huh? That meant they were still expected to complete the mission themselves. Ringo Emiri asked, may I ask who our target is? The third Mizukage said nothing. Instead, an Anbu member stepped forward, tossing a scroll to Yagura. All the details are inside. Thanks. Yagura unrolled the scroll, tilting it so Makumo could see as well. Ringo Emiri stepped behind them for a look. Yagura glanced at her, she was taller than him. He chose not to ask if she could see. Damn it, when would he finally hit a growth spurt? The Three-Tails was the smallest of all the tailed beasts. Could his short stature be some kind of curse from Isabu? Maybe he should seek out the Six-Tails instead. Isabu. Isabu seemed to be saying something, or maybe nothing at all. Ignoring the tailed beast's mutterings, Yagura focused on the mission details. Their task was to guard the heir of a noble family in the Land of Water, specifically within his residence. Not very interesting. He skimmed further down. According to reliable intelligence, someone had commissioned Sunagakure to issue an A-rank assassination mission targeting this heir. Such family disputes were common in the Land of Water. Since Kirigakure couldn't involve itself in the country's internal conflicts, those who wanted the heir dead had sought an assassin elsewhere. Sunagakure had already assigned a ninja to the job. The provided intelligence read: Bloodline limit shinobi from Sunagakure, scorch release user, Bakura. It was her. Yagura hesitated, momentarily pausing as he unrolled the scroll further. Noticing his reaction, Makumo asked, "What's wrong, Yagura?" "Nothing. Just surprised to see a bloodline limit." "What's so strange about that?" Makumo scratched his head. "Aren't they everywhere?" Yagura. He had a point. Bloodline limits were common in Kirigakure. In other villages, they were rare. Sunagakure had only scorch release and magnet release. But Kirigakure? You needed both hands to count them all. Of course, saying that out loud would earn them some serious hostility from other villages. "I've heard of Bakura before," Ringo Emuri murmured, baring her sharp teeth in thought. "Scorch release is difficult to counter. She's highly skilled in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. She's clashed with our village's shinobi multiple times and is a top priority on the Anbu's wanted list." Yagura asked curiously, "What's her bounty?" 40 million ryo. That's a fortune. Yagura whistled. Kirigakure's S-rank missions paid shinobi 25% of the target's bounty. That meant between the three of them and their jonin overseer, each of them would earn 2.5 million ryo. A bowl of ramen cost about 50 ryo. High risk, high reward. Ringo Emuri continued, "No one has ever survived an encounter with her." Of course. Anyone hit by scorch release was instantly drained of all moisture, reduced to a dried-up corpse. Yagura nodded internally. This mission was going to be interesting. Chapter 42, Leaving the Village. Gather at the Kirigakure village gates at 5 in the afternoon. Your assigned jonin captain will be waiting for you there. After delivering these instructions, the third Mizukage waved his hand, dismissing the three to return home and prepare for their journey. Mizukage. Once the three had left the Mizukage's office, Elder Ginshur tapped his cane lightly against the floor. The third candidate. I must say, I did not expect that choice. The third Mizukage understood exactly what the elder was referring to. He closed his eyes briefly before responding. Because I chose a child from the Kimazen clan. Ginshur nodded. This selection was not made on a whim. Given the Mizukage's usual policies, this was a rare opportunity for a young ninja to make a name for themselves across the entire shinobi world. In past decisions, such a position would never have gone to someone from a bloodline clan. Yet, the Mizukage had chosen Makumo, a member of a family he had always been most opposed to. Was the Mizukage now sending a signal of peace to Kirigakure's noble clans? Elder Ginshur wanted to understand. He wanted to know what his old friend was thinking. Leaning back into his chair, the Mizukage tapped his fingers against the armrest. Ginshur. The Keratachi, the Kimazen clan, the Terumi. They were never my mortal enemies, just forced to pick sides. This is an opening move. But the Hozuki, the Yuki, the Kagaya. The dynamic between the Mizukage and those clans must not persist into the fourth generation. Understood. Hearing this, Elder Ginshur sighed in relief, his lips curling into a knowing smile. Old friend, if you've realized this, then that's for the best. Could that child have shown you the way forward? After years of working together, there was no need for excess words between them. A single glance, a slight gesture, it was enough to understand each other's thoughts. The Mizukage looked away, offering no response. Elder Ginshur simply chuckled to himself. Old men, after all, had their pride. They could act, but they wouldn't admit to it. Hurry up. If you're leaving, then get out already. With a swift kick, Yagura was sent flying out the door. His grandfather, arms crossed, stood guard at the entrance. Yagura landed smoothly, catching himself with one hand before standing up. Grinding his teeth, he muttered. Are you really that eager to get rid of your own grandson? His grandfather chuckled with a falsely benevolent smile. Do you want the truth, or do you want to embarrass yourself? Yagura thought carefully about where this conversation was headed. No matter which option he picked, he wouldn't like the outcome. Probably best to drop it. Seeing Yagura give up, his grandfather snorted. If you die in Konoha, make sure your teammates don't bring your body back. The Keratachi clan has no room for a disgrace like you. Throwing his backpack over his shoulders, Yagura pounded his fist against his chest. Don't worry. I'm not that easy to kill. Big words. His grandfather remained unimpressed, arching an eyebrow and nodding toward the figures behind Yagura. Smack. Yagura caught Zabuza's incoming punch. Do we really have to greet each other like this? Yagura sighed, glancing at Zabuza, Mangetsu, and Anami keyed. You guys sure got the news fast. I won't lose to you, Zabuza said firmly, withdrawing his fist. I submitted my application for early graduation. The genin exam is next week. If I pass, I'll be eligible for the final graduation test in 2 weeks. Got it. When I get back from Konoha, I'll celebrate with you. At the very least, I won't be far behind you, Mangetsu added, his expression calm but serious. Keed and I had our applications rejected. We have to wait another year. There's nothing we can do about it. Why is it that none of you ever learn the right lessons? Yagura sighed, crossing his arms and glancing at them. So, whose idea was it? Mangetsu or Zabuza? Mangetsu smirked, wordlessly signaling for Yagura to guess. Keed, however, answered bluntly, it was you. Ah. That did sound about right. Honest people really had a way of ruining the moment. Oh. Yagura flashed a grin, trying to play it off. Adjusting the straps of his backpack, he said, it's getting late. I should head out. All right. Take care. Be careful. Will do. Giving a final wave to his grandfather and friends, Yagura performed a hand seal and vanished in a burst of lightning. Moving swiftly, Yagura made his way to the village gates. Ringo Emuri had already arrived, impatient as always. Makumo arrived shortly after Yagura. As Yagura focused his chakra, he noticed something unusual, a cloud forming and gradually taking on a humanoid shape. It had a head, a face with features, arms, and legs, but they were stubby and lacked distinct fingers or toes. Yagura studied it for a moment, then clapped his hands together. For the first time, outside of the battle against the Three-Tails, he was seeing a cloud release technique up close. He circled Makumo with interest. Wow. That's actually pretty cool. Thank you. A faint blush spread across the white cloud. Gradually, the cloud transformed into a human form, starting from a pair of sleek legs beneath khaki ninja shorts, up to a hunched posture, and finally to the pale-skinned boy's face, his name suiting him well, as white as the clouds themselves. My cloud body flicker technique is still immature. The transition back to human form is slow. With Yagura's unwavering stare, Makumo's blush deepened. He averted his gaze. Sorry. Damn, he's cute. That means he's definitely a guy. Yagura coughed and looked away. Ah. It's good. Really? Ringo Emuri scanned the area, frowning. Our Jonin leader isn't here yet. Let's wait a little longer, Emuri-san, Makumo suggested. A Jonin might be busy. Ringo Emuri clicked her tongue, then grinned. Just call me Emuri. The san makes it sound weird. Understood. Makumo immediately adjusted, startled by the correction. Yagura, watching Makumo's nervous reaction, narrowed his eyes. Is he always this uptight? Ringo Emuri sighed, unsure how to respond. 1, 2, 3. Looks like we're all here. A loud, boisterous voice rang out. Yagura knew that voice all too well. Good. You didn't make me wait, or I'd have cut you down right here. The three of them looked up in unison toward the voice's source. Yagura's eyes widened. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Their Jonin captain was him. Gulp. Taking a deep swig from a sake bottle, the man wiped his chin. Then, leaping down from the village gate's arch, he scanned the three of them. His gaze lingered on Yagura for a moment but didn't give him a chance to speak. I don't waste words. Keep up. We're moving out. With that, he turned and started walking. Yagura and the others exchanged glances before quickly following. Their figures disappeared into the distance. Chapter 43, The Small Town in the Land of Water. Yagura was completely unaware of the upheaval within the Hozuki clan. That afternoon, after leaving Kirigakure, the foreman team didn't stop moving until deep into the night. Jinin Akabino had been subtly testing the three younger ninjas along the way. After observing them for a while, he noted that Ringo Emuri had exceptional taijutsu skills. Just through sheer physical ability, she could already keep up with half of his speed. Makumo, on the other hand, was the weakest in taijutsu among the three. However, his cloud release Kekkei Genkai made up for his lack of speed. As for Yagura, ever since becoming a Jinchuriki, his speed had improved dramatically. Jinin kept throwing side glances in Yagura's direction, making him feel an eerie chill run down his spine. Thinking back carefully, Yagura was certain he hadn't done anything to offend Jinin. He asked, but Jinin remained completely silent. Keeping pace just a step behind him, Yagura was tempted to ask, "Are you okay? If not, maybe eat something." Finally, as night deepened, Jinin came to a stop. Standing on the branches of a small hilltop tree, he looked down at the distant town below, where faint lights flickered in the darkness. "We're stopping here for the night," Jinin said, his voice filled with disdain. At your speed, we'll only arrive tomorrow. If it were just me, I'd have been there today. Yes, sir. Makumo straightened his posture. I apologize for the delay. Don't mind him, Yagura tugged at Makumo's sleeve and whispered, he's just trying to intimidate us. This is a classic move. Makumo shrank back slightly, casting Yagura a look, maybe pay attention to our teacher. Every teacher does this, Yagura continued, speaking as if he were an expert. The next thing he'll say is, you're the worst group of students I've ever had. Yagura, I've never taken on genin before, Jinin said, already itching to reach for his weapon. Saying you're the worst class I've ever had wouldn't be unfair. See. Yagura's expression screamed I told you so, his gaze accusing Jinin of being too predictable. Scratching the back of his head, Makumo didn't quite know how to react. On one hand, this is kinda funny. But on the other, Jinin is our squad leader and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Yagura was way too bold. Ringo Amiri smirked slightly, though she kept her amusement subtle. Jinin took note of both their expressions, gaining a better understanding of his 2 additional students. Alright, enough fooling around. Jinin's expression turned serious. Find an inn and get some rest. We leave at dawn. It was nearing midnight. If they were in a wealthier town, this would be when the nightlife truly started. Casinos, food stalls, taverns, inns, and less reputable establishments would just be opening their doors. But as Yagura and his team stepped into the town, the lively scene he had imagined was nowhere to be found. There wasn't a single lit sign. The streets were dark and lifeless. Fortunately, being ninjas, their eyesight was keen enough to navigate through the night without difficulty. The year was drawing to a close, winter approaching fast. Even the insects had ceased their singing, leaving only silence. Yagura glanced around, taking in the bleak scenery. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone cast a darkness technique over this place. Guess we won't have trouble getting to bed early, Amiri muttered in disappointment. There's nothing here to pass the time. TCH. Jinin tossed away another empty bottle, clicking his tongue in frustration. What a letdown. He had planned to sneak off for a drink once the 3 kids fell asleep, but to his dismay, there wasn't even a single tavern open. Makumo glanced at him and muttered, that's your 8th bottle, sir. Impressive. Yet, Jinin showed no sign of being drunk. Yagura gave Makumo a side eye. When did you start keeping count? Since he tossed the first bottle. Yagura stared at him for a long moment before slowly blinking. Makumo's innocent expression made it clear he didn't see anything odd about what he'd said. Yagura opened his mouth, then decided not to question it further. Switching topics, he mused, this place is so close to Kirigakure, yet it's completely run down. A shinobi village could support an entire army of thousands, and not just ordinary soldiers, these were ninja, warriors with supernatural abilities. Keeping even a single ninja in fighting shape required the support of hundreds, if not thousands, of working civilians. That meant a shinobi village alone needed a population of at least several million to sustain itself. A village like that should naturally become an economic powerhouse within its country. But looking at Kirigakure now, Yagura found that notion laughable. The hidden mist had nothing to do with prosperity. If the village itself was in such a state, it was no surprise that nearby towns were just as desolate. Running a hand along the side of a nearby building, Yagura's fingers came away coated in dust. The wooden pillars looked so weathered that brushing against them would likely leave splinters. Even ordinary citizens in the land of water live like this. Yagura muttered. What is the daimyo even doing? Stop dawdling and pick up the pace, Amiri reminded him. Or Jinin-sensei's gonna start yelling again. Realizing the others had already walked ahead, Yagura snapped out of his thoughts and caught up. Thanks. With his youthful features and natural dimples, he had the kind of face that made people instinctively want to ruffle his hair. Amiri resisted the urge. No big deal. Despite its dilapidated state, the town still had an inn with its lights on. It didn't take long for them to find it. At the front desk sat a drowsy-looking woman in a kimono, cradling a sleeping infant in her arms. She murmured, "Sleep, sleep," as if soothing the baby, though the child was already sound asleep. The 4 entered quietly, not disturbing her slumber. Jinin scanned the price list on the wall. Oi, 2 rooms. Hearing his voice, the woman snapped awake. Her sleepiness vanished the moment she saw their attire. Eyes widening in fear, she stood up abruptly. "En ninja lords." Her sudden movement woke the baby, who immediately burst into tears. Wah! Terror flashed across her face as she desperately tried to muffle the cries. "I'm sorry. I'll calm him down right away. Please don't kill us." "Shut up. Just give us the rooms." Jinin tossed some money onto the counter. 1 single, 1 double. That enough? Why yes, of course. The woman dared not count. Taking the keys, Jinin handed the double room key to Yagura. You three share. Pay me back for your room in the morning. We have to pay for our own lodging. Meet at 8 sharp. With that, Jinin slammed his door shut. The innkeeper, still nervous, handed Yagura their key. Your room is on the second floor, 205. Yagura sighed, taking it. We'll find it ourselves. Go take care of your baby. Chapter 44, The Town's Indifference. The three of them walked up to the second floor. Idly playing with the keycard in his hand, Yagura mused absent-mindedly, a twin bedroom. There are 3 of us. How are we splitting the beds? Ringo is a girl. Makumo carefully glanced at his much shorter, silver-haired younger brother and hesitantly asked. Should we just share a? Before he could finish, a piercing scream drowned out his voice. No. No. A woman's desperate wail shattered the quiet of the night. The owner of the inn, wearing a cheap kimono and struggling with her thick-soled sandals, stumbled out of the entrance. Her steps were unsteady, and she collapsed to the ground. But what filled her with despair was that the thief had already run far ahead, clutching her child, nearly disappearing from view. Wah! Wah! The baby's cries echoed through the deserted street. No. No. The woman's mind replayed the scene from moments ago. The frail-looking man had snatched her child from the front desk, casting her a triumphant, mocking smile before vanishing into the night. Tears streaming down her face, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Someone stole my baby. Help. Please, someone help. Her cries reverberated through the empty streets. The sound of a mother's despair, mixed with the wails of her child, roused several sleeping residents. One by one, doors and windows creaked open. Some people peeked out, while others stepped onto the street, curious about the commotion in the dead of night. Clutching her aching ankle, possibly twisted in the fall, the innkeeper struggled to her feet, scanning the surrounding neighbors as if they were her last hope. He's right there. That man, he stole my child. Please, help me. I can't lose him. No one moved. All she got in response were indifferent, detached stares. Some even looked on with amusement, as if watching a street performance. Please, I'm begging you. Not my problem. Who is she? Ugh, making such a racket in the middle of the night. Sounds like someone's kid got stolen. Oh, isn't that the innkeeper? She's got money. Her husband left, and now she's losing her kid, too. What a shame. Serves her right. Not a single person took action. The innkeeper felt like she was sinking into the abyss. Tears streamed down her face as she murmured in a broken voice, Mwika, my Mwika. A sharp crackling sound split the air. Sparks of electricity flickered in the darkness as Yagura leapt gracefully from the rooftop. Auntie. In one hand, he gripped the thief by the collar. With the other, he gently placed the baby back into the mother's trembling arms. Your child is safe. It's okay now. Mwika. Mwika. Like a drowning woman clutching a lifeline, she pulled the baby into a tight embrace. Thank the heavens, you're still here. You're safe. Wah. Wah. Shoo, don't cry, don't cry. Mommy's here. Mommy's here. As she soothed her baby, her own tears fell uncontrollably, cascading down her cheeks. Yagura watched silently, his expression unreadable. Let me go. Only then did he remember the struggling thief in his grasp. The man thrashed violently, trying to break free, but his feeble strength was nothing to Yagura. Looking at him up close, Yagura realized the thief wasn't just scrawny, he was a boy, no older than 15. His face was gaunt, his clothes ragged and patched. Through the thin fabric, Yagura could see clusters of dark spots on his skin, ghastly, unsettling marks. Even his face bore some. Damn brat. Mind your own business. With a hoarse snarl, the thief pulled out a knife, its cold blade flashing under the moonlight. Yagura remained unfazed. He infused chakra into his grip and released the boy's collar. Pathetic. You're lucky this time. Next time, it won't be so easy. The thief turned to run but suddenly froze. His body refused to move. All right. No need to waste your energy. And don't bother glaring at me like that. Yagura reinforced the chakra restraint, ensuring the boy couldn't budge an inch. Who are you? Only now did the thief realize something was seriously wrong. A look of terror spread across his face. A ninja. A kid, even younger than him, was a ninja. Impossible. Ninjas didn't interfere in matters like this. Smack. Yagura blinked and looked away, pretending not to see. The innkeeper had sprung up and slapped the thief with every ounce of strength she had. The sound of the slap sent shivers down Yagura's spine. People said a mother's love made her strong. This one slap had left the boy's face red and swollen, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Even the innkeeper herself lost her balance from the force, collapsing onto the ground. Thankfully, the baby was securely strapped to her chest and wasn't hurt. Yagura reached out to help her up, but she didn't take his hand. Instead, she flipped over, knelt before him, and with tear-filled eyes, pleaded, "Ninja-sama, please, kill him. I'll pay whatever it takes." Yagura's hand paused midair. He turned to look at the unconscious boy. Despite his young age, the way he had stolen the child, his precision, his timing, made it clear he was experienced. He had waited for the perfect moment, acted swiftly, and fled without hesitation. A repeat offender. If you don't kill him, the moment you leave, he'll come back. He won't forget this humiliation. He will seek revenge. That was true. Tonight, they were here. The thief wouldn't dare try again. But what about tomorrow? When they left, how would the mother and child defend themselves? Sigh. Keep your money. Yagura made his decision, withdrawing the chakra restraining the boy's vital points. No matter his past or circumstances, kidnapping children was unforgivable. A blade of water shot forward, piercing the thief's vital spot, ending his life instantly. His lifeless body, still wrapped in coral, slumped to the ground. If he was lucky, someone might collect his corpse by morning. If not, it would rot in the street until the stench forced someone to dispose of it. Earth release. Makumo's quiet voice carried through the night. The ground beneath the body churned, forming a rectangular pit that swallowed the corpse whole. The soil shifted, smoothing over the ground as if nothing had ever happened. Yagura chuckled. Ah, he had almost forgotten, Makumo was a kind-hearted mist ninja. On the inn's second floor, Ringo stood beside Makumo. Her red eyes gleamed with contempt. I would have let him rot in the streets. Trash. Yagura escorted the innkeeper back inside. After downing several cups of water, she finally calmed down. Her child, exhausted from the ordeal, had fallen into a deep sleep, blissfully unaware of how close he had come to being taken away forever. Yagura raised a hand to stop her from thanking him yet again. Enough, enough. If you really want to thank me, answer some questions. He wanted to learn more about the land of water, beyond just the mist village. The indifference he had witnessed tonight bothered him deeply. Of course. She nodded eagerly. Yagura leaned forward. Do you know that man? No. Not a personal enemy, then. Just an opportunistic criminal. You're raising the child alone while running the inn. Where's the father? Yes, it's just me. Her expression dimmed slightly. He thought there was no future here. Left a year ago for the land of fire. Never came back. A year without word. Either he had been caught and executed at the border, or he had made it across and simply chosen to forget his family. Either way, he wasn't coming back. Yagura didn't press further. What about your relationship with the neighbors? And with each other? She hesitated, then sighed bitterly. Not good. Not at all. Yagura nodded. Do you ever seek help from the Mist Village? File requests for missions. She looked at him cautiously, as if weighing her words. Finally, she spoke the truth. Not really. Why not? Too expensive. Or are Mist Ninja just difficult to approach? She hesitated, then admitted softly, both, I suppose. More the latter. Yagura guessed. Yeah. He sighed. So that's how things were. Chapter 45, Mission Target Location. High crime rate, poor relationships between neighbors, little to no job opportunities, no financial prospects, high population outflow, a deep-rooted fear of the Mist Ninja, and a general distrust of authority. If Yagura were playing one of those city-building simulation games from his previous life, he'd probably be thinking. A bunch of troublesome villagers. But unlike the NPCs in those games, artificially designed to increase difficulty, these people were real. They struggled to survive in a harsh world, enduring genuine suffering. Yagura spent nearly 2 hours chatting with the innkeeper, casually asking whatever came to mind. Inns, taverns, and casinos, these kinds of places were the best sources of information. As the proprietor of this inn, the woman naturally had access to all kinds of news. Her customers weren't locals, they were travelers stopping for the night. Meanwhile, she had lived in this town for decades. Whether it was the situation in this town, the broader conditions of the land of water, or even the nation's political climate, she could speak on all of it. If it weren't so late and if she weren't already looking tired, Yagura would have liked to keep talking. It's getting late. Let's call it a night. Yawning, Yagura waved a hand to cut off the conversation. Time to sleep. Gotta work tomorrow. His tone was so natural, so much like someone who had actually held a job, that the innkeeper couldn't help but chuckle. The exchange made her feel unexpectedly close to him. You're different from the other ninjas I've met. She had seen many before, but none like Yagura, none who would willingly lend a helping hand or sit down to converse as equals, without an air of arrogance. Of course I'm different. Yagura gave her a warm smile. I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks. All right then, please rest well. She handed him a key card. Consider this a gift. My way of showing appreciation. Please don't refuse. All right. Thanks. Yagura accepted it. It worked out perfectly, 3 people, 2 beds. Sharing a bed with Ringo and Yuri. Not happening. Sharing a bed with Makumo. A disaster waiting to happen. The only person he'd ever shared a bed with was Mangetsu. A dedicated man, truly loyal. Yagura found his single room on the first floor, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Lying on the bed, he mentally reviewed all the information he had gathered about the Land of Water's current state. Sigh. To put it simply, poor and brutal. It wasn't just Kirigakure, the entire nation was suffering. According to the innkeeper, this town, being relatively close to the hidden mist, was considered one of the larger settlements in the Land of Water. And yet, even a large town looked this rundown. No wonder the official Naruto world-building guide rated both the Land of Water and the Land of Wind's economies at just 2 stars. For reference, the Land of Earth also had 2 stars, while the Land of Fire had 4, and the Land of Lightning had 5. This was Yagura's first time leaving Kirigakure. Until now, his grandfather had kept him on a tight leash. But some things had to be seen firsthand to truly understand what 2 stars meant. Wasn't there a certain elder managing the village's economy? But I suppose the overall nation's affairs fall under the daimyo's control. He sighed. These were problems far beyond his reach. Stretching out lazily, Yagura decided not to dwell on things he couldn't change yet. Exhausted from the day's events, he quickly drifted into a dreamless sleep. Next morning. 8 a.m. A ninja's internal clock was precise. 7:45 a.m., wake up. 5 minutes to freshen up, 5 minutes to take the shower he skipped last night, 5 minutes to handle personal needs. Right on the dot at 8 a.m., he opened his door and greeted his teammates, morning. Retrieving the backpack he had left with Makumo, Yagura grinned at Jinin Akabino. Didn't keep you waiting, did I? The second hand of the quartz clock on the wall ticked precisely to the 12. Not late. Yagura, master of perfectly timed arrivals for 30 years. Jinin Akabino scoffed but couldn't argue. Enough talking. Let's go. The innkeeper was still asleep, and the main doors remained shut. But for shinobi, scaling walls and sneaking in or out was second nature. Leaving behind the key, the 4 of them slipped away silently. 2 hours later, the innkeeper finally woke up. Realizing the time, she rushed to the front desk, only to find the key cards neatly placed there. They've already left. Her initial worry faded, replaced by a strange emptiness. Sighing, she got to work, cleaning the lobby, tidying up, beginning another routine day like any other. What's this? Underneath the key cards lay a note. I forgot to introduce myself last night. I am the Fourth Mizukage, future, Keratachi Yagura. Remember this name well, we may meet again. A baby's wail broke the silence. Wah. Wah. All right, I'm coming. Carefully folding the note and locking it away in a drawer, the innkeeper let out a rare smile before turning to soothe the crying child. Honestly, what's with you? Can't be away from your mom for a second. Leaving the town, the squad spent an entire day traveling on foot. By nightfall, they arrived at their mission target's residence. A massive estate. Yagura couldn't help but curse. The mansion in front of him was taller than the Mizukage's office. Halt. 2 guards unsheathed their swords, barring Jinin Akabino's path. Their gazes were wary. Identify yourselves. Jinin didn't even bother looking at them. Shinobi. The guards didn't lower their weapons, and Jinin's dismissive attitude only irritated them further. This is the estate of Minister Ashikaga. No one enters without permission. Huh? Your master didn't inform you. Jinin barely restrained himself from slicing them in half. Your boss hired Kirigakure shinobi for a protection detail. I'm the one who accepted the mission. The 2 guards exchanged looks. Wait here. I'll report inside. One of them sheathed his sword and hurried into the mansion. TCH, missions like this are a pain, Jinin grumbled. He much preferred assassinations, massacres, anything quick and direct. You 3, scout the area. Turning to his team, he ordered, map out the surroundings and bring me a sketch in an hour. Aside from shuriken physics, cartography was a must-learn skill for shinobi. Yagura, meanwhile, was utterly clueless about how to draw a map. Before he could even react, Ringo Amuri and Mukumo had already split up, swiftly assigning themselves zones to scout. Well, since he didn't know how to map the area, might as well slack off. Using the cover of night, Yagura scaled the mansion walls and infiltrated the estate. His designated area was this massive residence, large enough to house countless overworked salarymen. Silently sprinting across the rooftops, he observed the numerous guards patrolling below. Some were personal retainers of the estate's owner, while others were hired ronin. Judging by their clothing, the difference was clear: the retainers looked professional, while the ronin appeared as if they hadn't bathed in days. Seems like this young master knows he's being targeted. Glancing at the ragged-looking mercenaries, Yagura ducked lower, blending into the roof's shadows. Waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Chapter 46, Sunagakure Shinobi. A shinobi. That young master actually hired a shinobi. In a secluded corridor at the corner of a grand estate, a burly samurai with a face full of stubble spat on the ground after hearing the gossip from his subordinate. That young master sure has money to burn. Yeah. The sharp-faced underling, eager to please, grinned. Hey, exactly, boss. If we'd known earlier, we should have charged him double. Swinging his massive blade, a towering samurai with tanned skin scoffed. Ha! What's a shinobi worth? Just wait and see, a samurai will show them what real warriors are made of. Yeah. The underling laughed along, nodding furiously. A mere shinobi. If they cross our path, we'll make sure they regret it. The leader of the group silently rolled his eyes at these ignorant braggarts. He tapped the sharp-faced lackey on the shoulder with his sheathed sword. Gather the others. Unlike his inexperienced subordinates, he understood the reality of the situation. He had seen it firsthand. Unless they were the elite warriors of the Land of Iron, trained to wield chakra, wandering samurai like them were no different from defenseless civilians when faced with shinobi. Boss, what's going on? We're leaving. Huh? What? The underling was dumbfounded. Boss, what about the money? What's more important, money or your life? The leader's tone left no room for argument. If he had known from the start that the young master had hired shinobi, he wouldn't have even considered taking this job. And that also meant, the people trying to kill the young master had hired shinobi too. Although they didn't fully understand, the underlings knew better than to argue with the boss. They nodded and followed him without protest. As wandering samurai, they carried little: a few bottles of sake, some dried snacks, a dull blade, and a worn-out hat. They packed up and left. Since they had been stationed in a secluded hallway, slipping away unnoticed was easy. On their way out, they passed by a few fellow mercenaries, exchanging only brief nods before moving on. There was no camaraderie among wandering samurai. Drinking together was one thing, but trust, that was another matter entirely. Not killing each other was already a courtesy. They walked in silence, stepping through the estate's gates and onto the dirt road beyond. Their figures soon melted into the darkness. Some of the remaining mercenaries took notice of their departure but didn't give it much thought. Maybe they got bored of sitting around all night and went to find some women. Yeah. Ha. A samurai swatted a mosquito biting his leg and scowled. That young master is having his fun inside while we sit out here feeding mosquitoes. After this job, I'm going for a woman too. Yo, the same one from last time. Shut up. Don't spread rumors. Oh, come on, just admit it, you're hooked on her. Russell. Boss, we're really just leaving. The sharp-faced underling still couldn't let go of the potential payday. His expression screamed regret. That was a hefty sum. His boss didn't hesitate, he lifted his foot and kicked the lackey. All you think about is money. What's wrong with money? The underling dodged with a grin, turning to the others. Isn't that why we're in this business? This job could have set us up for a while. The burly samurai hesitated before nodding firmly. Boss must have his reasons. I trust him. The others echoed similar sentiments. The sharp-faced underling still lamented the lost fortune, but seeing the others move on, he reluctantly dropped the subject. Hey, you there. Hold up a sec. A voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. They instantly drew their swords. Who's there? Relax, I'm a Kirigakure shinobi. A figure stepped out from the shadows, raising his hands in a non-threatening gesture. The metal forehead protector bearing Kirigakure's emblem was clearly visible. He looked like an ordinary mist shinobi. Sensing no immediate hostility, the leader lowered his sword slightly. A shinobi from Kirigakure? What do you want? You guys were hired to protect someone from that noble family, right? The mist-nin shrugged. I just scouted the entire estate, and I didn't see anyone important. The young master is holed up in the basement, fooling around with a woman. The basement. The Mist-nin raised an eyebrow before nodding. I see. If that's all, we'll be on our way. The leader led his men past the Mist-nin without another word. The underlings, though confused about why their boss had casually given away their former employer's hiding place, remained silent. If the boss did it, he must have had his reasons. The Mist-nin leaped back toward the estate. The sharp-faced lackey, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to his boss. Boss, why did you? Boom. A figure crashed into a nearby tree with a thunderous impact. The samurai recoiled in shock. Dust and smoke settled, revealing the Mist-nin from before. A puff of white smoke erupted around him as his disguise dispelled. The standard deep blue armor of Kirigakure shinobi faded into desert-toned garb, and in the humid air of the land of water, his headscarf appeared slightly damp. The emblem on his forehead protector left no room for doubt. Sunagekure. Cough. Cough, cough. His ribs were broken. Blood dripped from his lips as he glared toward a figure in the distance. The samurai weren't his concern. But that kid, where had he come from? All right. Just tell me where your comrades are. Yagura twirled a blade of water in his hand, strolling toward the downed Sunagekure shinobi. He had been patrolling the rooftops when he noticed the samurai leaving. Then he saw the disguised shinobi extract information from them. If he hadn't overheard, they wouldn't have even known their target was hiding in the basement. The Sunagekure shinobi struggled to his feet, reaching for his tool pouch. Yagura didn't expect him to surrender. He closed the distance in an instant. Damn it. Get lost. The shinobi hurled shuriken and kunai, the latter rigged with explosive tags. Yagura halted, dodging the projectiles. The kunai embedded itself in the ground. The tag ignited. Boom. Whoosh. A signal flare shot through the explosion smoke, streaking into the sky and bursting open. Bang. Yagura clicked his tongue. Damn it. Things just got complicated. Chapter 47, Facing the Enemy, Scorch Release Pakura. The samurai quickly retreated and disappeared after his signal. The Sunagekure ninja, gravely injured, had lost the ability to escape. As the black smoke cleared, Yagura took some time to locate the enemy before finishing him off. However, the flare had already been fired. Using explosive tags to attack was the real goal, to obscure my vision and force me back, just to buy time to send the signal. The water blade in his hand dissipated, mixing with the blood as it vanished. Looking at the defeated Sunagekure ninja before him, whose very face screamed, disposable character, Yagura never expected to fall for such a simple trick. Something felt off. These Sunagekure shinobi had been pushovers during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the battle for the One-Tails. So why were they suddenly so formidable against him? Initially, he had hoped to interrogate the shinobi for the whereabouts of his teammates. But now, knowing where the others were and launching a surprise attack was one thing. Alerting them with a flare so they could gather was another. There was no time to hesitate. The reinforcements had already arrived. A high-temperature fireball, scorching the very air around it, came hurtling toward him. Yagura had intentionally positioned himself in an open area to await the enemy, allowing him to react immediately upon spotting the incoming attack. He had already gathered intel on Pakura. Fighting her in a location with obstacles blocking his vision would be suicidal. Forming hand seals, he raised a water wall to intercept the fireball. A loud sizzle erupted as steam billowed from the impact. Even the briefest exposure to the scalding vapor left his skin red and burned. This was no ordinary fire release, it was scorch release, capable of evaporating moisture on contact, leaving nothing but desiccated husks. Fwoosh, fwoosh. More incoming. This time, 2 fireballs. Yagura quickly retreated, distancing himself from the steam-shrouded battlefield. The 2 fireballs tore through the mist, locking onto him. Serpent, tiger, serpent. His fingers flew through the hand seals in less than a second. Planting his feet, he took a deep breath and unleashed a massive tidal wave. Water and scorching fire clashed violently, producing an intense hissing as steam exploded outward. This time, with prior experience, Yagura immediately leapt away from the blinding mist, gripping his water blade tightly, scanning his surroundings for Pakura. No sign of her. Pressing his palms together, Yagura considered, should I use a large-scale water release to force her out? Their brief exchange had already made it clear, Pakura was no fool. Simple fireballs wouldn't be enough to take her down. A worthy opponent. Pakura smirked as she descended gracefully from a small hill, landing with feline agility. Yagura's ears caught the sound, and he immediately turned to face her, staying on high alert. So it really is her. 3 fireballs, radiating waves of heat, floated ominously around her. Pakura of Sunagekure, wielder of Scorch Release. Even brats barely out of diapers can be shinobi now, she scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. Is Kirigakure really that desperate for manpower? Yagura briefly glanced at the sky above. A vast stretch of deep blue night. Damn it. Where are my teammates? Where's the jonin assigned to my squad? Gritting his teeth, he shot back. Still better than Sunagakure. Aside from you, is there even a second ninja worth mentioning? He was frustrated and let it slip. He forgot, before the Third Great Ninja War, Sunagakure wasn't weak. Beneath the Third Kazekage, there were still formidable shinobi, Chiyo, Sasori of the Red Sand, and even the future Fourth Kazekage, Raza. Stronger than Kirigakure at the time. Pakura chuckled, dismissing his words as ignorant bravado. Let's end this brat quickly and finish the mission. Things will get troublesome if the 7 ninja swordsmen arrive. A kunai spun in her grasp before she gripped it tightly. She was a mid-range combatant, utilizing both kunai and scorch release. Yagura narrowed his eyes, planning his next move. He couldn't let her close the distance. He had to keep her at range and use water release to suppress her before landing a decisive blow. After all, he was a Jinchuriki. His chakra reserves were vast. Prolonged fights favored him. Pakura moved first. Her speed was astonishing. Faster than his base speed. Lightning release. The kunai sliced through the air but met no resistance. A flicker. A shadow afterimage. Pakura's eyes narrowed. He was fast enough to leave an afterimage. His quick reactions and powerful water release had already impressed her. But his taijutsu as well. Her gaze locked onto him in the distance, where he had just escaped. The faint remnants of lightning release chakra crackled in the air. This brat is no ordinary opponent. Without hesitation, she surged forward again, this time even faster. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive wave, taller than her, came crashing down. Combining this with his earlier water wall technique, Pakura confirmed a key detail: Yagura specialized in large-scale water release. But conventional water release techniques wouldn't stop her. 3 fireballs merged into one, growing to over 2 meters in diameter, warping the surrounding air with sheer heat. With a flick of her wrist, the blazing sphere hurtled toward the rushing water. A tremendous explosion of steam erupted, swallowing the battlefield in an instant. Using scorch release to counter directly, Yagura muttered, shielding his face as the searing mist washed over him. His exposed skin burned from the heat. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. 3 fireballs burst through the mist, homing in on him. Predicting this move, Yagura had already formed seals. A water wall shot up, intercepting the fireballs head-on. However, 2 of them veered midair, curving around the wall, aiming straight for him. A flicker of panic crossed his face. But in an instant, he channeled lightning release into his legs, propelling himself backward and avoiding them just in time. Emerging from the mist, Pakura closed the distance. What's wrong? Too scared of my flames? Yagura didn't answer. Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive dragon, formed of rushing water, surged forth, jaws open wide. Pakura's eyes widened. Water dragon bullet. He had executed it in only 2 seconds, far faster than usual. What terrifying talent. Her fireballs had been extinguished, and forming new ones required time. She needed to stall. Dodging the water dragon, she lured him into attacking repeatedly, subtly guiding his movements. In truth, he was the one being manipulated. Damn it, Yagura realized. The gap in combat experience. Scorch release, overheat kill. A blazing sphere collided with the water dragon, evaporating it instantly. No water puddles remained. All his previous water release techniques had been reduced to vapor. Yagura clenched his fists. This is bad. Forming seals, 2 water clones emerged beside him. Time to change the strategy. 2 clones launched water dragons, while the third channeled lightning release into them. A trick he had learned from Naruto Uzumaki. Lightning-infused water dragon bullet. Thunder crackled through the surging water as the electrified dragons roared toward Pakura. Chapter 48, Scalding Water Cannon Technique. The lightning-infused water dragon bullet surged forward, forcing Pakura to reconsider her approach. The jutsu's range was too vast to evade, leaving her with no choice but to counter it head-on with Scorch Release. Scorch Release, overheat kill. In an instant, her chakra was drained, forming a massive, sun-like blazing sphere that crashed into the water dragons. Scorch, water, and lightning clashed head-on. A deafening explosion erupted as the water dragons let out an anguished wail. Yagura seized the opportunity to activate hidden mist jutsu, retreating along with his clones into the thick fog and smoke. He cannot be allowed to escape. Pakura lunged forward, diving into the mist in pursuit. With every clash of scorch release and water release, vast amounts of steam billowed outward. The temperature of the surrounding air continued to rise by the second. Pakura noticed something. That little brat was deliberately keeping his distance, engaging her in long-range combat, the type of battle she was least adept at. As much as she didn't want to believe it, the cold truth was undeniable: Kirigakure had intelligence on her. A shinobi is half defeated the moment their battle tactics and jutsu are fully analyzed by the enemy. When an opponent knows your arsenal, studies your style, and crafts a strategy specifically to counter you, the odds turn against you. Just like now. Pakura's eyes narrowed as the fiery sphere struck Yagura's form, only for him to dissolve into water and evaporate. Another water clone. Chakra depletion was accelerating, yet she had failed to land a decisive blow. Anxiety gnawed at her. If not for Yagura's lack of experience, she wouldn't have been able to suppress him as much as she had. Her battle-hardened instincts gave her the upper hand, for now. However, what had begun as a battle she hoped to end swiftly had morphed into an exhausting war of attrition. And with time, the brat's combat instincts were growing, fast. Opportunities like her earlier near-hit were becoming fewer and farther between. I don't have much chakra left, at most, 3 more attacks. Pakura panted, wiping away the sweat that had formed due to the stifling heat in the air. Meanwhile, Yagura showed no signs of exhaustion. Water release is the most chakra-intensive among the 5 basic nature transformations. No matter how talented Yagura was, it was impossible for him to sustain this level of jutsu output on his own. Pakura had a strong suspicion about his identity. She just needed more confirmation. At this point, her objective had shifted. Compared to the original mission, unearthing Yagura's true nature had become a greater priority. A child no older than 10, with this level of chakra control. If he was indeed a Jinchuriki, then one day, he would become Tsunagekyure's greatest threat. Killing him here and now was unlikely. Her best course of action was to extract as much information as possible, and escape to report back. Having reassessed her priorities, Pakura exhaled deeply, steadying her mind. She gazed at Yagura from afar and suddenly spoke. "Kid, you're quite strong." Yagura, caught off guard by her sudden conversational shift, remained wary and hesitated before responding. Thanks. You must know my name by now. I'm Pakura." Pakura studied his face closely. No surprise, no reaction, her name was already known to him. Which meant Kirigakure had gathered intel on her. But how? Where was the leak? "I don't know your name, though. Mind telling me?" "Yagura." "Nice name." Pakura smiled faintly. "I'll remember it." Was she giving up? Yagura sensed that her battle intent had noticeably diminished. Throughout the fight, he had been on high alert, wary of the scorching orbs that could appear at any moment. His mind was stretched to the limit, knowing that even a single hit from scorch release could drain the moisture from his body in an instant, leaving him a mummified corpse. And that was just from fighting her at long range. If they had fought in close combat, he didn't even want to imagine the outcome. But Yagura himself was also running low. He had expended as much chakra as Pakura, and if he wanted to maintain his lightning release chakra state, he estimated he could only cast 2 more water release jutsu. Canceling the lightning release state would conserve energy, but if Pakura got close and he failed to escape in time, the consequences would be dire. Pakura moved again. Uncertain how much chakra Yagura had left, she decided it was time to force his hand, with everything she had left. She raised her hands high, gathering scorch release chakra into a massive orb, over 2 meters in diameter. And it was still growing. The ground beneath her feet had long since dried and blackened. As the searing heat intensified, the brittle vegetation crumbled into ash with just a passing breeze. Was this her final attack? Shit. Cursing, Yagura funneled every last ounce of chakra into his legs. Lightning release, thunderclap and flash. Not to attack, but to flee. Like a streak of lightning, he shot backward, vanishing into the night. The moment the colossal sphere touched the earth, its temperature soared to the extreme. A blinding white explosion engulfed the land, illuminating the night sky as if it were midday. Boom. Grass, trees, everything was incinerated. Even the rocky terrain cracked under the unbearable heat. The ground, once solid earth, was now nothing but white ash, wisps of smoke curling into the air. Pakura stepped into the scorched battlefield, scanning the empty surroundings. No corpse. Her scorch release hadn't met with a water release counterattack either. He ran, huh? Fast little brat. She sighed. Even if he hadn't fled, she was out of chakra. She would have had to retreat regardless. But now, she had a duty. She needed to report back to Tsunagekyure. This Yagura was a prodigy of Kirigakure. The village had to be warned. Had Yagura truly fled? No. As Pakura turned her back, a sharp gleam of water shot forth from the darkness, streaking toward her like a serpent striking its prey. Pakura never let her guard down. The instant she heard the rushing sound of water, her instincts screamed danger. Water release, fast. A linear attack. aimed at her right chest. If it hit, she would die. Her battle-honed reflexes took over, she twisted low to dodge. But the speed of the high-pressure water jet was terrifyingly fast. Even as she avoided a fatal hit, her right shoulder was struck. Water release, coral water cannon. Arg. She rolled aside, clutching her wound in pain. A quick glance at her shoulder made her pupils contract. Bone deep. What kind of water release was this? She had never seen anything like it. Its piercing force was extraordinary, its speed far beyond her expectations. A jutsu utilizing pressurized water. A variation of water-severing wave. Yagura lowered his hand, cutting off the water flow. A smirk tugged at his lips. Coral water cannon, a success. Chapter 49, mission accomplished. The strategy was simple, wear down Pakura's chakra with long-range attacks, then finish the battle with the coral water cannon. And it worked. Yagura thought to himself. That should do it. He observed for a few more seconds, ensuring that Pakura hadn't escaped and was truly incapacitated. Stepping out of the shadows, Yagura cautiously approached her, his guard never dropping. Pakura's shoulder wound, pierced clean through by the high-pressure water jet, was deep. The heavy scent of blood hung in the air. Her right arm hung limp, while her left hand, pressing against the injury, was soaked in blood. Seeing Yagura approach, Pakura struggled to her feet, gripping her shoulder and forcing a smirk. Heh, finally brave enough to get closer. Yagura ignored her taunting tone. After all, they had just fought a life-and-death battle. A few words were nothing compared to her scorch release. But now, Yagura hesitated. Should he kill her? Or? His steps slowed, indecision clouding his gaze. As the distance between them closed, the hostility and killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. What is he planning? Finally, Yagura stopped a mere meter away. Pakura, the hero of Sunagakure, was a tragic figure. Her hands were stained with the blood of Kirigakure shinobi, yet the Fourth Mizukage and the higher-ups of Sunagakure had deemed her a hero. And under their orders, for the so-called good of Sunagakure, her life had been sold away to Kirigakure without her knowledge, an offering for peace between the villages. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, after being resurrected by Kabuto's Edo Tensei, she had unleashed her fury upon both Sunagakure and Kirigakure in revenge. On the battlefield, she encountered her former student. Watching them fight, witnessing their growth, Pakura ultimately chose to give the allied shinobi forces a chance. And when Edo Tensei was undone, her soul finally found peace. Oi, brat. What's with that look? Pakura scowled, snapping Yagura out of his thoughts. Her voice was cold. Are you pitying me? Yagura shoved aside his thoughts about her fate. A water blade formed in his hand, its tip aimed at her. You lost, Pakura. Pakura glanced at the elegantly crafted and deadly weapon. She showed no sign of panic, as if she had already accepted her fate. What do you plan to do with me? Her grip on her kunai never loosened. If Yagura made the slightest wrong move, she wouldn't hesitate to drive it into her own throat. Ever since Kirigakure adopted its isolationist policies, any foreign ninja captured within the land of water met the same fate. The intelligence division would extract every technique and secret they possessed. Then, they would be executed. Honestly, I'd prefer if you surrendered. That would be the best outcome. Yagura sighed with a helpless smile. But we both know you won't make that choice. And Kirigakure would never accept a Sunagakure hero with so much of our blood on her hands. He was conflicted. As a shinobi of Kirigakure, as a soldier, he should kill her. To be honest, I really don't want to kill you. Pakura frowned. She couldn't understand where this sentiment was coming from. What kind of ninja said things like that? Yet, there was no killing intent in Yagura's eyes. And he wasn't lying. Pakura prided herself on recognizing deception. And that made this all the more ridiculous. She studied him in silence before slowly reaching into her tool pouch. Maybe one day, you'll die the same way, offered up as a bargaining chip by your village's leader. The Fourth Mizukage had never been one to disappoint in that regard. Yagura took a deep breath and made his decision. Promise me one thing, and I'll let you go. You want Sunagakure's secrets? Bloodline techniques. Puppet jutsu. Pakura scoffed and swapped the kunai in her hidden hand for a smoke bomb. Sorry, but I'm not some coward who'd sell out my village just to survive. Do I look like I'd ask for that? I'd rather hear about any gossip between the Third and Fourth Mizukage. Cough. That went off track. Just don't come back to the land of water. Don't take any missions that put you against Kirigakure. And never kill another mist shinobi. Because if you do return, it'll likely be as a bargaining chip sent by the Fourth Mizukage himself. And that time, you'll die an even more meaningless death, sacrificed by your own village's leaders. I've warned you now. If you get resurrected again after dying, don't go blaming Kirigakure for it. Bakura stared at him for a long moment. Why? Don't ask so many questions. Just think of it as me taking a liking to you. Yagura took 2 steps back, glancing sideways. If you feel bad about it, next time we meet, wear your shirt inside out for me. My shirt, inside out. Bakura's thoughts momentarily short-circuited as the meaning hit her. Her outfit was a backless design. If she wore it inside out, wouldn't that mean? You pervy little brat. Realizing she had been teased, Bakura flushed and snapped angrily, what kind of upbringing do you have? Heh. Tongue sticking out. Despite saying he'd let her go, Yagura remained cautious, keeping his distance and staying alert for any sudden attacks. Bakura's voice turned serious. Brat, you're too naive. You're not cut out to be a ninja. Was it because of his age? Since graduating, she had only ever seen such naivety in her students. Yagura shrugged. Maybe. But wasn't Naruto Uzumaki just as naive? And yet, he became the strongest ninja in the world. On the other hand, those who prided themselves on being cold and ruthless, like Zabuza, young Kakashi, and later Obito, had all ended up getting top no jutsu'd. Sure, his decision to let Bakura go had some personal sentiment to it. But ultimately, he knew that the Fourth Mizukage wouldn't let her off forever. Yagura smirked, but Bakura mistook it as him ignoring her warning. I can't promise to follow your conditions. She felt ridiculous saying it. Just now, she had scolded Yagura for his naivety, yet here she was, naively considering his request. Missions aren't always my choice. I can only promise not to voluntarily take jobs against Kirigakure. You sure about that? Fuhush. A hatchet whizzed past, slicing through the air toward Bakura's head. Yagura reacted instantly, body moving before thought, leaping over her and raising his water blade to block. With a sharp clang, the force of the impact numbed his grip. Seeing the attacker, Yagura muttered, "You should go. I'll handle this." The men roared, "Yagura. Do you even realize what you've done?" "I know exactly what I'm doing, Jinin-senpai." Yagura shot a glance at Bakura. Since he had let her go, there was no turning back now. Bakura glanced at Jinin, noticing the bloodstains on the 2 genin behind him. Her mission had failed. Staying here was pointless. She looked at Yagura one last time. Thanks. Without hesitation, she turned and disappeared into the night. A close brush with death. Chapter 50, Night Talk. From the moment the signal flare was launched by the Sunagakure ninja killed by Yagura to the conclusion of Yagura and Bakura's battle, a significant amount of time had passed. Enough time for Jinin Akabino to arrive. Even if he only started heading this way upon noticing the presence of Scorch release in battle, with his strength as an elite jonin, Yagura was certain he wouldn't have taken this long to get here. He had probably arrived much earlier and just watched from the sidelines. If that was the case, then Yagura had secured Bakura entirely on his own. Even though he had let go of an enemy who posed a considerable threat to Kirigakure, he had no reason to feel guilty when facing Jinin Akabino head-on. Jinin Akabino shot a deep glare at Yagura, knowing full well that he wouldn't change his mind. Bakura had already escaped. Continuing to press Yagura on the matter was pointless now. In the shadows, the Anbu accompanying Yagura had made no move either. Your strength has improved. Thanks for the recognition. Jinin Akabino withdrew his weapon. Fine. You caught her, so you had the right to decide what to do with her. However, as the team leader, I will report everything about Bakura to the Mizukage along with our mission documentation. Tattling, huh? And you call yourself a respectable adult? Yagura's mouth twitched slightly. He wasn't sure how the third Mizukage would react to such a report. He cast one last glance in the direction Bakura had escaped. Facing Jinin Akabino's stern gaze, Yagura forced himself to remain calm. Of course. That's your duty, old man. 2 Sunagakure ninjas were dead, and 1 was gravely injured. The escort mission had been successfully completed. When it came to work, Jinin Akabino was at least reliable. He handled the task of submitting the mission report himself, allowing Yagura and the others to rest. They chose an open space neither too close nor too far from the mansion to spend the night. After a grueling battle, it was finally time to rest. There was still plenty of time before they needed to depart for Kirigakure. No need to rush through the night. In a makeshift partition, a red-haired girl stepped out after a bath. Her usually tied-up hair was now loose, cascading down her shoulders. A towel draped casually around her neck, and she held one end of it, using it to dry her hair and ears. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, ensuring the scent of blood had been completely washed away. The crackling of the campfire filled the silence. 2 male teammates were chatting nearby. Did you 2 take down that Sunagakure ninja? Hearing Ringo Emuri return, Yagura glanced sideways. Finished bathing? Yeah, just a quick rinse. It took you nearly 20 minutes, though. And Yagura could clearly smell the scent of apple-scented body wash. He was skeptical of Emuri's definition of quick. But then again, a rough-and-tumble kunoichi like her bringing body wash on a mission. Emuri sat cross-legged on the ground, joining the conversation. Yeah, I spotted that guy while scouting the terrain. But he was tough. Luckily, Makumo arrived, and we took him down together. No, I didn't really do much, Makumo waved his hand in denial. By the time I got there, Emuri had already heavily injured him. Hey. You can't put it like that. So basically, the old man didn't lift a finger to help. Yagura casually redirected the topic to Jinin Akabino. Right as the words left his mouth, the man himself overheard and scoffed. If you need me to step in just to deal with a chunin, you might as well go home now. Fair enough. After all, when Yagura fought the other Sunagakure ninja, he took him down in an instant. Still, Yagura wasn't about to let it slide. You didn't step in when I was fighting Bakura either. He had nearly been hit by her scorch-release fireballs multiple times. What if he had been burned to death? Jinin Akabino smoothly shifted the blame. You're stronger than them. I trust you can handle it. Ask them if they agree. Makumo and Emuri had arrived later and at least witnessed part of the fight. Yagura suddenly felt two pairs of heated gazes fixed on him. Having successfully stirred the pot, Jinin Akabino left them with a parting remark. Get some rest. I'll take first watch. Ringo Emuri was a traditional Kirigakure ninja. Like Mangetsu and Zabuza, she yearned to grow stronger and respected powerful shinobi. During her time in Anbu, she had heard about Yagura, another ninja proficient in lightning release, just like her. Back then, she had been intrigued. Upon actually meeting Yagura for the first time, she had seen him as nothing more than a younger brother. But today, after witnessing his strength firsthand, she finally acknowledged him as a formidable ninja. His strength surpassed hers, and his lightning release techniques were incredibly potent. With only their peers left in camp, Emuri eagerly asked, Yagura, does your lightning release technique enhance your speed? She had been closely observing his battle and noticed how his speed seemed to surge whenever he activated his lightning release chakra. Yeah. The scent of apples lingered in the air. Yagura's expression tensed slightly as he briefly explained the principles of his lightning release technique. The more Emuri listened, the brighter her eyes shone. Seeing her excitement, Yagura suddenly remembered that she would eventually become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. A thought crossed his mind. Steadying himself, Yagura brushed away the scent teasing his nose and said, If you're interested, I can teach you when we have time. Emuri and Makumo both froze in shock. They could hardly believe their ears. Yagura. Offering to teach his techniques to someone else. Emuri was so excited she nearly pressed her face against his. You're not joking, are you? Yagura understood why they were so surprised. In this world, a shinobi's self-developed techniques were often their most guarded secrets, passed down only within their clan. But Yagura shifted slightly backward and shrugged. It's my technique. I decide who learns it. Unlike the coral palm technique, which belonged to the Keratachi clan and couldn't be shared, this was entirely his own creation. Seriously? Of course. Emuri, overjoyed, grabbed Yagura in a bone-crushing hug. She squeezed him so hard it felt like she might break his ribs. In front of Makumo, she declared, Makumo, you're my witness. From now on. Anyone who messes with you, just drop my name. The strong scent of apple-scented body wash filled the air at such close range. Yagura wiped his nose with his fingers and politely averted his gaze. Still too young. Yagura didn't refuse the gesture and instead accepted it with a smile. Then I'll be counting on you, Emuri. Makumo wasn't a swordsman, nor did he specialize in lightning release. Though he was interested in Yagura's lightning flash technique, it wasn't compatible with his own style. Even so, he was sincerely happy for Ringo Emuri and offered his congratulations. Yagura, why did you let Bakura go? Perhaps encouraged by Emuri's straightforward nature, Makumo hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to voice his doubts. Especially since he could sense the presence of Anbu following them. They hadn't pursued Bakura either, letting her go without interference. In the end, he just couldn't do it. He had gone soft on a character from the story. His expression darkened slightly as he averted his gaze, lowering his head until it rested between his knees. She'll come back. She would be sent back by her Kazekage, personally. This was the first, and last, time he would allow himself to be soft-hearted. He had already warned Bakura never to set foot in the land of water again. So, if you ignored my words, what then, Bakura? Suppressing a smirk, Yagura stood up. I'm going for a walk. Emuri stopped a teammate who had instinctively reached out to follow him and said. All right. Just don't wander too far. After spending some time together, Amiri had already figured out what kind of person he is. Maybe the heavens were fair. They had gifted him immense talent but not the personality suited for a shinobi. Watching Yagura's confused figure gradually fade into the distance, Amiri chuckled. Let him clear his head, Makumo. He'll figure it out. But even Tanbo-sensei followed after him. Makumo could see and sense Jinin Akabino's intentions. Nothing's going to happen, right? Nah, don't worry. Amiri reached out, covering his second little brother's ears, taking on the role of the big sister in the group. From now on, you didn't see or hear anything. Ah, these two clueless kids. What would this squad do without her? Bam. A massive, razor-sharp axe blade cleaved into the ground, slicing through rock and earth like tofu beneath the weight of blunt blade. In that instant of life and death, Yagura used lightning step, flashing several meters away. Heart pounding, he stared in shock at Jinin Akabino. That attack had been meant to kill him. Jinin-senpai, what are you doing? He locked eyes with Jinin Akabino, whose expression showed no signs of joking. Taking a deep breath, Yagura steadied himself from his initial shock. There was only one reason. Yagura let out a bitter laugh. Because of Pakura. He had intentionally distanced himself from their camp, yet he had still been followed. Jinin Akabino said nothing, neither confirming nor denying it. Instead, he gripped blunt blade with both hands and lunged at Yagura. His speed exceeded even Yagura's lightning step. The only thing Yagura's eyes could catch was a lingering afterimage of Jinin in his original position. Blunt blade's massive blade swung in a ruthless horizontal slash, severing its target cleanly. The body split apart midair before dissolving into water. A water clone. Water release, coral water cannon. Facing an opponent whose strength surpassed his own, Yagura had no choice but to go all out. His clone served as a distraction, buying him just enough time to gain distance. Now nearly 50 meters away, he raised his hand and fired a highly pressurized water jet. The attack barely lost its momentum as it pierced through Jinin Akabino. Direct hit. Jinin's eyes widened in disbelief before his form exploded into mist. Exclamation point. A sharp gust of wind roared from behind. Yagura spun around, only to be met with a powerful kick to the stomach, sending him flying. His body curled from the impact before two heavy punches struck his face, knocking him to the ground. His consciousness blurred for a moment as he fell backward. Listen up. Jinin grabbed Yagura by the scarf around his neck and yanked him up forcefully. Through his hazy vision, Yagura nearly smacked into Jinin's large nose. Meeting the older shinobi's furious, near-murderous glare, Yagura instinctively averted his gaze, guilt weighing on him. What the hell were you thinking, letting Pakura go? Jinin had stewed in his anger all night. He had realized the third Mizukage wouldn't severely punish Yagura, the chosen successor for the fourth Mizukage position. That smug confidence of Yagura's only made him explode with rage. The brat had even run off on his own. Before they left, the third Mizukage had given him a private order, ensure Yagura's survival. As one of Kirigakure's strongest warriors, Jinin knew full well there was no one else fit to inherit the title of Mizukage. That's why he was so furious. Do you even know how many people died because of Pakura? Jinin slammed his forehead against Yagura's, spitting furiously, 5 jonin. Hundreds of chunin and genin. Bang. 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 With all his strength, Jinin hurled Yagura away. Yagura crashed through several trees before slamming into an ancient trunk, finally coming to a stop. Cough. Blood dripped from his mouth as he choked. He hung his head, offering no resistance. Because, in the eyes of Jinin Akabino and the others in Kirigakure, he had indeed let the enemy go. He was a traitor to Kirigakure. Jinin slung blunt blade over his shoulder and walked up to Yagura, taking in his battered state. With a sharp grin, he sneered, still pretty tough, huh? Just like that damn turtle inside you. It was over. Yagura, always one to take advantage of a situation, seized the moment. Can you help me up, uncle? You hit me too hard. I wouldn't mind cutting off your legs. Ha ha ha, never mind then. Bracing himself against the shattered tree trunk, Yagura struggled to his feet. Jinin let out a whistle, mocking his tenacity. Don't think this is over. What the third Mizukage does with you is his decision. He won't do anything. At least, not this time. Yagura smiled. The Anbu didn't stop me, did they? TCH. Smart little brat. Jinin met Yagura's determined gaze. No regrets. Before you beat me. I was being stubborn, no. After getting beaten awake. Still no. Yagura clutched his wounds, that same stubbornness burning in his eyes. I never regret the path I choose. Even if it's the wrong one, I'll keep walking it. That's how I've lived. Smartass. Jinin scoffed, slinging blunt blade onto his back. Just don't do anything stupid. Dumbass like you are a pain. He waved a hand as he walked off. Follow me if you can. If not, sleep out here tonight, brat. Chapter 51, Aftermath of Pakura. Ha. Yagura let out a long yawn. It was already his 8th one since they set off. They had only been on the road for an hour. Ringo, Emiri and Mukumo exchanged puzzled glances. They had noticed earlier in the morning, the heavy dark circles under Yagura's eyes were impossible to miss. Mukumo asked with concern, didn't sleep well last night? Yeah. Yagura rubbed his eyes, trying to chase away the lingering fatigue. He forced a smile. Had a nightmare. Woke up in a cold sweat and couldn't sleep after that. Ringo Emiri clicked her tongue in amusement. A nightmare that actually scared you. That's a first. The Yagura she knew feared nothing. A little demon, always charging forward without hesitation. Well. Yagura's gaze flickered toward Jinin ahead of them. His expression darkened slightly. I dreamed of someone chopping off my head with an axe. Ringo, Emiri and Mukumo. They instantly caught onto the implied accusation but didn't dare bring it up in front of Jinin Akabino. Instead, they quietly kept their speculations to themselves. What exactly had happened last night while they were asleep? Did Jinin Akabino give Yagura trouble? Enough. Stop pretending. Jinin Akabino, ever straightforward, turned back and snapped at the two mischievous brats. Receiving the scolding, they grinned obediently and said nothing. They knew nothing, absolutely nothing. With the mission completed and still a month before the Chunin exams in Konoha, there was no rush. Their pace was far more leisurely now, a stark contrast to their initial departure. They walked when they felt like it, rested when they wanted, and when night fell, they would find a nearby town and stay in an inn. Rather than looking like shinobi on an important mission to bring glory to their village, they seemed more like a group on an all-expenses-paid vacation. Of course, Yagura, Ringo Emiri, and Mukumo all deeply suspected that Jinin simply wanted to find more places to buy alcohol. Not that they minded. This relaxed pace meant Yagura had time to teach Ringo Emiri lightning release techniques. You need to focus your chakra into every muscle and blood vessel in your legs, then convert it into lightning release chakra. Don't use too much at first, just a little. Then, bang. Your speed will increase instantly. What the hell does that even mean? Ringo Emiri groaned in frustration. What do you mean, bang? Are my legs supposed to explode? Something like that. But try not to actually explode. Thanks for the warning. Famous shinobi and geniuses in the world of shinobi always end up with titles. Word of Ringo Emiri's talent in lightning release had already started to spread within her circles. After observing her fundamentals, Yagura was convinced that the title was well-deserved. Her ability to manipulate the nature transformation of lightning release was exceptionally strong. To put it simply, if Yagura's mastery of water release was at an EX level and his lightning release was at A, then Ringo Emiri's mastery of lightning release was A+. Since she had both talent and motivation, the rest was easy. A willing teacher and an eager student, her progress was astonishingly fast. Naturally, this was due to my excellent teaching skills. Hands on hips, feeling proud. Yagura even explained the principles behind Chidori and Raikiri to her, but after careful consideration, Ringo Emiri decided they weren't suitable for her. After all, she fought with twin swords. She didn't have a free hand to use Chidori. Well, fair enough. But she did say she might give Chidori stream a try when she had time. Before long, a response arrived from Kirigakure regarding the S-rank mission. It contained a letter personally written by the Third Mizukage. The letter started with a wave of praise for their strength. After all, they had successfully completed an S-rank mission. Then it went on about how he expected great things from them in the Chunin exams, blah blah blah. However, there was not a single mention of Yagura letting Pakura escape. Not a single word. It was as if the Third Mizukage was completely unaware that it had ever happened. Mukumo and Ringo Emiri were baffled. They had worried about this for days, only for it to turn out like this. Meanwhile, Yagura gave a tight-lipped smile and didn't explain. Pakura had already fled, while he was still alive and the designated Fourth Mizukage candidate. Of course, the Third Mizukage knew which was more important. Even Jinin figured it out afterward. How could the cunning old fox that was the Third Mizukage not understand? In fact, Yagura had come to another realization in recent days. The Third Mizukage was giving him an extraordinary degree of freedom. The Anbu that had been tailing them never pursued Pakura, respecting the decision of their future Fourth Mizukage. This newfound understanding made Yagura see the old man in a different light. Putting everything else aside, at least this time, the Third Mizukage had treated him well. After lingering in the land of water for several days, the group finally left its shores, boarding a ship bound for the land of fire. Sure, shinobi could run across water, but there was no need to go that far. Among the 5 great nations, the land of water was the only one that was an island nation. It had the smallest landmass but the largest maritime territory. Between the land of water and the land of fire lay an open sea, not just a river. So, they obediently took a ship. Fortunately, it wasn't some tiny wooden rowboat or a wind-powered sailboat. Instead, the land of water's only open port offered motorized vessels. The bizarre technology tree of the shinobi world never ceased to amaze. The ship didn't travel directly to the land of fire. Neither country had open ports directly connecting them. Between the 2 nations lay countless tiny island nations. Small populations, small territories, landowners simply claimed islands and declared themselves kings. Most of these so-called countries were too poor to be worth conquering. Both the land of water and the land of fire ignored them, allowing them to exist. Near the land of fire was the only such nation with an officially recognized port open to both sides. After an overnight journey, the ship reached the port the next morning. The weather was exceptionally clear. Sunlight streamed down in a way that was almost blinding. Yagura was the first to step off the ship. He squinted against the dazzling sunlight, raising a hand to shield his eyes. This was something he had never experienced back in the land of water. Port workers directed passengers out of the harbor. The port wasn't particularly large. A few steps took them past the main gate. Beyond it, street vendors lined the roads, and shipyards and repair docks were scattered around the area. Yagura glanced around, taking in the surroundings. So, what's our next move? Jinin answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. What else? The grin on his face was anything but kind, and the 3 genin all felt an impending sense of doom. No need for explanations. They already knew. Just like how Team Kakashi had once sprinted from the land of fire to the land of wind. A shinobi is one who endures everything. So quit standing around. Start running. Sunagakure. After days of arduous travel, a severely wounded Pakura finally made it home. To prevent panic among the villagers, she was secretly escorted by Sunagakure shinobi upon receiving orders from the higher-ups. She was immediately taken to the village's top-tier medical facility. Sunagakure's finest hospital, where she received priority, state-of-the-art treatment. The third Kazekage was informed the moment she returned. Once her treatment was complete, he made time to visit her personally. Chapter 52, The Third Kazekage's Struggle. Pakura was completely unprepared for the arrival of the third Kazekage. Seeing the great figure step through the door, she immediately stood up in shock. Lord Third Kazekage. Pakura. The third Kazekage waved his hand, signaling her to sit down and keep her voice down. He pulled a nearby chair and sat down, quickly scanning her injuries. The medical ninja had treated her wounds, and her shoulder was wrapped in medical bandages. The worst had passed. That was a serious injury. Even though it had been treated, the Kazekage could still tell how severe it was from the way it had been handled. As Sunagakure's heroine, Pakura could not afford to show weakness, especially in front of the village's strongest and greatest leader. She subtly shifted her injured right shoulder back but couldn't deny the truth. She simply nodded with a soft hum. Pakura, tell me, how did you get injured? The third Kazekage ignored her small movements and got straight to the point. Who was your opponent? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Given Kirigakure's notorious secrecy, the Kazekage could only think of them as potential suspects. It wasn't the 7 ninja swordsmen. Pakura shook her head and began relaying the intelligence she had gathered during the battle. My opponent was Yagura. He was incredibly strong. From his lightning-fast speed enhanced by lightning release, to his water release that was strong enough to counter her scorch release, and finally, the devastating water release attack that had wounded her shoulder and decided the fight, Pakura laid it all out. She made no attempt to hide any details. While Yagura had spared her life, she remained loyal to her village. A promise was one thing, but she was still a Sunagakure kunoichi. The third Kazekage listened with a frown while his secretary swiftly transcribed her words. He had never heard of such a powerful shinobi from Kirigakure. If he was strong enough to defeat Pakura, he had to be at least on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen. There was no way someone like that should have gone unnoticed. And, he is very likely a Jinchuriki, Pakura added after a pause. His age. She glanced at the Kazekage, whose frown deepened, then continued, I estimate he is between 7 and 10 years old. The Kazekage's expression shifted from solemn to shocked, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Are you certain? Sensing his sudden burst of hostility, Pakura closed her eyes briefly and answered. Yes. Lord Kazekage, there is one more thing. She took a breath and stated, I suspect my intel was leaked. Pakura then detailed the circumstances of her battle with Yagura. The Kazakage's expression turned even graver. In any village, the intel of its top combatants was classified at the highest level. And yet, the information on Pakura, one of Tsunagekyure's elite jonin, had potentially been leaked. Even if it was only a suspicion, such a matter could not be taken lightly. Leave this matter to me. I will investigate it thoroughly. The killing intent in the Kazakage's tone was even stronger than before. Pakura nodded in acknowledgement. Yagura. The Kazakage's secretary murmured the name, finding it oddly familiar. The Kazakage's sharp ears caught it immediately. Do you recognize that name? The secretary nodded and pulled out a document from the files he carried, records of the Chunin exam candidates from various villages. After scanning through the list, he handed the document to the Kazakage. Keratachi Yagura. Seeing the name, the Kazakage flipped the file over, revealing a photograph. Pakura, take a look. Is this him? Pakura's gaze landed on the unmistakable image of a boy with ash-green hair and violet eyes. She nodded. Yes. So, he was among the genin participating in the joint Chunin exams. Good. That made things much simpler. The Kazakage handed the file back to his secretary and stood up. I have other matters to attend to. Get some rest. I will temporarily assign Raza to oversee the defenses in the land of water. The village still needs you, so don't overstrain yourself. Understood. Thank you for your consideration, Lord Kazakage. Once you recover, the village will require you to take over Raza's task and be stationed at the border between our land and the land of fire. Yes. Raza, another prodigy of the village, possessing the magnet release Kekiigenkai just like the Kazakage, allowing him to manipulate gold dust. Pakura pictured Raza in her mind. His abilities were undeniable. Just as she suspected, now that her intel had potentially been compromised, she was no longer suited for the land of water. The hospital room door clicked shut, and silence returned. Pakura lay back on the bed, inhaling the faint scent of herbs from the medicine beneath her bandages. Ever since she became a hero and a prodigy, she had rarely had the chance to rest like this. I suppose this isn't so bad. Exhaling softly, she stared at the beige and white walls of the hospital, finding a bit of bitter amusement in her situation. If Maki saw me like this, she'd probably laugh at me. Back in the Kazakage's office, the third Kazakage wasted no time. Have our Chunin exam teams already departed? He asked his secretary. Of the 27 genin in 9 squads, 7 teams have already left. The remaining 2 will depart tomorrow under their supervising jonin. The Kazakage hummed in thought, closing his eyes momentarily. So the Jinchuriki of Kirigakure was heading to the Chunin exams. What was the Mizukage thinking, allowing such a valuable asset to roam freely? This was an unprecedented opportunity. Tsunagakure had lucked out. Pakura had managed to escape and bring back this critical intel. Opportunities like this couldn't be ignored. Capture that Jinchuriki. Steal a tailed beast from Kirigakure. A single-tailed beast. If they succeeded, what would it mean for Tsunagakure? Even the Kazakage's years of discipline faltered before the allure of such a prize. Suppressing his greed, he contemplated the best approach to capture a Jinchuriki. The Chunin exams provided the perfect cover. That boy had been strong enough to seriously wound Pakura. Whoever was assigned this mission had to be at least on her level. And then there was the issue of the intel leak, an internal risk that couldn't be ignored. They needed someone young enough to blend in, yet powerful, discreet, and efficient. The Kazakage scanned through potential candidates, eliminating one familiar name after another. A single crimson figure emerged in his mind, making him frown. Was he the only option left? Opening his eyes, he swiftly penned a message in Tsunagakure's encrypted script. Once finished, he handed the scroll to his secretary. Deliver this to Sasori. Make the necessary arrangements. The secretary accepted it. Yes, sir. At the elder Chiyo's residence, where her grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand, resided. When the Kazakage's messenger knocked, the boy answered, his tone cold and indifferent. What is it? The room was dimly lit. Half of Sasori's face was shrouded in shadow, his amber eyes devoid of warmth, staring at the visitor as though he were nothing more than a lifeless puppet. The messenger kept it brief. The Kazakage has a mission for you, Sasori. Sasori accepted the scroll and glanced over the contents. A high-paying mission. That was all that mattered. With funds, he could further develop his puppetry techniques, something his grandmother had recently begun restricting. A Super S-rank mission with a 10 million Rio reward. Sasori nodded, tucking the scroll away. I accept. I will depart as scheduled. You may leave. The messenger didn't linger. Meanwhile, in the land of fire. Several days after setting foot on its soil, the Kirigakure team finally arrived at their destination, Kirigakure, the site of the Chunin exams. Chapter 53, Organizing the Original Kirigakure Timeline. The following is the author's organization of Kirigakure's original timeline. There may be some subjective interpretations, so take this as a reference. This story is based on the following inferred timeline. Terumi Mei was 31 years old during the Fourth Great Ninja War, which took place in Konoha year 64. Working backward, this means she was born in Konoha year 33. Yagura's exact age was never mentioned. Based on Kirigakure's weakened state during the Fourth War, Terumi Mei had likely only been in power for a few years. Considering how devastated Kirigakure was, Obito must have controlled Yagura for at least a decade. I estimate that, during the events of the original Naruto series, before the time skip, between Konoha year 58 and 60, Ao discovered that Yagura was being controlled. Yagura then died, and Terumi Mei took over. The Three-Tails lost its Jinchuriki and later revived in the wild, existing without a host until it was eventually captured by Deidara. Judging by Yagura's appearance in the Edo Tensei state and his behavior when speaking with Naruto, he was likely no older than 25 when he died. Taking the highest reasonable estimate, I set his death at Konoha year 60, meaning he was 25 at the time. This means Yagura was born in Konoha year 35, making him 7 years old at the time of this story, Konoha year 42. He likely became Mizukage after the Third Great Ninja War and was made a Jinchuriki between Konoha year 48 and 50. He assumed the position due to his strength as a perfect Jinchuriki. That would mean he became Mizukage at around 12 years old, similar to Gaara's situation. He may have looked like a child, but mentally, he was more like a high school detective, not really. If we consider his grandson, Yagura Karatachi, from Boruto, the math looks like this. 25, age at death in the original series, plus 4, years between original Naruto and Shippuden, plus 15, years between Shippuden and Boruto, equals 44 years old. If Yagura were alive in Boruto, he'd be 44. Having a 15-year-old grandson at 44 would mean both he and his son had children at 15. Biologically plausible, though not necessarily aligned with social norms or legal restrictions. Terumi Mei was 27 in Konoha year 60, making her 2 years older than Yagura. Zabuza died in Konoha year 60 at age 26, 1 year younger than Terumi Mei, 1 year older than Yagura. Kisame Hoshigaki was 29 in Konoha year 60, born in Konoha year 31, making him 4 years older than Zabuza. Mangetsu Hozuki, Soijetsu's older brother, has no confirmed birth or death year. I placed him as Yagura's peer. Ringo Amuri's birth and death dates are unknown, she died of illness. The third Mizukage, whose age can be inferred based on Inoki, was a full generation older than him, placing him in the same age group as the second Mizukage and second Tsuchikage. Inoki was 79 during the Fourth War, meaning he was 57 at this point in the timeline, 79 to 22. The third Mizukage was at least a full cycle older than Inoki, making him about 70 years old at this point. That covers the major figures of Kirigakure and their timelines. As a side note, Sasori died in Shippuden at age 35. That means he was born in Konoha year 29, making him 13 years old in this story. Organizing Kirigakure's timeline before and after the Third Great Ninja War. Konoha year 46 to 47. After the Kanabi Bridge incident, Kirigakure sealed the unhosted Three-Tails into Nohara Rin, possibly as part of Madara Uchiha's scheme. Rin later died at Kakashi's hands, leading to Obito's descent into darkness. The Three-Tails was then sealed inside Yagura. Yagura became a perfect Jinchuriki. Yagura became the fourth Mizukage. Yagura was controlled by Obito. The exact order of these three major events in Yagura's life is never specified in the original story. My interpretation is that he first became a perfect Jinchuriki, then assumed the position of Mizukage due to his immense power, and was subsequently controlled by Obito. As for why Obito was able to control a perfect Jinchuriki, whether his genjutsu was truly that powerful, I don't really care. The end result is that he did it. This marked the beginning of the brutal Bloody Mist era. Zabuza attempted to assassinate Yagura but failed and defected. Kisame was manipulated into leaving Kirigakure. The Hozuki, Kagaya, and many other bloodline and secret technique clans were wiped out. Kirigakure's high-level combat forces were essentially annihilated, severely weakening the village. Years later, Ao finally uncovered the truth about Yagura's manipulation. Alongside Terumi Mei and other loyal Mist Ninja, he killed Yagura. At this point, Obito likely considered Kirigakure to be broken enough and abandoned it. Each Mizukage's reign and policies. First Mizukage, Byakuren, from the Warring States era to before the First Great Ninja War. He founded the village on an isolated island in the land of water and ruled with an iron fist. Second Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki, reigned before and during the First Great Ninja War. He implemented isolationist policies, established the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, founded the Ninja Academy, and created the ANBU and intelligence divisions. Whether isolationism started with Byakuren or Gungetsu is unclear. Third Mizukage, Johei, self-named, original does not specify the early days of the Bloody Mist era. It's unknown who exactly started the Bloody Mist policies, but in the anime, Mist Ninja referred to themselves as Blood Mist Shinobi when they attacked Obito, meaning these practices were in place at least during the Third War, before Yagura officially took power. Fourth Mizukage, Yagura, his actions before being controlled remain unknown. After falling under Obito's influence, the brutality of the Bloody Mist intensified. Judging by his personality when resurrected via Edo Tensei, Yagura didn't seem like someone who would have enforced the Blood Mist policies willingly. If his governance style changed drastically after being manipulated, it would have been fairly obvious to the villagers. Fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei and Sixth Mizukage, Chojuro, focused on restoring civilian life. By the Boruto era, Kirigakure had become a thriving tourist island. Chojuro may not have been the strongest, but his administrative abilities deserve praise. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Konahagakure. Dawn broke over Konahagakure, as the morning sun quietly spread its golden light across the village. Clang. The sound of metal shutters being pulled open echoed through the streets, as if ringing an alarm to wake the sleeping village. One by one, people stepped onto the streets. Shopkeepers began their daily routines, while street vendors called out to passers-by. Freshly steamed buns. Hot and delicious, get them while they're fresh. Madam, would you like to check out today's catch? My little brother brought in these grass carp early this morning, fresh as can be. Hey, handsome over there. Want to buy a souvenir? Bamboo poles for sale. Need a sturdy bamboo pole. With the Chunin exams in full swing, Konahagakure was more lively than ever. It wasn't just the examinees gathering in the village, dignitaries from various nations, wealthy patrons, and, of course, an abundance of curious onlookers had all flocked here as well. No matter the world, no matter the time, the love of gossip and spectacle is a universal human trait. The joint Chunin exams weren't a closed-door affair. The final stage of the exam was an open tournament, drawing countless spectators. At that time, the most influential figures from every village would witness firsthand which village had the most participants reaching the finals and whose shinobi displayed the greatest strength. It was simple: the stronger you appeared, the more confidence people had in entrusting missions to you. And those important figures? The bystanders. They weren't just background characters. They were the ones funding the shinobi world, the clients who commissioned missions. Hey, old man. One bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Lifting the curtain of Ichiraku ramen's storefront, Yagura called out to Tuchi, who was busy behind the counter. Tuchi immediately recognized the voice. It had become quite familiar over the past few days. Looking up, he smiled at the foreign visitor. Got it, my cute little guest. Take a seat and wait a bit. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard Yagura's voice somewhere before. Yet, Yagura claimed he had never been to Konahagakure before. Strange. Of course, Yagura knew the answer to that. His voice actor had also voiced young Minato Namikaze. But now that Minato had gone through puberty, their voices had diverged. Okay. Yagura responded obediently, climbing onto the high stool at the counter. His bright, curious eyes darted around the shop. It was breakfast time, and Ichiraku ramen was packed with customers. Conversations filled the air, chatting patrons, the hustle and bustle of people passing by outside. The rhythmic sound of Tuchi kneading dough, the splash of noodles being dropped into boiling water. Konahagakure was truly lively. Unconsciously, Yagura compared it to the gloomy, suffocating atmosphere of Kirigakure. When it came to livability, Konahagakure won hands down. Counting the days, it had been 5 since they arrived in the village. Almost every morning, Yagura made sure to stop by Ichiraku ramen. The name was famous, but more importantly, Tuchi's ramen was genuinely delicious. 70 ryo a bowl, worth every coin. Jinin Akabino didn't care what they did. He spent his time bar-hopping across Konahagakure, only occasionally returning to the inn at night. The three of them had free reign. Ringo Emuri was incredibly diligent, especially after learning a new lightning release technique from Yagura. With the Chunin exams approaching, she had buried herself in training at the designated practice fields for foreign shinobi. Makumo, seemingly motivated by both Yagura's strength and Emuri's dedication, felt like he was falling behind. Determined to improve, he followed her to the training grounds. Yagura. He had no intention of joining them in their rigorous training, not that he needed it. With such a great opportunity, he wanted to explore Konahagakure firsthand. Since his teammates were too busy, he wandered alone. Just like a tourist checking off popular destinations, Yagura had already explored most of Konahagakure, from the towering Hokage Rock to the Uchiha clan's district, from the three-color dango shop to Ichiraku ramen. If not for the Kirigakure forehead protector on his clothes, people might have mistaken him for a traveler rather than a Chunin exam participant. Here you go. Little one, your Ichiraku ramen. With a warm smile, Tuchi placed an oversized bowl in front of Yagura. The steaming broth was topped with bamboo shoots, a marinated egg, and kombu. The rich aroma alone was enough to make one's stomach growl. Great. Thanks, old man. Time to dig in. With a crisp snap, Yagura split his chopsticks, scooped up a bundle of noodles, blew on them lightly, and slurped them down. The noodles were firm and springy, perfectly absorbing the savory broth. The satisfaction of slurping them up was simply unmatched. Delicious. Licking the broth from his lips, Yagura looked at Tucci expectantly. Old man, when are you opening a branch in Kirigakure? I'll be your first customer. Ha ha ha. If I ever get the chance, I'll consider it. Tucci chuckled, playing along. I'll be counting on you to be my biggest supporter then. Grinning, Yagura nodded before eagerly digging back into his meal. Their conversation had drawn the attention of other customers. Some of them had seen Yagura before, not just here, but in various places across Kirigakure. That kid, is he really here for the Chunin exams? He's adorable. What? I thought Kirigakure shinobi were supposed to be ruthless killers. Is that just a myth? Sending such a small kid to take the Chunin exams, has Kirigakure run out of shinobi? Yagura's ears twitched at their words, but he let them slide in one ear and out the other. Ever since he arrived in Kirigakure, he had become a common topic of discussion. People whispered about his age, how different he seemed from the other examinees. He was used to it. In fact, he found it amusing. It was like those stories where people underestimated the protagonist, only for them to rise above expectations. Wait, did that match the tone of this story? Ah, whatever. You get the idea. Ignoring the chatter, Yagura happily continued eating his breakfast. As he slurped his ramen, the conversation in the shop naturally drifted to the hottest topic in Kirigakure, the Chunin exams. People discussed the participating shinobi from their village, placing bets on which well-known genin would pass. In between bites of bamboo shoots, Yagura overheard many familiar names. His eyes sparkled with interest. This was going to be fun. Just then, the doorbell jingled as a new customer entered. Tucci looked up. Welcome. Seeing who it was, he grinned. Oh. If it isn't Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma nodded politely. Good morning, Tucci-san. Hearing the name, Yagura shifted his gaze toward Asuma. Unlike the other patrons, he had no intention of sneaking glances. He openly stared. At this point, Asuma hadn't yet grown his signature thick beard. His features bore a striking resemblance to Konohamaru. Which made sense, they were brothers, after all. Hey, stranger. Looking for a seat? Yagura waved at him and patted the stool beside him. Come sit with me. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, An Unexpected Rival. Asuma Sarutobi had barely stepped inside before he felt an intense gaze on him. Unlike Tucci's warm hospitality, this gaze carried curiosity and scrutiny. It wasn't difficult to trace. Following the stare, Asuma locked eyes with Yagura. Yagura chose that exact moment to extend an invitation. A shinobi from Kirigakure. The distinct clothing alone set him apart from Konoha, but the forehead protector sewn 3 inches below his waistline confirmed his identity. Sure, thanks for the invite. With a slight nod, Asuma took the seat beside Yagura. Glancing at the half-finished bowl of ramen in front of him, he made a normal choice and ordered the same thing. I'll have 1 Ichiraku special ramen. Got it. Just a moment. After placing his order, Asuma turned to Yagura. And you are? I'm Yagura from Kirigakure. Just call me Yagura. I'm Asuma Sarutobi. Alright, then I'll call you Old Ma. What? Asuma's mouth twitched involuntarily. Was this some kind of Kirigakure dialect? Because he was pretty sure he didn't mishear. Sure, he was older than Yagura, but did he really look that old? You don't like it? Yeah. Just call me Sarutobi. Asuma wasn't one to dwell on minor details, especially with someone he'd just met. Using surnames was a sign of mutual respect. Yagura, however, seemed completely at ease. You don't know. Know what? Seeing Asuma's confused expression, Yagura shook his head in exasperation. In the world of Pokemon trainers, when 2 trainers' eyes meet, there's only one thing left to do. Yagura, the duelist, Pokemon trainer, ninja, dramatically slashed his forearm. Let's engage in a shadow game. Duel. Asuma. The look on his face screamed confusion. Congratulations, Asuma. You now share the same bewilderment as Mangetsu and Anami Kid. Shrugging, Yagura muttered something about Asuma not reading manga before returning to his noodles. Honestly, he found Asuma rather likable. Mostly because he was fond of Shikamaru and Choji. By association, he also liked their easygoing sensei. A captain who treated his team to barbecue all the time. A dream sensei. 10 times better than that stingy old man who made them pay for their own lodging. Slurp. Finishing his ramen, Yagura lifted his bowl and downed the remaining broth in one go. Asuma, stroking his still not so thick beard, continued observing the younger shinobi beside him. Due to Konoha hosting the Chunin exams, he had seen quite a few foreign shinobi wandering the village in the past few days. Iwa shinobi, who had poor relations with Konoha. Suna shinobi, who maintained an alliance but were only friendly on the surface. And various other shinobi from smaller villages with complex ties to the leaf. But this Kiri shinobi. He didn't exude the bloodthirsty aura that the mist was known for. In fact, if anything, Asuma felt a strange sense of familiarity from the younger boy. Hey. Asuma, your Ichiraku ramen. Thanks. No problem. Eat up. Gotta do well in the Chunin exams. Asuma's ramen arrived just as Yagura placed down his empty bowl. Snapping apart his disposable chopsticks with a crisp crack, Asuma pressed his hands together in the customary gesture. Itadakamasu. Hearing Tuchi mention the exams, Yagura's ears perked up. Since the topic was already brought up, the Kiri genin asked, "You're still a genin, right, Asuma? Are you taking the Chunin exams?" Asuma's chopsticks hovered midair. "Yeah, I am." "Then we might end up as opponents." Yagura leaned back in his chair, balancing on its rear legs. "We should both be able to make it to the prelims or even the finals. If you're unlucky enough to draw me, then we'll be rivals." "Unlucky, huh?" Asuma chuckled. "Is that so?" "Don't believe me." Yagura snorted, hopping off his stool confidently. "I could take on 10 of you." In the shinobi world, age had never been a true indicator of strength. Asuma understood that well. So, rather than treating Yagura's words as a joke, he took them seriously. As the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor of ninjutsu, he had confidence in his own abilities as well. Seeing Yagura's movement, Asuma asked, "Leaving already?" "Yeah. Gonna walk around a bit." "No training?" "Nah, don't need to." With a wave, Yagura casually exited Ichiraku ramen. Asuma watched his relaxed figure disappear into the street, lost in thought. Humming a little tune, Blue Bird, Yagura wandered aimlessly through Konoha. If Asuma's taking the Chunin exams, then his peers might be too. Kuri na Yui, Might Guy, Genma Shiranui. He muttered the familiar names. Kakashi Hatake probably wouldn't. He had become a Chunin and Jonin at an early age. Bam. Ow. Damn brat, that hurt. From around the corner came an irritated voice. Yagura paused, then continued walking. A small child had fallen to the ground, eyes welling with tears as he stared in horror at the men before him. Sorry. A burly Iwa shinobi clutched his stomach. That hurt, damn it. Watch where you're going. I didn't mean to. TCH. Brats like you need to be taught some manners. This scene looked oddly familiar. Kankuro and Konohamaru? Seeing the Iwa shinobi grab the boy by his scarf, Yagura frowned and quickened his pace. Sure, he could joke about cliched plot developments, but he wasn't about to stand by and do nothing. I thought only Konoha shinobi barked this much in the morning. Turns out Iwa's shinobi are just as noisy. A sharp voice cut through the scene, its tone laced with both scorn and amusement. Well, damn. That was a bold way to make enemies of both Konoha and Iwa in one sentence. Who? Scanning the crowd, Yagura easily slipped through the concerned villagers and caught sight of the two Iwa shinobi glaring toward the source of the voice, completely unaware that a Kiri shinobi had joined the scene. And the one who had spoken. As the figure stepped forward, Yagura blinked in surprise. Oh. So it's you guys, huh? The Suna Genin. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Mist, Stone, and Sand. As everyone knows, Sunagakure and Konogakure are currently allies, and the joint Chunin exams between the two villages are a product of this diplomatic relationship. However, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure do not share such friendly ties with Konoha. Naturally, they harbor no goodwill toward Sunagakure, which has essentially latched onto Konoha for support. We might not be able to take on Konoha, but that doesn't mean we can't teach you a lesson. With that mindset, both Iwagakure and Kirigakure, villages bordering the Land of Wind, have been engaged in continuous friction with Sunagakure. While the tension hasn't escalated to outright war, border conflicts and disputes over resources are inevitable. As a result, when Iwa Nin encounter Sunanin, hostility is guaranteed. The moment the two Iwa Nin saw the Sunanin approaching, their expressions darkened. Suna Genin, huh? Like a mongoose spotting a viper, the Iwa Nin glared at the approaching Sunanin, eyes burning with anger, fists clenched tightly. If not for the potential consequences, they likely would have already charged in for the kill. Your Sunagakure was nearly ground into the dirt by our Iwagakure. And you still dared to show your face. Unfazed by the murderous stares, the Sunanin deliberately raised his voice for his companion to hear. Look at them, like a pair of dumb brutes. Yeah, the other Sunanin sneered, scanning the two enraged Iwanin with contempt. Like two brainless apes. The child caught in the Iwanin's grip was momentarily forgotten as a bigger target presented itself. With the Sunanin's arrival, the Iwanin tightened his grip on the Konoha child, causing him to gasp for air. Dazed and struggling, the child suddenly felt himself being thrown. The Iwanin had tossed him aside without a second thought. Yagura's brow furrowed. Enraged by the taunts, the Iwanin lashed out, throwing aside the inconvenient burden and charging straight at the Sunanin. Ah! Gasps erupted from the gathered Konoha villagers. Some even covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. Yagura moved swiftly, leaping into the air and catching the child mid-fall. He had no intention of involving himself in the petty clash between Iwa and Suna, but the child was innocent. Letting him fall to the ground. He wasn't capable of such callousness. Landing lightly, Yagura set the child down, ruffling his hair with a small smile. You okay? I am fine. The child, still in shock, barely grasped how close he had come to death moments ago. But he knew Yagura had saved him, so he obediently accepted the head pat, his voice soft and trembling. Thank you. Good, you're brave. Keep watching, I'll teach them a lesson for you. After reassuring the child with a smile, Yagura turned back, clenching his fist with an audible crack. It had been a while since he had properly stretched. Perfect timing. The two Iwanin were already locked in battle with the Sunanin, kunai, and shuriken clashing amidst rapid hand-to-hand combat. Since they were in Konoha, both sides exercised some restraint, refraining from using ninjutsu. At least, at first. After several exchanges, failing to take down the insolent Sunanin, the Iwanin grew impatient and reckless. What's wrong? Is this all Iwagakure's genin have to offer? Your skills are lacking. I heard Iwagakure sent a lot of people this time. If they're all as weak as you, they might as well head home now. The Chunin exams aren't a playground. You should just hold your own exams at home instead of embarrassing yourselves here. Taunts rained down from the Sunanin. Iwanin, who had grown up in the straightforward and disciplined environment of Iwagakure, weren't accustomed to such verbal attacks. The goading worked, their anger flared, and their aggression intensified. Earth release, earth fist technique. The ground beneath the Sunanin trembled before a massive stone fist erupted from the earth, smashing into them. The Sunanin were sent flying. Though they managed to land with practiced rolls, their chests throbbed painfully from the impact. Earth release, rock fist technique. The Iwanin pressed forward for a finishing blow. They're getting serious. Exchanging a glance, the Sunanin made a decisive move, revealing their trump card. With a tap on their forearms, a sealing formula ignited, summoning twin mechanical crossbows in puffs of white smoke. Each crossbow had 6 vertical and 3 horizontal barrels, deadly instruments of war. Sunagakure strong. Not particularly. It often fought Kirigakure for the title of weakest among the 5 great nations. But weak? Not exactly. It was still one of the 5 great ninja villages. If you asked any knowledgeable shinobi what Suna excelled at, the answer would be obvious: puppetry. And the foundation of puppetry? Mechanical craftsmanship. Thus, aside from elite puppeteers, Sunanin possessed another trump card: mechanized ninja tools. What? The Iwanin were stunned, unprepared for such weaponry. And by then, the Sunanin were already within 2 meters. With savage grins, the Sunanin pulled the triggers. Get ready to be turned into pincushions. 36 barrels fired at once, launching a dense barrage of kunai. But at that moment, a massive coral barrier erupted from the ground between them. Coral ascension. The storm of kunai struck the coral as if colliding with a stone wall, embedding deep but failing to penetrate through. The impact sent vibrations through the weapon shafts, making them quiver violently. Meanwhile, the two Iwanin, caught off guard, found their powerful rock fists intercepted by a child no taller than them, who had effortlessly caught both their attacks with bare hands. They were stunned. Then furious. Since when could just any brat stand in our way? They didn't know where this kid had come from, but one thing was clear. He was asking for death. Yagura held firm, his hands not just fair-skinned but undeniably strong. Holding back both Iwanin, he remained utterly composed. Sensing them pushing harder in an attempt to force him back, Yagura's lips curled slightly. Lightning crackled from his palms, clashing against stone with a sharp sizzle. Boom. Boom. With minimal effort, his lightning chakra shattered the rock-coated fists. The Iwanin recoiled in shock, quickly retreating as the residual numbness from the attack lingered. Then they saw it. The forehead protector. Kirigakure. Realizing the strength of their new opponent, they hesitated, wary. Yagura, however, had no intention of pushing further. He let them be, signaling with 2 fingers downward. The coral wall receded. The Sunanin, their weapons reloaded, eyed Yagura cautiously. One of them asked, "Kirigakure, are you siding with Iwagakure?" Yagura didn't answer immediately. He leisurely swept his gaze across the 4 shinobi, his silent indifference fueling the tension further. Only when both sides reached their limits did he finally speak. "I was having a nice day walking through Konoha, then I ran into some street trash yelling at each other." Hands in his pockets, Yagura smirked at the Iwa-nin. "Frankly, you're all blocking my way." Sunanin raised their crossbows. Iwa-nin bristled with rage. "Brat, you looking for a fight?" Yagura tilted his head, smirk widening. Raising a hand, he gave a thumbs up. Then flipped it downward. "Let's begin." Chapter 57, Chapter 56, Red Sand and Akaiwa. The smug laughter of the Kirigakure ninja, coupled with his dismissive gaze that showed complete disregard for his opponents, instantly redirected the fury of those already teetering on the edge of rage. "You little brat from Kirigakure." Iwagakure shinobi were proud. How could they tolerate such provocation, especially from a kid who hadn't even fully grown? Yagura gestured toward them with a hand. Repeatedly provoked, the Iwagakure shinobi were the first to snap. 2 of them charged straight at Yagura with coordinated speed and aggression. Yagura cast a quick glance behind him. The Sunagakure shinobi hadn't moved, merely raising their crossbows in preparation, ready to fire at any moment. The Iwagakure shinobi closed in, working in perfect sync, one attacking first, the other following up immediately after. Yagura sidestepped the initial strike, smoothly evading the attack, but the second assailant was already diving down from above. With a swift motion, Yagura arched backward into a handstand, supporting himself with both hands. He narrowly avoided the downward strike while using his momentum to deliver a powerful kick to the attacking shinobi. His speed was on a completely different level compared to his opponent's. Before the Iwagakure shinobi could even register how Yagura had dodged, he found himself being launched through the air by a pair of powerful feet. His body crashed through a wooden railing, only stopping when he slammed into a wall, leaving deep cracked spider webbing across the surface. The ease with which Yagura had disposed of a shinobi of equal rank left the Sunagakure observers momentarily stunned. Ha! The second Iwagakure shinobi took advantage of Yagura's unsteady footing, lunging forward with the kunai in a reverse grip, aiming to stab him in the face while he was supposedly defenseless. Thick water chakra rapidly coalesced in Yagura's palm, forming a blade that met the kunai head-on. Looking up at the stunned expression of his opponent, Yagura grinned, baring his teeth. "Oh, my bad. But you guys are just too weak." He deliberately enunciated each word, making sure the remaining Iwagakure shinobi could both see and hear him clearly. "Don't get cocky." Question mark. The young boy's violet eyes flickered with innocent confusion. With pure strength alone, Yagura forced the water blade against the kunai, pushing it aside, then sent a heavy punch straight into the shinobi's stomach. The impact drove the breath from the shinobi's lungs as his kunai slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. He staggered back, mouth opening as if to scream, but only a choked gasp came out. His body curled inward, doubled over in pain. Yagura stepped forward, tilting the Iwagakure shinobi's face upright with a light touch. Smiling, he asked, "Was I being too arrogant?" This was the same shinobi who had casually thrown a child aside like garbage moments ago. So Yagura had made sure to hit him extra hard. To the Iwagakure shinobi, Yagura's seemingly kind smile now resembled that of a grim reaper. His hand hovered by the shinobi's face, fingers wrapped around the hilt of his water blade, its edge pressing coolly against the man's throat. If Yagura wanted, he could end him in an instant. Watching as the resentment in his opponent's eyes gradually gave way to fear, Yagura shrugged and decided to let him go. At least he understood his situation now. If he kept glaring like that, Yagura wouldn't mind teaching him another lesson. "Next time you pick a fight, don't be such a scumbag." With a light push, coral suddenly sprouted over the Iwagakure shinobi's body, immobilizing him as he collapsed to the ground. Within just a few exchanges, both Iwagakure shinobi had been effortlessly defeated. "No need to be so tense, my Sunagakure friends." Stepping over the fallen shinobi, Yagura spread his hands in a gesture of peace, attempting to show goodwill toward the Sunagakure shinobi. He was telling the truth. "I only stepped in because I didn't like how they were treating kids. This has nothing to do with you." But it didn't seem to have much of an effect. Faced with the overwhelming strength Yagura had just displayed, the 2 Sunagakure shinobi instinctively took 2 steps back in unison. Yagura sighed. Nothing he could do about that. Since he'd already done what he came to do, there was no point in wasting more time on these 2. How boring. Time to head back. These Iwagakure shinobi weren't even fit to be his warm-up. I wonder what Yuriko and the others are up to right now. Turning away, Yagura retraced his steps. Boom. Boom. The retreating Sunagakure shinobi abruptly stopped, fingers tightening around the triggers of their crossbows. They fired without hesitation, aiming directly at Yagura's back. The kunai-loaded bolts tore through the air like bullets, cutting through the silence with a sharp, whistling sound. Water release, water palm cannon. Naturally, Yagura hadn't completely let his guard down against the Sunagakure and Iwagakure shinobi. What he hadn't expected was that they'd actually attack him. Makes no sense. What are they thinking? Do they just enjoy getting beaten up? He spun around, slamming his palm forward. A burst of water chakra erupted from his hand, expanding outward in a small but intensely concentrated explosion. The technique had limited range, only covering the area around Yagura, but its power lay in its concentrated spread, much like a modern-day shotgun blast. The incoming kunai shattered on impact, either breaking apart or being violently deflected. The wooden fences lining the street were caught in the blast, splintering into pieces. Even the Iwagakure shinobi, still trapped under layers of coral, saw what happened and went wide-eyed in shock. Holy shit. I almost died just now, didn't I? He highly doubted his skull was tougher than a kunai. Lowering his hand, Yagura let out a disappointed sigh. His gaze lifted. The two Sunagakure shinobi wore expressions of utter bewilderment, as if they couldn't comprehend why they had just attacked. When their eyes met Yagura's, filled with killing intent, they grew even more panicked. Something was off. Yagura frowned slightly, about to piece things together when the ground behind him suddenly shifted. Something erupted from below with violent force. An intense surge of killing intent locked onto Yagura in an instant. The killing intent surged forth like a predator that had been lurking in the darkness for an eternity, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, right when its prey was at its most relaxed. The source of this bloodlust was a shinobi who had taken countless lives. A sudden burst of movement erupted from beneath the ground. Whatever it was, it tore through the air with a sharper, more piercing sound than the kunai from before, accompanied by the clanking of intricate mechanisms. It shot straight for Yagura's back. At the same time, a massive shadow descended from above. An attack from behind, and from above. Shit. The situation had spiraled out of control. Yagura no longer cared that they were in the middle of Konoha's residential district. His hands flew through a rapid sequence of seals, forming a defensive technique. Water release, water prison. But the figure dropping from the sky was even faster. Boom. A thunderous roar accompanied the loud, rough shout, followed by a surge of overwhelming force. Akaiwa's foot came crashing down, stomping with precision onto the hidden mechanism just in front of Yagura. Yagura immediately retreated several steps. It was only now, in this brief moment, that he got a clear look at the weapon beneath the towering nin's foot. A segmented, metallic scorpion tail-like contraption. At the tip of the tail, a few thick, viscous drops of purple liquid dripped ominously to the ground. Yagura's violet eyes contracted sharply. This was the Akatsuki's red sand Sasori. Boom. The deadly tail, struck by immense force, was knocked off its attack path and driven deep into the ground. The surrounding earth cracked under the impact, forming a jagged crater. And yet, despite this crushing force, the scorpion tail remained perfectly intact. Oi, oi, sneaking up on someone from behind. That's a bad habit, puppet master from Sunagakure. Akaiwa bellowed in the direction of the two Sunanin standing behind them. He reached down, grabbing one end of the scorpion tail, while keeping his foot planted firmly on it. The puppeteer was trying to retract the tail. Like hell he'd let them pull out so easily. The force from the tail's movement wasn't enough to shake him. Akaiwa tightened his grip and dug his heel in harder. His thick, muscular arm, roughly the size of a normal person's thigh, bulged with raw power. The weapon, crafted from the hardest materials by Sunagakure's most skilled puppet designer, twisted slightly under his grip but remained unbroken. Earth release, added weight rock technique. The weight of the Akaiwa's body suddenly multiplied several times over. The ground beneath his feet caved in under the sheer pressure, forming deep imprints. Crack. The infamous scorpion tail, made from the most durable materials, snapped in half under the overwhelming force. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, One-Way Intel Leak in Sunagakure. Under the doubled gravity, the earth crumbled, sending dust billowing into the air. Yagura raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting slightly. Earth release, added weight rock technique, this was the jutsu of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. His mind sank slightly as he observed the tall Iwa nin standing before him. The man's forearms were wrapped tightly with multiple layers of weights. His rugged, tanned hands firmly gripped his prize, a broken mechanical scorpion tail. His muscular legs, thicker than Yagura's arms, tensed visibly as he stomped down on the tail to prevent it from retracting into the ground. The Iwa headband was strapped slightly below his right shoulder. Given the use of added weight rock technique, it wasn't difficult for Yagura to deduce this ninja's origins. Noticing Yagura's scrutinizing gaze, Akaiwa grinned and raised a hand in greeting. Yo, didn't scare you, did I? Yagura remained silent, instead glancing toward the two Iwanin sprawled behind Akaiwa. Take a look at your downed comrades and guess whether I'm scared or not. Since the second Hokage established the three-man squad system, every village had copied the structure. Ninja teams were almost always composed of 3 members. This Iwanin who had saved him must be the third member of that team. Guess not. Akaiwa chuckled, unfazed by Yagura's reaction. There were more pressing matters at hand. Snap. Realizing it couldn't escape the brute force of this physically formidable Iwanin, the mechanical scorpion tail abruptly detached under its puppeteer's control, retracting at lightning speed. The rapid maneuver caught Akaiwa off guard. By the time he reacted, all he had left in his hands, and underfoot, were 2 broken mechanical segments. He immediately let out a string of curses. Yagura remained silent, scanning the pit beside Akaiwa's foot before shifting his gaze to their surroundings, wary of the enemy's movements. This was concerning. That tail was unmistakable, he recognized it instantly. It belonged to none other than the future Akatsuki member, Sasori of the Red Sand. And Sasori was participating in this Chunin exam. Recalling the killing intent he had sensed earlier, directed straight at him. Sasori had been aiming to kill him. No doubt about it. But why? If it was to avenge the 2 Sunagakure ninja, that didn't make sense. Yagura hadn't even done anything to them. In fact, they were the ones who had attacked him first. On second thought, it was highly likely that those 2 Sunagakure ninja had attacked without warning because Sasori was controlling them with chakra threads. Besides, Sasori wasn't the type to help comrades. Which meant the reason Sasori wanted to kill him was clear. Until now, Yagura had only clashed with Sunagakure over one thing, Pakura. Pakura must have given away my intel. Yagura quickly pieced together the reasoning. And the only person she could have reported to, the only one who could order Sasori. The answer was obvious. The Kazekage. In just a few seconds, he had unraveled the core of the situation. But now wasn't the time to dwell on Pakura's actions. The problem at hand was far more urgent. Sasori of the Red Sand, and most likely, the third Kazekage, wanted him dead. Just thinking about those 2 names sent a shiver down his spine. Being in the open while the enemy lurked in the shadows was already an enormous disadvantage for any ninja. But when the enemy was Sasori, it was even worse. His poisons were lethal in a single strike, with no antidote. Even among the ninja world's most dangerous foes, he ranked near the top. Water clone technique. Lightning release. In an instant, 2 jutsu were unleashed in succession. Along with his main body, Yagura's 3 water clones scattered in different directions, expanding the search area. Puppeteers controlled their puppets remotely through chakra threads, but there was a limit to the distance, likely around 100 meters. For a ninja, searching a 100-meter radius was trivial. Not to mention, Sasori's Hiriko puppet was his personal defense puppet. Wherever it was, he had to be inside. And that mechanical tail was part of Hiriko's arsenal, it couldn't stretch beyond 100 meters. At the same time, seeing Yagura's rapid movements, Sasori decided to retreat. TCH. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he acknowledged his failed assassination attempt. He had unexpectedly run into his target. Originally, he thought he could eliminate him in one swift move and be done with it. Then that damn Iwanin had interfered. According to Pakura's intel, this misnin wasn't easy to deal with in a head-on fight. Sasori immediately decided to withdraw. As long as he stayed hidden, there would always be another opportunity to assassinate his target. Unfortunately for him, Yagura found him faster than he had ever anticipated. Roughly 30 meters away at the 10 o'clock position, Hiriko's distinctive form was impossible to miss. A single glance was enough for one of Yagura's clones to lock onto the hunched, 4-legged puppet. In a flash, the clone lunged forward with a water blade, slashing in a swift motion. A dozen gleaming slashes flickered in the blink of an eye. The first strike severed Hiriko's head, but the attack didn't stop there. The remaining slashes shredded the puppet's head into fragments. The sheer speed of the attack, Yagura's decisiveness, and his precise targeting of Hiriko's key mechanism, Sasori was utterly caught off guard. Receiving intel from the clone, Yagura and his remaining 2 clones swiftly changed direction, converging on the scene. For Yagura surrounded Sasori from all sides. Assessing the situation, Sasori quickly realized he was in deep trouble. Hiriko's head was one of its primary attack mechanisms. Not only had it been destroyed in a single strike, but its remains had been reduced to dust. As Hiriko's creator, Sasori knew this well. And so did Yagura, who had watched Naruto. Sasori didn't know that Yagura knew. But now, he strongly suspected it. Otherwise, how else could Yagura have immediately identified Hiriko as his hiding place and obliterated its most vital mechanism? Had his intel been leaked too? More concerning, Sasori was troubled by Yagura's blade technique. Pakura's intel hadn't mentioned this. His target, Yagura, wasn't just a long-range fighter, his close combat prowess was terrifying. With half of Hiriko destroyed, how was a fragile puppeteer supposed to escape from this melee fighter? Conclusion: this was bad. The headless Hiriko twitched, its tail segment automatically detaching as a backup scorpion tail clicked into place. Poison dripped from its tip as Yagura raised his blade. Sasori of the Red Sand, show your real face. TCH. Sasori scowled in frustration. What the hell kind of intel was the third Kazekage collecting? Just as he prepared to strike, footsteps echoed behind him. Konoha security forces had arrived. Sasori's face darkened. He clicked his tongue. TCH. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, A Work of Art. Sasori rolled up his puppet scroll, inwardly sighing at the hassle. As a child, his parents had been killed by Konoha's White Fang. That enemy was long dead, but he had a son. Revenge against the White Fang's son and against Konoha. It wouldn't bring his parents back. His feelings toward Konoha were about the same as his feelings toward Tsunegakure. Practically non-existent. The commotion here had grown loud enough that Konoha's police force finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. They had the same energy as the bumbling cops from the old movies Yagura used to watch. To be fair, Konoha's police force was actually working overtime. With so many foreign shinobi in the village for the Chunin exams, tensions ran high. It was like stuffing dry tinder into an open flame, conflicts were bound to spark everywhere. The Uchiha police force was already stretched thin, putting out fires left and right. And yet Konoha's higher-ups refused to assign them extra manpower. By the time they received the report and arrived on the scene, they had already moved as fast as possible. Hell, they'd barely had time to sit down and take a sip of water before getting called back out. Stop right there. Drop your weapons, now. You over there, get down from that streetlight. The Uchiha in charge spotted the troublemakers immediately, storming towards Sasori and Yagura with burning fury. A squad of black-haired, black-clad men advanced together, looking for all the world like they were about to start a street brawl. Did people really think their red eyes were just special effects? No way. No shot. Yagura shrugged and raised his hands, signaling that he was completely harmless, a safe, non-edible life form. He subtly gestured towards Sasori instead. Swoosh. Sasori jumped down from the streetlight. He had no interest in wasting time with Konoha's police force. But fleeing would only cause more trouble in the long run. Might as well just go along with it. The Uchiha quickly subdued the foreign shinobi responsible for starting the fight, restoring order. 3 Iwa nin, 3 Sunanin, and 1 Kiri nin. That was a significant number. Definitely one of the bigger cases they'd handled recently. A thorough investigation was in order. Akaiwa, knowing exactly what kind of idiotic stunt his teammates had pulled, had rushed over in a desperate attempt to mitigate the damage. Iwa nin cooperated with Konoha's questioning. The process consisted of Akaiwa forcing 2 of his comrades to bow their heads and apologize profusely to a child, their guardian, and every single Konoha citizen present. We're sorry. That part went smoothly. Meanwhile, the Uchiha interrogating Yagura and the Sunanin got to work. Sasori and Yagura were grouped together, while the other 2 Sunanin were separated. Name: Karatachi Yagura. Sasori. Reason for fighting: he was trying to kill me. Yagura's blunt honesty left Sasori momentarily speechless. How the hell was he supposed to argue with that? Sasori shot Yagura a glare. That only made him look more guilty. Yagura immediately pointed at him and exclaimed. See. He totally has killer intent. Officer, you have to protect me. Enough. The police force had already pieced together the situation. This grinning little Kirinin was the real menace here. The Sunanin beside him. Also a dangerous individual. If they had arrived any later, the fight would have escalated, and this entire street would have suffered far more damage. After deliberation, the police force delivered their verdict. In light of your reckless behavior, Konoha is placing both of you under house arrest. An Uchiha swiftly scribbled down their names, their offenses, and the details of the punishment. 2 copies of the penalty notice. 1 for each of them. Sign here. Sasori, not in the mood to argue, quickly signed his name. Yagura, however, stared at the paper in horror. Wait, what's the duration? Until the Chunin exams begin. The Uchiha glared at him. If you want to take the exam, you'd better follow the rules. What? House arrest until the exams start. That was half a month away. Why not just kill him outright? Hold on, this is all a misunderstanding. We weren't fighting. We were just having a friendly exchange between close friends. Yagura turned to Sasori, hoping for backup, only to find that the red-haired puppeteer had already vanished. Sasori had handed back 1 copy of his penalty notice, tucked the other into his sleeve, and was already walking away, not wasting another second here. House arrest. That was no issue for him. He was a recluse anyway. A few weeks indoors was nothing. He had other priorities, like repairing his masterpiece, which Yagura had damaged. Ooh. Yagura hastily scribbled his signature and lunged forward, grabbing Sasori before he could escape. Like hell he was going to let him leave. Let Sasori slip back into the shadows. How was he supposed to eat or sleep in peace after that? Right, Sasori. Yagura squeezed his grip. Sasori's eye twitched before his anger exploded. Oi. Do you have a death wish? With some subtle maneuvering, Yagura managed to quiet Sasori down and dragged him back toward the police force. Haha, don't mind him, he's just sulking. If only he were taller, he could have slung an arm around Sasori's shoulders like a true brother-in-arms. He could already picture it. Under the watchful eyes of the Uchiha, they would swear loyalty, bow to the Sage of Six Paths, and form an unbreakable bond. Amen. Man, he missed Mangetsu. At least they were the same height. TCH. Sasori, unable to break free from Yagura's iron grip, averted his gaze in annoyance. Not that it mattered. The Uchiha weren't buying Yagura's nonsense about a friendly exchange anyway. A Kirinin and a Sunanin having a friendly spar. Yeah, right. No matter how he pleaded, Yagura ultimately had no choice but to accept his penalty notice with a defeated sigh. Sasori, watching him suffer, let out a quiet, amused snort. With the troublemakers dealt with, the Uchiha quickly ordered everyone to disperse, ensuring that the involved parties wouldn't cross paths again. No way were they dealing with another mess like this. GNN. You hear that, Hiruzen Sarutobi? GNN. As the Uchiha withdrew, Yagura immediately turned and followed Sasori. Sasori hadn't gone far. He had stopped in a secluded alley, idly flipping a penalty notice between his fingers. Not his own notice, Yagura's. Yagura had slipped it onto him earlier, and Sasori had realized it instantly, hiding it with chakra threads. Seeing Yagura finally arrive, Sasori's expression darkened. Here to die. Yagura knew he was just impatient from waiting and got straight to the point. Who sent you to kill me? You're smart. Figure it out. Silence. The genius puppeteer of Sunagakure, grandson of Elder Chiyo, knew what it felt like to be marked for death by his own village. This kid was sharp and strong. A promising material. Maybe it was a shame to get rid of him too soon. Sasori's gaze lingered, evaluating him like an unfinished project. Yagura shuddered at the obvious intent behind that look, stepping back warily. Oi. Don't stare at me like that. I already have someone in my heart. Another step back, increasing the distance. You have better works of art right beside you. Chapter 60, Chapter 59, but that and an idiot. Pakura took the intel back to Sunagakure and reported it to the Third Kazekage. And that was how Sasori ended up standing before him. If it were just about a prodigy emerging from Kirigakure, the Third Kazekage wouldn't have been so alarmed. Every village produced geniuses now and then, it wasn't like they could just go around killing each one that appeared. Yagura knew that what truly made a Kage's heart waver between murder and greed was something else, something that he possessed. A tailed beast. The absurd amount of chakra he revealed during that battle made Pakura suspicious of his true identity, and she had passed those suspicions to the Kazekage. From the perspective of the Third Kazekage, everything he had done so far was rational and justified. Then, he made a fatal mistake. Which was exactly why Yagura had taken the risk to come find Sasori. In another year or two, Sasori would assassinate the Third Kazekage, turn him into a human puppet, and defect from Sunagakure. Since the Kazekage had already made his move, Yagura had no qualms about pushing Sasori toward that outcome a little earlier. To hell with the Third Kazekage, Isabu was his beast. Sasori let out a low chuckle, the meaning unclear. Heh, a work of art. His gaze deepened. The intelligence he had gathered, his knowledge of puppetry, his techniques, and even this information, was all somehow known to this Kirigakure shinobi. It was too thorough, too flawless. Could the village's intel really have leaked so completely? Sasori was skeptical. His eyes gleamed with interest, seeking the truth. Who? Yagura didn't answer verbally. Instead, he gestured toward what Sasori was holding in his hand. Sasori understood immediately. This time, the target of the Ultra S-rank mission. The materials implied. His entire body tensed, pupils constricting in shock. The one who issued this Ultra S-rank mission. The Third Kazekage himself. This brat. Even someone as twisted as Sasori had never considered the idea of turning the Kazekage into one of his puppets. That was one of the 5 strongest people in the world. The greatest Kazekage Sunagakure had ever seen. But now, his dull amber eyes lit up like they had discovered an entirely new world. The red-haired boy's lips curled into a grin, laced with madness and desire. His hands clenched into fists, fingers trembling from the sheer exhilaration of the thought. Seeing Sasori sink into silent contemplation, clearly intrigued, Yagura let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, progress. He leaned back against the wall, calming himself, waiting for Sasori's decision. They were in a secluded spot. No one passed through here. But Konoha's security forces hadn't fully withdrawn. One shinobi remained, closely monitoring them to prevent any escalation. Sasori was aware of the presence nearby. Annoying Konoha shinobi. He pulled out a small notebook and a coded cipher from his pouch and stepped forward. Yagura immediately took 2 steps back, maintaining a full meter of distance from this dangerous individual. Sasori raised an eyebrow and gestured with the notebook, blocking the Konoha shinobi's line of sight with his body, signaling for Yagura to communicate using code. Then, he tossed the cipher over. Yagura flipped through it quickly, then looked up with an awkward but polite smile. Sorry, he couldn't read it. Sasori stared, his expression dark. How did you even graduate from the academy? Yagura, the dropout who hadn't even completed his first year, scoffed. I'm a man of pure skill. Unlike Sasori, who was the type to study college-level material in elementary school, Yagura was a strength over smarts kind of guy. A math and physics genius, an engineering prodigy, Sasori had first-hand experience dealing with Yagura's so-called pure skill. His Hirako puppet was still lying inside a scroll. Sasori didn't bother arguing. Troublesome. He motioned for Yagura to follow. Hurry up. Don't make him wait. Yagura stepped forward but remained cautious, keeping a 1-meter gap between them at all times. If Sasori made any sudden moves, he was ready to run. After the incident with Bakura, Yagura was now on high alert around Tsunegekure shinobi. It was good to be wary. Sasori himself hadn't realized he was so dangerous that this brat was on edge just being near him. Heh, not bad. A twisted smirk formed on his lips. At the very least, this fragile connection they were building wasn't entirely one-sided. He had some control over Yagura too. Turning a corner, Sasori summoned 2 puppets. They quickly took on the appearance of their masters and walked off in the opposite direction, misleading Konoha's surveillance team. Puppet doubles, far more deceptive than standard clones. The real duo swiftly moved into an adjacent building, watching as the Konoha shinobi tailed the decoys. Scaling a wall, they leapt into an alley. Sasori wasted no time. Leaning against the wall, he let his hands hang loosely at his sides, a silent gesture of peace. You want to use me to eliminate the Kazekage's threat? The tailed beast Jinchuriki's intentions were obvious. Sasori exhaled, displeased at being manipulated like a tool. He was a puppeteer, not a puppet. At least the Kazekage was paying him for the mission to capture the Jinchuriki alive. But with Yagura, his compensation was nothing. Just a promise. And yet, he had already swallowed the bait. Yagura didn't deny it. He clasped his hands behind his back, pretending to stay composed, even as Sasori glared at him like he wanted to skewer him. Sasori remained still. I could just kill you right now. Are you really that confident you can solo the Kazekage? Though, to be fair, Yagura knew Sasori would succeed in the future. But not yet. I can cooperate with you. Your mission is to capture me alive, right? Better than killing me. Dead Jinchuriki were worthless, even the Akatsuki wouldn't take them. Seriously, what the hell was up with the Kazekage's intelligence network? Sasori turned away, tilting his chin downward at a 45-degree angle. TCH. So that was an admission. Yagura noted how many times he had heard Sasori click his tongue. Keep doing that and your mouth's gonna sag, Sasori Dana. What Dana? Sasori scowled. I'm only a few years older than you. Dana was reserved for older men, like uncles or bosses. Being aged up 20 years out of nowhere, did this brat have any manners? And yet, oddly enough, he didn't mind being called that. Mind your own business, brat. Sasori closed his eyes briefly, straightened up, and started walking out of the alley. Yagura blinked as Sasori passed him. You're leaving. Sasori paused, looking back at Yagura. For the first time, Yagura saw real emotion in those amber eyes, annoyance, pity, the condescension of a scholar, and sheer exasperation. Sasori found it utterly ridiculous that he was letting an idiot like this have any influence over him. Also, did the brat not realize the mist creeping in around them? Sasori sighed. I'll contact you later, idiot. Yagura froze. Idiot. Chapter 61, Chapter 60, The Eve of the Exam. Konohagakure, Hokage's office. One intelligence report after another was delivered to the administrative center of the village by the ANBU. While the Uchiha police force was responsible for maintaining public order on the surface, the ANBU operated covertly, spreading their surveillance network throughout the entire village. Beyond keeping an eye on foreign shinobi and responding immediately to any major incidents, the ANBU had another crucial task, gathering intelligence on shinobi from other villages and promptly relaying it to the Hokage's office. Conflicts between shinobi, who had long been at odds with one another, were inevitable. These tensions provided Konoha with ample opportunities to collect valuable intelligence. In fact, Konoha's public training ground served a similar purpose. Everyone understood this unspoken truth. If Sunagakure were hosting the Chunin exams, or if any other village held a joint exam, the same strategies would be at play. I'll give you some information today, and tomorrow, you'll give me some in return. Following the unwritten rules of the game, all sides participated willingly. After all, the intelligence being exchanged was mostly about genin and chunin, nothing particularly valuable. Some of these young shinobi might grow into jonin in the future, but relying solely on intelligence from their genin and chunin days would only prove harmful to their opponents in the long run. After extensive intelligence gathering, Konoha had compiled a list of the most noteworthy foreign shinobi participating in this exam. Akaiwa, the apprentice of the third Tsuchikage from Iwagakure, Sasori, the grandson of Chiyo and a rumored prodigy in puppet craftsmanship from Sunagakure, and Yagura, a completely unknown quantity from Kirigakure. These reports, take a look. Make sure your students keep an eye on these individuals. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke from his pipe and tapped the stack of intelligence files on his desk. Seated across from him were the Jonin team leaders of the participating Konoha Genin teams. Yes, sir. None of them had anything to add. But if Yagura had known which Konoha Genin were participating, he might have been surprised. Among them was Sarutobi Asuma, whom he had met earlier. Alongside him were Might Guy, Shiranui Ginma, and other familiar names. With half a month remaining until the Chunin exams, the countdown had begun. After parting ways with Sasori, Yagura had spent the past 2 weeks training intensely with his teammates, rarely stepping outside. Despite Sasori's promise to reach out again, no further messages had come. On the final night before the exam, Ringo Amuri wasted no time, dragging Mukumo into a 2-on-1 spar against Yagura to test their training results. Lightning release, scattered thunder strike. Amuri stabbed both of her twin blades into the ground, channeling her chakra through the hilts. Twin arcs of lightning shot into the sky before crashing down toward Yagura. Interesting technique. Yagura swiftly maneuvered backward, flipping and repositioning himself to dodge each lightning strike as they scorched the ground where he had just stood. A sudden wave of searing heat rushed toward him. He ducked low to avoid it, then glanced to his 5 o'clock position. Mukumo had conjured 20 clouds around him, forming a hand seal. Instantly, the white clouds ignited into flames. Cloud release, flaming cloud barrage. With his index and middle fingers extended, Mukumo directed the fiery clouds to launch at Yagura. Still evading Amuri's lightning strikes, Yagura watched as the fiery projectiles closed in on him from all directions. The moment they entered his attack radius, his water blade flashed. His strikes were so fast they were nearly invisible, slicing each flaming cloud in half. As Yagura sheathed his blade, the 20 clouds split apart and dissipated. Boom. Another lightning bolt struck. This time, Yagura didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his left fist and took the full brunt of the attack, allowing the blue lightning to envelop him. Yes. Got him. Amuri exclaimed excitedly. No, not yet. Mukumo's sharp eyes caught something through the smoke. Yagura's eyes suddenly snapped open, perfectly clear and unscathed, he showed no signs of injury. Crack, crack. Chunks of blackened coral, charred by the lightning, crumbled from Yagura's hand. Amuri's expression darkened. So he protected himself with coral. That explained why the lightning attack had done no harm. Mukumo sighed, feeling drained. Just how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Well, now, that's not something I can just reveal, Yagura replied with a shrug, channeling chakra to repair the damaged coral armor on his body. This technique was inspired by Gaara's sand armor. It hadn't taken Yagura long to replicate it. While the coral armor compensated for a shinobi's natural low defense, it shared the same drawback as Gaara's sand, it added weight and slightly slowed movement. However, what was a disadvantage for someone like Gaara, who lacked physical combat skills, was merely additional weight training for Yagura. Water release, water prison jutsu. Yagura turned his focus to Amuri. Having experienced this jutsu's power firsthand, she immediately reacted, channeling lightning release into her legs and vanishing from her original spot in an instant. During this period of intensive training, Amuri had honed her lightning flicker technique to near perfection. However, her chakra reserves weren't limitless. She couldn't maintain the technique indefinitely like Yagura could. Amuri. The air isn't a great escape route, Yagura warned. The forming water prison suddenly split apart, tendrils of liquid lashing toward her midair. Damn it. Mukumo refused to stand by and watch. One of his hands transformed into a cloud and extended, grabbing Amuri and pulling her out of danger. At that moment, a flash of steel. Yagura, seizing the distraction, closed the distance and slashed straight through Makumo's extended arm, severing it. Before Makumo could react, a flurry of precise strikes rained upon him at close range. Forced to disperse into mist, Makumo barely managed to retreat, reassembling himself from his severed body parts. Don't underestimate me. Amiri descended, bringing both blades down in a powerful strike to cut off Yagura's pursuit. Yagura blocked her left sword with his short blade and sidestepped her right swing, countering with a thrust of his own. She deflected it with a parry, then followed up with a sweeping slash. Yagura retreated, dodging, but she pressed forward with another downward cut. What? Amiri's eyes widened in shock. Yagura had caught her blade with his bare left hand. Lightning chakra crackled between them as their techniques clashed. Her sword refused to budge, as though caught in a vice. Bam. Yagura capitalized on her opening, delivering a powerful kick to her chin, sending her flying. Makumo barely managed to extend a cloud-like arm to catch her before she crashed to the ground. But before he could react further, Yagura appeared before him, pressing a hand to his chest and releasing a jolt of lightning, paralyzing him instantly. Damn. Makumo gritted his teeth. Their battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Watching from the shadows, Jinin Akabino took a sip of sake, amused. They're good. Amiri and Makumo have potential. Given time, they'll make fine jonin. But his gaze hardened as he muttered, still, that Yagura kid, he's got a real punchable face. Feels like he's begging for a beating. Yagura, sensing the scrutiny, ignored it. Wiping a small wound on his cheek, he sheathed his blade. That's enough for today. His teammates, exhausted and drained of chakra, were quick to agree. Tomorrow, the real challenge would begin. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, The First Exam, Part 1. A week before the Chunin exams, Kirigakure sent out the official exam schedule to all teams that had arrived on time to participate. The first exam was scheduled for December 15, year 42 of the Hidden Leaf calendar, at 8:30 a.m. All candidates were required to arrive at the exam venue at least 30 minutes early to verify their identities. Those who failed to do so would bear the consequences themselves. As the sun rose, the village buzzed with activity. Today was bound to be lively. Waking up early, a simple breakfast of soldier pills was enough. Chewing on the bland, ninja standard emergency rations, Yagura muttered to his two teammates. We should have woken up earlier. I could have taken you both to some good food spots. I've explored most of the village by now, I know all the best places to eat. Baka, save the good food for when we pass the exams and celebrate. Ringo Amiri rubbed her eyes and playfully aimed a punch at Yagura's head. And whose fault do you think that was? You hit too hard. Lucky for you, Konoha's medical ninja work late night shifts. After finishing their training the previous night, they had gone to the medical unit to get treated for injuries, ensuring they were in top shape for the exam. As a result, they didn't get much sleep. Rubbing her face to wake up, Ringo Amiri grabbed Yagura by the collar and threatened. If you don't go 5 times harder, no, 10 times harder, on the Konoha Nin, I'll strangle you myself. Ha ha ha, guess I better do my best then. Yagura quickly dodged away and turned to see what Makumo was up to. 1 exam permit, 3 days worth of soldier pills, a full ninja toolset, and 10 explosive tags. Good. Makumo double-checked their packs, ensuring everything was in place. When Yagura walked over, he handed him his bag. All right, Yagura, this is yours. Check it over. Oh, right. Thanks. Yagura took it, feeling a little dazed. He only now remembered vaguely agreeing the night before to let Makumo organize his things. Ah, yeah, thanks. Don't mention it. Makumo had also packed Ringo Amiri's supplies and handed them over. Much appreciated. Move it. Jinin Akabino banged on the door, shouting at them to hurry up. If anyone keeps wasting time with small talk, I'll kill them myself. Since Yagura was the one talking the most, he shrank under the pressure and quickly shouldered his gear, slipping on his sandals. The other two picked up the pace as well. Once ready, the team set off, following Jinin toward the first exam venue, the Forest of Death. Again. This place. Hearing a passing examinee grumble, Yagura paused, intrigued. Yeah, every time we've come to Konoha for the Chunin exams, it's always here. Doesn't Konoha have any other exam sites? Ha ha ha, that's why Konoha is lame. Sunagakure isn't like that. Depending on the exam, we use different areas of the desert. It's still just desert though. Yagura shrugged, disappointed. When they reached the entrance of the Forest of Death, Jinin left them briefly to submit paperwork to the Konoha exam officials. When he returned, Yagura barely had time to react before something was tossed his way. Hold on to that. Ah. What? Fumbling, Yagura barely managed to catch it. Looking at the item in his hands, he saw a round numbered token. One side had a white background with black text, number 9. The other side had a black background with white text, number 55. You'll find out what it's for once Konoha announces the exam rules. Jinin's tone was dismissive, as if to say, not my problem. He spoke quickly, clearly uninterested in explaining. Without another word, he turned on his heel and headed toward the exit. His job here was done. Now it was his free time. With a casual wave, he performed a shunshin and disappeared from sight. Seriously? Could you be any less interested in leading us? Wait, is he off to find that woman from last night? Though their complaints differed, both Yagura and Makumo sighed in unison, exasperated by their so-called instructor. He's even less reliable than Kakashi was at first sight. What's with you two? Ringo Emuri glanced at them curiously. Sighing for no reason. Don't tell me, you're scared. Her teasing smirk widened mischievously. Yagura turned toward her with a questioning look. You seriously don't think our instructor is the least bit irresponsible? Reading his expression, Ringo Emuri crossed her arms and scoffed. You guys really are inexperienced. Jinin-senpai is actually quite responsible. Responsible? Yagura's doubt deepened. Back when I was in the ANBU, my first mission with my Jonin instructor was to retrieve intelligence and return to the village. When Konoha's ninja caught up to us, you know what my so-called instructor did. He took the intel and ran, leaving me behind to stall the enemy. This isn't just him. Many of Kirigakure's Jonin captains don't really look after their squads. At the very least, Jinin-senpai handled our paperwork before ditching us. That's already pretty decent. She nodded as if stating an undeniable truth and let out a laugh. Yagura, so we should be grateful. Turns out, it's all about comparison. But seriously, why compare downward? Why not compare with Konoha's instructors instead? The bruises from Jinin's previous training still ached faintly. Yagura scratched his head in frustration, shaking off thoughts of Jinin. Instead, he surveyed the other genin from various villages. Their instructors had also handed over number tokens before departing, leaving the examinees to their own devices. Gripping his token, Yagura discreetly encased it in coral. It didn't take a genius to guess that the two numbers on the token were crucial to the upcoming exam. Makumo gathered his teammates and shared what he had learned. There are 225 candidates in this exam, forming 75 teams. Konoha has 81 participants, Iwagakure has 51, Sunagakure has 27. There are also 21 from Takigakure, 18 from Kusagakure, 15 from Omegakure, and 9 from Yugakure. So far, I've spotted 6 teams' numbers, and none exceed 75. Most examinees had figured things out quickly and hidden their tokens, just like Yagura had done. That's all I've got for now. Makumo scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I couldn't gather more. Yagura nudged him with an elbow. Your cloud release abilities are this good for scouting? Given that he had details on all participants and their assigned numbers, this information wasn't something gathered beforehand, it was something he had analyzed in real time. Chapter 63, Chapter 62, The First Exam, Part 2. Makumo discreetly signaled Yagura to pay attention to the sky above. If a Hyuga were present and activated their Byakugan at that moment, they would have noticed that a thin layer of chakra blanketed the entire waiting area above the examinees. Because it needed to cover the entire field while remaining hidden, Makumo used only a very small amount of chakra. That chakra was his eyes. It wasn't a dojutsu like the Byakugan, nor was it a sensory technique easily detected by sensor-type shinobi. From a normal visual perspective, most people wouldn't even notice the extremely thin mist-like layer in the air. Given that the majority of those present were no higher than the average Chunin level, none of them were even aware that they should be wary of counter-surveillance. It was an intelligence-gathering technique. Ironically, Yagura was particularly weak in this area, so much so that he didn't even notice it. Makumo watched Yagura's expression of genuine shock, blinking in surprise. Ringo Emuri suddenly let out a chuckle beside them. Yagura turned to look at her. Emuri hesitated for a moment before raising a hand to ruffle his increasingly frustrated head. With a teasing smile, she said, "You're great at fighting, but you really need to work on your scouting skills." Yagura had no retort, stepping away to escape Emuri's merciless hand. Unfortunately for him, there was another being, no, a beast, that had come to mock him as well. "Isabu, you really need to work on your scouting skills, huh? Yagura. You finally resurface after a century of silence just to laugh at me." Isabu smirked silently, watching his Jinchuriki with amusement. Yagura, so, Isabu, when are you actually going to teach me the water mirror technique? Isabu shifts gaze, saying nothing. Yagura, don't pretend you didn't hear me. Isabu, shut up. How about you finish mastering all the water release techniques you started before asking for more? Yagura, I've mastered a lot already, okay. Guiltily looks away. Isabu had heard humans comment more than once that the tailed beasts, despite possessing vast chakra reserves, never knew how to use them properly, which was why they could be defeated and sealed inside Jinchuriki. He used to scoff at such claims, consoling himself with the pride of his water mirror technique. Being defeated by weak humans. That was just human trickery. But ever since Yagura became his Jinchuriki, Isabu realized there were far more ways to use water release than he had ever imagined. From within Yagura's body, Isabu had witnessed every step of his Jinchuriki's creative applications of water release techniques. And he had secretly taken notes. Techniques like the coral water cannon, which had powerful long-range penetration. The water palm cannon, a short-range explosive burst. A high-pressure water prison technique, still in development, evolved from the water prison jutsu. And most recently, Yagura had started working on yet another new technique, one that combined the high-pressure water prison with a long-range grabbing mechanism. As Isabu memorized each of these, he couldn't help but reflect. He had been around in the shinobi world for centuries, so why had he never thought of these techniques himself? His final conclusion. His Jinchuriki was an absolute monster. Not only could Isabu not come up with these techniques, but even past generations of humans had failed to. So, hurry up and finish what you started. Isabu, in any case, digest my chakra properly first. A Jinchuriki who can't even fully transform is pathetic. As for the water mirror technique, we'll see. Yagura, X***8. As if he would just hand over such a prized technique. If he taught Yagura the water mirror technique, wouldn't he be left with nothing but chakra? A tailed beast needed to have some pride. The fact that he was even willing to share his chakra was already a big favor to Yagura. The brat should be grateful. With a final taunt, Isabu swiftly withdrew, not even giving Yagura a chance to argue back. Returning to reality, Yagura muttered irritably, "Damn Isabu." He couldn't understand what that stubborn old turtle was thinking. Any mention of the water mirror technique made Isabu react as if Yagura were trying to steal his last treasure. But he had a point, Yagura had too many unfinished projects. He should wrap those up first. Amiri noticed Yagura snapping out of his thoughts and patted him lightly. "Let's go. Looks like the Konoha examiners have arrived." "Oh, right." Yagura glanced ahead, spotting several Konoha Chunin and Jonin standing on the platform. Without further delay, he followed Amiri and Makumo toward the front. As the Kirigakure team made their way through the crowd, other examinees who had noticed the arrival of Konoha's proctors also began gathering near the platform. Many foreign shinobi eyed the Konoha examiners with suspicion, if not outright hostility. At the center of attention was a man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, the chief proctor, an experienced jonin in his late 20s. He remained completely unfazed by the unfriendly stares. Checking the time, he casually patted the microphone connected to the exam venue speakers and made an announcement. "All examinees participating in this Chunin exam, please gather at the front. I repeat, all examinees, please gather at the front. The rules for the first test are about to be announced." He coughed lightly before introducing himself. "I am Narashikaku, the chief proctor for this exam. The two beside me are my assistant proctors, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza." The blonde Yamanaka Inoichi gave a friendly wave, while the imposing Akimichi Choza stood firm, gripping a large iron staff that made it clear he could crush anyone foolish enough to challenge him. Once the examinees had gathered, Shikaku continued, "Now, I'll explain the rules of the first exam." The previously restless crowd fell silent, all eyes focused on him. This should be familiar to all of you. Each team has received a numbered tag, correct? If you haven't, go to the registration booth and get yours. Shikaku held up an example tag, and Inoichi and Choza did the same. The tag has two numbers. The white side represents your team's number. The black side represents the number of the team you must pursue. Shikaku paused, letting the information sink in before providing an example. "If I, Narashikaku, am Team 1, my target is Team 2, Yamanaka Inoichi's team. Meanwhile, Team 2's target is Team 3, Akimichi Choza's team. And Team 3 must target me. If I find and defeat Team 2, I'll obtain their tag." Shikaku took Inoichi's tag and turned to Choza. "That means I now inherit Team 2's target, I can now pursue Team 3. The exam is simple. To pass, obtain either your assigned target's tag or the tag of the team pursuing you. Once you meet the requirement, head to the central watchtower of the Forest of Death within 3 days." Scanning the crowd one last time, Shikaku checked the time and concluded. "If there are no questions, proceed to the exam area entrances. The test begins at noon." Chapter 64, Chapter 63, the exam begins. Encountering an enemy. My youth is burning. Some people. I have no idea what they're even saying. All I heard was, "My youth is burning," and then they just charged straight ahead. The tip of his pen paused over the waiver form. Upon hearing the loud shouts, Yagura turned his head just in time to see a green-clad, bowl-cut shinobi sprint past him. Might Guy had taken off running, only to realize midway that his teammates hadn't followed. He turned around, running backward as he called out, Genma. Rado. Youth. What youth? We don't get it. Shiranui Genma and Rado Namishi, their eyes half-lidded in exasperation, picked up the pace to catch up with their overly enthusiastic teammate. Might Guy flashed them a thumbs up. Youth is about sweating and pushing your limits. How about we run 300 laps before the exam? Nope. I refuse. The trio disappeared from sight. Guy, Genma, and Rado, huh? Quite a few familiar faces. Yagura twirled his pen before refocusing on his task. Seeing familiar people was no longer anything surprising. With a quick, fluid motion, he signed his name on the waiver and handed it over to the proctor at the gate. Every participant had to sign one. By doing so, they acknowledged the risks of the Chunin exams and agreed that Kirigakure bore no responsibility for their safety. In other words, if they died, it was on them for being weak. At most, Konoha might collect their remains out of courtesy. By the time Yagura finished, Amiri, Ringo and Mukumo had already turned in their forms. It was 11:39 a.m. Now, they just had to wait for the exam to begin at noon. Amiri noticed Yagura seemed intrigued by the strange, green-clad shinobi and decided to start some small talk to pass the time. That Konoha ninja just now, pretty interesting. Was that really a ninja? To her, shinobi were supposed to be cold, efficient killers, not spouting nonsense about youth and passion. Yagura picked up on her train of thought and shrugged. Maybe he's a Konoha-exclusive ninja. Youth, passion, and all that. Aside from Might Guy, there were others, Naruto, Kiba, and Rock Lee. But hey, this was a shonen series. Hot-blooded characters actually got screen time. Right, Lee. Yagura blinked before turning to Mukumo. Any luck spotting our target team? Their assigned number was number 9. Their target? Number 55. Mukumo shook his head. They're hiding their numbers. The rules stated that at least one member of each team had to wear their numbered badge on the outermost layer of clothing. But concealing the number itself? That was child's play for shinobi. It was like a showcase of creativity. The Aburain clan covered theirs with insects. The Nara clan used shadows. Some just wrapped it up with bandages or smeared it with charcoal. All of these worked well enough to obscure the number. Effectiveness varied, but the effort was clear. Some participants had completely hidden their number badges, yet the proctor said nothing. Maybe there was a permitted method of concealment they were using. While genin still had gaps in skill and experience, they hadn't slacked on the academy basics. The sun reached its peak. The exam had begun. Beep. A whistle sounded. The iron gate before them rumbled open, revealing the dark, foreboding entrance of the forest of death. In an instant, the examinees transformed into flickering shadows, dashing into the depths of the forest. Leaves and twigs cracked under rapid footfalls. The rustling of movement filled the air. SAA, SAA, SAA. After covering some distance beyond the entrance, Mukumo formed a single-hand seal, dispersing mist in all directions to scout for other teams. Yagura, leading the charge, noticed Mukumo's actions and glanced back. Can you find our target? Considering how most teams had hidden their numbers. Then again, if they got into a fight, an opportunity might arise. Mukumo replied flatly, I'll try. No rush. We have 3 days. There will be an opening sooner or later. Amiri remained calm. First, we need to set up a base. At worst, they'd have to survive here for the full 3 days. Food was already handled. Before entering, all participants had been stripped of everything except their combat gear, no food, no water, not even soldier pills. But smuggling in soldier pills was child's play for Mukumo. Clouds camouflaged to match the air had followed them inside. Now, they returned to their natural white, dropping a sealed scroll. Mukumo opened it, pressed a hand onto the markings, and with a puff of smoke. Here. He tossed a few soldier pills to Yagura, who caught them with ease. Mukumo, you really are a walking toolkit. Nice work, Amiri added, swallowing a pill. Her gaze shifted upward, her tone taking on an eager edge. We haven't found our main course yet, but we've got an appetizer. The white-haired scout nodded. 3 of them. Suna shinobi. Yagura sighed. Again. Suna, huh? The forest of death wasn't enormous. With over 100 examinees crammed inside, it was like throwing oil onto a fire. Wind release, net gale. One of the approaching Suna ninja swung an oversized fan, sending a wide wind-based net surging toward them. Amiri raised a hand to shield her face from the wind, her bangs whipping wildly. She looked up at the 3 Suna shinobi in the trees and scoffed, unfazed. Big range, unavoidable. But slow and weak. Makumo analyzed it with a deadpan expression. Cloud release, cloud severance. Soft, harmless-looking clouds manifested in midair, lazily drifting up and adhering to the wind net. Normally, wind would disperse clouds. But instead, these clouds stuck fast. The wind weakened. By the time the attack reached Yagura, it felt like nothing more than a morning breeze. This technique nullified the chakra in enemy jutsu, dissolving attacks into nothing. The only downside? It was a bit slow. Not bad, Makumo. By the way, our number hasn't been exposed, right? Yagura glanced down, confirming the coral-covered badge on his chest remained hidden. Amiri swallowed another soldier pill and smirked. Doesn't matter. They're probably here for personal grudges. After all, tensions between villages weren't exactly a secret. Oh. Yagura's lips curved into a smirk as water gathered around his hand. Amiri suddenly reached out and stopped him. Yagura tilted his head. Let me handle this. Her voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. She gripped the twin blades on her back. Lightning crackled along the steel, coiling like serpents. Chapter 65, Chapter 64, Thunder Serpent Waltz. Witnessing his prized wind release being effortlessly countered, the Sunagekure ninja gripping a fan growled. Damn it, what kind of jutsu is that? A Kekkei Genkai, maybe. What are you panicking for? It's 3 against 2, we have the advantage. They're just fresh academy graduates. How strong could they be? Yet, those 3 had already participated in the Chunin exams 3 times since graduating. The Sunagekure ninja in the center scoffed, tilting his head down to sneer. Look at the weakest one, that little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair. And he needs a girl to protect him. Ha ha ha. All right. Seeing Ringo Amuri's stance, Yagura withdrew his weapon and nodded. Thanks. A smirk curled on Amuri's lips as she lifted her gaze toward the 3 Sunagekure nin. They were in trouble. Sizzle. Before the words even fully left her mouth, a crack of thunder erupted. In an instant, Amuri vanished, leaving behind only a scorched, blackened ground flickering with arcs of blue lightning. The shocking sight made the 3 Sunagekure nin widen their eyes in disbelief. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of Amuri's movement. Where did she go? Where was she now? Reacting swiftly, the 3 immediately shifted their footing, forming a back-to-back triangular defense while scanning the surroundings frantically. There was no way she could be that fast. She had to still be nearby. Drip. Cold sweat trickled down a Sunagekure ninja's face and dripped to the ground. This missed. Hidden in the shadows of the trees, veiled by the thick fog, Amuri grinned wickedly, flipping her blade in her grip before grasping the hilt once more in a reverse hold. Slow idiots. The mocking taunt reached the ears of the Sunagekure nin, making them snap their heads upward in alarm. Boom. With a powerful leap, Amuri propelled herself downward like a falling star, her twin blades spinning outward in a lethal arc, encased in crackling electricity. Above us. She's fast. Scatter. Ah. One of them reacted a split second too late. Amuri had already chosen him as her first target. Moving with the precision of a whirlwind, she spun midair, her blades carving into him from head to toe in a spiraling motion. Lightning-charged steel bit into flesh, leaving behind deep, DNA helix-shaped wounds. The Sunagekure ninja barely had time to process what had happened before terror flooded his vacant gaze. Save. Before he could even finish his plea, Amuri had already flickered away, and blood sprayed in all directions. Heh. 1 down. Without pausing, she locked onto the remaining 2 and lunged forward once more. The last thing the Sunagekure nin saw before their deaths was a blur of red and the serpentine dance of lightning coiling around her blades. One was cleaved apart before he could even launch his wind release technique, his fan splitting alongside his body. The other tried to flee, but escape was impossible. The hunt ended with Amuri's blade severing the exposed back of his neck in a seamless motion. Blood spurted forth. Don't squirm too much. If you move around too much, I can't carve you up neatly. With a few flicks of her wrist, Amuri rid her blades of the excess blood before kicking a corpse onto its back. Pathetic. What a waste of time. Crouching down, she rifled through the last one's belongings and found the core item for this exam. Number 13. And on the back, number 9. Idiots. Amuri shot a glance at the corpses, scoffing. Trash should just stay on the ground, like this. Returning to Yagura and Makumo, she planted one hand on her hip while holding up the tags in the other, flashing a toothy grin. Well. What do you think? Yagura's eyes widened at the sight of the black and white number 9 tag. No way. Makumo nodded approvingly. Amuri, that was insane. Of course. Those 3 were weaklings, weak. Crossing her arms, Amuri chuckled. Looks like we got lucky. So, can we just head to the lookout tower now? We might be the first ones to pass the exam. So fast. But it wasn't enough. Reading the unfulfilled excitement in her blood-stained eyes, Yagura glanced at the number on her chest. That means we're now number 13, the target. Should we wait for challengers, or go after number 55? What kind of question is that? We hunt. Mukumo had already spread his cloud release across the majority of the Death Forest, monitoring numerous battles. The exam had just begun, and blood was already being spilled all across the battlefield. Their skirmish was just one of many. Some teams were strategically targeting and defending their designated numbers, while others fought purely for revenge. One Iwagakure team, for instance, was currently being ganged up on by squads from Konahigakure, Sunagakure, and Kyusugakure. They were struggling. After hearing Mukumo's intel, Yagura couldn't help but pity the Iwagakure team's awful social standing. Mukumo closed his eyes momentarily, focusing his sensory technique. Our target has been located. They just died. It was a team from Imagakure. Imagakure, huh? Not much of a challenge, Yagura remarked, raising an eyebrow. Who's got their tag now? A squad from Konahigakure. Mukumo frowned slightly, gazing in the direction of his sensing range. They noticed my technique and are retreating. Distance, approximately 2.3 kilometers. Yagura made the call instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move. They could pass the exam now if they wanted. But that didn't mean they wanted to pass yet. Both Yagura and Amuri shared the same thought, they needed more warm-up. With that unspoken agreement, the two instantly bolted forward using lightning release-enhanced speed, dashing in Mukumo's indicated direction. Mukumo lingered for a moment, watching their retreating figures, his usually gentle eyes turning sharp. Realizing Mukumo wasn't following, the other two glanced back, only to see him dissolve into a mist. Yagura recognized the technique instantly. Oh, come on, he's using cloud body flicker. Annoyed, Yagura quickened his pace. This guy. Thick-browed and honest-looking, but he's trying to hog all the action. He wasn't worried about Mukumo's strength. Having fought him before, Yagura could vouch that Mukumo could handle most genin or chunin, and if things went south, he could always escape. But back-to-back enemy encounters where he couldn't even get a hit in. That was unbearable. Amuri chuckled. She hadn't expected Mukumo, usually the most reserved of them, to pull a move like that. Meanwhile, on the other side. Having snatched the tags from the Imagakure ninja who had ambushed them, the Konahigakure team wasted no time leaving the scene. A female Inuzuka ninja glanced uneasily at their Hyuga teammate. Are you serious? The chakra above us belongs to just one person. Yes. The Hyuga ninja nodded, his Byakugan still activated. No matter what, being under constant surveillance was bad news. The Aburain ninja adjusted his high-collared coat. My insects are uneasy. Woof. Woof. The Inuzuka kunoichi patted her ninken reassuringly. If Kukumura says so, then it's real. The pale-colored ninja dog whined nervously. Woof. Woof. Don't be scared, Mama's got you. Wait. The Hyuga ninja's eyes sharpened. The chakra around us is shifting. A dense fog coalesced ahead. The Aburain spread his arms, releasing a swarm of insects in preparation for battle. The mist solidified into a human figure. A young, sharp-featured Kirigakure ninja stood in their path. Apologies. Mukumo lifted a hand, pointing at the tag on the Aburain's chest, his expression unreadable. Hand it over. Then you can leave. Chapter 66, Chapter 65, The Battle of Cloud Release. Kirigakure Shinobi. Upon seeing the forehead protectors of the approaching ninja, Hyuga Satoshi's expression darkened slightly. And another thing. If you're truly sorry, then don't stand on the opposing side. What's the point of saying sorry? Are they looking down on us? Inuzuka Midori held her trembling ninken, Kukumuru, close to her chest. A thought crossed her mind, making her face tense up. Kirigakure. Could they be the ones our sensei warned us about? Two people are approaching this way. Aburain Seiko listened to the information his insects relayed, his tone neither optimistic nor relaxed. One of them is terrifying. Ah, don't worry. They won't make a move. Probably. Mukumo had been listening to their whispered conversation, his expression unreadable. Also, I'd appreciate it if you didn't ignore me. Satoshi and his teammates exchanged quick glances and subtle hand signals to determine their strategy. Scatter. Whoosh. Whoosh. Midori and Seiko leaped into the air, darting toward Mukumo from opposite sides. Mukumo remained still, carefully observing them. He wanted to see what these three Konoha genin were capable of. His abilities worked best when reacting to enemy moves. From his initial observations, in their previous battle against the Imagakure team, The girl fought using a secret technique that coordinated with her ninken. The one with sunglasses used insects capable of absorbing chakra. Tap. Tap. Midori and Seiko landed on either side of Makumo, but instead of attacking, they unexpectedly dashed forward, ignoring the fact that they had seemingly surrounded him. Nani? Makumo turned in surprise, watching as the two darted past him. Later, sucker. Midori stuck her tongue out playfully as she glanced back at him. We're out of here, bye-bye. Not only did they have intel from their sensei, but based on their own perception, this Kirigakure team was trouble. They had just finished a battle with the Omega-Kure shinobi, meaning their stamina and chakra were already depleted. Worse, there was a high possibility that the Kirigakure team had already gathered intel on them. A quick analysis of the situation led to one conclusion: retreat was the best option. Damn it. They tricked me. The one in the green coat and sunglasses, the one wearing number 55. Makumo narrowed his eyes, raising his hands to pull them back. But there was still one left. I'll take you out first. His teammates were merely distractions. Hyuga Satoshi suddenly closed the distance in a flash, attacking Makumo head-on. If this Kirigakure shinobi was their team's sensory or reconnaissance specialist, and with a wide detection range at that, then taking him out was crucial to their escape. They needed to get rid of him, then move at full speed to avoid pursuit and reach the watchtower. With his Byakugan, Satoshi could see Makumo's chakra points with absolute clarity. He spread his hands, taking the signature stance of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. Gentle fist. His first strike landed on a chakra point in Makumo's shoulder. With his Byakugan, he could see Makumo's chakra flowing toward his hands. Without hesitation, Satoshi followed up with a rapid series of palm strikes, each one aimed precisely at Makumo's vital chakra nodes. Nice. Midori turned her head and saw her teammates' attack land successfully. Excited, she cheered. Ha! Guess the Kirigakure ninja aren't so tough after all. Seiko, however, remained more composed. The moment Satoshi landed his first strike, Seiko felt something was off. This Kirigakure shinobi had taken a full set of gentle fist strikes, yet he seemed completely unfazed. In fact, not only was he unharmed, Makumo showed no signs of chakra disruption. Satoshi's eyes widened as he took a step back. His Byakugan confirmed that Makumo's chakra flow remained perfectly normal, completely unaffected by the attacks. What? Satoshi and Midori's faces paled. He had taken the full brunt of the gentle fist technique, and yet he could still use jutsu like nothing had happened. Impossible. The Hyuga prided themselves on their techniques, unable to believe their clan's signature strikes had failed. Watch out. Seiko yanked Midori backward just in time. The misty arms extended from Makumo's body, sweeping toward them like ghostly tendrils. Makumo's expression remained impassive as he controlled the cloud release mist to strike again, this time aiming at Seiko. Realizing that he was the target, Seiko glanced down at his number tag, his brows furrowing. This was getting troublesome. He swiftly dodged the misty appendage. Damn it. You think I'm just gonna let you push me around? Midori had fallen to the ground, caked in dirt. Wiping her mouth, her frustration boiled over. Time to show you what I'm made of. Four legs technique. Midori dropped to all fours, her chakra surging. Her nails sharpened like claws, her teeth bared like a wild animal. Makumo stood still, his calm eyes watching her. He wasn't moving at all. Don't underestimate me. Passing Fong. Midori roared, spinning rapidly into a whirlwind, tearing toward Makumo. Her speed, enhanced by her clan's secret techniques, made her a blur as she struck him head-on. And passed straight through him. There was no resistance at all. It felt even less substantial than striking cotton. What the? Midori stopped her technique, landing beside Satoshi. What the hell just happened? His ability, it's related to that mist. Satoshi scowled. His body can become intangible. That's why my gentle fist didn't work. His expression darkened as realization dawned. Could this be a Kekkai Genkai? Physical attacks might not work on him, Seiko called out. Change tactics. Cover me. A swarm of Kakeichu erupted from Seiko's sleeves, forming a dense black cloud that clashed with the mist. The insects immediately latched onto the mist, devouring the chakra-infused vapor. If physical attacks were useless, then neither gentle fist nor beast mimicry would work. Their only hope was Seiko's chakra-consuming insects. Damn it, we ran into our worst matchup. Satoshi and Midori exchanged glances before springing into action. Passing Fong. Gentle fist. Midori spun through the mist tendrils, slicing them apart, while Satoshi struck with precise palm thrusts, disrupting Makumo's attack. Makumo watched as the three of them coordinated their defense, pushing forward toward him. The Kakeichu swarmed him hungrily, sensing his chakra as a feast. These Konoha genin were much stronger than the Sunagakure team from earlier. The insects completely engulfed Makumo, leaving him trapped inside the writhing mass. Cloud release, cloud form, fire. Whoosh. In an instant, the harmless mist ignited, turning into blazing crimson flames. The Kakashi caught in the fire burned away instantly, their frail bodies unable to withstand the sudden heat. Chapter 67, Chapter 66, Exam passed. The remnants of the insects' corpses fell in scattered fragments. Being swarmed by those bugs was an unpleasant experience, especially since they fed on chakra. Having lost a considerable amount in just a short span, Makumo let out a weary breath. His flame-colored eyes, set against the backdrop of his Ember Cloud technique, locked onto the three Konoha shinobi before him. He had infused his fire-natured chakra into his cloud release technique. This wasn't the usual soft, misty cloud form of cloud release. His entire body radiated searing heat, the fiery hue of his chakra burning away the insects clinging to him. Compared to other chakra natures, cloud release was inherently more fluid, making it highly adaptable for shape transformations. By integrating additional elemental chakras into it, he had developed powerful offensive techniques. Cloud release, cloud blast. Cloud release, storm tempest. With a wave of his left hand, a blazing fireball surged toward the retreating insects, incinerating everything in its path. Simultaneously, his right hand controlled a storm-infused cloud, its razor-sharp winds slicing through the remaining swarm. In mere seconds, the enemy's offensive was dismantled. The combined force of wind and fire propelled the cloud bullets straight toward the Konoha team. Despite wearing sunglasses, Abirame Seiko's displeasure was evident. He withdrew his insects and took a cautious step back. So, he has this kind of jutsu. His Kakashi were at a clear disadvantage against this opponent. Beast-human clone. Makumo's attack was imminent. Inuzuka Midori quickly formed seals, her companion, the Ninken Kukumaru, transforming into an identical copy of her and merging at her side. Together, the two unleashed their clan's secret technique. Fong over Fong. Their combined spinning attack generated a powerful vortex, colliding head-on with the cloud bullets. The intense rotation disrupted the attack's momentum, scattering embers into the air before they faded away. For the moment, Makumo's assault had been neutralized, but neither Hyuga Satoshi nor Abirame Seiko felt any relief. 3 against 1, and yet they were the ones being overwhelmed. And now, his teammates had arrived. Oh. Looks like I'm not too late. The fight's still going. Makumo glanced back to see two figures perched atop a tree behind him. Yagura waved with a casual smile before sitting cross-legged to observe the fight. Ringo Amiri simply crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow in his direction. They had no intention of stepping in. That was a relief. Makumo had rushed ahead for a reason. He wanted to pull off a stylish solo victory, just like Amiri often did. Was he taking too long? He decided to settle this with the next move. Cloud release, cloud blast. Cloud release, storm tempest. Dozens of cloud bullets materialized. But this time, there were variations. Some shimmered with water, others crackled with lightning, and a few carried a mixture of mud and debris. Cloud release, drizzle scatter. Cloud release, little thundercloud. Cloud release, cloud quagmire. 5 different types of cloud bullets, each infused with a distinct elemental chakra, floated at Makumo's side. The Konoha team stared in shock. What? This Kirigakure ninja, he possessed 5 chakra natures. Just like the third Hokage. Having more than 3 chakra natures was incredibly rare, with shinobi like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi being among the few exceptions. Throughout the entire shinobi world, such individuals were nearly unheard of. Most shinobi, even among the elites, possessed only 2 elemental affinities at most. Yet this Kirigakure shinobi had 5, on top of his bloodline limit. Doesn't matter if it's 5 or 10. Inuzuka Midori crouched low, body tensed for another Fong over Fong. None of it means a thing if you can't stop me and Kukumaru. Kukumaru. Her Ninken wasn't beside her. She turned to look. Kukumaru was cowering behind Hyuga Satoshi, front paws covering his head as he trembled. Whimper. Calm down. Satoshi stepped in front of Midori, then glanced toward Seiko. Their eyes met, wordlessly reaching the same conclusion. They couldn't win. They needed to retreat. Seiko unfastened the tag marked with number 55 from his clothing and tossed it to Satoshi. The latter raised both hands, stepping forward. This is what you want, right? With all his strength, he hurled it high into the air. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted, dragging his teammates along with him. Makumo was momentarily caught off guard by their actions but quickly raised a hand. His elongated cloud limb shot up, effortlessly catching the tag midair. Despite the sheer force behind Satoshi's throw, the cloud hand absorbed the impact, only bulging slightly before securing its grip. Retracting his hand, Makumo glanced at the direction the Konoha team had fled. They were still within his sensory range. He could chase them down easily if he wanted to. But he had achieved his goal, there was no need for unnecessary trouble. He turned back to see Yagura and Amiri approaching. After a brief moment of thought, Makumo simply raised 2 fingers in silent victory. Mission accomplished. Yeah. Death Forest Central Tower. Are you kidding me? Inside the surveillance room, a Chunin proctor suddenly stood up with a shout. With a loud crash, his chair toppled over. The other Chunin, who had been nodding off in boredom, instantly snapped their heads up in alarm. As the chief proctor, Narashikaku was also present in the tower's monitoring room, which displayed footage from various points in the exam area. He approached the outburst. What happened? Chief proctor, sir. My apologies for the outburst. The Chunin pointed at one of the screens, still looking stunned. But we already have examinees who completed the test. What? How long has it even been? 20 minutes, I think. 21 minutes and 26 seconds. On the monitor, Yagura's team stood before the tower's entrance, presenting their tags to the gate examiner. After verification, they were granted entry. Exam passed. These guys are monsters. A Chunin scratched his head. He had taken the Chunin exams in the same batch as Hatake Kakashi, one of Konoha's legendary prodigies, who had set a record back then. Normally, the fastest completion time for this exam is 2 days. As Shikaku watched the trio stride down the hallway, surprise flickered across his usually unreadable face. Chief Proctor. Another team just arrived. This time, Shikaku's expression slipped. He quickly stepped forward to check the monitor. Not Konoha Shinobi. They were from Iwagakure. Yagura was surprised to see another team completing the exam so soon. He recognized them. Yo. Leaning against the wall, Yagura casually greeted them. Long time no see, kids. 2 of the IWA shinobi took a step back, having been beaten by him before. Would have preferred not seeing you again. Ha ha ha. Akaiwa, the loudest of the 3, strode up enthusiastically. I knew you'd pass. We actually get to meet again. Last time was too rushed, I didn't get to properly introduce myself. I'm Akaiwa from Iwagakure. Let's get along. Keratachi Yagura. Yagura remembered the broad-shouldered, dark-skinned teen. He had helped block an attack from Sasori. Thanks for that, back then. Ah, no big deal. My teammates messed up, so consider that an apology. Loud. Yagura sighed internally. Why did this guy have to end every sentence with an exclamation mark? Chapter 68, Chapter 67, Preliminary Matches. One was an enthusiastic musclehead, the other an outgoing little fox. Having briefly teamed up in an earlier encounter, Akaiwa and Yagura soon struck up a casual conversation. Speaking of which, why are you guys all covered in injuries? Despite passing the exam just as quickly as Yagura's team, unlike his own group who remained unscathed, Akaiwa and his teammates bore visible wounds. We got ambushed by a bunch of bastards. Akaiwa's frustration was palpable. Were they here for the Chunin exams, or just to settle personal grudges? I see. Yagura glanced at Makumo, who gave a confirming nod. So they were the unlucky Iwagakure team that had been ganged up on by 3 squads. Honestly, Iwagakure sure had a way of making enemies. Maybe keeping a low profile would be a smarter move for them. That said, the fact that Akaiwa managed to take down 3 squads, 9 enemy shinobi, single-handedly spoke volumes about his strength. As for his teammates, Yagura had fought them himself and knew their skill level. There was no way they could handle such a fight alone. 2 IWA nin versus 1 opponent each. Akaiwa. He took on 7. Yagura suddenly realized the pun in his own thoughts and shuddered. As time passed, more teams gradually arrived at the tower. Among them were familiar faces, Tsunagekyu's Sasori squad, which now consisted of only Sasori himself, Konohagakure's Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, and Shiranui Genma. The first stage of the exam lasted 3 days. The watchtower provided resting quarters and food for those who passed, giving them time to recover. By noon on the 3rd day, the first exam officially ended. Inside the monitoring room, Narashikaku reported, at the conclusion of the exam, a total of 75 teams, or 225 participants, had entered the first stage. Only 31 made it through. During the exam, 94 participants were confirmed dead, 77 safely retreated to the entrance, and 23 are still unaccounted for within the forest. Heh. Quite a lot managed to pass this time. Before the large monitoring screen, a group of proctors and officials had gathered. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a slow drag from his pipe and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Of the 31 remaining participants, 3 were from Kirigakure, 7 from Tsunagakure, 9 from Iwagakure, and 9 from Konohagakure. The smaller shinobi villages fared far worse, only Takigakure had a single team of 3 that passed, while the rest were completely eliminated. Konoha had performed well, tying with Iwagakure for the highest number of successful candidates. Among them was the Hokage's own son, Sarutobi Asuma. Since Konoha was hosting the exams this time, maintaining their reputation was a priority. With a chuckle, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised them. Ha ha ha, the emergence of so many outstanding shinobi is truly Konoha's blessing. The surrounding proctors smiled along with him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shikaku hesitated before adding, Hokage-sama, 31 is a bit too many. One major difference between a joint Chunin exam and an internal village exam was its public nature. These exams weren't just for the shinobi, they were a spectacle. Daimyo, wealthy merchants, and nobles would all be watching. The battles were akin to gladiatorial fights in the Roman Colosseum, designed to captivate audiences and draw in potential sponsors. To maintain this standard, the organizers needed to ensure that only the best of the best participated in the public battles. Moreover, the matches had to be concise, preferably finishing within a single day. That is an issue. Sarutobi Hiruzen shared Shikaku's concern. Fortunately, there was already a plan in place for situations like this. All candidates who passed the first exam were summoned. 5 minutes later, everyone had gathered in the open area on the first floor of the watchtower. Yagura had spent the past 3 days holed up in his room, bickering with Isabu and refining his control over his Biju chakra. He hadn't left much. His meals had all been brought to him by Mukumo. Today, he finally stepped outside. Standing at the very front of the Kirigakure squad, Yagura would never admit that their formation order was based on height. Kirigakure's three-man team stood in the fourth row from the left. To their left stood Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konohagakure. To their right, Takigakure. At the front of the Iwagakure and Konohagakure squads were Akaiwa and Sarutobi Asuma, respectively. Both nodded in greeting when they saw Yagura looking their way. Hey! Yagura responded with a casual wave before shifting his attention past the Sunagakure squad. There, he spotted the person he was looking for. Sasori had already repaired his puppet, Hirako. As usual, he was hidden within its shell, projecting the old man's image. Whether Sasori sensed Yagura's gaze or simply noticed someone he didn't want to see, he deliberately turned his head away, feigning interest in the Konoha and Iwagakure teams. Heh! That Sasori bastard. If it weren't for the crowd and the occasion, Yagura would have gladly walked over and sliced Hirako's head off again. Ahem. Nara Shikaku had arrived. The assembled candidates immediately quieted, their gazes shifting toward him. Most of the proctors following Shikaku weren't noteworthy. However, the man walking ahead of Shikaku was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure. The renowned professor of the shinobi world, said to have mastered more ninjutsu than anyone else alive. In terms of both status and strength, this man stood at the pinnacle of what every shinobi aspired to become. Unlike his future self, Sarutobi was still in his prime, his last few years of peak condition. Now, the Hokage will explain the rules for the next exam. Listen carefully. Shikaku's voice rang through the microphone before he turned and bowed respectfully. Hokage-sama, if you please. Very well. Hiruzen gave Shikaku an approving smile before stepping forward. He swept his gentle gaze across the crowd, pipe in mouth, yet speaking with perfect clarity. To all the outstanding shinobi present, congratulations on passing the first stage. Emerging from over 200 competitors proves that you are already among the elite of your rank. To become a true Chunin, however, one must possess. Here we go. Another long-winded leadership speech. Yagura's initial curiosity quickly faded into boredom. Even in another world, it seemed that leaders loved to give speeches. Yagura swore he'd never become one of those adults. Before the second exam begins, there is something I must explain. The true purpose of these joint Chunin exams is to strengthen alliances between nations and improve the skills of all our shinobi. During the second stage, many of the dignitaries who commission our missions will be watching. This is both a selection for Chunin and a display of national power. Stronger villages receive more commissions. Weaker villages receive fewer. This is an opportunity to demonstrate our strength. However, before we proceed, a preliminary elimination round will take place. Hiruzen paused. You will now engage in one-on-one battles. Only those who emerge victorious may advance to the second stage. These battles may result in death. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may leave now. Chapter 69, Chapter 68, The First Battle, Might Guy. Everyone who had made it through the first exam had already come this far, no one would back down out of fear of death. All 31 remaining participants advanced to the next stage. The exam followed a one-on-one elimination format, with 15 matches in total. One person would get a bye and advance automatically. After all, as the saying goes, luck is also a form of strength. The matchups were determined by drawing lots, with the results displayed on the large electronic screen on the first floor. Standing on the observation platform, Yagura noticed a few older faces mixed in with the other teams. Judging by their age and demeanor, they were likely the Jonin instructors accompanying the teams. Scanning the area, Yagura searched for the man who was supposed to be his own squad's Jonin leader. Where's our instructor? Who knows? Ringo Amuri chuckled. Probably passed out drunk somewhere. Sasori. Where are Sato and the others? A furious voice came from the Sunagakure section. Who knows? Maybe they're dead. The reply came in a raspy, mechanical tone, from a human puppet. Sasori sat alone in the corner. It was worth noting that Sunagakure had 7 candidates who passed the first exam. The other 6 had all advanced together as complete teams. But Sasori's 2 teammates were gone. His Jonin instructor, clearly displeased with his disrespectful attitude, cornered him and demanded answers. They were your teammates. Why are you the only one here? Explain yourself. Sasori had little patience for pointless conversations. If poison could solve a problem, there was no need to waste words. A glint of cold light flashed. The Jonin, who had no intention of letting Sasori off the hook, suddenly felt a chilling sense of danger. Sasori's tail lashed out at him in a lethal strike. Whoosh. Clang. Years of battle-honed survival instincts saved the Jonin. His body reacted before his mind did. He parried with a kunai and leaped back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Sasori shot him a deep, calculating look. Or perhaps, he was looking through him, beyond him, at something else entirely. He couldn't even kill a single Jonin. So this level of attack wasn't enough. Sasori, you. Shut up. Retracting his tail, Sasori turned away, his voice cold. I don't have the patience to listen to nonsense. Nor did he have the patience to engage in pointless conversations. The Sunagakure Jonin was furious but kept his composure. By now, everyone's attention had been drawn to the commotion. Following the principle of keeping internal disputes under wraps, the Jonin shot Sasori a venomous glare but ultimately walked away, pretending nothing had happened. Damn that Sasori. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. I'm a Jonin. Was he really trying to kill me just now? Just wait. You think being Elder Chiyo's grandson lets you do whatever you want? The Kazekage won't let this slide. The brief disturbance delayed the exam's progression slightly. Now, we'll proceed with the preliminary round of the second Chunin exam. Narashikaku's calm voice snapped everyone back to attention. The first matchups will now be randomly selected. Once your names appear on the electronic screen, step forward to begin. He raised his hand and swung it down. Begin. The electronic screen flickered as names shuffled at high speed, rotating rapidly through the candidates. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked onto the screen. Weaker contestants silently prayed to avoid facing the top-tier talents. But for those confident in their strength, this was an opportunity, a chance to face a formidable opponent and go all out. Beep. The names stopped flashing. The first match was set. Yagura's pupils narrowed slightly. He crossed his arms, tapping his elbow lightly. Of all people. Yoshiya. From the other side of the observation platform, Might Guy erupted in a deafening cheer. Youth. Passion. Ignite. What could be more youthful than kicking off the tournament with an explosive, hot-blooded battle? Answer, absolutely nothing. He, Might Guy, would lead the charge. Hey, Guy. Your opponent is that mist ninja, Genma Shiranui pointed out, his tone hesitant. Clearly, Guy had drawn one of the worst possible matchups. So why the hell was he this excited? I know. But this is what youth is all about. Passion. Battle. Days. Guy flashed a thumbs up at Genma and Rado, his thick eyebrows twitching with enthusiasm as he bared his gleaming white teeth. The first match. Shikaku glanced at the two competitors and announced, Might Guy vs Karatachi Yagura. That bowl-cut kid. Ringo Amuri eyed the loud Konoha genin, whose sheer energy seemed to hurt her eyes. Isn't this a free win? Are Konoha shinobi always this dumb? Makumo gave Yagura a nod. Good luck. It was the right thing to say in a moment like this. Though, in truth, Yagura didn't need luck, he was going to win regardless. Thanks. Yagura vaulted over the railing, landing smoothly in the arena. He couldn't help but muse. Might Guy, huh? Was there some strange fate tying his bloodline to Jinchuriki? Years later, Rock Lee would fight the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Gara. And now, Might Guy was facing him. He rolled his neck, producing a sharp cracking sound, and let a small smirk form on his lips. A perfect opportunity. Whoa! Might Guy flipped through the air in a series of acrobatics before landing with a dramatic boom. One arm behind his back, the other extended forward in his signature stance, he declared. Konoha's Might Guy has arrived. Yagura didn't move. He responded simply, hello. Oh. Amazing. You, as my opponent, are full of youthful spirit as well. He'd rarely met someone who talked even more than he did. Yagura made no comment, merely preparing for battle. Is that so? Shikaku raised his hand. Begin. Guy moved first. As a taijutsu specialist, his full power could only be unleashed at close range. Keeping him at a distance would render him useless. Or, rather, at this stage, his only ranged technique would be the secret art, randomly throwing kitchenware. Well, let's see how this goes. Unlike his fight with Yagura didn't bother blocking Guy's approach. Guy shot toward him at high speed, eyes gleaming as he reached optimal striking range. His heart surged with excitement. He spun into a powerful kick. Konoha whirlwind. Thud. Yagura raised his arm and took the full force of the kick head-on. Guy's leg, wrapped in heavy weights, struck hard. His arm throbbed with pain, but he endured it. The Konoha genin gasped in shock. He actually blocked it. Without giving Guy a chance to recover, Yagura raised his other hand. Water palm cannon. A point-blank blast of high-pressure water slammed into Guy, sending him flying. The battle had only just begun. Chapter 70, Chapter 69, Suppression. To put it simply, compared to Jinin Akabino and Pakura, Might Guy didn't seem nearly as dangerous. Whoosh. Might Guy dived forward again, closing the distance between himself and Yagura, entering his ideal combat range. This time, both his speed and strength had risen to another level. Leaf Great Whirlwind. In terms of pure taijutsu, Might Guy's strength was undoubtedly above that of a standard chunin. But at this level, Yagura could easily keep up. Noting the weight strapped to Guy's legs, Yagura crouched low, dodging the incoming strike. The whipping leg kick passed just overhead, cutting through the air so fast it sent a chill down his spine. Might Guy quickly retreated with a leap. Once again, his proud taijutsu attack had failed to land a solid hit. Yagura, in contrast, casually stood up, hands still in his pockets, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet. He looked completely at ease. How could this be? This is exhilarating. Might Guy clenched his fists in excitement, raising his arms with a shout, once again assuming his fighting stance as he locked eyes with Yagura. Youth. Such boundless youth. I will defeat you here. As long as you don't open the 8 gates, everything is fine. Of course, defeating me is out of the question. A towering wall of water surged up, cutting off Might Guy's advance. Yagura was starting to get into the rhythm of battle. Water release, water barrier. Leaf whirlwind. Might Guy leaped high into the air, sweeping his leg in a powerful arc, slicing through the water wall. As he descended, he delivered another crushing kick aimed straight at Yagura. Boom. The impact shattered the stone floor beneath them. Yagura dodged and immediately launched a counterattack, stepping forward with a clenched fist aimed directly at Guy. Guy, still regaining his footing, barely managed to tilt his head to evade. He was surprised by Yagura's own taijutsu proficiency. Raising both arms in a hurry, he blocked the next punch and used the force to propel himself backward. Flipping in midair, he landed gracefully, then immediately shot forward again like a wild beast. Once more, they clashed at close range, exchanging fierce blows and kicks. Observing their battle, Makumo spoke up. 14 times. Ringo Emuri added, so far, Yagura has had 14 opportunities to end the fight with his coral palm. Why hasn't he used it? Because he knew more than either of them. Might Guy had a way to break through the coral's confinement. It wasn't just about his raw taijutsu skill and power. The 8 gates technique unleashed immense chakra from every pore in the body, capable of shattering any restraint. If possible, Yagura would avoid pushing Guy to the point where he would activate the 8 gates. Because at that point, the battle would become troublesome. Ducking under Guy's punch, Yagura grabbed his opponent's extended arm. With Guy's focus on their upper body exchange, Yagura suddenly twisted, lowering his stance and sweeping a leg toward Guy's lower half. However, Guy's reflexes were just as sharp. The moment he felt Yagura pull on his arm, he reacted, leaping to evade the incoming kick. Yagura exhaled lightly and released his grip. Not good. Still airborne, Guy realized what was coming next, his expression shifting. He's about to use a jutsu. Is it water release? I can't let him create distance. No way. Leaf whirlwind. Despite having no foothold in the air, Guy forcefully rotated his body, spinning 270 degrees to unleash a devastating kick aimed at Yagura. Swish. To Guy's shock, Yagura smoothly stepped back, dodging the strike with ease. In the same instant, he gathered water into his right hand, forming it into a razor-sharp blade. Lowering into a stance, he pressed his back leg into the ground. Lightning release, thunderclap and flash. Except for a select few, including the third Hokage, the only thing most spectators saw was a flash of lightning. And then Yagura was behind Might Guy. The previously blue water blade was now stained red. Squelch. Blood spurted from deep gashes in both of Guy's knees. A sharp, nerve-piercing pain shot through his legs, and the sudden loss of blood left him dizzy. His mind went blank for a moment, and when he came to, he was already crashing to the ground. Rolling several times, he pressed his hands to the floor, steadying himself. His knees trembled as he attempted to stand. But just as he straightened up, his legs gave out again, nearly causing him to collapse. ZZZZT. His muscles spasmed, his legs were going numb. Raising his gaze, his eyes locked onto Yagura's weapon, and his heart sank. Damn, so the water blade was infused with lightning-release chakra, causing paralysis. Yagura tilted the water blade slightly, letting a few drops of blood splatter onto his cheek. A grin spread across his face. Love using your legs? Then I'll cripple them. The words, spoken so lightly, sent a chill through the entire watchtower. Some of the younger shinobi instinctively pressed their legs together, fearfully eyeing Yagura. Then, glancing at Guy, they couldn't help but feel relieved that they weren't the ones fighting Yagura. Ringo, Amuri and Mukumo exchanged looks. Mukumo hesitated. He's doing it again. Amuri simply shrugged. Yeah, sometimes he gets like this. They were used to it by now. Lately, their usually cheerful and easygoing little sunshine tended to act differently during battle. Especially when dealing with weaker opponents. Don't ask why. They'd been on the receiving end before. Guy had instinctively crossed his arms to protect his vitals, but he hadn't expected Yagura's target to be his knees from the very beginning. Tearing off a roll of bandages, he hastily wrapped them around his bleeding wounds. The cloth was quickly soaked red, but he ignored it, winding the bandages tighter, biting the end to secure them. Pain flared as he stood, his legs still trembling. The lingering electricity sent his vision swimming. The world flickered white. Looking up, he met Yagura's calm gaze. He's just a kid. 7, maybe 8 years old. Yet his strength had already reached such a level. A genius. Another one. Just like Kakashi. Back then, Kakashi was also a super genius, passing his early graduation exam that year. And by the next year, he was already a chunin. I could only watch his back, separated by an impossible gap. A gap called talent. 500 laps. If I can't finish, I'll do 500 handstand laps. If I can't do that, 500 push-ups. If I still can't, 500 finger push-ups. He had fought every step of the way to catch up. And now. At least in taijutsu, I will never lose. Guy yanked up his pant legs, revealing the heavy weights strapped beneath. Youth burns. Chapter 71, Chapter 70, Primary Lotus. Bang. Bang. 2 weighted training pillars crashed to the ground with a resounding thud the moment Might Guy released them. The impact reverberated throughout the entire arena. The audience, Sigma. A cloud of dust billowed into the air, forcing Yagura to narrow his eyes slightly. This was a scene familiar to those who had witnessed Lee's legendary battles. For the first time in a long while, Might Guy felt the absence of weight on his legs. With 800 kilograms of weights removed, even with injuries on his legs, he felt better than ever. He bounced lightly on his feet, reveling in the newfound agility. Feeling as light as a feather, he clenched his fists and declared with burning passion. Come on. Now is the time for youth to ignite. Whoosh. His figure blurred as he kicked off the ground, instantly closing the distance to Yagura in a blink. Like a meteor, he launched a flurry of powerful punches. Yagura raised his arms to block, absorbing the impact, yet the sheer force sent him flying several meters back. Twisting in midair, he adjusted his body to land on his feet. Before he could fully stabilize, a sharp gust of wind roared past his ears. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as the battlefield cracked and fractured under the sheer power of the attack. Emerging from the swirling dust, Might Guy stood tall, a confident smirk on his face as he watched the silent center of impact. Crack, crumble. Yagura pushed aside a fallen stone wall, debris scattering to the ground. Being kicked into the dirt was far from pleasant. So, after removing his weights, his speed has indeed increased significantly, and he can now exert his full strength more effectively. From the brief exchange, Yagura roughly gauged Might Guy's current level. Right now, in terms of taijutsu alone, Might Guy was undoubtedly stronger than a standard jonin who did not specialize in close combat. But he hadn't yet reached the level of an elite jonin. Yagura compared him to past opponents. At the very least, Might Guy was still a step below someone like Jinin Akabino. Clap, clap. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Yagura stood up effortlessly. Impossible. On the spectator stands, the Konoha genin gasped in disbelief. He's completely unscathed. That fool. Sasori, who had been watching the fight with rare interest, narrowed his eyes. The taijutsu skills of that Konoha ninja named Might Guy were indeed impressive. Unfortunately, he had picked the wrong opponent. That Jinchuriki, Yagura, hadn't even been serious yet. TCH. Back then, this brat wasn't so nonchalant with me. Sasori recalled the moment when, before he even had time to react, his puppet Hiriko had its head cleaved off. In an instant. The brief flicker of panic he had felt in that moment was still fresh in his mind. That time, Yagura had been completely serious against him. Standing at the center of the battlefield, facing countless gazes of shock, scrutiny, and wariness, Yagura simply shrugged, unfazed. He flashed a smile at Might Guy and said, "Now, how did that phrase go again?" He twirled his finger in the air before clenching his fist and striking his palm. "Ah, right. Your attack was strong, but it failed to pierce the enemy's armor." "No way." Might Guy's pupils trembled as he replayed the moment in his mind. That leaf hurricane had landed. He had felt the impact. There was no way Yagura had dodged it. A defensive ninjutsu. Not just water release and lightning release, he even had such a rare defensive technique. But if it's a defense, then it must have a limit. Might Guy's eyes sharpened with resolve. Fighting you is truly exhilarating. If one strike isn't enough, then I'll hit you twice. If twice isn't enough, then 10 times. Ah, so full of energy. Crackle. Lowering his stance, Yagura gripped his sword tightly as blue lightning crackled around his body. His eyes widened in a flash, thunderclap and flash. Before anyone could react, Yagura vanished, his thunderous movement piercing straight into Might Guy's close combat range, his lightning-infused blade slashing forward. Having just been caught off guard by the previous attack, Might Guy immediately tensed at the sight of the crackling energy. His instincts screamed at him, he had to move. Swoosh. A shallow cut appeared on his cheek. Even with his enhanced speed, he had barely managed to evade it. But what shocked him even more was that Yagura's movements didn't stop there. Unlike before, this wasn't a single strike, his entire body remained cloaked in lightning chakra. Dozens of lightning-infused water blades lashed out at extreme speed, slashing toward Might Guy at close range. At this distance, at this speed, Might Guy's eyes couldn't track the trajectory of the attacks at all. He could only rely on his instincts, sensing the shifts in air pressure and the slicing of the wind to dodge. Yet, wounds began accumulating all over his body, some shallow, some deep. Even worse, the water blades conducted electricity. Each fresh cut sent a paralyzing jolt through his body, making it even harder to evade the next attack. If this drags on, I'll lose. I need to end this in one move. Enduring the pain, Might Guy's eyes filled with determination. Bam. Yagura was sent soaring into the air by a devastating punch. He looked down in astonishment, Might Guy's hands were bleeding profusely from where his blade had cut him. This reckless charge caught Yagura completely off guard. Ignoring the searing pain of his wounds, Might Guy gritted his teeth and seized the opening. Planting his hands on the ground, he flipped upward and kicked Yagura, launching him even higher into the sky. 1 kick. 2 kicks. 3 kicks. 4 kicks. Ignoring the sharp pain in his injured knee, Guy continued his relentless airborne assault, driving Yagura higher and higher into the sky. Is he planning to use the primary lotus against me? Yagura took in Guy's determined expression as he forced himself past his limits. To counteract gravity and launch someone over 4 stories into the air, there was no doubt that the primary lotus placed an immense strain on the user's body. Especially with Guy's injured knees, the technique was a desperate gamble. But he had no other choice. This was his one shot at victory. Ha! With a final burst of strength, Might Guy propelled both of them over 10 meters above the ground. Now within the optimal range for the primary lotus. The bandages around his arms unraveled, coiling tightly around Yagura to lock him in place. Take this. Taijutsu's secret technique, primary lotus. Boom. The two of them spiraled at blinding speed, crashing into the ground like a missile. Might Guy was sent tumbling across the battlefield, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop, sprawled out in exhaustion. The battle wasn't over yet. The entire audience held their breath, their gazes locked onto the billowing smoke at the center of the battlefield. Please. Let it work. Even Ringo, Amuri and Makumo were watching intently. Makumo turned to his side, wanting to confirm if Ringo was thinking the same thing as him. Clutching the railing, Ringo's face was filled with concern. Why didn't he dodge? From her perspective, Might Guy's attacks were full of openings. With ninjutsu, Yagura could have easily avoided them. Tap. 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 Footsteps echoed from within the dissipating dust. A figure emerged, revealing Yagura stepping forward. The damage on his body became visible, his armor-like pink crystalline coating had begun to crack and shatter. TCH. Pain coursed through his entire body as if he had been struck by a massive hammer. Isabu's chakra was already working to heal him. But Yagura suppressed it, making sure not to reveal any clues that might tip off the third Hokage. He had taken damage. Yet compared to Might Guy, who lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted, it was clear to everyone who still had the upper hand. Chapter 72, Chapter 71, Prisoner of the Water Prison. The power of the primary lotus lived up to its name. Compared to Gaara's sand, Yagura's coral defense was even tougher and more resilient. Even so, the impact of falling from a 4-story height, combined with the high-speed rotation of the primary lotus, shattered more than 80% of Yagura's coral armor. Though there were no visible external injuries, the immense force transmitted through the coral into his body was undeniably effective. A wave of dizziness surged through his head, causing Yagura to stagger several steps unsteadily. Might Guy's effort had not been in vain. However, using the lotus technique had placed an unbearable strain on his already wounded body. Now, Might Guy could barely stand. He could only watch in despair as his opponent approached step by step. Yagura, still able to move, locked eyes with the horrified guy. His voice was low and firm. Give up. You are not my match. Surrender? That word didn't exist in Might Guy's vocabulary. That was fine. Yagura had no intention of ending it so easily, either. He had deliberately taken a heavy hit. The pain had helped clear his mind. Yagura stepped closer to Guy, who struggled to lift himself with all his remaining strength, his fingers digging into the floor, leaving white scratch marks. Stand up. Get up, damn it. Again and again, Guy attempted to rise, only to collapse heavily each time. But Yagura, with the powerful physique of a Jinchuriki, had already begun recovering from the effects of the lotus. He stepped forward, his feet pressing into the water-covered floor, sending ripples outward. Upright arrow, down right arrow, well then, well then, well then. He formed the water release hand seals. The rippling surface of the water began to stir. Waves surged, and from within, tendrils of water snaked forward like venomous serpents slithering through the rainforest, their forked tongues flickering as they advanced upon their prey. Makumo, watching from above, leaned against the railing. That technique. Ringo and Yuri nodded in acknowledgement. They recognized it, Yagura's newly developed water release capture technique, designed to work in tandem with the water prison jutsu. It was still incomplete, and its speed was far from optimal. But against someone in Might Guy's current condition, it was more than enough. Up until now, Yagura hadn't been fighting seriously. He had just been toying with that green-clad fool. Now, it was time for the curtain to fall. Ringo and Yuri watched the battle unfold below with a grin, revealing a sharp canine tooth. Even though the technique itself lacked direct lethality, the creeping water tendrils exerted a psychological pressure that was anything but trivial. Fear, the primal, deep-seated fear of death within all humans. Faced with the looming threat of demise, Might Guy's survival instincts roared to life. He mustered every ounce of strength to crawl to his feet and staggered in the opposite direction. He hadn't lost yet. If he could just buy himself a little more time, his body would recover from the lotus's backlash. Not only the Konoha genin, but even shinobi from other villages found themselves holding their breath, mentally shouting. Watch out. Seeing his prey attempt to flee, Yagura's water serpent suddenly accelerated. As Might Guy stumbled forward in a desperate sprint, the water tendrils coiled around his ankle. Though he reacted swiftly, turning midair to slash at the tendrils with a kunai, severing several of them, it was futile. Like unrelenting chains, the water tendrils surged forward in waves. His hands, feet, torso, even his head, every part of his body was swiftly bound in an instant. Yagura came to a halt 5 steps away from the immobilized Guy, forming more hand seals. Layer upon layer, walls of water surged upward and then crashed down, converging to form an impenetrable barrier around the helpless Guy, sealing him within. The water prison was complete. Standing before the cubic sphere of swirling liquid, Yagura gazed at the trapped Might Guy, unable to move within the confines of the prison. His expression remained unreadable. Well. If I don't finish this now, Jinin-sensei will probably kill me. But then, recalling what Might Guy could become in the future, Yagura knew he had no reason to spare him. From the moment this match was arranged, Yagura had already made his decision. Konoha, you're delivering one of your greatest future warriors straight into my hands. The threat that Might Guy would pose to Kirigakure in the future would be greater than that of any so-called 5 Kage. Moreover, Konoha would never hand over someone like Might Guy to Kirigakure as part of a peace treaty. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yagura smiled. As a Jinchuriki of the Three-Tails, his fate had always been intertwined with that of the beast. 20 years from now, even with figures like Mangetsu, Mei Terumi, and Kisame standing by his side, even with his own strength reaching new heights. Would Obito and the Akatsuki really have the power to kill him and steal both the 3 tails and the 6 tails again? The 10 tails would never be summoned. And so, Might Guy would never grow into the strongest taijutsu master to launch that legendary kick. Instead, he would become the very threat that Yagura would crush, an obstacle standing in his way. Chapter 73, Chapter 72, Prison. The 8 gates, when fully opened, grants power dozens of times greater than the 5 Kage, if only for a brief moment. 20 years later, this man would burn through his life force and nearly kick 6 paths Madara into an early ending. Water release. Taking advantage of the aftereffects of Lotus on Might Guy's body, he wouldn't give him the chance to unlock the 8 gates. Now that fate had brought them together, he wouldn't hold back. He wouldn't allow Might Guy to grow into a future threat. Watching as Guy struggled weakly within the water prison, unable to break free for several seconds, Yagura's eyes hardened with determination. The 8th gate, Death Gate, was a threat to Kirigakure. His killing intent solidified. The hand that had extended toward Guy clenched into a fist, unleashing an immense surge of chakra in an instant. The water prison technique was no secret art. Most shinobi understood its effects and limitations. But the fact that this young Kirigakure genin could use the water prison without restricting himself was already astonishing. The moment Yagura unleashed it, the sheer quantity of chakra flooding the battlefield made every shinobi present change expression. Had he modified the water prison technique on his own? This chakra was bad news. Inside the prison, the water pressure suddenly intensified. A force 100 times stronger than normal air pressure bore down on Might Guy's entire body. There was no air inside the water prison. Guy had only the single deep breath he took before being trapped. The abrupt surge in pressure made his vision blur. The breath he had been holding in his lungs dissipated instantly, and his ability to breathe was crushed. He had experienced this sensation before. Once, in his attempt to push past his limits, he had dived dozens of meters underwater. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure on his lungs. But now, within this so-called prison, the force was far beyond that of merely a few dozen meters underwater. A fragile human body couldn't withstand such pressure for long. His respiratory system was the first to fail. His windpipe and lungs were compressed by the water's crushing force, unable to take in even a sliver of oxygen. No. If this went on, he would die. It was time, he had to use that technique. 8 gates, open. His lungs ruptured instantly. Oxygen deprivation sent a wave of unconsciousness surging into his mind. The final punch he tried to throw at the water prison hit weakly, his eyes rolling back into the whites. He instinctively tried to lift his hand for help, but it fell, powerless. The blue world before him blurred alongside his fading consciousness. From outside, the scene was visible to all. The Konoha genin watched in horror, eyes wide with desperation, as their fiery-spirited comrades struggled in vain within the prison's sealed walls. Shiranui Genma turned to their team's jonin for help. Sensei. Guy, he. The jonin hesitated but then shook his head, preventing his students from interfering. On the other side, the Kirigakure team's jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was watching closely. Inside, Guy's resistance faded rapidly. His ruptured organs leaked crimson into the enclosed space, staining the water red. Deeper and deeper the color spread, until the entire cube became an opaque, blood-drenched prison. Release. With a single hand seal from Yagura, the water prison shattered, releasing the lifeless body of Might Guy along with a rush of crimson-stained water. He floated weightlessly, his body seemingly deflated, drenched in red, a man turned into a figure of blood. Narashikaku, acting as proctor, rushed forward immediately to assess Guy's condition, his urgency betraying his concern. From the battle just now, it was clear, this unknown genin, Might Guy, had the potential to become an elite jonin. Every elite jonin, or any shinobi with the potential to surpass that level, was an invaluable resource for their village. If there was even a sliver of life left, Guy had to be rushed to the hospital for the best possible treatment. This was the Hokage's unspoken command. However, Narashikaku slowly straightened, subtly shaking his head in a barely perceptible motion. Might Guy was dead. No chance of survival. His body was already riddled with wounds, and the immense water pressure had only accelerated his internal bleeding beyond control. Ultimately, it was oxygen deprivation that killed him, coupled with massive internal organ damage caused by the crushing force of the water. Asphyxiation. Excessive blood loss. Complete failure of internal organs and skeletal structure. Some of the blood pooling at Shikaku's feet likely contained fragments of Guy's internal organs. Even if Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, were here, she wouldn't be able to save him. No matter how great a medical ninja was, they could only compete with death on a race against time. Once the soul had been claimed, there was no bringing it back. Otherwise, Tsunade herself wouldn't have. Raising his hand, then lowering it in a decisive motion, Shikaku pushed aside his regret and sorrow, fulfilling his duty as proctor. Winner, Yagura Karatachi. Prison had consumed an immense amount of chakra. But for a Jinchuriki, it was nothing worth mentioning. Yagura shoved his hands into his pockets, turning away in silence, stepping off the battlefield. He watched as Konoha's medical team carefully lifted Guy's corpse onto a stretcher, covering him with a white sheet before carrying him away. At least in this future, that boy named Rock Lee would never meet the teacher who was meant to shape him. Well done. A voice cut into his thoughts, offering praise. Yagura turned his head in surprise. Sensei. When did you get here? Somewhere along the way, his manner of addressing Jinin Akabino had changed. His teacher remained the same as always, reeking of alcohol yet showing no sign of intoxication. Not long ago. I caught the last bit of the match. That last technique, another one of your own creations. Like that so-called thunderclap and flash technique. Jinin Akabino remembered it well. Yeah. You little rascal. Receiving Yagura's confirmation, his teacher ruffled the boy's hair with a heavy hand. Where do you get all these ideas? To have eliminated a potential elite jonin of Konoha's future, Jinin Akabino couldn't help but delight at the sight of Narashikaku's grim expression, along with the faces of every other Konoha ninja present. Yagura, however, looked stunned. Sensei. Hey, you two. Get over here and give him a pat too. Jinin waved at Mukumo and Ringo Amuri, who had been watching from the side. Learn from your teammate. You're older than him but weaker. Isn't that embarrassing? You want us to compare ourselves to him? Did you have this kind of strength when you first graduated? Both of them silently grumbled in their hearts. But fair was fair, their teammate had dominated the match, and they were elated. They stepped forward, grinning as they joined in, tousling Yagura's hair. Mukumo clapped him on the head repeatedly. Nice. 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 Ringo Amuri, grinning wickedly, lunged forward, wrapping an arm around the smaller boy. Hey. Don't run. Good kids get praised properly. The barely over 1 meter tall Yagura twitched at that word. Who are you calling a kid? Chapter 74, Chapter 73, Ongoing Battles. Yagura finally managed to escape from the clutches of the three troublemakers. Especially Ringo Amuri, the red-haired girl had excitedly wrapped her arms around his neck in a tight grip. After being patted on the head and shaken until he was dizzy, he could feel their warmth and camaraderie through their laughter. The anxiety he had just been experiencing vanished completely. Seriously, if I go bald in the future, you guys are taking full responsibility. Yagura muttered, smiling as he shot a resentful glare at the three. None of them looked the least bit concerned. Jinin Akabino glanced toward the Konoha side, particularly at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose expression remained calm and unreadable, but if one looked closer, his face was dark as water. Could it be that Konoha never noticed this talent? The thought nearly made Jinin burst into laughter. He couldn't suppress the amusement creeping onto his face. He ruffled Yagura's hair again. Hey, look at the expressions of those Konoha ninja. A Jonin-level elite. A combat force second only to a Kage. And he's down, just like that. He's not just a Jonin-level elite, sensei. Yagura pushed away Jinin's unruly hand and said solemnly, he could have become a Kage. Jinin froze. A Kage. That Taijutsu kid. This was Konoha's home ground, and walls had ears. Yagura didn't elaborate on the 8 gates but simply warned. Jinin-sensei, if you ever run into an older man wearing the same green jumpsuit as him, just run. You're talking nonsense. Jinin didn't quite understand but decided not to press further when Yagura refused to explain. More than eliminating a future elite Jonin, or Kage, what pleased him even more was Yagura's growth. The kid was strong, but as a shinobi, he was still too kind and humane. For a ninja, those weren't exactly good traits. Ninjas didn't need to spread kindness everywhere. The private response from the third Mizukage had also contained a similar assessment. Kirigakure might need a gentle Mizukage, but it didn't need a benevolent or compassionate one. The decision was left to Yagura himself. If he remained stubborn in his ways, then Kirigakure would never tolerate a traitor. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. The brat's performance this time was barely acceptable, Jinin thought to himself. Understood. An ANBU member arrived, relaying the medical team's report. Might Guy was dead. No chance of saving him. The third Hokage waved a hand in acknowledgement, and the ANBU retreated. With decades of experience, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't let any emotions show on his face. The death of a Jonin-level prodigy wasn't enough to break his composure. He could only blame himself for not noticing the boy's potential earlier, otherwise, he could have manipulated the matchups. A pity. His gaze briefly flickered toward the 4 Kirigakure ninja. Now he understood why the Mizukage had broken from convention and confidently sent only a single team to the Chunin exams. His eyes landed on the tea-green-haired child who had yet to fully grow into his frame. This boy wouldn't just be an elite Jonin. Kirigakure had produced a true Kage-level genius. No wonder the Mizukage had acted differently this time. Was this just to temper the boy? Or was there another purpose? Various thoughts flashed through Hiruzen's mind as he tapped his pipe and signaled to Shikaku Nara to continue. Next, we'll proceed with the second preliminary match. Shikaku's voice brought the arena back to order. The previous match between Yagura and Might Guy had been far beyond average chunin level, escalating the tension in the room. One person had already died. No one wanted to be the second. The second match, Sasori versus an Iwagakure ninja. From the moment the names were drawn, it was clear this wouldn't end peacefully. Just as Yagura had anticipated, Sasori ended the fight in a single move. His scorpion tail, coated in deadly poison, pierced the Iwagakure ninja. Sasori was impatient by nature, he never dragged things out when he could finish them quickly. The poison took effect instantly. The Iwagakure ninja never even touched Hirako before his body went limp. With a flick of his tail, Sasori tossed the lifeless body to Shikaku Nara's feet. "Hurry up." Shikaku stepped forward, checked for signs of life, and raised his hand. "Winner, Sasori." The arena erupted into an uproar as the Iwagakure ninja was carried away on a stretcher, a white cloth draped over his body. The genin weren't shocked by another death. As shinobi, if they feared death, they might as well take off their headbands and become farmers. What shocked them was the sheer disparity in strength. They were all genin taking the same chunin exams. But their opponents were on a completely different level. The fallen Iwagakure ninja represented the average ability of most participants. Thinking about it, many realized that if they had been in his place, they wouldn't have fared any better against Sasori. A Takigakure ninja gripped the railing, his hands trembling. There can't be too many monsters like this, right? No way, right? His companion forced a laugh, trying to find a silver lining. Well, at least 3 of them are already out. There's no way they're all that strong. Because if they were, Takigakure would seriously have to reconsider its existence. Fortunately, the next 3 matches returned to a more reasonable level. Konoha, Takigakure, and Iwagakure each claimed a win. Konoha's match was an internal battle, so the victor spared their opponent. Afterward, they exchanged the seal of reconciliation and left amicably. Takigakure barely edged out Iwagakure. Then, when Iwagakure fought Sunagakure, old grudges resurfaced, and things got bloody again, reigniting the tension. The 6th match, Shiranui Ginma versus a Takigakure ninja. The 7th match, Reido Namishi versus an Iwagakure ninja. At last, 2 recognizable names. Yagura perked up, watching the matches intently. Shiranui Ginma, future Jonin, 4th Hokage's bodyguard, and user of the Flying Thunder formation. His talent was undeniable. Though the story never gave him much time to shine. Winner, Shiranui Ginma. Winner, Reido Namishi. Both fights ended in under 5 minutes, with the victors decisively eliminating their opponents. After 2 uneventful matches. Match 10, Akaiwa vs Uchiha Hisashi. Boom. A heavy impact echoed through the arena as a towering figure landed with a thud. Finally, it's my turn. Akaiwa's gaze swept across the Konoha side, brimming with fighting spirit. Who's my opponent? Get down here already. His voice was so loud it felt like he had a built-in loudspeaker. This guy was noisy. Yagura had already felt that way while chatting with him 2 days ago, now it was even worse. As his voice reverberated in the enclosed space, a black-haired, black-eyed Konoha genin leaped down to face him. An Uchiha. A name that no Naruto fan would ever take lightly. The Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, one of the most broken abilities in the entire series. Winner, Akaiwa. Yagura's expression darkened slightly. His teammates and teacher stared at him with barely concealed amusement. Damn it, Uchiha. Where's your pride? Chapter 75, Chapter 74, The Lightning Release Prodigy. The Uchiha genin whom Yagura had deemed a disgrace to the clan was, surprisingly, quite lucky. Despite taking a direct hit to the face, reinforced by the added weight rock technique, and being knocked unconscious with serious injuries, he still clung to life. Losing a match wasn't the end of the world, there would always be a next time. But losing one's life? That meant waiting for reincarnation, with no chance of being resurrected through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. After all, Kabuto was on his kill list. Yagura tilted his head, waiting eagerly. There were still 6 matches left, where were his teammates? The Konoha Proctor, a skilled Earth Release user, quickly restored the arena, signaling the next fight. Match 11, Ringo Emuri vs Akimichi Kojin. The moment her opponent's name was called, Ringo Emuri's sharp gaze locked onto the movement in the audience, specifically, the guy reacting to his own name being announced. A Konoha genin. Plain. Unremarkable. And fat. Ugh, how boring. Feeling that she had drawn the worst possible opponent, Ringo Emuri glanced enviously at Yagura. His opponent had been much better. She had already forgotten how she once looked down on Might Guy. Who would have thought that someone dressed like a green turtle could unleash such terrifying taijutsu? Yagura instantly understood her frustration and responded with an ambiguous smile. You want to fight my guy? If you don't stop him from opening the 8 gates, you'll be in for a world of pain. But Ringo Amuri seemed to misinterpret his expression. She reached out and ruffled his hair. After a moment, when Yagura merely dodged, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Why are you still here? Go fight already," she pouted and said, "Aren't you going to say something to me? What do you want me to say? This is going to be a total stomp." After a few moments of deep thought, Yagura finally spoke under her expectant gaze, "Your opponent's surname is Akimichi. The Akimichi clan of Konoha possesses a secret technique called the multi-size jutsu, which allows them to expand their bodies. Be cautious." His soft, composed voice was serious as he analyzed the enemy's abilities. Sigh. That wasn't what you wanted to hear. With an exasperated yet amused sigh, the red-haired girl chuckled, "You really are. I'll just take that as encouragement." Yagura, surprised face. Mukumo covered his mouth, chuckling, before extending his pale hand toward Ringo Amuri. "Good luck." Oh. Her previous frustration vanished in an instant, and she energetically high-fived Mukumo. "Thanks." By the time Yagura realized she had only wanted a simple word of encouragement, Ringo Amuri had already vaulted over the railing and into the arena. Mukumo patted Yagura's shoulder. "Your clueless expression is pretty encouraging too." Yagura, oh. 1, 2, 3. Her sharp gaze swept across the spectators, taking note of the few promising opponents. After watching the previous matches, she had identified only a handful worth paying attention to. But for now, Ringo Amuri's eyes finally landed on the massive figure standing across from her. "I'll save the fun ones for later. Let's wrap this up quickly." Once both competitors signaled their readiness, Narashikaku raised his hand and announced, "Match 11, begin." Ringo Amuri calmly unsheathed her twin swords. "Don't underestimate me." Though he hadn't said it aloud, the way she carried herself so casually had already infuriated Akimichi Kojin. Her teasing smirk only deepened as she glanced at his round belly. "Fat pig. I'm bulky." With a surge of chakra, his stored body fat rapidly transformed, causing his entire body to balloon in size until he was nearly twice his original height. Akimichi clan's secret technique, multi-size jutsu. Now an enormous sphere, he bounced into the air before slamming into the ground, rapidly rolling toward her. Human boulder. Well, this could be interesting. The sheer force of the rolling attack stirred up strong winds. Getting hit by that wouldn't be fun. Slightly intrigued, Ringo Amuri's eyes gleamed as she crossed her swords before her. Lightning release, thunder orbs. Lightning gathered at the tips of her blades, forming 2 crackling spheres that she pulled apart, connected by jagged lightning chains. She hurled them forward, and they struck the oncoming human boulder head-on. The powerful lightning made his body shudder, disrupting his rolling trajectory, but his immense momentum quickly dissipated the attack's effects. With a slight turn, he barreled toward her once more, faster and stronger than before. So, that wasn't enough. Her interest piqued, Ringo Amuri leaped into the air, but the massive rolling form followed, bouncing high to intercept her. The pressure of the oncoming attack whipped her twin ponytails around. There was no doubt, getting hit by that would hurt. Then, lightning crashed from above. A bolt of lightning struck the massive ball midair, halting its advance momentarily. Ringo Amuri's lips curled into a wicked grin as she reversed her grip on her sword. With a twist of her body, she slashed through the air like a lightning bolt herself, landing gracefully on the ground as her blade whistled through the air. Boom. A puff of white smoke erupted behind her as something hit the ground, broken wooden logs. Body replacement technique. Hearing the sound, Ringo Amuri immediately turned. Boring trick. Partial multi-size jutsu. Akimichi Kojin had used the smoke as cover, leaping high into the air. His arm swelled to several times its normal size before slamming down toward her. Boom. The sheer force of the impact sent dust flying. Among the few who clearly saw what had happened, Yagura's expression subtly shifted. He had long been impressed by Ringo Amuri's lightning talent, but once again, he found himself thinking. Not bad. He had only briefly mentioned this technique in passing during their sparring sessions, yet she had already mastered it on her own. Lightning clone. Though not a perfected version, it was enough to decide the match. Unlike Kakashi's lightning clone, which infused shadow clones with the nature transformation of lightning, Ringo Amuri's technique was adapted from water clone jutsu, substituting water with lightning. While weaker than shadow clone jutsu, it also consumed far less chakra. As though stepping on a landmine, the moment Akimichi Kojin made contact, Ringo Amuri exploded into a snaking web of electricity that wrapped around his massive arm, spreading across his body. To stabilize the unfamiliar jutsu, she had deliberately used minimal chakra, perhaps even less than her previous attack. But even a fraction of a second was enough. You can't fool me with a body replacement. As his body seized from the shock, Ringo Emiri appeared behind him like a crimson spectre, spinning as she swung her blade. You're strong, but... A sharp whistle of steel. Blood arced through the air. You picked the wrong opponent. Chapter 76, Chapter 75, Advancing through the preliminaries. Winner. Ringo Emiri. Once again, the Konoha medical nin stepped onto the stage, lifting Akimichi Kojin's lifeless body and carrying it away. Examiner Nara Shikaku watched as they exited through the doors, sighing softly in his heart. The Nara and Akimichi clans had been close for generations. That Akimichi boy. Shikaku had seen him a few times growing up. He wasn't particularly gifted, but he wasn't mediocre either. Given time, he could have become a jonin. But Shikaku was no longer a fresh genin out of the academy, he had seen too much. The sorrow in his eyes flickered briefly before settling on the red-haired kunoichi from Kirigakure. Would this girl, one day become a jonin? Intelligence gathered was just that, intelligence. Seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. At that moment, Shikaku and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had the exact same thought. No wonder Kirigakure is so confident in this Chunin exam. Well done, Emiri. This time, Yagura didn't leave Ringo Emiri hanging, stepping forward immediately to offer his praise. That's more like it. Feeling proud, Emiri hummed in satisfaction, wiped her nose, and grinned confidently. She slung an arm around Yagura's shoulders. Of course. Heh. All that pre-battle analysis. Useless. Sure, that fat pig had some strength. But unfortunately for him, she didn't need any of that intel. Not one bit. Against trash like that, her lightning release would reduce them to nothing but dust. Accepting Mukumo's congratulations with a casual nod, Emiri then pinned down Yagura, who was struggling to escape her grip, and turned to Mukumo. You're up next, little Mukumo. Being put on the spot, Mukumo stiffened, nerves creeping in. His expression froze momentarily. Ah, yeah. Counting Yagura's earlier fight, Konoha had already lost 2 battles to Kirigakure. However, Sarutobi Asuma managed to turn things around for Konoha, securing an easy victory. As the son of the third Hokage, he proved himself worthy, earning a ticket to the final round. As the matches continued, Mukumo found himself exceptionally lucky, he got a bye. The final match lineup was drawn, and once again, Mukumo's name didn't appear. Yagura and Emiri simultaneously turned to stare at their extraordinarily fortunate teammate. Didn't expect this, huh? Turns out, you're lucky. We should report this. His streak of luck was undeniable. With his blue-streaked hair swaying, Mukumo blinked in surprise, then met his teammate's stares. Yeah, this called for a little celebration. The white-haired boy raised his hand and flashed a victory sign. Yeah. With that, the Chunin exam preliminaries concluded. 15 matches, plus 1 bye, were over. Those who had defeated their opponents and secured a place in the finals, where they would showcase their village's strength before foreign dignitaries and wealthy patrons, were gathered at the center of the arena. Yagura swept his gaze over the competitors standing in line. 3 from Kirigakure, 5 from Konoha, 4 from Iwagakure, 3 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Takigakure. A total of 16 genin had advanced. Let's wrap up these pointless formalities already. A low, hoarse voice interrupted the third Hokage just as he was launching into a lengthy post-exam speech. No need to look, it had to be Sasori. Both the genin and the Konoha examiners standing beside the Hokage turned to stare at Sasori, stunned. Even Yagura, who was well aware of Sasori's personality, was taken aback by his sheer audacity. Hey, that's the third Hokage you're talking to. Aren't you being a bit too reckless? Hiruzen, however, didn't seem bothered by the rudeness. He merely glanced at the puppet shell housing Sasori and dismissed it without concern. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen kept his speech short, thanks to Sasori's interruption. In just 3 minutes, he covered the key points and dismissed everyone. 1 month later, the public Chunin exam finals in Konoha. With the first phase of the joint Chunin exam hosted by the 4 great villages officially concluded, news of the results, along with the names of the 16 advancing genin, dominated headlines across the ninja world, fueling lively discussions in taverns and tea houses alike. The news that all 3 of Kirigakure's genin had passed reached the desk of the third Mizukage and Elder Ginshur, along with an invitation from the third Hokage to observe the second phase of the exams in Konoha. Also present in the Mizukage's office were Elder Karatachi and the leader of the Hozuki clan. Elder Ginshur's aged face couldn't hide his delight. That child is truly remarkable. The third Mizukage, however, remained unfazed. Of course. This kind of exam wouldn't be a challenge for him. He recalled those striking violet eyes, so confident they bordered on arrogance. The Mizukage chuckled softly. Still, another name on that list caught his interest, Ringo Emiri. Mukumo's strength was well within his expectations. Having been chosen to participate in the Three-Tails sealing battle, the heir of the Kimazen clan had long been qualified for the rank of chunin. The only reason he hadn't been promoted was due to his unassuming nature. He had only officially graduated at age 12. As for Ringo Amuri, the Mizukage gently turned over the hourglass on his desk, watching the sand trickle down with satisfaction. For a ninja from the Anbu, passing the chunin exam wasn't a measure of true strength, it was expected. But according to the report from Jinin Akabino, this civilian-born ninja possessed the potential to become a jonin, or even an elite jonin. A report endorsed by Jinin carried more weight than the exam results themselves. Good. Very good. The Mizukage closed his eyes, nodding in approval before asking, "Gensher, how are the mission requests looking?" A few days later, the Hokage's desk received a formal response from Kirigakure. The Mizukage had declined the invitation to observe the second exam. Hiruzen expressed his regrets but replied with the hope of meeting in the future. Iwagakure's third Tsuchikage also refused. His response was blunt: he had no interest in visiting Konoha, but if the chunin exam's second phase were held in Iwagakure instead, he would fully support it. Hiruzen merely chuckled at that. In the end, neither the Mizukage nor the Tsuchikage would attend personally. Both sent 3 representatives in their stead. Only one of Konoha's old allies, the third Kazekage of Sunigakure, accepted the invitation. 5 days before the exams, he departed for Konoha. At the same time, upon receiving this news, Yagura finally received contact from Sasori. Chapter 77, Chapter 76, Kazekage, the car is ready. Sasori's method of passing messages was incredibly discreet, an almost imperceptible chakra thread had latched onto Yagura. The eerie sensation nearly made Yagura react on instinct, summoning his water blade to cut the thread right then and there. TCH. Sensing the disturbance on the other end, Sasori quickly pressed down on his puppet's body. The reanimation process faltered for a split second before stabilizing, leaving the body locked in place. For a brief moment, Yagura experienced the same sensation as when Chiyo controlled Sakura with her chakra puppet strings. Once he had calmed down, Sasori maneuvered the puppet in the direction he intended. The chakra thread remained entirely invisible to the naked eye, only through touch could Yagura feel it clinging to his back. No wonder Sasori couldn't see the chakra strings Chiyo used on Sakura. With that realization, Yagura scanned the area. No sign of that conspicuous hunchback, Hirako. Did he really come out in person? Yagura remained skeptical. This man was dangerous, far too dangerous to trust with just a few words. Especially after all this time, who knew whether Sasori had changed his mind? Still, given the looming threat of the third Kazekage, Sasori's chakra thread didn't seem like an immediate danger. Relaxing slightly, Yagura allowed the thread to manipulate his movements just enough to make walking easier for Sasori. At least he's still cautious, not completely foolish. Sasori scoffed internally, his fingers twitching ever so slightly under his black cloak, guiding the puppet's movements into a nearby alley. Stopping at a manhole cover at the alley's entrance, Yagura found himself surrounded by 3 shadowed walls, the dim light barely illuminating the graffiti scribbled across them. Children's doodles, carelessly scrawled. Yagura frowned, wondering if Sasori was deliberately making things difficult for him. Was there some kind of hidden message here? The real question was, why did Sasori assume he could read Sunigakure's coded signals? It was wishful thinking. Without explaining, Sasori simply released the chakra thread from Yagura's back and instead tore a small, wall-colored paper from the surface. Yagura caught it midair. It was a familiar sight, a Konoha Police Force citation. On the back, an address was scribbled. Sasori's current hideout. Or just another rooftop rendezvous for their shady business. Yagura couldn't help but chuckle. This feels like passing notes in class. The kind exchanged between close friends. Sasori ignored the remark, retracting his chakra thread. He had no patience to linger even a second longer than necessary. He would wait. But not for long. After memorizing the address, Yagura clenched the citation in his hand and funneled chakra into his palm, incinerating it. Thankfully, he had spent his first month in Konoha wandering around enough to recognize the general area of the address. Worst case. He could just let Sasori do the chakra thread trick again as a navigation system. It wasn't his problem to worry about. Yagura had a general grasp of Sasori's intentions. A direct meeting between a mist ninja and a sand ninja. That was far too conspicuous. Sasori needed time to return first. So Yagura took his time as well, studying the children's graffiti a little longer. When I become Hokage, I'll be the strongest ever. I got a perfect score in Shuriken class today. Mom rewarded me with my favorite curry. Bet me 50 Ryo and I'll prove my skills. Note, I only got 50 points. Failed. Tat. Shuriken throwing is too hard. Above poster, I got 48. Math and physics are impossible. Can anyone help me solve this? If two people, A and B, are 1,500 meters apart, and the sound of a shuriken throw reaches them 3 seconds apart, given the speed of sound is 340 meters per second, what's the equation of the trajectory? Hey, he could actually solve that. Picking up a piece of chalk from the ground, Yagura wrote "solution" under the question. After that, he tossed the chalk aside, leaving it to fate whether someone would finish the equation. His gaze drifted down the wall. Uchiha-kun is so cool. I'm going to be his future girlfriend. I'm the friend of the above poster, here to say she's delusional. You guys can fight over Uchiha-kun. Hyuga-kun is mine. He's the most handsome. The conversation quickly spiraled off topic. TSK, Konoha kids are too mature for their age. But good taste, they're all from prestigious clans. Marry in, and they're set for life. Shaking his head, Yagura chuckled. At least it's better than Kirigakure. They don't have to worry about being exploited as child labor like I was. Sent out on a mission to promote the village at such a young age. Though, to be fair, he had volunteered for this. A seasoned worker, he had already learned how to exploit himself. By his estimate, it was about time to move. If he delayed any longer, Sasori might get impatient. Playing it safe, Yagura first returned to their inn to check in with Jinin Akabino. Inside Konoha, the ANBU couldn't openly tail him. Otherwise, they'd be outright admitting to other villages that he was important. A certain 3'5" sage once said, before heading out, always inform your guardian. Arriving at Sasori's designated location, Yagura barely had time to register his surroundings before the familiar sensation of chakra threads latched onto him. In the blink of an eye, Sasori maneuvered him into a blind spot and swapped him with a puppet double. The fake Yagura walked off, baiting the Konoha ninja trailing behind. Meanwhile, Yagura was tossed unceremoniously into an underground chamber. Sasori entered moments later. Everything had gone smoothly, though his face remained as sour as ever. The moment they met, Sasori scowled and snapped, "Next time you let someone tail you and expect me to clean up your mess, you better try me." "Haha, what, will I die if I do?" Yagura shrugged, completely unfazed by the temperamental artist. Their bodies were always the most honest, after all. The hardest part was starting something. Once was enough. Twice. That meant the door was wide open. And if twice, then straight to bed. What are your odds? Under the dim light of a single, barely functional lamp, Sasori sat at his workbench, adjusting the mechanism on his puppet's arm. Also, get off my bed. Dirty. Yagura obediently rolled off the mattress, casually flipping through a manga he had bought off the street. 50-50. Are those odds good enough for you? Sasori's voice carried an edge of irritation. I'm being serious. So am I. Yagura smirked. Besides, even if I was lying, you'd still be stuck on this ship with me, wouldn't you? This partnership was purely transactional. And after this, Sasori swore he'd never work with this troublesome man again. He had clearly lost his mind this time. As Yagura leaned against the wall, staring at the ceiling, he mused, we're up against a Kage. Predicting our odds is impossible. We're just two jonin. The only way to win was with Sasori's poison. From his workbench, Sasori coldly slid a short blade from his puppet's palm, embedding it an inch deep into the wall. Yagura exhaled. So, tell me, what's your opinion of the third Kazekage? A normal person wouldn't just decide to kill their own Kage over a few words from an outsider, right? That Kazekage. Sasori's expression darkened. He had his reasons. And his poison was ready. I have a plan. You'll cooperate. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, Preparing. After returning from his meeting with Sasori, Yagura buried himself in training, preparing for the battles ahead. Due to his age and physical limitations, he had reached a bottleneck in his lightning release and taijutsu training, preventing further progress. Thus, aside from teaching Ringo Amuri lightning release as part of their regular sessions, he devoted all his remaining energy to refining his mastery over the tailed beast chakra and further developing his water release techniques. His battle against Might Guy had proven the power of his water release, Phantom Water Domain, which was based on the water prison jutsu. As of now, it was a technique that could be used as a powerful weapon against individuals. However, with increased proficiency and the vast reserves of chakra provided by the tailed beast, it could one day evolve into a devastating large-scale battlefield technique. For that to happen, Yagura needed another jutsu to complement the Phantom Water Domain. If the prison and guillotine were ready, then what he lacked was the chains and shackles needed to capture his prey. The technique had to possess both speed and density for ensnaring targets, as well as raw power for restraining them. Yagura had a reference in mind, the water whip jutsu, used by Kirigakure's Anbu to hunt down rogue ninja. When he had been sealed away as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, those very Anbu had immobilized him with the water prison jutsu and bound his limbs with water whips. That experience had served as the inspiration for his current research. Rising from his seated position, Yagura placed his hands on his knees and stood up, walking over to where his two companions were training. Since arriving at the training grounds earlier that day, Yagura had simply sat to the side, lost in thought. Both Ringo, Emuri and Mukumo were aware of what had been occupying his mind, so they hadn't disturbed him, instead focusing on their own training. Emuri, could you teach me the water whip jutsu? Water whip. Emuri turned toward him just as she blocked one of Mukumo's punches with her own. Using the force of the impact, she leaped back, pausing the sparring session. As a former Anbu, she naturally knew the technique. No problem. Without hesitation, she formed a series of hand seals, and a long, flowing whip of water extended from her right hand, reaching about a meter in length. Understanding why Yagura wanted to see the technique in action, she lightly flicked the whip, allowing it to coil around Yagura's arm, binding it tightly. Thanks. Yagura tugged at the whip binding his arm, but it did not break. The sensation wasn't like water, it was more like a serpent, slick, flexible, yet possessing remarkable tensile strength. A vision formed in his mind, countless water whips lashing out at an enemy. Dodging 1 or 10 might be possible, but evading 100. Impossible. The moment one whip ensnared its target, the others would follow in an overwhelming cascade. A more common analogy for this concept. Tentacle play. After capturing the target, the water whips would rapidly transform into the phantom water domain, sealing them within a watery prison. Yagura could already picture the execution. Yes, this was it. The water whip jutsu wasn't particularly high level, meaning it was relatively easy to learn. Moreover, as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura had already bypassed the hardest part of mastering water release, the need to understand its nature transformation. With an experienced teacher like Emuri, it only took him 2 days to master the fundamental form of the water whip jutsu. However, developing an advanced version, one capable of creating and controlling dozens or even hundreds of whips attacking from all angles, was another challenge entirely. 3 days before the exam. The Land of Fire, situated on the eastern coast of the continent, enjoyed warm ocean breezes during summer and dry desert winds from the west in winter. Even in winter, Konoha's weather remained relatively mild. Cold, but not freezing. Snow and freezing rain were rare during this season. Waiting in the training grounds, Yagura exhaled, watching his breath form a faint mist in the crisp air. He adjusted the scarf around his neck, shifting his weight slightly as he tapped his toes against the ground, appreciating the comfortable climate. Winter in the Land of Water was nothing like this. Surrounded by the sea, the country's air was heavy with moisture. No matter how many layers one wore, the cold always found a way to seep into the bones. While the temperatures rarely dropped below freezing, the terrain, mostly rolling hills and low mountains, made it prone to sudden freezing rain carried in by ocean winds. Compared to the Land of Wind, with its extreme droughts and temperature shifts, the Land of Water was practically a paradise. I figured you'd already be here. Arriving a bit later, Emuri wasn't surprised to find Yagura already in place. Lately, he had been coming and going at odd hours. Old habits die hard, Yagura replied with a smile, keeping his whereabouts vague, especially today. The third Kazekage had arrived in the Land of Fire. Sasori had been responsible for contacting the Kazekage, informing him that the mission was complete and that the target, his Jinchuriki, had been captured. Now, they were leading him to a carefully selected location where the real plan would unfold. Yagura's role. To act as the bait. Before setting out, he had reported to Jinin Akabino, ensuring that if he didn't return within a set time, they knew where to look for him. But he hadn't shared these details with Emuri and Mukumo. If they suspected anything, they chose not to ask. Emuri waved casually. Yo, kept you waiting. Not long. Yagura adjusted his scarf and smirked. Let's begin. Oh. Someone's eager today. Over the past month, Emuri had been Yagura's sparring partner, so she was well acquainted with his fighting style. However, today, something felt different, there was an added sharpness to his presence. Raising her twin blades, she spun them swiftly to warm up. Her fighting spirit surged. Bring it on. Mukumo, uninterested in participating, carried his breakfast over to a spot where he could spectate from a safe distance. His bloodline limit made water release ineffective against him, so he wasn't the right choice for Yagura's new technique. Ripples spread across the ground around Yagura, like raindrops hitting the surface of a lake. 5 watery tendrils emerged from the ripples, their tips forming razor-sharp points aimed directly at Emuri. Inspired by the concept of the water whip jutsu, Yagura had taken it a step further, incorporating his own unique vision. When it came to restraint techniques, he had immediately thought of the chains from Fate, the ones favored by the Babylonians. The most famous example. Gilgamesh's Enkidu, the chains of heaven. But chains were impractical. While they looked cool, creating and controlling them via chakra manipulation was exhausting and inefficient. Instead, Yagura had refined the idea into something more suitable. His new jutsu took form, sharp, fang-like tips designed for piercing, followed by crescent-shaped water blades for entrapment. 5. This was his current limit for controlling the technique. Hands clasped together, Yagura focused his chakra and formed the ram seal. Water release. The ocean meets the sky, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The 5 water blades shot forward from multiple angles, converging on Amuri in a relentless assault. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, Assassination, the Third Kazekage, Part 1. The final record stood at 7 wins and 3 losses. That was Amuri's score. However, despite her victories, she couldn't push further to truly threaten Yagura, the ranged mage. Yagura dismissed his whirlpool water blades. Amuri shook out her hands. She had repeatedly relied on high-consumption lightning release techniques to break through the blockade, leaving her chakra reserves nearly depleted. Yet, she didn't let it show. Instead, she simply asked, again. Having warmed up sufficiently and gauging Amuri's chakra limits, Yagura declined. No, this round is yours. Oh, is that so? Amuri pursed her lips, clearly uninterested. Winning or losing didn't concern her much. Yagura hadn't gone all out, so what if she won? Resting her sword on her shoulder without another word, she walked off to train alone. Phew. Yagura placed a hand on his chest and exhaled deeply before turning to leave the training ground. It was time to set off. There wasn't enough time to complete his technique just yet. But hey, going into a boss fight with a freshly developed technique usually came with a buff, didn't it? Right, Kakuzu. As the second phase of the Chunin exams approached, spectators poured into Konoha. Walking through Konoha's streets, Yagura immediately noticed the increased presence of foreigners. The 3 representatives from Kirigakure had arrived yesterday. He had learned this over a casual meal with Jinin Akabino, and the lineup had surprised him. The delegation was led by one of the Third Mizukage's men. The other 2 were the leader of the Hozuki clan, Mangetsu's father, and the head of the Yuki clan, Murasake. Something was off with the Third Mizukage lately. Even as a genin who had little contact with Kirigakure's upper echelons, Yagura could tell that the Mizukage was working to mend relations with the bloodline limit clans. He had a vague sense of the reason behind it, but not the full picture. Something didn't quite add up. The Mizukage himself hadn't come. But the Third Kazekage had. 2 months ago, Sasori had attempted his first move against the Kazekage and failed, exposing himself, and the involvement of the Kazekage, to Yagura. From that moment on, Yagura had always had safer alternatives. He could have simply reported everything to Jinin Akabino. Jinin and the Anbu wouldn't have risked letting him stay in Konoha under such circumstances. He could have abandoned the Chunin exams and returned to Kirigakure. But running away now. He was the one who had pushed for coming to these exams. Fleeing at the last minute, what would he say to that old man back home? Besides, the Third Kazekage had practically handed him the blade meant for his own execution. This was an opportunity. So, Yagura made his choice, to gamble boldly. He approached Sasori and nudged him forward. Once the Third Kazekage was dead, the Third Great Ninja War would begin. Weaving through the bustling streets of Konoha, Yagura kept his head low, moving swiftly through the crowd. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of what he was about to do. His heart remained on edge, unwilling to relax even for a second. Presenting the travel permit Sasori had prepared, he used the transformation jutsu to take on the appearance of a participating Suna genin. The gate guards, who were merely Chunin, couldn't see through the transformation that he and Sasori had refined meticulously. Suna genin, Seizo. Yagura put on an arrogant scowl, the kind he had learned from Sasori. Hurry up. The real Seizo had been one of Sasori's teammates, turned into a puppet a month ago in the Forest of Death. Yagura had been using his identity ever since. During the Chunin exams, Konoha granted access to examinees and foreign visitors with valid permits. However, every entry and exit was recorded, and the village monitored the chakra signatures of those coming and going. Normally, any non-Konoha ninja entering the village would be detected immediately. Of course, there were exceptions. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi had both evaded detection using specific sealing techniques. In the future, Pain would exploit this weakness by summoning multiple creatures to create sensory interference before launching his attack. Sasori had taught Yagura a similar sealing technique, one he had learned from Chiyo, allowing him to temporarily seal his own chakra. Additionally, he carried a part of Seizo's now puppet body, imbued with the genin's chakra. Clearing the checkpoint, Yagura left Konoha and moved swiftly, putting distance between himself and any potential trackers. 30 miles outside Konoha. The predetermined meeting point. A thin, hooded figure stood waiting in the clearing they had rehearsed in multiple times before. It was time. Seeing the Kirigakure Jinchuriki arrive, just as Sasori had predicted, the Suna ninja's expression turned wild with excitement beneath his hood. This was a mission personally ordered by the Third Kazekage, capture the Jinchuriki. Yagura had already dropped his disguise en route. Landing on the ground, he approached the Suna ninja. Hey, I already paid that red-haired guy. You're his squad leader, right? Whatever. Where's my A-rank wind release technique? Humph. Go find it in hell. The Suna ninja yanked the bandages off his puppet's back, his eyes gleaming with greed. He intended to take Yagura himself. Ha. Realizing the Suna ninja had no intention of delivering the goods, Yagura's eyes narrowed. You're courting death. His hands blurred into seals. Water release. So fast. Even having seen it in the preliminary rounds, the Suna ninja was still shocked. He immediately controlled his puppet to block the attack. His puppet was built for defense, water release wouldn't break through. Water release, coral water cannon. A high-pressure water blast shot from Yagura's palm, instantly shattering the wooden puppet and piercing through the Suna ninja's shoulder. The sheer penetrating force left the puppeteer's combat arm heavily wounded. A technique unseen in the preliminary rounds. The Suna ninja's pupils contracted. Before he could fully register the attack, searing pain in his shoulder yanked him back to reality. Mister, if you thought you could swindle me, you picked the wrong person. Yagura stepped forward, his feet churning up waves. Die. The puppeteer, having witnessed this technique's devastating power before, gritted his teeth and quickly summoned 3 more puppets. Boom. Just then, a scorpion tail shot out from hiding, piercing toward Yagura's back. What? There was no time to react. The stinger struck, but it didn't penetrate. Yagura had reinforced his coral armor with an enhanced chakra output. Feigning paralysis, he let his body go limp and fell. Had Sasori's strike been any stronger, capable of piercing his natural defenses, he would have immediately transformed into his tailed beast form and fought his way out. But this way, Sasori could use him as bait to lure out the third Kazekage. Just as Sasori had planned. Inside the black ant puppet, Kurori, Yagura opened his eyes, listening closely to the conversation outside. Sasori had really left. Spitting out blood, the Suna puppeteer sneered. That arrogant brat. Using the village's secret techniques as bait. He's definitely done this before. No doubt he's been betraying the village for ages. No matter what, Sasori had convinced and pleased him. He wasn't the only one who found Sasori's betrayal believable. After all, Sasori had promised to split the reward from the Kazekage. And now, the Kazekage should be on his way. The real hunt was about to begin. Chapter 80, Chapter 79, Assassination, the Third Kazekage, Part 2. Later that evening. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, but the winter sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving only a faint glow over the land. A sudden sandstorm erupted in the eastern region of the Land of Wind, causing an unexpected delay. As a result, the third Kazekage had departed later than planned and had to increase his pace along the way. Accompanied by 2 elite jonin from Sunagakure, he had set out yesterday morning and crossed the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire by today. Now, they had entered the western territory of the Land of Fire, still some distance from Kirigakure. Wearing the traditional Kazekage cloak and hat, the third Kazekage led the way, his movements appearing effortless. The 2 elite jonin followed closely behind. In the original timeline, during the Kazekage retrieval arc, both Kakashi's and Might Guy's teams had traveled at full speed from Kirigakure to Sunagakure, completing the journey in 3 days. This current group would likely take around 2.5 days, and they hadn't even exerted themselves fully. Along the main road leading to Konoha. Wait, what is that? His hand subtly clenched within his long sleeve. Invisible iron sand spread out, swiftly erasing markings hidden within his line of sight. A timed jutsu. No. Sunagakure's coded messages. Could it be Sasori? The third Kazekage's mind surged with possibilities. Just days ago, he had received a confidential letter from Sasori, informing him of an upcoming mission to capture the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. If successful, they would meet outside Konoha, where Sasori would personally deliver the captive. Noticing imperceptible shifts in the sand across the terrain, the third Kazekage quickly deciphered. The hidden message. Mission accomplished. 2 simple words carried an immense weight. Even with decades of experience in the ninja world, the third Kazekage couldn't help but feel a tremor of excitement. That brat from Kirigakure, Yagura, was really a Jinchuriki. And Sasori, he actually captured him alive. Capturing a village's Jinchuriki meant securing a tailed beast. Ever since the first 5 Kage summit, when Hashirama Senju had distributed the tailed beasts, their ownership had remained unchanged. But now, at this very moment, one was in his hands. Kazekage-sama. One of the accompanying jonin noticed the third Kazekage coming to a stop and hesitated before asking. Are we resting here for the night? Yes. The third Kazekage nodded. We'll continue to Konoha tomorrow. Understood. Go to Konoha. Compared to obtaining a tailed beast, the Chunin exams were nothing more than a children's game. Once he secured the Jinchuriki from Sasori, he needed to return to Sunagakure immediately and make the situation an unchangeable fact. By the time Kirigakure realized what had happened, by the time the other villages reacted, he would have countless ways to maneuver politically. Would he extract the three tails for personal use? Or trade it for land and resources? The third Kazekage envisioned multiple possibilities. He would not only surpass his predecessors in strength, he would surpass them in accomplishments as well. Leaving behind a sand clone. Just like water clones, sand clones would automatically disperse if they traveled too far from the original body. Before dissolving, the clone ordered the Jonin to return to Sunagakure immediately, citing urgent matters. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Lately, Sunagakure had been plagued by a string of traitors. All of them were insignificant pawns. Yet the true threat, the one who must exist, remained elusive. It was impossible that such a figure didn't exist. Impossible that he couldn't find them. Even his most trusted guards weren't fully trusted. Under the cover of secrecy, the real third Kazekage departed alone. Following the coded instructions from Sasori's message, he moved swiftly and covertly toward the meeting point. Northeast. His footsteps were silent as he traversed the land at high speed, his chakra manipulating iron sand to scan and erase any remaining coded messages along the way. This was no mere trip to observe children playing at the Chunin exams. This was a matter of state. The third Kazekage gradually pushed his speed to its absolute limit. And then he arrived. Slowing his pace, he came to a stop before the one who had been waiting. The puppeteer immediately bowed respectfully. Kazekage-sama. You are. Meeting the greatest Kazekage up close and preparing to hand over a target of immense value, the puppeteer struggled to contain his excitement. Kazekage-sama. I am Takusaburo. One of the Sunagakure Jonin leading the team at the Chunin exams, Sasori's assigned superior. A Jonin of Sunagakure. His name had been listed in the Chunin exam delegation's roster. The third Kazekage recognized him but was puzzled. Why was Takusaburo here instead of Sasori? Glancing around, he saw no sign of Sasori or his distinctive short puppet. Only this Jonin and a specialized capture puppet known as Black Ant. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Where is Sasori?" Sasori, he. Takusaburo hesitated, then, noticing the Kazekage's darkening expression, quickly spilled everything. Adding a touch of exaggeration, he explained, he said he had no patience to wait for you. Since the mission was complete, he left first. He told me to remind you to deliver his reward upon your return. A brief silence fell. Like the calm before a storm. Takusaburo lowered his head hastily, afraid of being caught in the Kazekage's wrath. But for now, Sasori was not the priority, the tailed beast was. Within Sunagakure, Sasori had always been arrogant. That much was not new. The brat's puppet mastery was indeed unmatched. Just like this capture-type puppet, Black Ant, which paired with the offensive crow and the defensive salamander. Sasori's latest contributions to Sunagakure. If given proper funding, an elite puppet brigade outfitted with such weaponry could significantly elevate Sunagakure's strength. Unfortunately, he was Chiyo's grandson. Suppressing his irritation towards Sasori, the third Kazekage stepped past Takusaburo. His sharp eyes noticed the blood-stained fabric on Takusaburo's shoulder. Your injury. This. I was wounded while helping Sasori capture the Jinchuriki. Pain burned through his body as Takusaburo seethed. Kazekage-sama. This Jinchuriki is incredibly strong. A wound identical to Pakura's. The third Kazekage acknowledged it with a slight nod. You did well. Rest and recover. Takusaburo, deeply moved by the Kazekage's rare words of praise, responded, yes. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. Now, the real priority. Is the Jinchuriki inside? Yes. The blackened puppet had a hollow, barrel-like body with a locking mechanism sealing its captive. The third Kazekage needed to see the truth with his own eyes. Open it. Takusaburo, unaware that he had already been sentenced to death, complied. As the puppet's locks clicked open. Water release, coral water cannon. A high-pressure water jet shot out at supersonic speed. Tearing through Takusaburo. And striking the third Kazekage directly. Chapter 81, Chapter 80, Assassination, Third Kazekage, Part 3. So this is the jutsu that severely wounded Pakura. No wonder. Caught off guard just now, he had taken a direct hit to the abdomen from that high-pressure water jet. Even with the protective layer of iron sand covering his body, the coral water cannon hadn't been able to pierce through the third Kazekage's defenses. Still, the impact sent waves of pain radiating through the struck area. The third Kazekage glanced at Takusaburo, who lay on the ground, his left abdomen pierced through. He struggled to prop himself up, but his wound was rapidly draining his life away. The unfortunate puppet master coughed weakly, his voice barely audible. Why can you still move? Sasori's poison should have taken effect. It wasn't lethal, but it was supposed to render him unconscious. Before the mission, Sasori had assured him of this. He had tested the poison himself. Even a small dose was enough to make a living being fall into a deep sleep. Oh, that. Yagura formed a seal as he casually answered, "My tailed beast woke me up." "Sorry, but we actually get along pretty well." The third Kazekage's expression darkened. A Jinchuriki, who could communicate with his tailed beast. Impossible. Water release, hiding in mist jutsu. A thick mist swiftly engulfed the area. Yagura recalled his earlier conversation with Sasori, the details seared into his mind. Survive against the third Kazekage's subordinates for 1 minute. You sure love setting the difficulty high. Hey, old man, what happened to the hunchback who poisoned me? Did you switch out? Who are you? Yagura deliberately spoke slowly, trying to buy himself some time. Wait. That hat of yours, it looks kinda familiar. I think I've seen it before. Phone. He didn't even see the movement. In the instant he heard the air whistling around him, Yagura found himself lifted off the ground, his throat locked in a vice-like grip. He dangled midair like a helpless kitten. Cough. What kind of broken speed was this? This guy wasn't even in the same league as Might Guy or Jinin Akabino. The third Kazekage had no intention of wasting time with Yagura. This was the land of fire. He had to take his target and leave as quickly as possible. If he caused too much commotion or took too long, Konoha would get involved, and that would be troublesome. The feeling of suffocation was far from pleasant. Yagura's face flushed red from lack of oxygen, his legs kicking wildly in the air. He clawed at the Kazekage's arm with all his strength, trying to break free. The iron sand surged forward, replacing the Kazekage's grip, binding Yagura tightly from the neck down. Smack. Yagura's body suddenly burst apart, dissolving into a splash of water. A water clone. Trying to play tricks. The third Kazekage immediately grasped the situation. There was no way Yagura had formed a clone under his watchful eyes. The real body was still inside the puppet. Realizing this, the Kazekage's eyes flicked toward the blackened puppet, just as Yagura leaped out from within it. He formed a water release seal, no shape transformation, just sheer volume, to retreat into the mist at high speed. Yagura didn't hold back in the slightest, rapidly channeling his chakra. With a wave of his hand, a massive tidal wave rose, blotting out the sky. But even such an overwhelming flood failed to touch the third Kazekage. A towering wall of iron sand had already risen around him, forming an airtight barrier that nullified the impact of the raging water. The mist thickened, shrouding the nighttime forest. By the time the torrent subsided, Yagura was nowhere to be seen. First, a high-pressure water jet to attack the enemy outside the puppet. Then, a water clone to create an opening. Finally, a massive water release jutsu to obscure vision and buy time to escape using the mist he had set up earlier. Petty tricks. The third Kazekage didn't think much of these minor tactics. He swiftly formed a seal. Wind release, raging sandstorm. A surge of chakra sent his white cloak billowing. The iron sand scattered instantly, spreading out like an enormous net. A violent gust erupted, sweeping up countless grains of iron sand. Yagura hadn't activated lightning release mode, doing so would have increased his oxygen consumption. He was pushing his normal speed to the limit, holding his breath as he fled. The further he got, the more time he could buy. He knew that the Kazekage wouldn't let him go, so he had been waiting for the inevitable attack. Now, it had been 18 seconds since he cast the mist. Boom. From the start, he had heard the relentless crashing of trees being felled behind him. Coral rising. Yagura dared not slack against a Kage-level opponent. He immediately turned to face the attack head-on, slamming his palm onto the ground to raise 3 towering walls of coral. The violent wind struck, shattering the first coral wall on impact. Wind release alone was strong enough to destroy his coral defenses. Amid the howling storm, piercing sonic booms ripped through the air like bullets. Yagura instantly recognized the sound. Iron sand. It wasn't just wind release. The wind carried iron sand within it. The third Kazekage's infamous magnet release. Yagura was even more shocked by the fact that the Kazekage could simultaneously use both wind release and magnet release chakra attacks, one of which was a Kekkei Genkai. Crack. A sharp, splintering sound rang out from the coral, like a ripple disturbing the surface of a pond. In the next instant, the entire coral wall crumbled under the violent storm. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Yagura didn't even have time to reinforce his defenses. The raging winds blasted him backward, sending him crashing through a dozen trees. Yagura barely had time to react. Damn. If I get hit by that iron sand. The wind gradually died down. The mist had been completely blown away. Yagura's body, riddled with countless iron sand projectiles, fell limply from the tree, landing with a dull thud. Blood oozed from the countless puncture wounds. He clenched his hand into a fist, grasping at the dirt beneath him, dizziness overwhelming him from blood loss. Struggling to steady himself, he planted a water blade into the ground, using it as support to half-kneel, panting heavily. He summoned Isabu's chakra to recover his strength. The third Kazekage had used only one technique to force him into this state. The gap between a Kage and a Jonin. Kong. Yagura's body stiffened, his muscles locking up. The iron sand inside him had magnetized. He gritted his teeth, unable to move, his body trapped in an inescapable magnetic field. TCH, TCH, TCH. Rhythmic footsteps approached, pressing down on his chest like a suffocating weight. The third Kazekage loomed over him, gazing down with a detached smirk. You've got talent, little mist brat. Yagura met his gaze, despair clouding his eyes. This time, it was his real body. Within the darkness of the puppet's interior, Yagura closed his eyes, retreating into the mental plane where Isabu awaited. He wasn't about to entrust his fate to Sasori. He had his own escape plan. Isabu, I need your power. Isabu, for once, actually sounded alarmed. Use it. You're being way too reckless. Chapter 82, Chapter 81, The Curtain Falls, Third Kazekage, Part 4. Though he had made up his mind to kill him from the start, this puppet master ultimately perished in battle against a Jinchuriki. The village will remember your sacrifice. The third Kazekage was young, younger than the four opponents who shared this battlefield with him. Hailed as the strongest Kazekage, he was proud, but he also respected every hero of Sunagakure who laid down their life for the village, every rank-and-file shinobi who fought for it. Kneeling on one knee, the Kazekage in his flowing white robes spoke softly. You are a hero of Sunagakure. Do you have a family? In the name of the Kazekage, I will deliver your final words to them when I return to the village. Takusaburo struggled to lift his hand. Kazekage-sama, sa. Pong. The blackened puppet exploded with a thunderous blast. A surge of chakra shattered the iron sand's magnetic control. The third Kazekage's gaze immediately snapped toward the source. Amid the billowing dust and scattered wood fragments, a solid gray-blue tail shot into the air. Seeing it with his own eyes, he realized, this was different from what the Jinchuriki had claimed. The sheer power of a tailed beast's chakra had broken free from his iron sand's magnetic grasp. Shock gripped the Kazekage's heart. So young. And yet, he had already reached this level of tailed beast transformation. Something unheard of across the entire shinobi world. At that very moment. Thump. Thump. Something inside Takusaburo suddenly pulsed twice. It activated. Rapid expansion. Swelling. Growing uncontrollably. A searing pain from his chest shot through his entire body. The next second. A violent explosion erupted from within him. Watching one of his village's jonin explode right before his eyes, the third Kazekage was both stunned and enraged. Though the blast did not harm him, his fury came from the sheer treachery of such a despicable tactic. But there was no time to dwell on anger. The dark smoke he had inhaled spread rapidly through his trachea and lungs. A sharp wave of discomfort and nausea tore through his chest. There was poison in the smoke. Realizing this in an instant, the third Kazekage immediately channeled his chakra to suppress his blood circulation and slow his heartbeat, delaying the poison's spread. Yet the moment he landed, a wave of weakness crashed over him, an unbearable sickness rising in his throat. Ugh! Thud! Both knees slammed heavily into the ground. A thick stream of dark green blood spewed from his mouth, staining the ground in an ominous sight. His eyes burned red from the sheer agony, his pupils tinted with a sickly green from the poison seeping through his body. His entire frame trembled violently from the pain. The third Kazekage clawed at his throat, his voice hoarse from the poison ravaging his system. Sasori. He was one of the few in the world who knew the full extent of Sasori's abilities. To create such a swift and lethal toxin, there were only a handful in the entire shinobi world capable of it. Hanzo of the Salamander. Chiyo. Impossible. Sasori. It could only be Sasori. The very person who should have been here, but wasn't. With a powerful sweep of his tail, Yagura dispersed the lingering poison gas, swiftly escaping from the toxic cloud. His eyes gleamed with both relief and exhilaration. Sasori had finally made his move against the Kazekage. He had known that Sunagakure's shinobi was one of Sasori's pawns. The moment he saw the strange reaction within the blackened puppet, he had immediately held his breath. Sasori's trump card was always poison. Had he been just a second slower in reacting, inhaling even the slightest trace, he had no doubt Sasori would not have hesitated to turn him into another puppet instead of bothering with an antidote. So I was right. A low, raspy voice echoed through the battlefield. The third Kazekage, half-kneeling, glared daggers at the distant Sasori, his gaze filled with seething hatred. He used his chakra to suppress the poison, but it was already spreading throughout his body. That single breath he had inhaled was like a spark igniting a powder keg. But, when had it started? Magnet Release's defenses are strong. Even through the modified voice distorter of Hirako, Sasori's arrogance was unmistakable. And now, he had personally slain the Kazekage. Iron Sand's defenses are impenetrable. Sasori's voice slithered into his ears like a curse. But you still need to breathe. Poison was the one surefire weapon that could guarantee victory. From the moment Sasori had been locked in his room, pondering how to breach the Kazekage's Iron Sand defenses, he had searched for an answer. Bladed weapons failed. Even Hirako's tail was ineffective. And there was no chance the Kazekage would simply stand still and allow them to test his defenses. Was this the limit? Sasori was a genius, arrogant, but undeniably brilliant. He refused to accept that his skill had reached a dead end. To bow his head in the face of a challenge. To concede his own mediocrity. That was not Sasori. He believed there was no such thing as an unsolvable problem, no absolute defense that could not be broken. It was only a matter of finding the right method. If piercing his flesh was impossible, then Sasori would poison the air he breathed. The toxin had to be fast-acting. It had to be lethal. Most importantly, the Kazekage could not detect it immediately. Yagura had first used the hidden mist jutsu to obscure the battlefield. Within that mist, Sasori had mixed the airborne toxin. The moment the third Kazekage was lured away, the setup was complete. Sasori had personally cut open the puppet master's chest, implanting a deadly toxin bomb inside. In that critical final minute, perhaps even just 30 seconds, he had executed the finishing move of his deadly plan. The bomb's toxins weren't just one kind, but four. One of them was a chain reaction toxin, ensuring the Kazekage inhaled the lethal dose from the mist. The other three were Sasori's own deadly concoctions, crafted through countless experiments combining rare desert herbs and venomous plants. He had perfected the most lethal combination. He had also instructed Yagura to leave the dying shinobi alive just long enough to ensure the Kazekage approached the bait. Because he knew the Kazekage too well. Sunagekire's leaders always elevated valuable shinobi to the rank of heroes, glorifying them. Only to discard them like sand when the time came. Sasori had seen that facade all too clearly. The same sickening expression the Kazekage had worn just moments ago was the same one he had seen at his parents' funeral. Everything had gone according to plan. And yet, he didn't particularly favor the final explosion as a method. That part had been Yagura's idea, to ensure the Kazekage inhaled the fatal dose in an instant. Art is eternal, Sasori whispered, eyes gleaming. The third Kazekage roared, Sasori. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, The End, Third Kazekage, Part 5. Thud. The third Kazekage's body swayed before collapsing to the ground, his gaze unfocused and empty. A battered red-haired boy crouched beside him, panting heavily. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the long iron sand needle from his own leg. With a slight movement of his fingers, the two human puppets before him retracted their chakra barriers. All he had done was defend, stalling for time until the poison coursing through the third Kazekage's body reached the point where even he could no longer suppress it. Even in his weakened state, the Kazekage had destroyed 47 of his puppets. The loss of ordinary puppets was nothing. However, among them, 13 had been rare and precious human puppets. Sasori deactivated the remains of his shattered puppets, tilting them to spill out the iron sand within. The magnetic properties of iron sand interfered with the metal components that allowed puppets to move. It could be said that the third Kazekage was the worst possible opponent for a puppet master. Even Hirako had been rendered useless during the fight, forcing Sasori to abandon it and engage in direct combat. If he had stayed inside, he would have been riddled with holes by the invading iron sand. Sasori clicked his tongue in irritation. Hirako's inner workings were complex, far harder to repair than those two human puppets. Yagura, watching him, noticed the barely concealed satisfaction on Sasori's face. Clapping his hands, he grinned. Congratulations, congratulations. Sasori ignored the empty pleasantries and strode toward the third Kazekage. Their partnership had been nothing more than mutual exploitation. Right now, he had something far more urgent to attend to. To craft a human puppet that could wield the jutsu of its former self, one had to seal its chakra immediately after death. If too much time passed, the chakra would dissipate, and even the legendary third Kazekage would become nothing more than an ordinary puppet. The body lay before him. Sasori retrieved a sealing talisman from his tool pouch. Rejoice, third Kazekage. You shall become my first and finest masterpiece. SHHKK. Whoosh. Without warning, the iron sand on the ground rose once more. It shot forward at a speed neither Sasori nor Yagura could react to, piercing through the hands Sasori used to control his puppets. If he hadn't instinctively raised his arms to shield his head, the iron sand would have gone straight through his skull and chest. What? In the split second of Sasori's shock, the third Kazekage sprang up. He lunged forward, tackling Sasori to the ground. Sasori stared up in horror. He's still alive. The Kazekage poured every last ounce of strength into this final attack. He had to kill this traitorous wretch. His eyes, bloodshot and clouded with poison, burned with unyielding resolve. Die. The iron sand in his palm coalesced into a sharp, lethal spike, raised high. Water release, coral water cannon. A water bullet shot through the air, severing fingers. The iron spike slipped from the Kazekage's grasp, grazing Sasori's nose and leaving behind a thin, bloody line. Had it been a fraction closer, he would have died. That damned missed brat. The Kazekage barely registered the pain of his missing fingers. The poison coursing through his veins had long since dulled his senses. But he had to kill Sasori. The iron sand began to gather once more. Sasori's pupils constricted in horror. Even now, he still has strength left. He should be at death's door. Even his iron sand armor was failing, which was why Yagura had been able to wound him. Yagura formed seals. It was an incomplete jutsu, but enough for the weakened third Kazekage. Water blades spiraled like a whirlpool, binding his limbs and throat. With a flick of his hand, Yagura yanked the immobilized Kazekage off Sasori, suspending him high in the air. The iron sand within him had lost its magnetic control, leaving Yagura free to move. He swiftly weaved another set of seals. Phantom water domain. A surge of chakra erupted from the Jinchuriki. Water expanded, spreading outward like a vast lake. Inside the newly formed prison, crescent-shaped whips of water latched onto the Kazekage's body, while the crushing pressure of the high-density liquid bore down on him from all directions. Fist clenched. Crush. Water pressure, oxygen deprivation, poison, blood loss, ruptured organs. All of them spelled certain death. Even the mighty third Kazekage, under such conditions, could not survive. The water turned an ominous shade of inky green as it mixed with his poisoned blood. His vision blurred, the world outside the water prison fading away. A rapid descent into darkness. It's done. Let him out. Yagura glanced at Sasori's injured hands. You sure? Sasori snapped, I won't repeat myself. If the body lost its chakra, all his efforts would be wasted. All right. Yagura shrugged. No need to be so grumpy. I did just save your life. Stepping closer, he stood beside Sasori. The redhead inwardly regretted walking ahead earlier. He turned away. Yagura released his chakra, dissipating the water into thin air. Had he simply let the toxic water drop to the ground, the lingering effects would have been irreversible. The corpse of the third Kazekage slumped forward, his once pristine robes now blackened with blood. Ignoring the pain in his arms, Sasori pressed the sealing talisman onto the body, locking away the residual chakra. Looking down at the withered face of the once mighty Kazekage, Sasori, though not unfamiliar with the process, felt a moment of emotion. How ironic. The strongest Kazekage. Dying like this. He carefully purified the poisoned water, an effort that drained a considerable amount of his chakra. Turning back, he saw Yagura watching him. The boy raised a brow and prodded. Hey, Sasori. Hurry up. The impatience was contagious. The commotion they had caused wasn't small. Had they not chosen such a remote battleground, people would have arrived by now. Sasori, for once, let himself be rushed. I know. With the chakra sealed, the materials for his masterpiece were complete. He unfurled 2 scrolls, placing the third Kazekage's corpse in one and his damaged puppets in the other. A figure as grand as the Kazekage deserved a special resting place. When he had time, he would begin the transformation. The sealing script on the scroll glowed, forming the kanji 4-3. His work was done. Unknowingly, the red-haired boy's lips curved into a slight smirk, his amber eyes relaxing for the first time. Yagura, noticing the rare display, chuckled aloud. Sasori scowled. TCH. Then, almost as an afterthought, he removed his Suna forehead protector, carving a deep slash through the symbol. He was a rogue ninja now. There was no going back. Tossing the headband into his pouch, he glanced at Yagura. Come here. Suspicious, Yagura took slow steps forward. Why? Sasori didn't answer. He placed a hand on Yagura's wounds, healing them. You know medical ninjutsu. Yagura blinked. Thanks. Shut up. By the way, now that you've left Sunagakure, interested in coming to Kirigakure? Chapter 84, Chapter 83, the matter is settled. Sasori swiftly treated their wounds with simple first aid while also mending the fragile trust between them. Together, they efficiently erased all traces of the battle, including their own and the third Kazekage's. This was a ninja's specialty. Especially for someone as cunning as Sasori. Sasori, a brat who wouldn't even pass the first year of the academy, thinks he can call me cunning. Ridiculous. Halfway through the cleanup, Sasori kicked Yagura aside to stand watch instead. He was only getting in the way. Yagura, hey, I skipped grades and graduated early. It makes perfect sense that I wouldn't know how to do this. Once everything was handled, they quickly left the scene. I'm heading back to Konoha to continue the exam. With the life-threatening ordeal behind him, Yagura felt relieved and casually chatted with Sasori. I don't want to still be a genin by the time I become Mizukage. Sasori, the academic genius, scoffed, with your level, you're barely even a genin. Hey. I'm a ninja who relies on raw strength. The third had strength. And yet, he still died. That little jab instantly shut Yagura up. He changed the subject. Where are you headed next? Sasori was silent for a moment before replying, I'm going back to Sunagakure. Oh. The third still had 2 guards. You sure you can handle them alone? Sasori simply stared at him, speechless. Who did this kid think he was doubting? Alright, Yagura dropped that question. And after you leave Sunagakure? Sasori frowned. You sure are asking a lot. Fine, fine. I just want to ask one last thing. Yagura took a deep breath. He had already built up to this moment with all his previous chatter. Since he'd asked once, asking again was no trouble at all. He spoke smoothly and naturally, have you ever considered coming to Kirigakure? Inviting a rogue ninja who just assassinated a Kage. Sasori stuffed his hands into his pockets and let out an amused chuckle. Do you need my help to become Mizukage? Yagura immediately caught the implication in his words. No, 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 that won't be necessary. Your way of helping is a little too extreme. The third Mizukage had always treated him well. Leaving the battlefield, they stepped onto the main road. West led to Sunagakure in the land of wind, east to Konoha in the land of fire. One last attempt. Yagura, a master of persistence and persuasion, made a final plea. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Sasori, tired of his nagging, impatiently revealed a bit of his reasoning, you're still too young. Yagura quickly reacted with a question mark. That was too easy to read. Sasori sighed in exhaustion. I don't understand what nonsense you're imagining. A beat later, Yagura finally processed what Sasori meant. Expanding on that thought, he realized Sasori had thought about turning him into a human puppet. But he found him too young. Give it a few more years, and he'd be better material. If he ran this through the Tsundere translation filter. He cares about me. Woohoo. With that subtle promise in mind, Yagura happily bid farewell to his temporary teammate, Sasori. Then, wasting no time, he rushed back to Konoha under the night sky. Successfully poaching a future member of the Akatsuki from Sunagakure, he practically floated all the way back. Using the same method to enter Konoha undetected, Yagura regrouped with his team. The first thing he was greeted with was the furious, flaring nostrils of Jinin Akabino. Ah. Yagura froze. Yar. This was going to be a problem. Yagura Karatachi. Where the hell have you been? Jinin raised his massive cleaver, ready to cleave Yagura in 2. His enraged glare bored into Yagura, fiery sparks practically flying from his eyes. Yagura had given him a report before leaving. At the time, Jinin had a vague feeling the kid was about to cause trouble. The third Mizukage had given Yagura full discretion to act, with his team only responsible for keeping him safe. That was the only reason Jinin let him go. But as soon as the deadline passed, Jinin and the Anbu immediately set out to search for him. Yagura had only told them where to find him at the initial meeting point with Sasori. He hadn't revealed a single detail about what he was planning. They found nothing. Because, according to the plan, Sasori's tail strike had been delivered with just the right force, allowing Yagura to go along with the act and get captured. What happened next was a gamble. If he had opened the Black Ant's prison only to find the third Kazekage and Sasori standing there all buddy-buddy, he'd have been doomed. Luckily, that wasn't the case. Jinin and the Anbu had no results to show for their search. To make things worse, their movements in Konoha had to be restrained, they couldn't cause a huge commotion while searching for Yagura. They spent an entire day looking and found no trace of him. Yagura, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Yagura, the likely future fourth Mizukage. These 3 factors stacked together had nearly made Jinin's legs give out in sheer terror. Was this reality? Was he trapped in a nightmare? Calm down. Sensei, please calm down. Mukumo and Ringo Amuri used all their strength to hold Jinin back. Yagura, hiding behind a Kirigakure Anbu, peeked out with an innocent grin. Sensei, see. I'm back safe and sound. I'm perfectly fine, and so is the Three-Tails. A moment of silence. Jinin clenched his teeth. You brat. Yagura merely chuckled, lifting his hands in mock surrender. All right, all right. I promise, during the rest of the Chunin exams, this won't happen again. That much, at least, was true. For now, all he wanted was a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Sasori carefully lowered the only family photo he owned, placing his forehead protector beside it. Click. Chiyo entered, surprised to find her grandson home. Sasori. Weren't you in Konoha? Why are you back? I obtained a quality specimen, but I lack the proper tools. Chiyo was used to his cryptic responses. I see. Her presence momentarily disrupted his plans, but Sasori quickly adjusted. I'll be in seclusion for a while. Don't disturb me. Fine by him. In his underground workshop, he had everything he needed to craft the most exquisite puppet from the most revered figure in Sunagakure. The third Kazekage. Not a bad feeling at all. Chapter 85, Chapter 84, the second round of the Chunin exams. 3 days later. The highly anticipated second stage of the Chunin exams officially commenced. In an open Colosseum-style arena, reminiscent of the Roman amphitheaters, tens of thousands of spectators gathered to witness the battles. 16 genin who had passed the first round and the preliminary matches were set to face off in a one-on-one elimination tournament. The drawing of lots followed the same fair and randomized method as previous jointly held Chunin exams. No, correction, there were only 15 participants. One of the competitors from Sunagakure, Sasori, had failed to arrive on time and was deemed to have forfeited the exam. Winner, Yagura of Kirigakure. Winner, Akaiwa of Iwagakure. Winner, Asuma Sarutobi of Kanahagakure. Winner, Makumo of Kirigakure. Winner, Genma Shiranui of Kanahagakure. Winner, Sunagakure. Winner, Takigakure. The 8th match was Ringo Emuri vs Sasori. With the latter absent, Emuri automatically advanced to the second round. And with that, the first round of the second stage was concluded. Yagura glanced at Ringo Emuri, then at Makumo. He realized something. Among the three of them, he was the only one who hadn't gotten a bye. Was he just unlucky? Meow meow meow. Unacceptable. Yagura narrowed his eyes at Emuri. You, share some of your luck with me. Having spent so much time with Yagura, Emuri had picked up some of his odd yet fitting phrases. Redirecting the frustration, she turned to Makumo. Yeah, share some of your luck. Makumo scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. All right, you kids did well. Take a 15-minute break, then we'll begin the second round. Up in the highest section of the spectators' stand, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with a distracted expression, absent-mindedly waving for Shikaku Nara to continue hosting the exam. Beside him, there should have been another figure, the third Kazekage. However, there had been no word from him at all. Reports from Konoha's border patrol stated that 3 days ago, the Kazekage and his escort had crossed into the land of fire. And then, nothing. This morning, Hiruzen had dispatched Konoha shinobi to search the surrounding areas for any trace of the Kazekage, but as the exam commenced, there was still no news. A bad feeling gnawed at him. The leader of Takigakure, who had been invited to sit beside him, had only just been informed of the situation upon arrival. Lord Kazekage should be fine, the Takigakure leader attempted to reassure him, sensing Hiruzen's unease. Perhaps he was simply delayed by some unexpected circumstances. After all, isn't he known as the strongest Kazekage in Sunagakure's history? Even as he spoke, doubt crept into his own voice. What kind of unforeseen situation could delay a Kage for 3 whole days? Even if something had happened, surely he could have sent someone to relay a message to Konoha or Sunagakure. Yet there was nothing. No sign of him, no word from his people. Hiruzen felt a sinking weight in his chest. As unbelievable as it was, he had to start considering the worst-case scenario. The third Kazekage had been assassinated within Konoha. The culprit was unknown. It sounded absurd, but it wasn't unprecedented. Decades ago, the rogue ninja brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku had slaughtered the second Raikage during peace talks between Konoha and Kimobakure. Hiruzen himself had been a witness to that event. 15 minutes later, the second round began. First match, Yagura vs Akaiwa. The genin still participating in the exam were unaware of the troubling thoughts occupying the minds of their village leaders. Come on down, Yagura. Akaiwa landed with a heavy thud, kicking up dust. He clenched his fists eagerly and shouted toward the Kirigakure stands. I can't believe I get to fight you so soon. I'm pumped. You always end up facing strong opponents, Yagura. That's real luck, Emuri commented, arms crossed. But man, he's loud. Yagura wasn't sure he appreciated this kind of luck. Your opponent in the second round is that Takigakure guy. Not bad either, huh? What was his name again? Yagura had already forgotten. Not that he had ever bothered to remember it. With a push off the railing, Yagura hopped down lightly into the arena. His entrance set off another wave of excitement from the crowd. "Oh! You got this! Be careful, little Yagura." Yagura waved enthusiastically. "Hey, thanks, everyone, I'll do my best to take down this big guy." In the first round, this small, tea-colored-haired shinobi had dominated his match with overwhelming skill, and a little extra flair for showmanship. Combined with his youthful appearance, he had instantly captured the audience's attention. Crowds loved a good spectacle, and Yagura's unexpected contrast in power and looks was exactly what they craved. They had paid for this entertainment, after all. Unfortunately for Akiwa, despite his impressive display in the first round, the audience had already decided their favorite. When the match was announced, the cheers were entirely one-sided. Second round, first match, Yagura vs Akiwa. Begin. Akiwa specialized in earth release and close combat. Maintain distance and finish him with water release. Yagura swiftly formed a hand seal, fingers interlocking. From the rising water vapor, 5 spiraling water blades shot forward. Akiwa was unfazed by the audience's bias. His eyes gleamed with battle lust, solely focused on the opponent before him. Earth fist technique. Lightweight rock technique. His fists encased themselves in dense rock, while his entire body became lighter, enhancing his speed. With surprising agility, Akiwa weaved past the incoming water blades, rushing straight at Yagura. The water blades adjusted their trajectory, but they couldn't keep up with Akiwa's movements. In a blink, Akiwa was in front of Yagura. He deactivated the lightweight rock technique and unleashed a meteor-like barrage of punches. Yagura dodged swiftly but deliberately left an opening. Akiwa's eyes gleamed as he landed a direct hit on Yagura's crossed arms. Yagura used the force to propel himself backward, flipping midair, forming hand seals. A water dragon surged forth. And so, the fierce battle raged on. Would Yagura's swift tactics and water techniques outmaneuver Akiwa's sheer brute force and earth manipulation? The audience was on the edge of their seats. Chapter 86, Chapter 85, Dark Clouds. On the battlefield below, Yagura flickered rapidly through flashes of blue-violet lightning. Akiwa, realizing he couldn't match Yagura's speed, stood his ground like an unshakable rock, waiting for an opening. Whether it was the lucky spectators who managed to get tickets or the distinguished guests seated in the VIP area, everyone was watching in astonishment. From the looks of it, Yagura was completely overwhelming Akiwa, forcing him into a defensive stance. This was the complete opposite of what most had expected. Yagura, however, appeared completely at ease, even taking moments to interact with the audience. He hadn't forgotten that his participation in the Chunin exams was an opportunity to promote Kirigakure. With the issue of the third Kazekage settled, this exam felt more like a formality to him. Advertising his village mattered more than simply passing. So, he made playful gestures toward the audience, flashing a peace sign here and winking mischievously. He was particularly skilled at that. Of course, he aimed these interactions at sections filled with young women. "Ah. He's so cute." A young woman in the crowd squealed, covering her mouth. Another, who had a boyfriend, screamed even louder. "Look over here. Look at me instead." Her boyfriend, standing beside her, sulked, practically tasting the bitterness of lemons. A noblewoman fanned herself lightly. "Dear, they always say Kirigakure is a brutal and bloody place. These rumors seem exaggerated." A nobleman, toying with his gold bracelet, mused thoughtfully, his strength is impressive. Yagura's first opponent had been so weak that he barely had to exert himself to win. But Akiwa was different, not only was he strong, but he could also take a hit. A blade of lightning-infused water slashed down on Akiwa's rocky armor, sending sparks flying as Yagura zipped past him, forming quick-hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. Earth release, earth flow wall. The surging water dragon crashed into the towering earth wall that rose abruptly in response, blocking the attack completely. In an instant, Yagura leaped onto the high wall, dashing forward until he was face-to-face with Akiwa. His lightning-coated blade came down with a crackling roar. Akiwa raised his fist, meeting the attack head-on before seizing Yagura's wrist in a tight grip. "I've gotten used to your speed." "Oh. Is that so?" Yagura grinned, unfazed. Before Akiwa could react, his rock gauntlet shattered under a surge of lightning. Yagura slipped free, spinning in midair before delivering a powerful punch straight to Akiwa's chest. Earth release, rock spikes. The moment Yagura's punch landed, Akiwa's body crumbled into shattered stone, a rock clone. From behind, several jagged spikes shot out from the ground, aiming directly for Yagura's back. He immediately leaped backward to evade, only for hands to emerge from within the stone wall, grabbing hold of his ankles. "Got you." "What?" The rock clone and spikes were just distractions. The real Akiwa had been hiding within the earth wall all along, waiting for this moment. He emerged from the ground, applying his technique to increase Yagura's weight exponentially. Earth release, added weight rock technique. Boom. A surge of crackling electricity exploded outward. The ground beneath Yagura shattered as he forced himself free. Balancing on the falling debris, Yagura lunged forward with his blade, his speed somehow even faster than before. His rocky armor had been nearly obliterated by the lightning burst, and now, as his water blade cut through Akiwa, drawing blood, realization struck Akiwa like a hammer. Impossible. The added weight rock technique worked, so why was Yagura still moving so fast? Among the falling debris, faint pink coral fragments mixed with the stone. Yagura had coated himself in coral and, in the heat of battle, shed its weight entirely. Akiwa cursed inwardly. This little opponent refused to take even the slightest disadvantage. Lightweight rock technique. By reducing his own weight, Akiwa floated into the air, dodging Yagura's follow-up strike. Flying jutsu. Just like Inoki's technique. Yagura halted, stepping onto a falling rock fragment, recalculating his approach. Flight was one of the rarest abilities in the ninja world. If Akiwa could fly, then close combat was out of the question. That meant it was time to switch to water release for ranged attacks. Having 3 chakra natures was useful. He had techniques for any distance, close, mid, or long range. Akiwa was indeed an outstanding shinobi among his peers. But Yagura had fought the third Kazekage before. He had seen what true power looked like. That terrifying combination of wind release and iron sand had left a deep impression on him. A single technique that could either kill or cripple you in one move, he had learned the importance of finishing an opponent decisively. During the last exchange, Yagura had embedded his lightning-infused water blade into Akiwa's body. Now, he formed a hand seal, activating the stored chakra. Lightning coursed through Akiwa's body, paralyzing him. Water release, water dragon bullet. In an instant, a massive water dragon surged forth, swallowing Akiwa whole and slamming him into the arena wall, leaving a massive crater. The water dragon circled back, carrying Akiwa within it. A water clone emerged from its surface, continuously sending pulses of lightning into Akiwa's body, maintaining his paralysis. The effect wasn't strong, but in a ninja battle, even a fraction of a second was enough to decide life or death. Yagura lunged forward, reforming his water blade and drawing it back. The water dragon dissipated, dropping Akiwa. Yagura swung his blade, stopping it just short of Akiwa's throat. The battle was over. A stunned silence filled the arena. The victor was clear. Yagura twirled his blade before dispersing it into a fine mist. This guy was the third Tsuchikage student, killing him would definitely put him on Inoki's bad side. Not that Yagura knew why Inoki had such a freakishly overdeveloped apprentice in the first place. Akiwa had never expected to lose so quickly. He had thought they were evenly matched, maybe Yagura had a slight edge. But in the end, he hadn't even gained a single upper hand. The tall, red-haired Iwagakure ninja clenched his jaw, his expression flickering with frustration before he sighed and lowered his head. Thank you for the match. I'll keep training. Next time, I won't lose. Yagura didn't disagree. I'll be waiting. The referee raised his flag. Winner. Keratachi Yagura. The flag came down, and the crowd erupted. Ooh. He completely dominated that IWA brute. Akiwa was strong, but that little guy's practically got the championship in the bag. I want his babies. Calm down. That's illegal. I think. Yagura and Akiwa shook hands firmly before turning to leave the arena. In the stands, the leader of Takigakure watched intently. That Kirigakure boy is impressive, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled knowingly. He has potential. Chapter 87, Chapter 86, Weakness Exposed. Hiruzen Sarutobi ensured that everything was in order before stepping out of the small room and returning to his seat. His mind was elsewhere as he absent-mindedly watched the battle unfolding below. 3 minutes into the match, Asuma Sarutobi and Makumo had been testing each other's abilities. 3 shuriken, along with another hidden in their shadows, passed through Makumo's body without any effect. Only a few small holes appeared on his form, which healed in the blink of an eye. A Kekiai Genkai. Shadow shuriken jutsu is useless against him. Seeing Makumo's ethereal, mist-like form, Asuma found the situation troublesome. As expected, physical attacks won't work. Cloud release, mist concealment technique. Makumo's figure gradually dissipated, merging into the cloud mist and disappearing from view. He can't be allowed to turn this into a battlefield that suits him. Glancing at the thick white mist spreading before him, Asuma tossed his trench knives into the air and quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted from his mouth, sweeping through the field and dispersing the lingering mist. Catching his trench knives, Asuma cautiously observed the white-haired boy in front of him. The mist around Makumo was significantly thinner due to the wind blast. A thought flashed through Asuma's mind. His eyes narrowed as he silently tested his hypothesis. Infusing his trench knives with wind-release chakra, he dashed forward at high speed. Mukumo swiftly retreated. Asuma sliced through the fire-imbued cloud bullets blocking his path, a confident smirk forming on his prematurely mature face. Your weakness is wind release. Mukumo didn't respond but instead completed a series of hand seals. Cloud release, cloud form transformation, sand. A rustling sound filled the air as fine grains of sand swirled into the mist, making the clouded form denser and more opaque. By blending earth release chakra into cloud release, the sand increased the cloud's weight, reducing the impact of wind release attacks. This was the countermeasure against wind release. The mist around Mukumo quickly reformed, now carrying a heavier concentration of sand particles. Asuma's trench knives shimmered as he coated them in wind chakra, forming razor-sharp edges. Lowering his stance, he charged forward. Cloud release, flaming cloud bullets. Dozens of fiery cloud bullets surged toward Asuma in a dense barrage. He ducked and weaved, dodging where he could and slicing through those he couldn't avoid. So, this Asuma, a Konoha genin, specializes in wind release. Mukumo thought to himself, realizing the situation was turning unfavorable. Breaking through the fiery barrage, Asuma closed the distance in an instant, slashing his trench knives in a crossing motion. Mukumo's body couldn't keep up with Asuma's speed. The sharp wind blades easily cut through the air and mist. Whoosh! Mukumo's entire form was sliced into 3 separate pieces. His body split apart and drifted away. Since it was a clean cut rather than a typical wind release impact, the added sand weight didn't provide any resistance. Reassembling the scattered mist to reform his body and heal the wounds would take considerable chakra and time. Asuma noticed that Mukumo's restoration process was significantly slower than other mist-based jutsu. That confirmed his theory. On the Kirigakure spectator platform, Ringo Amuri bit her lip, grinding her sharpened teeth in frustration. Konoha figured out his weakness so quickly. The cloud mist jutsu backfired, Yagura noted. He leaned against the railing, or rather, draped over it, his feet barely touching the ground. Forcing Asuma to use wind release to clear the mist only helped him pinpoint Mukumo's weakness. Using the hidden mist technique was standard practice for mist shinobi. Since leaving the village, they had only encountered wind release once, against a Suna ninja in the Forest of Death. But Asuma was stronger than that Suna genin. His attacks were faster and incorporated taijutsu. In the end, this Kekkei Genkai is more suited for reconnaissance. Like the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique, it was immune to physical and water release attacks, but it had one clear weakness: wind release. Wind release. Yagura recalled his fight with the Kaiwa a few days prior, where he had used water clones hidden within water dragon bullets, layering them with lightning release for a continuous attack. That technique was inspired by the Third Kazekage's use of wind release combined with magnet release. However, unlike the Third Kazekage, who could wield wind release and magnet release simultaneously, Yagura had to rely on clones for assistance. He looked down in thought. His wind release was undeveloped and lacked direction. The Third Kazekage's wind release far outclassed Asuma's. If it were him, Mukumo wouldn't even leave behind ashes. That said, with enough chakra, Yagura could replicate a similar level of destruction using wind release. But why would he, when he could simply use water release instead? The Third Kazekage's wind release wasn't just powerful, it was lethal because of the iron sand mixed into the wind. Could Asuma's wind release be worth learning? Using wind chakra to extend the blade length of his trench knives. A basic yet effective technique for wind users, commonly seen in anime and games, sharp, slicing wind blades. Wait. Wind blades. A realization struck Yagura like lightning. His entire posture straightened in excitement. That's it. How could I forget that classmate of mine? His long-standing dilemma had just been solved. Dangling from the railing, his small feet kicked in excitement. Then, as his gaze drifted to his legs, his breath hitched for a fraction of a second. Before anyone could notice, Ringo Amuri respectfully averted her eyes, chanting internally. Forgive me. Your teammate is in a fight with a Konoha ninja. Focus, Ringo Amuri. Dueling arena. Once again, the mist was sliced apart by Asuma's wind-coated trench knives. Another clone. Mukumo used his 2 cloud clones as decoys to evade Asuma's pursuit, slipping into the mist to hide once more. Moments later, a hand made of cloud emerged from the fog, grabbing at Asuma. He swiftly severed it with a swing of his blade, the resulting wind scattering the mist further. The back-and-forth attacks continued, depleting both fighters. As the mist thickened once more, obscuring vision, Asuma expanded his chakra outward, trying to disperse the encroaching fog and locate the real Mukumo. But within the dense mist, hidden eyes watched his every move, tracking his position. If wide-area attacks won't work. Mukumo had analyzed Asuma's wind release style. Unlike the broad, sweeping wind release techniques, Asuma specialized in wind-infused taijutsu. That made him more dangerous. This might be his chance to win. Cloud release. Whoosh. Hearing the sharp whistle of an incoming attack, Asuma sidestepped just in time to avoid a fire-infused cloud bullet from behind. Planting his foot firmly, he turned and charged into the mist. So you're in that direction. Rushing into the fog, he unleashed another gust of wind chakra, only to find that Mukumo had disappeared. High above, Mukumo floated, having dissolved his sand form and taken to the air. With a final hand seal, small crimson clouds drifted down. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, The Final Four. Asuma steadied himself on the ground, borrowing the wind to ensure a firm landing. The violent gusts instantly dispersed the lingering mist that had shrouded the entire battlefield. With his vision suddenly clearing, Asuma had never felt the warmth of Konoha's sun so intimately before. Above, the Kirigakure ninja hovered midair, surrounded by 8 small cloud-like orbs, some crackling with lightning, others glowing a deep crimson. They looked impressive, but inwardly, he felt bitter. Twice now, his body had been dispersed and reformed by the force of the wind. Cloud clones, the mist-shrouding jutsu, and a continuous barrage of elemental cloud projectiles, fire and lightning. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The 8 small winged birds of condensed cloud beside him were created through Mukumo's ninjutsu. They could autonomously fire elemental cloud projectiles matching their chakra attributes. But they themselves were also projectiles. Mukumo made the first move, waving his hand. The 8 cloud birds flapped their wings and dove toward Asuma. Asuma quickly analyzed their numbers and flight paths, then pulled out a handful of shuriken. Wind chakra surged into the weapons before he launched them with pinpoint accuracy. The shuriken collided head-on with the cloud constructs, causing chakra-infused explosions that filled the air with black smoke. Because they were infused with elemental chakra, these weren't intangible clouds that could be passed through. At the same time, Asuma's shadow on the ground rapidly expanded. He's charging straight in. Having exhausted his ability to use large-scale wind release techniques, Asuma raised his hand, summoning a gust to meet the incoming attack. Wind release, Gale Palm. Meanwhile, Mukumo swiftly formed a 2 seal hand sign. Release. The rising gale swept up, but instead of dispersing, Mukumo leaned forward, shielding himself with his arms, and stomped down on a chakra-infused cloud platform, accelerating his descent. Contrary to expectations, he wasn't blown away. Asuma reacted quickly, hurling a shuriken as a probe. Mukumo deflected it with a kunai, refusing to give Asuma a chance to counterattack. He closed in, drawing back his fist and delivering a powerful punch. This guy had dispelled his cloud body transformation. Caught off guard, Asuma barely had time to raise his arm in defense. The punch landed hard against his forearm, sending a jolt through his body. Asuma tried to counter with a kunai strike, but Mukumo's knuckle blade intercepted it. Stepping on a temporary chakra foothold in midair, Mukumo took advantage of Asuma's unsteady footing and forcefully knocked his kunai aside. The next moment, his blade pierced Asuma's chest. Pooh! A puff of white smoke erupted. Asuma was replaced by a wooden log. Body replacement technique. A sudden shift in the wind behind him. Without hesitation, Mukumo dispersed the cloud platform and dropped to the ground, dodging Asuma's blade as it swept through the air. Before he could recover, Asuma launched a flurry of kicks from above. Mukumo barely managed to dodge or block, taking a few hits in the process. Asuma landed, keeping up the pressure, seamlessly transitioning into a relentless blade assault. Forced into close combat, Mukumo clenched his teeth, gripping his kunai tightly to meet Asuma in a clash of steel. With most of his chakra spent, he could no longer maintain his cloud body form. Likewise, Asuma's knuckle blade had lost its wind chakra enhancement. From the sidelines, Yagura observed their taijutsu exchange and sighed. It's over. The moment Mukumo lost his greatest advantage, the battle was decided. He was a ninjutsu specialist, relying on cloud release, with no real experience in close-quarters combat. Ringo Amiri chuckled, shaking her head. Mukumo really needs to work on his taijutsu. And his training against wind release could use improvement. I'll spar with him when I have time. Watching Mukumo struggle against Asuma in melee combat, Yagura smirked. That's perfect. I've just come up with some ideas for wind release training. Back on the battlefield, Asuma's knuckle blade struck with force, slicing straight through Mukumo's kunai. Mukumo immediately stepped back, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Not happening. Asuma wasn't about to give him a chance to use ninjutsu. Dashing forward, he slashed out with his knuckle blade, sending an arc of wind-infused chakra forward. A single hand sign. The blade's arc dispersed the remaining mist around Mukumo's head. Mukumo was pushed beyond the boundaries of the arena. With his chakra depleted and unable to match Asuma in close combat, he had no choice but to concede. He saved his last remaining chakra to heal the wound on his neck. The first Kirigakure ninja was eliminated. I forfeit. Asuma stopped in his tracks. With his opponent defeated, he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had lived up to expectations. The referee raised his flag. Winner, Sarutobi Asuma. Oh. This was Konoha's home ground, and the cheers from the audience roared even louder than in the first match. No doubt about it. He's the son of the Hokage. Asuma did well. He didn't disgrace the Sarutobi name. Go Asuma. Go Asuma. From the stands, the leader of Takigakure smiled and congratulated Hiruzen Sarutobi. Your son has won. Haha, it was just luck, Hiruzen replied humbly, stroking his beard. The Takigakure leader continued, he analyzed his opponent's abilities well and countered accordingly, even against a bloodline limit user. This child will surely become one of Konoha's pillars in the future. You flatter me, Hiruzen said, nodding modestly. But I appreciate the kind words. With the excitement still burning in the stands, the third and fourth matches followed immediately. In the third match, Konoha's Shiranui Genma fought hard to defeat a Sunagakure genin, advancing to the final four. The Konoha crowd erupted once again. In the fourth match, Kirigakure's Ringo Emuri overwhelmed her opponent from Takigakure, securing her spot among the finalists. The final four were set. 2 from Kirigakure, 2 from Konoha. The referee announced the morning matches concluded. All competitors were given a break until 2 p.m., when the semi-finals would commence. Even an idiot can see this break is just to give Konoha's genin time to recover. The Chunin exams never used to have these kinds of rest periods. It was always non-stop battles. At lunch, Jinin Akabino scoffed at Konoha's favoritism while devouring grilled meat, loudly complaining to his 3 students. Anyone with eyes could see the disparity in the previous matches. Konoha's genin had to struggle to secure their wins. Meanwhile, the Kirigakure contestants dominated, Yagura was in control the entire time, and Emuri's match could only be described as a massacre. Neither had expended much chakra. Jinin Akabino clicked his tongue. Makumo was unlucky. He got matched against his worst possible opponent. Just a little more, and Kirigakure would have taken 3 of the 4 spots. Makumo hung his head. I'm sorry. Yagura patted his shoulder. I'll help you train against wind release. Makumo's eyes lit up. Really? Thanks. No problem. And thanks to you, Akaiwa's flying technique, and Asuma's wind blades, I've got some ideas for my own wind release. Biting into a sweet pastry, Yagura smirked. This afternoon, I'll get revenge for you. At 2 p.m., the Chunin exam semi-finals resumed. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, the finals. The spectator stands were packed to capacity. Even those who had been eliminated in the previous rounds chose to stay, eager to see how far the opponents who had defeated them could go. By the end of the morning matches, the final 4 contenders of the Chunin exams had emerged. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Takigakure had all been eliminated. Once again, Konoha proved its reputation as the strongest shinobi village, with 2 of its genin advancing to the semi-finals. However, the biggest surprise of the tournament was Kirigakure, which had made a striking debut in this Chunin exam. 2 of their genin had broken into the final 4, pushing aside Iwagakure and Sunagakure to stand alongside Konoha. And judging by their performance, these 2 mist shinobi were undeniably stronger than their Konoha counterparts. On the referee's platform, Nara Shikaka stepped forward. He cleared his throat, quieting the buzzing discussions among the spectators. After briefly testing the microphone, he announced. Next, we will proceed with the final round of the second stage of the Chunin exams, the semi-finals. The matchups will be determined by a draw. Dong. Yagura felt like he'd been struck in the chest by Shikaka's words. He turned to him in shock. Wait. Are you serious? You never mentioned another draw before. According to the original schedule, he was supposed to fight Asuma, while Emuri was set to face Shiranui Genma. Yagura muttered to himself, they're not going to put the 2 Konoha guys against each other and have me fight Emuri, are they? He wasn't the only one suspicious about this sudden change. What? Did they say anything about another draw earlier? Yeah, I thought we already did the draws for the elimination rounds. This seems sketchy. Just start the fights already. Ignoring the murmurs from the stands, Shikaka signaled the tournament staff to proceed. The electronic screen lit up, flashing the names of the 4 remaining genin. Moments later, the matchups were set. Match 1, Sarutobi Asuma vs Shiranui Genma. Match 2, Yagura vs Ringo Emuri. Ha! Jinin Akabino glanced at Yagura and smirked. Damn, kid, you really called it. After this, buy me a lottery ticket. Yagura clapped his hands together, feigning amazement. Oh wow, what a coincidence. He was seriously considering taking Jinin's advice. Konoha's dull competitors are putting me to sleep, Emuri scoffed. Just give up already, weaklings. Calm down, Amuri. Have some candy first. Yagura tossed her and Makumo each a lollipop from a street vendor, then popped one into his own mouth. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he grinned. At least we get to watch a show first. Shikaku had anticipated this reaction and paid no attention to the audience's grumbling. He turned and left the platform. This decision should have been made before the second stage even began, but an unexpected incident, the disappearance of the third Kazekage, had disrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi's plans, leaving him no choice but to handle it now. The first match was announced, and Asuma and Genma stepped into the arena. After an intense exchange of techniques, Genma was defeated, and Asuma advanced to the finals. The audience's applause was sparse and unenthusiastic. Most spectators weren't fools. Even if they hadn't caught on immediately, a little time, or eavesdropping, was enough to figure out the real reason behind the sudden redraw. Even Konoha's own villagers seemed reluctant to clap. The second match, Yagura vs Ringo Amuri. Will both contestants please step forward? Hold it. A voice interrupted the referee. 2A. Amuri spat out the lollipop stick, crossed her arms, and raised an eyebrow at the referee with a smirk. I'm Ringo Amuri. I forfeit this match. She didn't even glance at the uproar her declaration caused in the audience. Turning to Yagura, she shrugged and grinned. We'll have plenty of chances to fight. Skipping this one isn't a big deal. Her golden eyes sparkled with mischief. Besides, their reactions are priceless. Don't you think so? Yagura, infected by her playful mood, nodded slightly. Agreed. I owe you a meal. With Amuri forfeiting, Yagura advanced to the finals unscathed. This undoubtedly put Konoha in an even worse position. Still, it was better than having the mist shinobi crush Konoha in broad daylight and turn the finals into a Kirigakure-only showdown. Clearly, Konoha's leadership had weighed this scenario and decided that some damage control was necessary. And there was no way this decision had been made without Hiruzen Sarutobi's approval. Unfortunately, Hiruzen was seated too high up for anyone to gauge his reaction. Yagura shifted his gaze downward, meeting Asuma's eyes. Asuma's expression was worse than expected. He wasn't naive, he knew that the adults had interfered. And in Konoha, the most powerful adult was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. But he couldn't understand why his father had done this. Yagura saw the frustration written all over Asuma's face and teasingly stuck out his tongue. Idiot. Even if everyone knew Konoha was pulling dirty tricks, they couldn't let their sponsors witness their genin getting utterly crushed by Mist Shinobi. Final match of the Chunin exams, Sarutobi Asuma vs Yagura Karatachi. Well, if that's how it is, then there's only one way to make this worthwhile. A blade of water formed in Yagura's grip, his fingers tightening around the hilt. He lowered his stance, lightning chakra surging through his legs, every muscle tensed. Begin. The moment the words left the referee's mouth, a thunderous boom erupted. Yagura shot forward like an arrow loosed from a drawn bow. Asuma was still reeling from his thoughts when the referee's shout snapped him back to reality. But by then, Yagura was already upon him, his speed overwhelming. A sharp swing sent Asuma's trench knives flying aside. Yagura pivoted midair, delivering a vicious double kick, one to the chest, one to the chin. Wham! The sheer force made Asuma's vision blur white. Thud! A water blade flashed, piercing into the flesh just below Asuma's collarbone. Yagura flipped backward, landing with a heavy stomp that cracked the stone floor beneath him. He wasn't here to play fair. He wasn't going to give Asuma some grand speech to motivate him to fight at full strength. Not now. Not when he had a mission. For Kirigakure. Before the eyes of thousands of spectators. Konoha would suffer the most humiliating defeat. Lightning crackled. Blows rained down. Blood splattered onto Yagura's blade. And finally, Asuma fought back. After all, he was the Hokage's son. And he would not fall so easily. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, The Victor. Water burst from Asuma's wound, splattering across his entire body. You're overthinking things, idiot. A whisper came from behind him, Yagura's voice. His hands quickly formed a seal. Water release, water prison jutsu. Asuma's face turned deathly pale. Damn it. Water surged, instantly forming a sphere that trapped Asuma inside. Checkmate. The technique was maintained by a water clone, this was the second one. The real Yagura emerged slowly from a pool of water on the ground. Not much of an opponent. I'm about to fall asleep. He ran his fingers lightly across the water prison's surface, smiling as he glanced toward the audience, speaking as though he were casually chatting with them. I've used lightning release and water release enough. Let's try wind release this time. First, he shaped his chakra into a crescent moon, completing the form transformation. Then, he gradually infused it with wind nature, finishing the nature transformation. A simple wind blade, the most basic wind release technique, was formed. Yagura placed his hand on the water prison and sent the wind blade inside. A sharp cut appeared on Asuma's leg. Successful experiment. The water clone maintained the prison while the real Yagura continued sending wind blades into it. One after another, each blade left a fresh wound on Asuma. The spectators gasped in shock with each new injury, their hearts pounding. The Konoha shinobi in attendance were both furious and horrified. Anyone with even a bit of ninja experience could see how clumsy Yagura was with wind release. And that was exactly why they were even angrier. This guy was using the final round of the Chunin exams to practice a new jutsu. He was treating the Hokage's son like a test dummy. The foreign spectators, however, didn't share Konoha's outrage. Instead, they felt as if they were dreaming, unable to believe what they were seeing. Is this really the final round of the Chunin exams? The son of the third Hokage, the child of the so-called ninjutsu professor, was being completely dominated by a hidden mist ninja. He couldn't even fight back. How absurd. Just as the tea-colored haired boy had said, Yagura really did look like he was about to fall asleep. Asuma's body was covered in wounds. At this point, escaping the water prison was impossible. For the sake of his own career, the referee couldn't allow Asuma to die in front of him. But the rules were clear, the match could only be stopped if one party admitted defeat. At a loss, he could only turn to Narashikaku for guidance. Splash. The water prison shattered, and Asuma collapsed heavily onto the ground. His body was covered in deep, knife-like cuts from the wind blades. Severe injuries, oxygen deprivation, excessive blood loss, he had already lost consciousness. Experiment successful. Wind release is quite effective. Yagura had no intention of letting Asuma die. Not because of their brief encounter at Ichiraku Ramen. Asuma wasn't some nobody-like-Mike guy. Having just taken down the third Kazekage, Yagura wasn't in a hurry to have another Kage targeting him. A femme fatale. Sasori had killed the third Kazekage about a year ahead of schedule. Orochimaru hadn't even defected yet. Smirking in satisfaction, Yagura shot the referee a look, signaling him to hurry up and announce the results. The referee's heart pounded in his chest. Afraid of any further delay, he immediately raised his flag. Winner, Keratachi Yagura. His voice, however, carried a trace of panic. Konoha's medical nin were already waiting on standby. The moment the match ended, they rushed forward to carry Asuma away for treatment. The final battle of the Chunin exams, which should have been the most thrilling match, had ended in an utterly one-sided victory. It had concluded so abruptly, so overwhelmingly, that the entire arena was left in stunned silence. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples. Today had been full of misfortunes. Perhaps he should visit the temple later. It wasn't that Asuma was weak, it was that the Mist Child was simply too strong. In that fight, Keratachi Yagura had displayed strength easily on par with a Jonin. Even the White Fang's son was a step behind him. Hatake Kakashi, who had graduated from the academy at age 5 and became a Chunin at age 6, was now 9, but he still wasn't Jonin level. Oh! The audience erupted in a deafening roar, their emotions bursting forth like a dam breaking. Yagura turned toward the stands, lifted his chin, and proudly raised his fist high in the air, boldly declaring his championship victory. Give me your cheers and screams. Don't hold back, shout until your throats give out. Focus all your admiration on me. His confident, almost arrogant pose instantly ignited the crowd's suppressed emotions. The champion turned, walking triumphantly back toward the hidden mist's waiting area. So strong. Unbelievably strong. Ah, so cool. Sugoi. This kid is insane. Karatachi Yagura, I want your babies. While the common folk were caught up in the excitement, the higher-ups had their own discussions. So this is the infamous Blood Mist Village. Interesting. We've never tried hiring mist ninjas before, have we? Go back and ask if anyone has connections to Kirigakure. Once Yagura disappeared into the entrance tunnel, he finally lowered his fists, relaxing his arms. He let out a long breath. Back in the mist, he had made big promises in front of the third Mizukage. At least now, the results wouldn't disappoint. He hadn't embarrassed himself. With this, Kirigakure's rare participation in the Chunin exams had served its purpose. Mission complete. But now. Let's see if the third Mizukage and the elders appreciate all the hard work of this poor little 8-year-old. If not, I'll just march into the Mizukage's office every day and remind them. Not like they can do anything to me. Grinning to himself, Yagura entertained the thought of how the third Mizukage might react. When he reached his team, he was greeted by a rare friendly look from Jinin Akabino, as if their previous conflicts had never happened. The men clapped him heavily on the shoulder. Not bad, brat. That was a damn good fight. Yagura winced at the impact, forcing a stiff smile. Thanks. Ringo Amuri immediately hooked an arm around Yagura's neck, practically cackling. Did you see those Konoha ninjas' faces? They were turning green with rage. Ha ha ha. Didn't see, but I can imagine, Yagura replied with a smirk. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, he really wished he could have seen that. Mukumo's usually reserved face was flushed with excitement. His eyes sparkled. You were amazing. Thanks. Yagura raised a hand and exchanged a casual high-five with him. Mission complete. Time to go home. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, Returning to the Village. 2 days later. Leaving the land of fire and stepping onto the soil of the land of water without any incidents, Yagura finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had never felt such fondness for the thick, oppressive mist of Kirigakure before. Finally, he was home. When they left Konoha, the atmosphere in the village was already tense. The Konoha shinobi were unusually active and on high alert. Jinin Akabino and the accompanying Kirigakure Anbu managed to pick up some rumors, but none of the information was precise. To avoid getting caught up in unnecessary trouble, Yagura's inner monologue, Yagura doesn't know anything. Jinin Akabino didn't linger and left the land of fire as quickly as possible under the escort of Konoha's shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, worried about similar incidents occurring again, had arranged for every visiting shinobi to be escorted back to their respective villages. Once they stepped into the land of water, there was no longer any need to hurry back to the village. They took their time, traveling for 3 days. On a cold morning, they finally arrived at the gates of Kirigakure. The village was the same as ever, silent and desolate. A gust of cold winter wind swept through. Who? Yagura took a deep breath of the familiar, damp air and exhaled a white mist. Unlike Konoha, Kirigakure was never lively. The streets were nearly empty, with only a few vendors and pedestrians. Those who did walk the streets wore blank expressions. The way they looked at the returning shinobi was filled with fear. On the way, Yagura even joked about whether the Third Mizukage would throw them a welcome celebration. Of course, that didn't happen. After being away for months, the eerily deserted streets of his hometown felt oddly familiar. Still, I have to admit, Amuri, Konoha's weather is way better than Kirigakure's. Yagura stretched lazily, shaking off the stiffness from the cold. Kirigakure's winter air was as damp and sunless as ever, staying in it too long made a person feel like they were growing mold. Mukumo had already taken his leave, heading straight for his clan's residence to report his safe return. Jinin Akabino had left even earlier in the morning and was likely at the Mizukage building, delivering a detailed report on their journey. Now, only Ringo Amuri remained by his side. Having experienced Konoha's bright, sunny, and temperate climate, Ringo Amuri wholeheartedly agreed. You're not wrong. But Yagura, isn't your home in the other direction? She noticed they were heading the wrong way. Having been an Anbu before, she had a general idea of where the Kojiki clan resided. Yagura snapped his fingers. Bingo. His destination wasn't home, not by accident, but by choice. I've got a friend I need to surprise. Ringo Amuri narrowed her eyes slightly, recognizing the direction they were heading. They were on their way to the Hozuki clan's residence. Knock, knock. Yagura rapped on the door of the Hozuki estate. Coming. Who is it? Hearing the voice, Yagura's ears twitched. He gestured to Ringo Amuri to stay quiet. Shoo. Creak. The heavy gate of the Hozuki household was pushed open from within. The moment he heard that familiar voice, Yagura was like a predator ready to pounce. As soon as he saw the face of the person behind the door, he lunged forward, arms wide open. Mangetsu. Caught off guard, Hozuki Mangetsu was nearly startled into liquefying on reflex. But the voice made him look down quickly to confirm he wasn't mistaken. What the hell, Yagura? Had this guy grown taller in just 2 or 3 months? With a grin, 9 part smug and 1 part mock annoyance, Yagura beamed at his old friend. Hee hee. It's me. Long time no see. The unexpected reunion hit Mangetsu hard, and he returned the hug just as enthusiastically. Long time no see. You're back. Overcome with joy, Mangetsu nearly lifted Yagura off the ground and bounced a few times. Yagura patted his back and stepped away, stretching. Finished the exams and came straight home. It's not that Konoha was unbearable, but home is just better. Mangetsu feigned indignation. And you didn't tell me in advance. I could have met you at the gate. Forgot. Yagura waved it off with a chuckle. Doesn't matter, you can make it up to me. How are you going to welcome me back? I'll make sure it's grand. Mangetsu playfully elbowed him. You made quite a name for yourself in Konoha, didn't you? Oh, you heard. Of course. The results of the Chunin exams were announced at the Mizukage building. Damn, the old man is fast. Not that the villagers of Kirigakure cared much. In this oppressive environment, celebrating wasn't exactly a thing. Stepping aside, Yagura finally remembered that Ringo Emiri had been standing there for quite a while. Mangetsu, let me introduce you, this is Ringo Emiri, my teammate in the Chunin exams. Emiri, this is Hozuki Mangetsu, my friend. I know. As the eldest son of the Hozuki clan, his name was well known. Ringo Emiri smiled politely. Nice to meet you, I'm Ringo Emiri. Nice to meet you. Mangetsu patted his chest confidently. Anyone who's Yagura's friend is my friend. If you ever need anything, just ask. Yagura smirked. Need anything? Emiri's already strong enough to make Chunin. She used to be in the Anbu. What about you? Have you graduated from the academy yet? Sho. Betrayed by his best friend. Mangetsu shot him a glare and crossed his arms in mock defiance. Once I graduate, I'm taking the Chunin exams too. Mangetsu invited them into the sitting room and fetched drinks from the fridge. You must be tired from the journey. What do you want to drink? I've got fruit tea, barley tea, and milk tea. Milk tea for me. Just barley tea, thanks. Got it. Mangetsu quickly poured the drinks. Emiri, no need to be so polite. Look at Yagura, he's got no shame at all. Ringo Emiri took her tea with a small smile. Thank you. Yagura chugged his milk tea and shot back, Mangetsu's great at everything, except for being nitpicky. Oh, like you're one to talk. Mangetsu rolled his eyes. What? I can't compliment you. Yagura slyly turned to Emiri. Emiri, help me teach him a lesson. He's terrified of lightning release. Mangetsu immediately shrank back, sneaking a glance at Emiri. She grinned, baring her sharp teeth. Too tired to use lightning. Mission failed. Yagura jabbed at his cup with his straw in frustration. Mangetsu steered the conversation elsewhere. Tell me about the Chunin exams. Bet it was intense. Yagura nodded to Emiri. You tell it. I'll fill in the gaps. Sure. Mangetsu eagerly leaned in, ready to listen. The storytelling began. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, The Mizukage Conference. An outstanding child indeed. Meanwhile, in another part of the village. Inside the Mizukage's office. Jinin Akabino and several ANBU members meticulously reported every detail of the Chunin exams to the Third Mizukage and the high-ranking elders of Kirigakure. Elder Genshur was visibly pleased and set the tone for the meeting early on. It wasn't just Yagura that pleased him. Everyone present shared similar sentiments. It had been a long time since the Mizukage had sat down with the heads of Kirigakure's major clans for a peaceful meeting like this. The elderly patriarch of the Onami clan cast a teasing glance at Kokitsu's son, Yagura's father, before smirking. You've raised a fine son, Natsuhiko. T/N, Kokitsu, name of MC Grandpa. I appreciate the praise, elder. Feeling the weight of many eyes on him, Keratachi Natsuhiko chuckled sheepishly. Ah, he's just a mischievous boy. I hope everyone here can continue to look after him. A representative of the Kagaya clan, a contemporary of Natsuhiko, feigned anger. Natsuhiko, when did you even return to the village? We've been old friends for years, and you didn't even let me know. Are we strangers now? Like hell he just found out now. Natsuhiko muttered internally but still waved his hand apologetically. My bad, my bad. Things have been hectic since I got back. I owe you a drink. The leader of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Shizuru, chimed in. What about the head of the Keratachi clan? He caught a slight cold and stayed home. Ah, I see. The weather's been chilly lately, best to take care. Indeed, thank you for your concern. Having been away for years, Natsuhiko found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the social niceties of such gatherings. Ah, great, now I'm the center of attention. His father knew his grandson was coming home today and promptly kicked him out to attend the meeting instead of waiting at home. Not long after Yagura left for Konoha, the Third Mizukage recalled his parents from their long-term external assignments. Karatachi's elder had kept them updated through letters, so the couple knew how glorious and troublesome their son had been. As parents, they were proud of their son's accomplishments. But when they received the Third Mizukage's official recall order, their hearts tightened. After all, the Third Mizukage didn't have the best reputation among the clans. Fearing something had happened to their family, they finished their missions as quickly as possible and rushed back to the village. Upon arrival, they immediately reported to the Mizukage's office before heading home to question Natsuhiko's father. That was when they learned the truth. Their son had done so well that the Third Mizukage had decided to break precedent and allow him to participate in the joint Konoha Sunigakure Chunin exams. Moreover, it was highly likely that their child had already been marked as the next Mizukage in the Third's mind. Recently, the Third Mizukage had been making noticeable efforts to repair his relationship with the major clans of Kirigakure. This meeting, where so many clan leaders or their representatives gathered together, was something Natsuhiko had never seen in his entire life. Among those present were Hozuki Shizuru, leader of the Hozuki clan. A prominent young figure from the Kagaya clan. The elderly patriarch of the Onami clan. 2 sons from the Kimazen family. The leader of the Terumi clan. And then Natsuhiko discreetly glanced at the lone man standing at the side, a massive blade strapped to his back. Hozuki Chirin, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, once cast out from the Hozuki clan, now attending as its representative. Every sign pointed to the fact that the Third Mizukage, an old veteran as ancient as the history of the ninja world itself, was preparing to pass down his mantle to the Fourth Mizukage. There was no other reason that could justify such a drastic change. Everyone in the room had at least an inkling of this. No one voiced it out loud. Rather, they welcomed the idea of a new Mizukage taking over as soon as possible. The Third Mizukage studied Natsuhiko from the corner of his eye, a rare feeling stirring within him, curiosity. He wanted to know what kind of father raised such a child. The Keratachi clan had coddled Yagura endlessly, making him so unrestrained. The Third Mizukage still hadn't forgotten their first meeting, when Yagura had the audacity to tell him to make way. Now, it was clear. It wasn't just because the Keratachi clan spoiled the boy. It was genetics. Father and son, equally lacking in restraint. Retracting his gaze, the Third Mizukage signaled for Jinin Akabino and the Anbu to step back. Everyone, the matter of the Chunin exams is now settled. With hands clasped on the table, the aged leader, his hair almost entirely devoid of its original color, spoke gravely. You are all pillars of Kirigakure, so I won't keep secrets from you. Deciding to participate in the joint Konoha Sunigakure Chunin exams was a bold and risky move on my part. Since the time of the first Mizukage, Byakuren, Kirigakure has maintained a policy of isolation due to our geographical separation from the mainland. Both Byakuren and the second Mizukage agreed that remaining closed off would keep us from being entangled in continental conflicts while protecting our village's secrets. For decades, we have remained largely untouched by war. Even during the First Great Ninja War, despite the loss of the second Mizukage, we suffered minimal damage. The Second Great Ninja War, sparked by Hanzo of the Salamander, barely affected us. I have been fortunate, and I am grateful for all of your efforts. We have safeguarded Byakuren's legacy and ensured Kirigakure will endure into the next generation. Natsuhiko remained motionless, listening intently. At that moment, he was the unspoken focal point of the room. Tapping the hourglass on the table, a relic older than most in the room, the Third Mizukage turned it over and continued. I am pleased to see Kirigakure's young generation breaking conventions with such tenacity and talent. This Chunin exam has showcased our strength to the mainland, to dignitaries, wealthy merchants, powerful aristocrats, and renowned clans alike. Elder Gensher, seated at the Mizukage's immediate left, interjected at the perfect moment. Just yesterday, a client from the mainland submitted an A-rank mission through their connections in the Land of Water. Kurosuke Raiga and Munashi Jinpachi have already set out. A wave of surprise rippled through the room. An A-rank mission normally warranted no more than a team of Chunin, yet 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been dispatched. Clearly, the Third Mizukage and Elder Gensher took this very seriously. Everyone present, all influential figures within their respective clans, understood the underlying issue. Kirigakure was struggling. Low manpower. Financial constraints. Elder Gensher's deeply furrowed brow spoke volumes about his exhaustion over the village's administrative and financial burdens. If Kirigakure clung to its stagnant ways, it would only grow weaker. Was the Third Mizukage planning to open up the village? The Chunin exams were merely the first step. Now, everyone waited for the next move. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, Home got stolen. You all will be quite busy in the coming days. Elder Gensher smiled as he addressed the gathered shinobi. Thanks to the outstanding performance of our young ones during the Chunin exams, Kirigakure should start receiving more missions from abroad. From now on, our village will be shifting its focus toward foreign assignments. The Land of Water had a rather frustrating issue. Kirigakure was forbidden from interfering in the country's government affairs. Many A-rank and S-rank missions were tied to national or village secrets, which meant that despite primarily taking on missions from the Land of Water, Kirigakure wasn't entrusted with the high-paying S and A-rank assignments. In the past, due to the village's isolationist policies, this restriction had been an insurmountable hurdle. But now, Elder Gensher was seizing the opportunity to expand Kirigakure's influence abroad. The Third Mizukage nodded in agreement. I'll make the arrangements. All ongoing missions assigned to the clan elites and the 7 ninja swordsmen should be put on hold for now. Karatachi Natsuhiko wasn't the only one being recalled because of his exceptional son. Many seasoned jonin like Natsuhiko, who were frequently deployed on long-term missions, were among the first batch being called back. Their new priority would be expanding Kirigakure's presence in foreign lands. Besides, the majority of missions within the Land of Water were B rank or lower, which could be handled by Chunin and Genin. With the third Mizukage and Elder Ginshur working in perfect sync, the decision was swiftly finalized. The clan representatives all nodded in agreement. Reuniting with their families while reducing the Mizukage's direct oversight of their strongest warriors. No one had any objections. And there was money to be made. No one would say no to that. With that, the first phase of the expansion plan was smoothly approved. The Mizukage and Elder Ginshur continued discussing minor details with the clan leaders, seeking their input on issues like gradually lifting isolationist policies while reinforcing intelligent security. Finally, the first draft of the foreign expansion policy was set in motion. I appreciate all of you taking the time to attend this meeting today. A rare smile graced Elder Ginshur's face as he looked at both the Mizukage and the clan heads, pleased to see them working together for once. I will have my people compile today's discussion into a formal document and send a copy to each of your estates. If you have any further suggestions, feel free to reach out to me. The head of the Hozuki clan, Suka, responded with a polite smile. Elder Ginshur, you're too kind. I have full confidence in you. And it wasn't mere flattery. For over a decade, Elder Ginshur had wielded significant political power in Kirigakure without letting things spiral into chaos. His governance skills were evident to all. Everyone present understood just how difficult running Kirigakure was. If there's nothing else, you are all dismissed. The sand in the hourglass had run dry. The third Mizukage stretched his hands out casually, smiling. We will likely have more of these meetings in the future. I'll make sure we have some fine tea ready, so don't hesitate to come back. Clearly, this was just the first of many such discussions to come. Keratachi Natsuhiko glanced at the various clan heads, all of whom were lost in thought, and chuckled. Of course, Mizukage-sama. We're all doing our part for Kirigakure. The other representatives echoed his sentiment before taking their leave. Once they had all exited, shutting the door behind them, only two figures remained in the Mizukage's office. But this time, the two old comrades no longer seemed quite so alone. Elder Ginshur glanced down at his notes, his wrinkled face relaxing into a satisfied smile. This is a good first step, Mizukage. The third Mizukage responded with a noncommittal his tone unreadable. But Elder Ginshur understood him. His old friend was still reluctant to cooperate with the bloodline limit clans. Stubborn as ever. Ah, well. Let him wrestle with his own biases. Elder Ginshur had work to do. He rose, supporting himself with his cane, and stretched his stiff back. Mizukage, I'll be off to handle my tasks. The third Mizukage frowned. You should rest. You've done enough for today. No need, haha. Elder Ginshur laughed heartily, his step surprisingly light for his age. The kids did such a brilliant job, I can't afford to slack off now, can I? A backhanded jab. The Mizukage chuckled, shaking his head as he watched his old friend leave. The door closed softly behind him. And with that, the Mizukage turned his attention back to his paperwork, letting himself be consumed by work. Meanwhile, at the Keratachi estate. Knowing that Yagura would be returning today, Keratachi grandpa had kicked his own son out to attend the Mizukage's meeting and had even invited the Hozuki clan head over for tea. A perfect excuse to act like a doting parent to someone else's child. Yagura's mother had woken up early to prepare a feast, going all out with the cooking. But by the time afternoon rolled around, Yagura was still nowhere to be seen. Something wasn't right. Even his teammate Mukumo had already returned home. After making some inquiries. Oh. Turns out, someone had spotted Yagura heading toward the Hozuki estate. Clearly, the first thing he did upon returning wasn't to go home, it was to find Mangetsu. The Hozuki clan head muttered, well then. Damn. His son had been stolen. At the Hozuki estate. Achoo. Yagura sneezed, rubbing his nose as a strange chill ran down his spine. Oh dear, Mangetsu smirked, his eyes glinting mischievously. Winter flu season, huh? You sure you're not catching something? TCH. You think I'm weak? Yagura scoffed. Don't project your own weaknesses onto me. Excuse me. Weak. Mangetsu downed his third glass of water. Ringo Amuri had already left an hour ago, and as he poured himself a fourth, he suddenly realized. Wait a second. Yagura, why didn't you go home first? Shouldn't you have checked in with your family? Yagura grinned. Oh, that's easy. Wanna guess? Mangetsu narrowed his eyes. No. Yagura exaggerated a sigh. What a shame. It's such an easy answer. That piqued Mangetsu's curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he gave up. Fine. What is it? Yagura smirked. Because I wanted to see you first. Mangetsu sat up straight, his face instantly turning red. Avoiding Yagura's gaze, he stammered, what the hell? Why would you say something so embarrassing? Yagura tilted his head. So you don't like it? Mangetsu blurted out, I didn't say that. Oh. Then you do like it. Smoke practically poured out of Mangetsu's ears. Boom. Critical hit. Suki. Sunk. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, Parents of this World. You just enjoy messing with me. Mangetsu puffed up like a water balloon in frustration. He reached up and touched his own face, it was still burning hot. I'm telling the truth. Kirigakure shinobi don't lie to their own. Yagura chuckled. There's another reason, too. My grandfather is home. If I went back right away instead of coming here first, he'd definitely be angry and make me suffer through another lecture. Mangetsu poured himself another glass of water, taking a sip to cool down before plotting his revenge. If I kicked you out and sent you home right now, what would you do? Like a kid who used to sneak watch TV while timing their parents' return, Yagura expertly calculated. He'd be furious. If I go back now, I'd walk straight into his wrath. Mangetsu blinked, unknowingly letting a spark of curiosity show on his face. Then, when would it be safe? Never. Stretching lazily, Yagura stood up. Forget it. I'm going home. Mangetsu gawked. Ah. Just like that. With his hands tucked behind his head, Yagura glanced at him with a teasing smirk. What? You don't want me to leave? I don't mind staying. Mangetsu had learned his lesson. Say too much, and he'd end up getting played again. To be fair, Yagura had been at the Hozuki estate for quite a while, since morning, and now it was already afternoon. If he delayed any longer, his grandfather would probably point at the eternally gloomy Kirigakure sky and scold him for coming home so late, as if the sun had set hours ago. Time worked differently for elders. Like how your mom wakes you up at 8 a.m. on a weekend, claiming it's already almost noon. Besides, he was hungry. His stomach reminded him that it was time to go home. The two walked side by side toward the main gate of the estate. Yagura didn't see the Hozuki clan head, he must have returned earlier with the other 3 representatives sent to the Chunin exams by the Third Mizukage. Speaking of which, your father hasn't come back. He did, but he disappeared early this morning. When I woke up, he was already gone. Mangetsu took another sip from his water glass before suddenly asking, by the way, what about your parents? I've never seen them before. They were stationed at an outpost on the Sunagakure border. Not long after I was born, they were assigned there, so I've mostly lived with my grandfather. Yagura answered casually, reminiscing as he spoke. I haven't spent much time with them. But I like them. Unlike those Isekai stories where the protagonist starts as an orphan, Yagura had been blessed with a complete family in both lives. His parents were good to him. During his first few years in this world, though, he had struggled with the fear of being born into a dark and brutal future as a Kirigakure shinobi. He had felt distant from his family and clan. But over time, the love and care of his grandfather and parents slowly dissolved that barrier. Thinking back, there was even a rather funny memory. As a child, he rarely spoke, preferring to stare at the stars at night or hide underwater to escape reality and ponder his existence. His family thought he was sick. In their panic, they ran around seeking medical ninjas for advice. Puffed. Mangetsu choked on his water, nearly spitting it out. Yagura. Silent. Depressed. Antisocial. What part of that description fit the Yagura he knew? Mangetsu was utterly dumbfounded. You're messing with me, right? Do I get free meals for lying? Yagura avoided going into too much detail and brushed it off. I was really, quite introverted as a kid. Mangetsu's eyes widened with sheer disbelief, his expression practically screaming, are you sure you know what introverted means? Just moments ago, weren't you flirting with me? Ahem. Mangetsu quickly turned back to his drink, pretending he hadn't been thinking nonsense. Knock, knock. Just as they reached the front gate, someone knocked from the outside. Ah. What a coincidence, Mangetsu mused. The same thing had happened earlier when he had been passing by and opened the door for Yagura and Ringo Amuri. Swoosh. Yagura instantly flickered 5 meters away. Go ahead, you can open it. Oh, scared it's someone from your family here to catch you. For once, Mangetsu had the upper hand, so he seized the moment and opened the door with a grin. Coming. Unlocking the latch, he pulled open half the door, revealing a man and a woman he didn't recognize. Not his father. Not the Keratachi clan leader he had met before. Standing partially behind the door, Mangetsu asked, who are you looking for? Hello. You must be Mangetsu-kun. The woman leaned down slightly with a warm smile. Is Yagura here? We're looking for him. Her long, silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her pale complexion made it hard to believe she was nearly 30 and a mother. Her striking amethyst eyes studied him with gentle curiosity. "He's here." Mangetsu responded blankly, then asked, "And you are?" Before the woman could answer, an excited voice rang out behind him. "Dad." "Mom." Yagura's father, Karatachi Natsuhiko, raised an eyebrow at his son. Thud. Yagura practically launched himself forward. Natsuhiko caught him with ease, chuckling as he lifted him slightly. "You came home, but didn't come see us first." Yagura buried his face into his father's arm, voice turning soft. "I didn't know you were back." "Oh, so you'll only come home if Grandpa isn't the only one there." Yagura shot him a glare. "You know that's not what I meant." Mangetsu blinked, observing the family interaction with intrigue. When his gaze met Keratachi Hayori's, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. No wonder, they were Yagura's parents. His eyes were inherited from them. His tea-blue hair came from his father, while his mother's hair was black with hints of chestnut. "Enough, don't nitpick at our son," Hayori playfully scolded Natsuhiko, then turned to Yagura with a gentle smile. Yagura immediately looked up at her, flashing a sweet, obedient grin. "Mom's the best." Natsuhiko scoffed, already knowing his son's cunning nature. "You're too old to be acting cute." Mangetsu, meanwhile, shuddered at the scene, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Why didn't I bring a recording scroll? This moment deserved to be documented and played back in front of Zabuza and the others, broken up into 4 episodes for maximum effect. Mangetsu-kun, sorry for interrupting. We'll be heading back now. Oh, sure. Mangetsu snapped out of his thoughts and nodded, catching Yagura's warning glare. Hayori smiled. "Thank you for being such a good friend to Yagura. It makes me so happy." Mangetsu blushed at the praise. It's nothing. If anything, I'm the one looking after him." Yagura quickly cut him off before he could ruin his reputation. "All right, let's go home." And with that, the 3 left the Hozuki residence together. On the way home, Natsuhiko ruffled his son's hair before pinching his nose. "You're covered in dust. Bath first, then food. Don't rub it on me." Yagura smirked and deliberately rubbed against him even more. Natsuhiko smacked him lightly. "Brat. I'm easy to please. As long as I get fed. When have we ever starved you?" "Never. All that food's gone straight to your face." Yagura deadpanned. "Really? Here, feel for yourself." "No thanks. You're filthy." Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Family. There was not a single moment of mourning for the departure of the Hozuki clan leader. The one who rushed to the scene now was his own grandson, Yagura. As soon as he stepped through the door, his grandfather, Kokitsu, grabbed a slipper, ready to strike. Yagura immediately hid behind his parents. "Help me." He had been teased all the way home, but now that he was actually in danger. Karatachi Natsuhiko kicked him right back out. Stunned, Yagura found himself out in the open. He looked at his father in disbelief. Natsuhiko shrugged. "You're afraid of your grandfather? You think I'm not afraid of my father? I've been a troublemaker for decades. Compared to me, you haven't even eaten as much rice as the bridges I've crossed." Caught off guard, Yagura took 2 hits from the slipper. He yelped, jumping up and dashing behind Karatachi Hayori, clutching her leg tightly. "Mom, save me. Your husband is trying to murder your son." He didn't dare to retaliate against the main offender, Grandpa Kokitsu, but this vile accomplice was definitely sleeping on the couch tonight. "All right, father, Yagura is back now," Hayori said, shielding her son protectively like a mother hen. "Next time, then," she added soothingly. Natsuhiko nodded quickly. Yes. A slipper came flying, making Yagura leap in fright, barely dodging it. Kokitsu grandpa's eyes burned with fury. "Hayori, you're spoiling him too much. If I don't keep him in line, he'll be climbing onto the roof in 3 days." Natsuhiko nodded again. Exactly. Hayori shot Yagura a look and delivered a gentle but firm headbutt. "Yes, I'll discipline him properly when we get home. Yagura must be tired after the long journey. Let's eat first." Natsuhiko nodded vigorously. "I completely agree." Then, after a brief pause, both he and Hayori turned to glare at him. "Whose side are you on?" Natsuhiko pondered for a moment. "I think, you both make very valid points." "That's nonsense. Father, maybe you should hit him instead." "Oh, good idea." Natsuhiko's eyes widened. "Wait, that's not fair." The commotion at the entrance went on for quite a while, drawing the attention of their clan members within the compound. Finally, Kokitsu grandpa lowered his slipper. "All right, get inside." Yagura, having suffered only 2 initial hits, passed the ordeal unscathed and happily followed behind Hayori. Natsuhiko, however, wasn't so lucky. He ended up taking 2 more fatherly strikes from the slipper, leaving him grumbling, "Why am I the one getting hurt in the end?" The house bustled with activity. In the kitchen, Hayori reheated the prepared dishes, the room filled with warmth, steam, and the soft hum of a microwave. Habatakita are motor and I to it. Humming softly, she sang the song Blue Bird, a tune Yagura often hummed. She had heard it so many times that she had memorized it. I should make 2 more dishes. Even though the table was already packed with food, she still felt it wasn't enough. Yagura. Can you hear me? Yeah, Mom. What is it? What do you want to eat? I'll make something extra. Anything's fine. Mo, don't say anything. She hated that vague answer. Opening the fridge, she bent down to check what ingredients were left. If I make something you don't like, no complaining. I'd never complain. I promise, Mom. After eating military rations for so long, anything tasted better than those. And especially when it was made by Mom. Being home felt so relaxing. Yagura slipped into his room, quickly stripped off his shinobi gear, leaving only a final layer, then grabbed a set of casual clothes and dashed into the bathroom for a shower. No way was he lingering in the living room under the scrutinizing gazes of his grandfather and father. He was smart enough to know when to retreat. Natsuhiko didn't last long in the living room either. Stiffly standing up, he announced. Dad, I'll help in the kitchen. Inside, Hayori was plating freshly chopped vegetables when she noticed him enter. What are you doing here? Helping. Oh, please. You're just getting in the way. She waved him off dismissively. Am I really that bad? Besides cooking instant noodles and frying eggs, what else do you know? Do you even know where the salt, soy sauce, or seasoning is? Good question. It had been ages since he was last home, and even longer since he set foot in the kitchen. She saw right through him. Just like Yagura, looking for an excuse to escape from Dad. You're supposed to be the adult here, yet you act just like your son. With a flick of her finger, she tapped his chest accusingly. Father's just stubborn. He's happy we're all back. Natsuhiko scratched his head. Well. But with his father always wearing that stern expression, it was natural to be intimidated. Go back, go back. I'll have everything ready soon. Hayori shooed him out. And when Yagura is done bathing, sit him down in the living room and make him apologize to father. He should have come home first to report his safety. Got it, got it. Honestly, like father, like son. They were always a step behind on things like this. Oh, wait, I just remembered. A thought struck her, and she turned back to the fridge. Hold on a second. As he watched his wife busily working, Natsuhiko's slow-witted grin surfaced. She handed him something from the fridge. Here, take this to the living room. Have a drink with father. She gave detailed instructions. Glasses are in the left side cabinet by the entrance. They haven't been used in a while, so rinse them with hot water first. If you can't find them, ask someone. And don't let Yagura sneak a sip. Understand? Yeah, I'll drink with Dad. Clutching the bottle, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead, ruffling her soft hair. You focus on cooking. I won't cause trouble. Hayori's face gradually heated up, turning as red as the steaming crabs in the pot. She smacked his arm lightly. Go on. Taking the hint, he happily headed to the living room. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Grandpa Kokitsu looked up. Got kicked out. Yep, told I was in the way. Shaking the bottle with a grin, Natsuhiko said, Let's have a drink, Dad. It's been a while. Where's the bottle opener again? Huh. And you wonder why you got kicked out? Grandpa Kokitsu snorted, rising from his seat. Sit down, I'll find it. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yagura finally turned off the water. He dried himself off, dressed, and cautiously peeked outside. Seeing no immediate danger, he crept toward the living room. As soon as he stepped in, he saw a bizarre scene, both his father and grandfather crouched over, rummaging through drawers. The place looked like it had been ransacked. Dad. Grandpa. What are you doing? Natsuhiko answered absent-mindedly, looking for the bottle opener. Yagura blinked, then walked straight to the TV stand, opened a small drawer, and pulled it out. As the two men stared at him in shock, he held it up. What? Natsuhiko's eyes narrowed. Wait a minute, how do you know where that is? Chapter 96, Chapter 95, A Family of 4 and 1 Pet. You little brat, have you been sneaking drinks? The bottle opener in his hand was undeniable evidence. Yagura's movement froze for a brief moment. Knowing he'd been caught red-handed, there was no way to weasel out of this one. Still, Yagura scoffed lightly in his mind and tried to play it cool. I just happened to find it here. You little punk. Karatachi Natsuhiko knew his son far too well. One look at Yagura's expression, and he was certain the kid was lying through his teeth. With a swift step forward, he grabbed hold of him. Then, with a clenched fist, he lightly knocked Yagura on the head. You're 10 years too young to be drinking. No, 12 years. You people send kids off to be shinobi and kill people, but drinking is off limits. Yagura muttered in protest. Not that it tastes good anyway. Meh. Compared to what he had tasted before, this didn't even come close. Watching his son and grandson go back and forth, Karatachi grandpa chuckled. That's why you're still just a kid. Alcohol is a man's romance. Your grandfather's right. Natsuhiko took the bottle opener from Yagura's hand, used it, and then tossed it aside. With one hand, he spun Yagura around and nudged him toward the kitchen. Go get yourself some juice. Oh. Yagura, Isabu, what do you like to drink? Milk tea, juice, or alcohol? Isabu, after thinking for a moment, water. Yagura, respect. The two older men sat down, clinked their cups together, and drank. Yagura returned with a bottle of juice in his hands, while Karatachi Hiyori followed behind him, carrying a tray of food, carefully walking in step with the child. Father, Natsuhiko, don't drink too much. Natsuhiko tried to plead his case. Hey, it's a rare family reunion, and Yagura just showed off a little in Konoha. It's a day of celebration. A few extra drinks won't hurt. Gimme, gimme. Bending down to hand off the dishes to an eager-to-help Yagura, Hiyori firmly responded. No way. One bowl, one bottle each. We agreed. Seeing his father's face fall, Yagura laughed at him. Henpecked. Where did you even learn that word? Natsuhiko shook his head with a chuckle and raised his cup toward his father. Dad, a toast to you. Happy New Year. The Chunin exams had come and gone, December had passed, and now it was a new year, year 43 of the current era. Bringing the New Year traditions into the family was something Yagura had started. With a bit of juice on his lips, Yagura smiled, swinging his legs happily. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. You worked hard last year. After downing his drink, Karatachi grandpa's tone took a shift as he smirked. But this year might be even tougher. Be ready. Natsuhiko nodded and took another sip. Got it. Listening to them talk in riddles, Yagura asked curiously. Why do you say that? Your grandfather is retiring. Natsuhiko added, I'm taking over as the clan head. Huh. Yagura was surprised. Just like that. Ha ha ha, I'm not getting any younger. I should have retired ages ago. Karatachi grandpa looked relaxed. If your father hadn't been stationed away for so long, I would have stepped down long ago. All the fault of the Third Mizukage. Damn you, Third Mizukage. Do you even realize you delayed an old man's retirement? I've barely been home a few days, and he's already dumping clan affairs on me. Natsuhiko took another sip, the bitterness in his smile unmistakable, so familiar to Yagura. Ah, that's it. The classic corporate worker's exhausted smile. It was the unmistakable difference between students and working adults. The weariness only known to those who've experienced the daily grind. Yagura deeply related and clinked glasses with him. You're in for a rough ride. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Natsuhiko returned the toast, but when he saw the knowing look in Yagura's eyes, he hesitated. Why do you look so sympathetic? It wasn't the look a son should give his father, it was the look of a fellow corporate drone, a colleague bound by shared suffering. I understand your pain as a worker. You understand mine. I laugh at your misery. You can laugh at mine. The problem was. Damn it, what work-related suffering has this brat even experienced? Hey, hick. Yagura took a small sip of juice, smirking but trying to hide his schadenfreude. A tiny burp escaped him from the carbonated drink. You should be ready too. Karatachi grandpa suddenly grinned at Yagura, his eyes gleaming. This year, you might have it even tougher than your dad. Me. Yagura blinked, pointing at himself. Why? He was just a kid. His dad was handling the clan. What could possibly involve him? Wait a minute. A thought occurred to Yagura, and he hesitantly looked at his father. Dad, don't tell me. With a single chop to the head, Natsuhiko cut off Yagura's wild speculation, his face darkened. Not what you're thinking. Absolutely not. He had no idea what Yagura was imagining, but he was certain it wasn't anything good. Better to stop him now before he said it out loud. Otherwise, the flying slipper technique might have to be deployed. Hey! Don't leave me hanging. When Hiyori brought out more dishes, Yagura was still fuming, trying to get answers from his grandfather, but he got nothing. His face puffed up in frustration, like a steamed bun. This was like a doctor telling you you're terminally ill, that you'll suddenly drop dead one day, but not telling you what disease you have or when it will happen. Or like being sentenced to death and thrown in prison without knowing your crime or when the execution would be. Too cruel. First, he needed to eat something to calm down. Rubbing his hands together, Yagura's eyes shone as he stared at the piping hot fried shrimp. Natsuhiko stretched his leg out and kicked his son lightly. Go help your mom. Dodging his father's kick, Yagura quickly jumped up and ran to the kitchen. Fine, fine. Mom, which dishes are ready? Everything's done, they're on the table. Food came first. He'd think about everything else after eating. At the mention of food, Yagura moved fast, grabbing a plate in each hand and rushing back. Of course, he wouldn't go empty-handed. With a crab leg between his teeth, he slurped up the meat while savoring the spicy garlic flavor. Absolute bliss. Natsuhiko sighed, looking at his wife. All right, let the kid handle it. Hiyori, sit down and take a break. Grandpa nodded in agreement, swirling his drink. That's right. He's grown up now, he can't just eat for free. Yagura glared at the two lazy adults but shrugged and ran back to grab the last two dishes. A family of 4, and 1 pet. The perfect household. Isabu, rage intensifies, who are you calling a pet? Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Into the Depths of the Sea. The 3 family members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting between disbelief and amusement. They all knew that Yagura had a close relationship with the Three-Tails, but this was pushing the boundaries of their understanding of the world. Was this really how tailed beasts were supposed to act? Yet, despite everything, it was clear that Isabu had quite the talent for getting under people's skin. If nothing else, he was certainly not acting like someone who had been mistreated. In fact, his ability to rile others up was downright exceptional. Isabu's tails bristled in irritation. He had never suffered such indignation from a Jinchuriki before. A hearty dinner filled with laughter and lively conversation wrapped up the evening. The next day, Yagura made a trip to the Mizukage's office to meet with the Third Mizukage. He took the opportunity to subtly probe for any hints regarding the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, wary that there might still be lingering traces of the incident. Fortunately, there were none. The conversation yielded nothing of substance, and after a brief exchange, the Third Mizukage dismissed him. There were no pointed questions, no interrogations. The Mizukage didn't even ask where he had been that day. Yagura exhaled in relief. He might be able to bluff his way through with the likes of Jin and Akabino, but standing before the old men who had ruled as Mizukage for decades. He had no such confidence. Best not to push his luck. The days that followed were relatively peaceful. During the day, he would go out to spar and joke around with Mangetsu and the others. At home, he trained in the courtyard, focusing on honing his wind release techniques and refining his mastery over partial-tailed beast transformation. Both he and Isabu could feel it, he was close. Evenings were spent sharing meals with his family, followed by some quiet reading before bedtime. The only downside. His grandfather kept piling books onto him, assigning mandatory reading and even homework. Is this what you meant when you said I'd have a tough year? Am I preparing for some kind of ninja academy entrance exam or a university final? Still, Yagura had never struggled with studying. He simply hadn't had the chance before. Now, he just had to make up for lost time. As his days alternated between training and studying, time steadily marched forward. The year transitioned from January to February, marking the 43rd year of Konoha's calendar. The ninja world was in turmoil. Ever since the Third Kazekage's disappearance during the Chunin exams, both Tsunagakure and Konoha had been under intense scrutiny. The day before the second round of the exams, the Suna shinobi in Konoha reported back to their village that they had yet to make contact with their Kazekage. He should have arrived 3 days before the exams began. On the day of the second exam, the Third Kazekage still failed to appear. Konoha, wary and cautious, refused Suna's request to send a search party into the Land of Fire. In response, Tsunagakure leveraged its nation's government to exert political pressure on the Fire Daimyo, forcing Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand. Ultimately, the Third Hokage relented, allowing a limited number of Suna shinobi to enter the Land of Fire and join forces with Konoha in the search. That same day, the remains of 2 Suna shinobi were discovered within the Land of Fire's borders. Upon confirmation, they were identified as 2 elite jonin from the Kazekage's personal guard. The search area was subsequently expanded. 2 weeks passed, yet there was still no sign of the Third Kazekage. On February 1st, under mounting pressure, Tsunagakure formally announced that the Third Kazekage had gone missing. Seizing the opportunity, the Third Tsuchikage, Anoki, who had long since stationed troops along the Wind-Earth border, ordered an immediate attack on Tsunagakure, striking while the majority of Suna's forces were preoccupied in the Land of Fire. Caught off guard, Sunagakure was left defenseless. Their elite puppet brigade suffered heavy losses under the concentrated assault of Iwagakure's explosive corps. Fortunately, a portion of Suna's forces, originally in Konoha, rushed back upon receiving the news, reinforcing the village just in time. On February 3, with the majority of Suna's forces returning, Inoki saw no further advantage in continuing and withdrew his forces. On February 5, Sunagakure announced that Raza, the third Kazekage's disciple and an elite jonin with the magnet release Kekei Genkai, would serve as the acting Kazekage. On February 6, Iwagakure and Sunagakure signed a peace treaty. The details of the agreement remained undisclosed, but IWA withdrew its forces. On February 14, Sunagakure officially declared the third Kazekage dead and held a funeral service in his honor. On March 1, Raza was formally appointed as the fourth Kazekage. On March 15, the newly appointed Kazekage issued a scathing denunciation against Konoha, accusing them of using the Chunin exams as a pretext to orchestrate the assassination of the third Kazekage. Regardless of the truth, Raza's statement effectively placed the blame squarely on Konoha's shoulders. This was exactly the scenario Hiruzen Sarutobi had feared most, yet it had come to pass anyway. Assassinating a fellow Kage, especially an ally, under the guise of a jointly hosted Chunin exam. If such an accusation stuck, Konoha's reputation would be in ruins. The same day, Konoha's diplomatic corps immediately issued a rebuttal, denouncing Raza's claims as baseless slander. Hiruzen Sarutobi himself expressed Konoha's deep regret and sorrow over the third Kazekage's disappearance. He pledged to assist Sunagakure in uncovering the truth and urged the fourth Kazekage to seek justice through proper means. On March 18, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, released a statement condemning Konoha for their ruthless assassination of the third Kazekage, demanding that they hand over those responsible. With Iwagakure now also pointing fingers, the situation took a dramatic turn for the worse. If it had only been Sunagakure making accusations, Konoha could have brushed it off as baseless frustration. But with two major villages standing together, even the most clear-sighted individuals would be forced to turn a blind eye. In other words, Konoha had no choice but to bear this burden. By this point, the terms of the treaty between IWA and Suna had become evident. Iwagakure had pressured Sunagakure into shifting all blame onto Konoha. Inoki had played his cards brilliantly. Originally, Sunagakure had been Konoha's ally. Now, they had been forcefully dragged to Iwa's side. Just a year ago, it had been the usual scenario, the second, third, and fourth strongest villages teaming up against the most powerful, Konoha. Now, thanks to the third Kazekage's disappearance and Inoki's deft diplomatic maneuvering, things had shifted. It was no longer just three villages against one. It was the entire ninja world against Konoha. Somewhere in the northern waters of the Land of Water. Yagura let his body sink deeper into the sea, his mind empty and still. Above him, schools of fish drifted lazily. Sea turtles, seahorses, and even octopuses clung to the rocky seabed. He had made a promise to Isabu. Today, he would keep it. As his body merged with the deep, an immense chakra surged forth. A monstrous figure emerged from the depths. Full-tail beast transformation. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, The Qualifications of a Kage. The shinobi of Kirigakure were once again summoned to the Mizukage's office. Unlike last time, when they were given advance notice, this gathering was sudden and urgent, an emergency meeting called by the higher-ups. On their way to the office, most clan heads had already been informed by the Anbu about the situation at hand. The Three-Tails had gone berserk. Once the majority of the attendees had arrived, the third Mizukage turned to an Anbu member. "Ayo, has that boy woken up?" "Yes," Ayo responded. "His chakra and stamina are severely depleted. He's unable to get out of bed. The medical nin are doing their best to speed up his recovery." "Good. Keep an eye on him. The moment he can move, bring him here." "Understood." As Ayo left, the third Mizukage subconsciously clenched his hands, his fingers tightening with tension. Even for him, the announcement he was about to make was nothing short of extraordinary. Astonishing, even. Ecstatic. Early this morning, a massive surge of chakra erupted from the northern shores of the Land of Water. Even from the very heart of the country, in Kirigakure, the third Mizukage, being a sensory-type shinobi, felt the immense disturbance the moment it occurred. There was no mistaking it. Chakra of this magnitude could only mean one thing. A tailed beast had gone on a rampage. Kirigakure possessed only two tailed beasts. A quick confirmation revealed that the six tails was still securely sealed. That left only one possibility. The Three-Tails. The third Mizukage wasted no time in sounding the alarm and immediately dispatched the village's most elite mobile forces to the location. He couldn't remember the last time his heart had pounded so violently in his chest. Why did this child have to lose control of the beast now of all times? For 2 agonizing hours, he waited anxiously in his office. He had already prepared contingency plans for resealing the rampaging tailed beast. the medical corps had been placed on standby, with strict orders prioritizing the safety of the Jinchuriki, Keratachi Yagura. Finally, the first reconnaissance team returned with intelligence from the Anbu who had been secretly monitoring Yagura. Not only was this not a case of the beast running wild, but the report they delivered was a revelation of unprecedented magnitude. A revelation so shocking that the third Mizukage nearly collapsed in his chair from sheer joy. The Three-Tails had indeed manifested in the northern seas of the land of water. But it had not gone berserk. It retained its reason. Which meant that the Jinchuriki, Yagura, had most likely achieved control over the tailed beast's power. An hour later, the shinobi forces returned, bringing with them Yagura, who had exhausted his chakra and reverted to his normal state. The third Mizukage wasted no time in having him escorted to the medical corps for immediate treatment. After taking 5 minutes to compose himself, he issued 2 crucial orders. First, all information regarding the event was to be strictly sealed, any leaks would be met with execution. Second, the clan heads were to be summoned to the Mizukage's office for an urgent discussion. The recent turmoil involving Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure had cast a tense and ominous shadow over the entire shinobi world. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Kirigakure had been keeping a close watch on these developments, leading to an increase in high-level meetings. By now, the clan heads had grown accustomed to being called to the Mizukage's office every few days for yet another strategy session. Although the third Mizukage had a reputation for treating the clans with ruthless pragmatism, they couldn't deny that the tea he served during these meetings was of exceptional quality. But today, there was no time for tea. Everyone. There were no pleasantries. No refreshments. The third Mizukage got straight to the point. This morning, I'm sure you all sensed the massive chakra eruption in the northern region of the land of water. The Anbu have since confirmed the truth of the matter. The Three-Tails has revealed its true form. What? It was really the Three-Tails. Many had suspected as much but lacked definitive proof. The shinobi they had sent to investigate had been blocked by the Mizukage's direct Anbu forces, leaving them completely in the dark. The Anbu, as always, were tight-lipped. Not a single detail had been leaked. Now, hearing the truth directly from the Mizukage's mouth, the room erupted into murmurs and exclamations of shock. All eyes immediately turned to Keratachi Natsuhiko. As the father of the Jinchuriki, he exhaled deeply, his fists tightening on his knees. He had known about Yagura's training to achieve full-tailed beast transformation. His son had informed him before setting out. After careful consideration, he had chosen to trust Yagura's capabilities and had kept the matter a secret from his own father and Keratachi Hiyori. "Where is Yagura now?" he asked, tension evident in his voice, his palms slick with sweat. Glancing around, the third Mizukage noticed that he wasn't the only one on edge. Many others in the room were visibly anxious, some even more so than Natsuhiko himself. Suddenly, the Mizukage found himself relaxing, a chuckle escaping his lips. "No need to worry, Karatachi-dano. The situation is under control. The boy is receiving treatment from the medical nin. His only problem is extreme chakra and stamina exhaustion. As long as he was safe." Natsuhiko let out a deep sigh of relief, his entire body nearly going limp from the sheer tension draining away. His troublesome son truly never let him rest easy. "Mizukage-sama." The head of the Kagaya clan stepped forward, bowing with his hands clasped. With the Mizukage's nod of approval, he straightened and spoke firmly. "Since becoming the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura has been remarkably stable, never once losing control. That alone proves he is an excellent Jinchuriki. However, given today's incident, I believe it may be necessary to impose some restrictions on his movements. A disturbance of this scale in the northern reaches of the land of water demanded a massive deployment of resources. That was a minor issue. But Kirigakure was situated in the heart of the country. Even at top speed, reaching the northern shores took at least 2 hours. Had they reacted too slowly, another village might have discovered the event, or worse, the tailed beast could have rampaged onto land, endangering civilians. That would have been an unthinkable disaster. "I understand." The third Mizukage didn't immediately give his own opinion. Instead, he gestured for the Kagaya clan head to sit, then scanned the gathered clan leaders, reading their varied expressions. "What do the rest of you think? Should we implement these restrictions?" A moment of silence passed before a hand was raised. Keratachi Natsuhiko spoke. "Mizukage-sama, I agree. This wasn't just about the village or the clan. It was about Yagura's safety." Other voices quickly followed. "I agree as well. A Jinchuriki should not have such unrestricted movement. Yes, we were fortunate this time thanks to Mizukage-sama's swift action. If this happens again and we fail to respond in time, it could be disastrous." One by one, every single person raised their hand in agreement. "Very well." The third Mizukage solemnly nodded. "Since we have a unanimous decision, let us proceed. From this moment forward, Keratachi Yagura's movements will be restricted." Approval rippled through the room. Yes. This was the right call. The area of restriction will be, from the Keratachi clan compound to the Mizukage's office. What? A Jinchuriki should be confined outside the village, not placed in the very heart of Kirigakure. I will personally oversee Yagura's training. From now on, he will stay by my side. The Mizukage's lips curled into a barely contained smile. He needs a title, of course. Let's call him my assistant. He is, after all, a future Mizukage. He should start learning now. Excuse me. The entire room froze. A future Mizukage. What was this old man saying? Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Happiness. Rip. Gone. That's all. Even a ghost could hear the amusement in the third Mizukage's voice. Natsuhiko, I'll make sure to send you a box of my treasured red mountain tea later. Why didn't I notice before that this brat actually has such delicate features? The third Mizukage chuckled to himself, watching the dumbfounded expressions of the many bloodline limit clans gathered before him. Especially the leader of the Hozuki clan, his twisted sense of satisfaction had just been greatly fulfilled. The moment he learned that Yagura could undergo full-tailed beast transformation, the third Mizukage immediately made an equation in his mind. If Yagura could transform, then he had the potential to become Mizukage. That meant his plan to cultivate Yagura into the next Mizukage could now be put into motion. He had personally reviewed all of Yagura's assignments sent by Natsuhiko, and the boy excelled just as much in administrative work as he did in combat ability. His office skills and strength were both up to standard. The only thing left was refining his temperament. That, the third Mizukage had his own ways of handling. Natsuhiko and his family had coddled Yagura too much, he wouldn't. As the third Mizukage pondered an excuse to keep Yagura close, fate conveniently delivered the perfect opportunity right to his doorstep. And so, everything fell into place effortlessly, much to everyone's delight. 1 box of tea wouldn't be enough. 3 it is. Mizukage-sama. Ao knocked on the door, then entered with permission. Yagura's treatment is complete. He's able to move now. I've brought him. Just as he spoke, Yagura arrived. Let him in. The third Mizukage nodded. After experiencing extreme chakra exhaustion and then receiving emergency treatment, Yagura still looked a little pale. Fortunately, the results were positive. Yagura smiled as he stepped past Ao and into the room, raising 3 fingers in greeting. Yo, morning, everyone. Quite the gathering for so early in the day. Seeing that Yagura was in one piece and still had the energy to joke, Natsuhiko finally let out a breath of relief. Internally, he laughed and cursed, "You little troublemaker, do you have any idea who caused all this mess?" Yagura-kun, are you feeling all right? A gentle female voice was the first to greet him. Yagura recognized it immediately, it was Yuki Murasaki, the leader of the Yuki clan. Because her voice was familiar, he responded naturally, "Yeah, thanks for asking, Murasaki-sama. I'm feeling much better." "Good, as long as you're all right." There was something about Yuki Murasaki's voice that made people instinctively trust her. She smiled warmly. "Just now, Mizukage-sama informed us that you've gained control over your tailed beast's chakra. Is that true?" "More or less." Yagura scratched his head. During his transformation, he had manifested Isabu's full form, but he still couldn't fully control that massive body. The real control remained with Isabu. If Isabu had wanted to go on a rampage, Yagura would have struggled to wrestle back control. But Isabu hadn't. Instead, the turtle had seized the rare opportunity to lounge around in the ocean, swimming here and there without a care. It wasn't until the mist Anbu arrived and Yagura's tailed beast chakra ran out that the transformation automatically ended. After explaining all this, Yagura was met with a room full of either stunned silence or sheer disbelief. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming, no one knew where to start processing it. "Yagura, Isabu, they seem confused as to why you didn't go berserk. Want to explain?" "Isabu, if I rampaged, I'd just get sealed away again. Why not enjoy a rare sea bath instead?" There was one thing Isabu didn't say aloud. If he had resisted, wouldn't that make Yagura seem like an incompetent Jinchuriki? If Yagura got replaced, Isabu would be the first to object. Sure, Yagura had plenty of shortcomings, but when it came to freedom and trust, he treated Isabu far better than most humans. Unlike others who saw tailed beasts as mere weapons of war. Weapons. Your whole family are weapons. At most, Yagura treated him like a pet, not that he'd admit it. And he was also very interested in the water mirror technique. Speaking of which, he had learned quite a bit about water release from Yagura already. Maybe next time, he'd consider teaching the brat the technique. After relaying Isabu's words, Yagura was greeted by the sound of jaws hitting the floor. And the sound of worldviews shattering. Their entire lives, they had been taught that tailed beasts were dangerous. An unrestrained tailed beast was not a good tailed beast. But the stability of Yagura's chakra wasn't an illusion. Yagura scratched his cheek and tried to vouch for Isabu. Honestly, he's pretty chill and easygoing. You guys don't have to be so nervous around him. Clap, clap. The third Mizukage gave 2 dry but deliberate claps, drawing everyone's attention back to him. With a grin, he said, "Good. Very good. You didn't disappoint me." Yagura grinned back. "Hey, of course you understand me, old man." But, the third Mizukage's tone suddenly dropped, becoming serious. "You gave everyone quite the scare today." Then he continued, "Just now, everyone unanimously voted to punish you." Yagura froze. Ah, wait, what? Seeing his dumbfounded face, the gathered elders finally got to experience the same joy the third Mizukage had moments ago. This was simply too satisfying. One by one, they shut their mouths, adopting stern expressions as they glared at Yagura. When he looked around the room, every single person had taken a unified stance, their serious expressions tinged with righteous indignation. And for the first time in decades, the third Mizukage and the Hidden Mist clan elders stood together on the same side. Even Elder Ginshur smirked to himself, this kid was truly one of a kind. Alright, fine. Realizing that his reckless actions had indeed scared everyone, Yagura sighed. I accept my punishment. What is it? Your movements will be restricted. If you leave the village, you must report it and have Anbu accompany you. Yagura's pupils shrank. Huh. My freedom. Gone. The third Mizukage paused, savoring the look of betrayal on Yagura's face, before continuing. Your activity zone is limited from your home to the Mizukage's office. We'll finalize the details later. That's barely anything. He could run back and forth in 5 minutes. Maybe he could at least negotiate some ocean time for Isabu. But before Yagura could protest, the third Mizukage slammed his hand down. That's final. Starting tomorrow, you're officially employed at the Mizukage's office. I'll personally supervise you. Yagura typed a mental question mark at lightning speed. Question mark. Wait. Hold on. Did he just get a job? Puffed. Ha ha ha. Murasaki cracked first, apologizing between bursts of laughter. Then it spread. One by one, the elders lost it. Ha 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 ha. The once composed adults were now in stitches, leaving Yagura utterly bewildered. Idiot, still don't get it. His father, Natsuhiko, walked over, ruffling Yagura's hair with a mischievous smirk. Welcome to working life, kid. At that moment, Yagura truly understood the cruelty of humanity. Yes, he had gotten what he wanted. But. Damn it, this sucks. Isabu, here to laugh at you. Yagura, user unavailable. Smiling. Muted. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, Kirigakure joins the fray. After the third Mizukage proposed it, and with the agreement of many clan representatives in Kirigakure, the final decision was made jointly by Elder Ginshur and the third Mizukage. Yagura was officially appointed as the Mizukage's guard. Originally, they wanted to name it Mizukage's assistant, but Yagura flat out refused. Who wanted to be anyone's assistant? His duty was to protect the third Mizukage while also being monitored under the guise of supervising the tailed beasts. In reality, this was a chance for him to learn the intricacies of Mizukage's governance from both the third Mizukage and Elder Ginshur. With this appointment, the fourth Mizukage's position was practically set in stone. Most of the upper echelons in Kirigakure had no objections. And those who did? Well, they should first ask themselves if they could take on a tailed beast in single combat like the third Raikage of Kirigakure. If not, they had no business objecting. Now that Yagura had been confirmed as the third person, after Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, to successfully control a tailed beast, he was widely recognized as having the strength of a Kage. He was officially the strongest shinobi in Kirigakure, fulfilling the requirement that the most powerful must become the Mizukage. The only reason he hadn't officially taken the position yet was that he was still too young, and he lacked the capability to handle the administrative duties of the Mizukage effectively. The third Mizukage wanted Yagura to learn directly from him so he could take over as quickly as possible. Understanding all of this, what could Yagura even say? No wonder his grandfather had been pushing him so hard with his studies these past few months, it had all been planned out from the start. The third Mizukage had been waiting for him. Even the seventh Hokage of Konoha, the so-called Hokage's crown prince, Naruto Uzumaki, had been relentlessly drilled in his studies by Kakashi and the others before he took office. The cycle of fate continued. Though Naruto wasn't even born yet, Yagura was already walking the same path. What could he do? He was the one who wanted to be Mizukage. Might as well go all in. Determined writing intensifies. His work schedule, from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour break from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Initially, he was only given 1 day off per week, but he managed to argue his way into securing 2 days off by insisting that he needed time for training. Each workday began with an exhausting routine of reviewing, signing, and stamping documents, followed by various writing assignments and administrative paperwork. Then came attending meetings, listening in on discussions between the Third Mizukage, Elder Ginshur, and other Kirigakure officials regarding governance and military affairs, all while taking meticulous notes in the corner. On weekends, he dedicated himself to training and occasionally catching up with his friends to vent. Speaking of which, Mangetsu and Keat had also applied for early graduation. This time, they weren't held back and successfully passed the exam to become genin. The exam wasn't some kill your teammate nonsense, it was just a basic assessment of ninja skills. Along with Zabuza, the three-man genin squads were now out in the field under the guidance of jonin mentors, taking on missions. Ringo and Yuri had returned to the Anbu. Mukumo had been assigned to a squad that had recently lost a chunin and was now taking on missions as usual. Everyone's ninja career was moving forward. Everyone except Yagura, who was buried under mountains of paperwork. Looking at the literal pile of documents before him, Yagura let out a heavy sigh. Not that he could complain, both the Third Mizukage and Elder Ginshur had even more paperwork to deal with than he did. Just look at the contents of these documents. Civil affairs, some street dispute where two people got into a brawl. Typical Kirigakure, people fighting in the streets was just a part of daily life. Signature, reviewed, stamped. Next. Military affairs, reports of unusual activity from Sunagakure at the border. Sunagakure was too busy dealing with Konoha. If they tried to fight Kirigakure as well, they'd be asking for death. Signature, reviewed, stamped. Next. Personal greetings, how has the Third Mizukage's health been recently? I found a beautiful piece of coral from the sea. Signature, reviewed, stamped. Next. The coral can be sent over. You, however, can go to hell. Yagura swore that once he became Mizukage, he would hire more staff to handle these ridiculous tasks. Why did all these documents even make it to the Mizukage's desk? Shouldn't they at least be categorized first? One stack for civil affairs, one for government policies, one for military matters, one for financial issues, and personal greetings should just go straight into the trash. If not by category, then at least by priority. Yagura sincerely voiced his concerns to the Third Mizukage and Elder Ginshur. The two men, who had been doing this for decades, momentarily paused in their writing. Only financial and governmental matters were sorted for Elder Ginshur to handle, everything else was left to the Third Mizukage. Yagura was stunned. No way. You're telling me you guys never thought about this? Elder Ginshur pondered for a moment and gave a simple answer, we don't have enough people. The Kirigakure administration simply didn't have the personnel to spare. The departments under Elder Ginshur were already overworked like laborers in a sweatshop. And hiring more people meant paying more wages. Yagura had a sudden idea. What about the Anbu? Can't we make use of them? They were stationed in the building all day, supposedly for protection but with nothing to do most of the time. If even genin were highly educated, then surely the Anbu were more than qualified to help sort documents. The suggestion was so unconventional that it left everyone dumbfounded. But after some discussion, the Third Mizukage and Elder Ginshur decided it was worth trying. They sorted out the most classified documents to handle personally, then dumped the rest onto Yagura and the newly recruited Anbu assistants. Once again, Yagura found himself on the receiving end of the Anbu's resentful glares. The last time they looked at him like this was when he became the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Time sure flies. Across the shinobi world, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure continued their diplomatic war of words, sending envoys back and forth, exchanging accusations, and engaging in verbal skirmishes. Sunagakure and Iwagakure relentlessly blamed Konoha, demanding compensation. Konoha refused, condemning their distortion of the truth. The rhetoric grew increasingly intense. Meanwhile, all three villages were strengthening their borders and secretly preparing for war. Even Konoha, which was the most reluctant to engage in another conflict, had to brace for the worst. On June 2 of Konoha year 43, tensions escalated further. The Third Raikage of Kirigakure issued a statement condemning Konoha for allegedly assassinating the Third Kazekage, urging them to hand over the culprit and compensate Sunagakure. With the second strongest village in the shinobi world entering the fray, the delicate diplomatic balance was shattered. Konoha's position became perilous. The very next day, secret diplomatic messages from Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure all landed on the Mizukage's desk. Kirigakure was now the last deciding factor. The world awaited their response.